The ancestral teaching of the great market states, do not venture outside when darkness falls. In the dilapidated village of the elderly and infirm, the residents discovered an infant by the riverbank and named him Qin Mu, nurturing him through hardship and toil. As night descended, enveloping the great market in obscurity, Qin Mu stepped beyond the threshold of his home, embraced the role of a villain, swaying like the spring breeze. The blind man advised him. Thus began the ascent of Qin Mu upon the path of villainy. Chapter 1. Do not venture outside when darkness falls. Do not venture outside when darkness falls. This phrase has echoed through the dilapidated village for many years. Its origins are lost to time, yet its veracity remains unquestioned. As Granny Si observed the sun gradually retreating behind the mountains, a sense of unease gripped her heart. With the last rays of sunlight extinguished, an eerie silence enveloped the realm, devoid of sound. Darkness crept in from the west, swallowing landscapes, rivers, roads, and trees, until it ultimately engulfed the dilapidated village. At each corner of the village stood 4 ancient stone statues, their surfaces weathered and worn by time. Even Granny Si could not ascertain who had sculpted these figures or when they came to stand sentinel here. As darkness enveloped the land, the stone statues emanated a faint luminescence, providing a comforting glow for Granny Si and the village elders. Though the outside world was steeped in deepening shadows, the light from the statues rendered the dilapidated village a bastion of safety. Suddenly, Granny Si's ears perked up. She paused, breathless, and exclaimed, "Do you hear that? There's a child's cry outside." Old Ma shook his head and said, "Impossible, you must have misheard. Oh, there truly is the sound of a baby crying." From the darkness outside the village came the wailing of an infant, and apart from the hard of hearing, all the other elderly villagers heard it. They exchanged bewildered glances in the desolate and remote remnant old village. How could there be a baby nearby? I shall go and investigate. Aunt Si, filled with agitation, tiptoed over to a stone statue at the edge of the village. Old Ma hurried after her, exclaiming, "Aunt Si, are you out of your mind? It's dark. Venturing outside the village is tantamount to death. The darkness fears this stone statue. I will not perish immediately while carrying it out of the village." Aunt Si bent down, trying to lift the statue on her back, but being hunchbacked, she struggled to do so. Old Ma shook his head in dismay. "Allow me to assist. I will carry the statue and accompany you." Another old man, limping towards them, interjected, "Old Ma, you have but one arm. You cannot bear the weight of the statue for long. With both hands intact, I should be the one to carry it." Old Ma glared at him. "You, the cripple with a broken leg, how can you walk? Though I possess only one arm, its strength is considerable." With a single arm, he hoisted the statue, steadying himself, its weight beyond imagination. "Let us go, you old hag." "Do not call me an old hag. You, the cripple, and you, the mute, must all be vigilant. If the village loses a stone statue, we must ensure that the darkness does not allow any malevolent entities to enter." The 2 individuals proceeded towards the source of the weeping, traversing 100 steps until they arrived at the banks of a great river, from whence the infant's cries emanated. The stone statue emitted a soft, ethereal glow, barely illuminating the surroundings. Attentively, they discerned the direction of the sound and moved upstream along the river. After a short distance, the cries resonated nearby, yet the one-armed elder, Ma, struggled to maintain his footing. Suddenly, a spark of recognition lit up Granny Si's eyes as she spotted a faint glimmer. It was a basket resting on the riverbank, the luminous glow emanating from within it, along with the cries, "There truly is a child." Granny Si approached, attempting to lift the basket, but was momentarily taken aback, for beneath it lay an arm, pallid from the river's embrace, which was supporting both the basket and the infant nestled within, bringing them to the shore. "Rest assured, the child is safe now," Granny Si whispered to the woman submerged beneath the surface. It seemed the corpse heard her, as the hand loosened its grip and was swept away by the river, vanishing into the abyss. Granny Si lifted the basket, revealing an infant swathed in swaddling clothes, atop which lay a jade pendant, radiating a soft luminescence. The glow of the pendant bore a resemblance to that of the statue, albeit considerably fainter, serving to shield the child from the malevolent forces lurking in the darkness. Yet, The pendant's light was insufficient to protect the woman. It's a boy. Upon returning to the village of the aged and infirm, the villagers gathered around, frail and weathered. Granny Si unveiled the swaddling to glimpse the child, her face breaking into a toothless grin. At last, our village of the aged has welcomed a healthy soul. The one-legged beggar exclaimed in astonishment, "Old Lady Si, do you intend to care for him? We can hardly sustain ourselves. I believe it would be better to send him away." Old Lady Si retorted angrily, "This child was picked up by my own efforts. Why should I give him away?" The villagers, subdued and hesitant, dared not oppose her. The village chief approached, carried on a stretcher, his condition more tragic than the others while they had limbs. He was bereft of both hands and feet. Nonetheless, he commanded great respect, and even the fierce old lady Si refrained from being unruly in his presence. "If we are to care for him, we ought to give him a name," the village chief suggested. "Old lady, do you see anything else in the basket?" Old Lady Si rummaged through the contents and shook her head. "There's only this jade pendant, no other slips of paper or anything." The pendant bears an inscription, the character for Qin. It is free of impurities and possesses a peculiar energy. It must originate from a prominent family. "Is he named Qin, or is it a surname?" The village chief pondered, then declared, "Let his surname be Qin, and his given name shall be Mu, Qin Mu. When he grows up, he can tend to the flocks. At least he will be able to survive." Qin Mu. Old Lady Si gazed at the swaddled infant, who, undeterred by her presence, cooed and chuckled in delight. But by the riverside, the sound of a flute wafted through the air as a young shepherd, perched atop a cow's back, played a melodious tune. This shepherd, around 11 or 12 years of age, was strikingly handsome, with bright eyes and rosy lips. His attire was partially unbuttoned, revealing a jade pendant that hung gracefully at his chest. The youth in question was the very infant that Granny Si had discovered by the river 11 years prior. Throughout the years, the village elders toiled tirelessly to raise this child. Granny Si had somehow acquired a cow, from which young Qin Mu was nourished with milk daily, thus during the perilous phase of early childhood. Though the villagers of Canlao Village bore fierce and intimidating appearances, they treated him with great kindness. Granny Si, a seamstress by trade, often had Qin Mu by her side learning the art of tailoring. He also apprenticed with the herbalist, mastering the craft of forging and concocting medicines, trained in agility by the limping elder, and honed his auditory skills under the tutelage of the blind elder. Additionally, he practiced breath control with the village chief, who had neither hands nor feet. Thus the days passed swiftly. This cow served as his childhood nurturer. Granny Si had initially intended to sell her, but Qin Mu could not bear the thought of parting with her, and thus took on the responsibility. Why ever cared? He frequently led the cow to graze by the river, where verdant mountains and azure waters painted a serene backdrop. Qin Mu, save me." Suddenly, the cow beneath him spoke, startling Qin Mu, who quickly leapt down. He was taken aback to see tears in the cow's eyes as it implored him, "Qin Mu, you were raised on me. LK, I am akin to your mother. You must save me." Qin Mu blinked in astonishment and cautiously inquired, "How can I save you?" The cow replied, "You possess a sickle at your waist. If you were to skin me, you could free me from this plight." Qin Mu hesitated, and the cow pressed, "Have you forgotten the debt of nourishment?" With resolve, Qin Mu raised the sickle and gingerly sliced through the cow's hide. Strangely enough, as the skin was peeled away, no blood flowed forth, revealing an astonishing emptiness within. There was neither flesh nor bone. As the hide was peeled back halfway, a woman in her 20s or 30s rolled out, her legs still ensconced in the bovine skin, the flesh and hide intertwined, yet her upper body had already freed itself. With disheveled hair, the woman seized the sickle from the astonished Qin Mu, swiftly slicing through the hide that clung to her legs and feet. She turned her gaze upon Qin Mu, malevolence igniting within her, as she pressed the blade against his neck, a chilling smile gracing her lips. "You little villain, it is because of you that I was transformed into a cow. For 11 years, I have been reduced to grazing and nursing you. How pitiful! I had just given birth before that wicked sorceress ensnared me, turning me into a cow to nourish you. Today, I am finally free. First, I shall slay you, and then I will exact my vengeance upon the scoundrels of this village." Qin Mu's mind erupted in confusion, unable to comprehend the words of the woman emerging from the hide. Just as she prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a sudden chill coursed through her, and she looked down to find a blade protruding from her chest. Qin Mu, you wretched boy, did I not warn you? Do not venture out after dark. Grandmother, why must one stay indoors when night falls? Qin Mu inquired, lifting his gaze. When darkness descends, terrifying creatures stir in the shadows, venturing out leads to death, Elder Si solemnly proclaimed. The stone statues in our village will safeguard us. The entities of darkness dare not enter. Do other villages possess such statues? Qin Mu asked, curiosity piqued. Grandmother, something strange has happened today. Qin Mu hesitated briefly before recounting the peculiar incident of a woman emerging from the belly of a cow. Granny Si, seemingly indifferent, remarked, Are you referring to that woman? The layman has already informed me he dealt with it quite well. I suggested selling the cow long ago when you weaned at the age of 4, but your reluctance led to your continued care for it. And now look what has happened. I did warn you that nursing until the age of 4 would create an attachment to the dairy cow. Qin Mu felt his cheeks flush indeed. Weaning at such a late age seemed excessive, yet appeared that the crux of the matter lay not in the age of weaning itself. Granny, that woman was killed by the lame grandfather, he ventured. Good riddance, she replied with a smile. That was a mercy for her. She should have died 11 years ago. Had it not been for the need to nourish you, would she have survived this long? Qin Mu was left bewildered. Staring in disbelief, he exclaimed, Granny, how can a person transform into a cow? He turned to see the lame man, one hand gripping a cane, while the other clutched his quarry on his back, limping towards them. The encroaching darkness rushed towards the village like a rising tide, prompting Granny Si to call out urgently, You slowpoke, hurry up. What's the rush? He replied, glancing curiously at the obscurity beyond the village, where it was pitch black and nothing was discernible. What on earth lies within that darkness? He pondered within himself. Chapter 2, Blood of the Four Spirits. Granny Si eagerly pulled him towards the village, her voice filled with excitement. Stop dawdling. Come quickly. Today is your big day. Village chief, Master Ma, everyone gather. A bonfire blazed in the village, and the village chief was carried out on a stretcher, his voice grave as he inquired, Have all the four spirits been found? Yes, they have. The one-armed Master Ma dragged in a serpentine creature, several zhang in length, of vibrant azure hue, still alive and exuding a pungent odor, yet firmly grasped by Master Ma at its vulnerable midsection, rendering it immobile. The mute blacksmith then brought forth an imposing avian creature, taller than the mute himself, yet restrained with its wings and legs bound. As the great bird struggled, sparks of fire erupted from its feathers, crackling ominously, quite a terrifying sight. The blind man arrived with an enormous tortoise, larger than the surface of a table, its shell radiating a golden hue, a testament to countless years of existence. The tortoise retracted its limbs within its shell, occasionally daring to extend a claw, from which vapor emanated, as if it could lift itself and escape upon the mist. Alas, the golden tortoise was ensnared by a fishhook through its nostrils, unable to flee. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, although their blood is unattainable, we may substitute with the azure serpent, the iron-bone tiger he thunderbird, and the golden tortoise. Thus we can extract some spiritual essence, which shall suffice. The village chief nodded towards the butcher, who grinned broadly, advancing on all fours. He was a man who had lost his lower half, his waist severed cleanly. For basins were placed before the azure serpent, iron tiger, thunderbird, and golden tortoise. The butcher, with a swift stroke, bled each fierce creature, and before long, the four prey lay drained of their lifeblood. Pharmacist, the village chief uttered. The village apothecary approached. His visage disfigured beyond recognition, the skin of his face appeared as though it had been cruelly excised, taking with it his nose and half of his lips. He was regarded as the most grotesque and fearsome figure in the village. Yet, to Qin Mu, the apothecary was the kindest soul he had encountered in the community. The apothecary advanced, producing 4 extraordinary crimson leaves, each adorned with a singular snow-white egg. He placed 1 leaf into each vessel, and soon the eggs ruptured, revealing silken larvae that eagerly fed on the blood of the leaves. These larvae grew rapidly with the wind. The more blood they consumed, the larger they became. In no time, The blood from each vessel was entirely drained, leaving behind a singular, plump larva in each. The apothecary then scattered a handful of white crystalline substance, resembling salt, into the vessels. Qin Mu watched in astonishment as the once robust larvae swiftly diminished in size. Moments later, the apothecary retrieved the 4 diminutive creatures, each now no larger than a palm. He produced 4 white porcelain cups and, grasping one larva, applied pressure, causing it to emit a high-pitched squeal as a cupful of amber-hued, translucent plasma flowed forth. Following the same procedure, he extracted the fluid from the remaining 3 larvae, placing the 4 cups before Qin Mu, shaking his head as he remarked, "After all, they are not Ru spiritual beasts. The essence of spirit blood that can be extracted is quite limited. Mirror, within the human body lie 7 great treasures: the spirit embryo, the 5 luminaries, the 6 harmonies, the 7 stars, the celestial being, life and death, and the Devi, any bridge. These 7 treasures are innately sealed, akin to hoarded riches, and thus are referred to as the 7 divine vaults." The village chief's voice carried a note of authority, his face illuminated and shadowed by the flickering flames of the bonfire as he solemnly declared, "The 7 divine sanctuaries exist in a state of confinement, requiring warriors to unlock them themselves. The barriers that hinder a warrior's access to the divine sanctuaries are the walls, the spirit ember, Yo wall, the 5 luminaries wall, the 6 harmonies wall, the 7 stars wall, the celestial wall, the mortal wall, and the divine bridge wall. The process of breaking through these 7 walls is termed wall breaking." The one-armed Master Ma gently caressed Qin Mu's head, chuckling, "If the walls cannot be breached, one cannot cultivate. Some are favored by the heavens at birth. Their spirit embryo wall is already broken, granting them innate access to the spirit embryo divine sanctuary. This unique constitution is known as the spirit body, blessed by the heavens, making them promising candidates for cultivation. Individuals with the spirit body possess talents far surpassing those of ordinary people, allowing them to achieve results with half the effort. The spirit embryo embodies 4 attributes, resulting in 4 types of spirit bodies: the azure dragon spirit body, the white tiger spirit body, the vermilion bird spirit body, and the black tortoise spirit body. To determine if one possesses a spirit body, the blood of these 4 spirits is required. The apothecary remarked, "If you are of the azure dragon spirit body, consuming azure dragon blood will awaken the essence of the azure dragon." Master Ma is indeed an azure dragon spirit body. Master Ma unfastened his garments, standing bare-chested before Qin Mu, then turned his back and uttered a low growl. Qin Mu immediately beheld a surge of azure energy manifesting along Master Ma's spine, extending from the base of his tailbone to the nape of his neck. This azure energy gradually transformed into the form of an azure dragon, with scales and whiskers distinctly visible. One dragon claw extended towards Master Ma's single arm, while 2 more entwined around his legs. "This is the azure dragon spirit body," he explained. Master Ma then donned his clothing once more, stating, "Old Lady Si is of the white tiger spirit body." Madame Si cast him a glance and said, "I shall not disrobe for the likes of you old specters. Instead, I will manifest my spirit for Qin Mu to behold." Her body trembled slightly, and a distant roar of a tiger echoed, as a towering white tiger with piercing eyes began to materialize behind her. "All the villagers are spiritual entities that we once basked in glory, but now we are merely a collection of decrepit old men and women." Madame Si chuckled. "We, the remnants of our former selves, have little to offer you. These 4 cups of spirit blood are the essence to awaken your spiritual form. If you possess the white tiger spirit, consuming the white tiger blood will activate the white tigera. Since within your spirit embryo, similarly, the vermilion bird blood will enliven the vermilion bird essence if you are of that lineage, and the same applies to the black tortoise spirit. Drink up." The village chief, Madame Si, and the others turned their expectant gazes towards Qin Mu. His heart raced, although he had imbibed countless peculiar concoctions during his apprenticeship with the herbalist. None had been as strange as this. He lifted a white porcelain cup filled with the fiery vermilion bird blood and drank it down in one swift motion. A searing sensation coursed down his throat, spreading through his limbs and body, igniting within him a roaring inferno that felt as though it might boil his very blood. After a moment, the burning sensation subsided. Is he a vermilion bird spirit? The village chief inquired. The mute blacksmith shook his head. The village chief urged, Qin Mu, proceed. Qin Mu consumed the second white porcelain cup, which contained the essence of the white tiger's blood. As he swallowed, it felt akin to drinking a concoction of copper juice mixed with iron slagacrid and piercing, sending a wave of pain throughout his body. Soon, however, the discomfort subsided. It is not the white tiger's spiritual form, Elder Si murmured, shaking her head in disappointment. Qin Mu, the third cup, the village chief commanded solemnly. Qin Mu then drank the third cup, filled with the essence of the azure dragon's blood, extracted from the great green serpent. This elixir caused his muscles to swell and his blood to throb, leaving his internal organs in a state of distress, yet the swelling sensation faded swiftly. Master Ma displayed a look of dismay, shaking his head. He does not possess the azure dragon's spiritual form. Then it must be the black tortoise's spiritual form, the apothecary remarked, a rare smile twisting his features into a more menacing visage. Qin Mu consumed the final cup, containing the essence of the black tortoise's blood. This infusion made his body feel buoyant, as if he were submerged in river water, yet that sensation, too, vanished rapidly. He is not the black tortoise's spiritual form, the apothecary declared, shaking his head once more. The villagers gathered around the campfire fell into a hushed silence, and the butcher remarked, so, he is merely an ordinary person. Elder Si suddenly shed tears, her voice choked with emotion. We are all old and spent. If we perish, he will not survive. This place is fraught with danger he cannot endure even a single day. Qin Mu grasped her hand gently and whispered, Grandmother, do not weep. Both you and grandfather are good people and shall not meet your end. Good people? Haha. Master Ma chuckled self-deprecatingly and remarked, We, the inept, have been driven to this desolate wasteland, barely clinging to life until now. The wasteland is perilous without us. Mir would indeed struggle to survive. We ought to escort him out of this treacherous place where safety abounds. The butcher coldly interjected, If we send him away, our enemies will discover our whereabouts, and we shall all perish. He, too, will be dragged down by us and meet the same fate. The village fell into a profound silence once more. Suddenly, the village chief spoke up, Very well. Granny Si, puzzled, asked, What do you mean by very well? The village chief smiled. I believe his constitution is exceptional. He is a promising prospect. The butcher, the apothecary, and others were momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp his meaning. The chief continued, I suspect Mir possesses a unique constitution, one that embodies the strengths of the four primary taipisa dominant body. A dominant body? Granny Si and the others appeared bewildered. Although they were well-versed in various matters, they had never encountered the term dominant body. Indeed, a dominant body, affirmed the chief. Ordinary spirit blood is insufficient to awaken a dominant body. One must gather the true blood of the four great spirit beasts to manifest its potential. While the wasteland lacks these four great beasts, their descendants are not difficult to find. Continue capturing ferocious tigers and giant serpents, distill their spirit blood, and with ample consumption, we shall naturally awaken his dominant body. The chief commanded great respect, and the elderly villagers, missing limbs and all, felt a surge of happiness upon hearing this. Granny Si remarked, Tomorrow, I shall accompany the crippled to hunt tigers. Mir, you should retire early. We have spirit blood to drink come morning. The chief nodded. I spoke without careful thought. If I had not, the villagers would find it exceedingly difficult to survive. The apothecary paused momentarily. The villagers of Canlao Village each had their own stories, yet they were all compelled to enter the great desolation, clinging to life in a state of despair. They harbored grievances against heaven, earth, and fate, burdened by their resentments. The mere fact that they had survived to this day could indeed be attributed, in part, to Qin Mu. It was the arrival of this healthy young boy that dissipated the collective resentment within their hearts. The villagers nurtured Qin Mu as one of their own, treating him as their dearest kin. Qin Mu served as a fragile thread connecting the villagers' vulnerable spirits. Were the villagers to discover that Qin Mu possessed merely an ordinary physique, incapable of surviving alone in the desolation, it would likely incite chaos among them, leading to to unpredictable actions. The apothecary, maintaining an impassive demeanor, stated, "However, you cannot conceal this truth indefinitely. We will all age and perish, leaving only Qin Mu behind. Thus, do not reveal to him that he has never possessed the dominant body, never disclose it to him." The village chief intoned gravely. "Let him believe that he is the one and only dominant body." The apothecary was taken aback and scrutinized the chief's visage closely. In the dim light of the oil lamp, the chief's face radiated a unique charm as he smiled. "I wish to witness whether an ordinary person, under the influence of unparalleled conviction, can transcend the mundane and accomplish feats beyond even those of our spiritual entities. Who knows, perhaps in the future, he might truly carve out a path where the ordinary body becomes the dominant body." The apothecary was momentarily stunned. The ordinary body becomes the dominant body? The village chief nodded emphatically. As long as there is belief, the ordinary body becomes the dominant body. Chapter 3. Divine Powers. The apothecary harbored a notion, declaring, "Let him drink the spirit blood, abundantly and fervently. Each sip enhances his physique. And though it may not awaken the spiritual body, his physical prowess shall surely surpass any spirit. He could strike down a dragon with a single blow." The village chief chuckled. "It will surely terrify those scoundrels outside the great ruins." They exchanged knowing smiles, and the apothecary exited the room, closing the door behind him. On the following day, the villagers procured several iron-boned tigers, azure serpents, thunderbirds, and golden tortoises. The elderly were invigorated with purpose. Yet this fervor incited the apothecary's ire. If he drinks too much spirit blood at once, it could be fatal. A mute blacksmith, dragging 2 thunderbirds, grinned widely, toothlessly. "The lad can handle it." Elder Granny Si expressed unwavering confidence in Qin Mu. The apothecary shot them a stern glance, falling silent as he retrieved the insect eggs to continue his blood refinement, but trouble ensued once more. This batch of first spirit blood was excessive after consuming it. Qin Mu's body swelled as if inflated, causing the elders to grow increasingly anxious, fearing he might explode at any moment. The apothecary took several hollow silver needles, inserting them into Qin Mu's back and crown. They began to emit streams of red, blue, and violet vapor. After a brief interval, the needles ceased to release the gas, and the apothecary removed them, casting another admonishing glare at the elders. "We must proceed gradually, step by step. If you attempt to feed him into gluttony all at once, you will only succeed in causing his demise. Now he feels somewhat uneasy, and you all have your tasks at hand. Shortly, the butcher will practice his knife skills with him. Master Ma will teach him some boxing, and you, the limping one, will assist him with leg exercises to aid his digestion. Mu, come and practice with the knife." The butcher, balancing on his hands, surprisingly leapt onto a single wooden post. Lacking a lower body, he stood atop the post, his upper body nearly matching Qin Mu's height, gripping 2 large butcher knives. The butcher's weapons were unlike ordinary ones. Typical butcher knives measure less than a foot, with a rounded wooden handle and a curved blade, resembling a moon that has been partially sliced away. However, the knives in the butcher's hands, while similar in appearance, were significantly larger, each measuring 3 feet and 2 inches in length, with thick backs and thin, gleaming edges. When the 2 blades clashed together, they resembled 2 imposing arched doors. Strikingly formidable, Qin Mu wielded a similarly sized butcher knife, albeit a single one, which was quite heavy, weighing around 20 pounds. In ordinary circumstances, a young man could only lift 1 knife, but after consuming the essence of the 4 spirits, his strength had increased tremendously, allowing him to wield the knife single-handedly without feeling its weight. "Grandpa Butcher, be careful," Qin Mu called out as he charged toward the butcher perched on the wooden post, knife in hand. The butcher laughed heartily, his half-body still exuding a grandiose spirit. In the midst of the night, the city is besieged by wind and rain. Qin Mu's knife danced in the air as he moved, the blade slicing through with increasing speed, the sound of wind howling as it melded into a singular force. "Too slow, too slow. You are far too slow," the butcher shouted, his dual knives whirling like a torrential downpour, the clashing sounds echoing like raindrops striking pear blossoms. "Hurry. Faster. Your butcher knife can move even swifter." The technique of night battle in the city, akin to a swift downpour, demands unparalleled speed. The butcher's knife must slice through the night like the tempestuous winds, sweeping across the entire city. "Increase your pace." The blade's gleam quickens, resembling 3 silver dragons weaving around a solitary post, darting with an elegance that stirs the air. The sound of the wind crescendos, intertwined with the hissing of the blade's energy as deep gashes suddenly mar the ground below. Those are the marks of the knife. Excellent. It is precisely this speed that is required. The swifter your blade, the more potent its aura. Yet, you must strive for greater swiftness. To ignite your intention like a blazing inferno, burning fiercely, and then burning anew. The butcher, wild with fervor, dances with his knives, leaving Qin Mu in a daze, urging, "Ignite! Ignite! Let your blade burn, let your spirit blaze." After the conflagration comes the manifestation of divine prowess. With a swift stroke, his blade cuts through the air, igniting with friction, as the twin knives transform into fiery dragons, soaring and swirling with increasing ferocity. The fire dragons charge directly at Qin Mu, leaving him defenseless. Suddenly, they ascend skyward, tearing through the oppressive darkness above the village, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Qin Mu stood momentarily stunned, for the butcher's knife was indeed terrifying. The encroaching darkness above the village surged forth, consuming the fire dragons along with their luminous trails. This darkness seemed almost sentient, vexed by the butcher's defiance, pressing down upon the village with an overwhelming force, as if intent on swallowing it whole. However, the statues at the corners of the village suddenly radiated a brighter light, pushing back the encroaching shadows. Good heavens! Grandfather Butcher has gone mad again. Yet, the swiftness of his knife is astonishing, transforming his technique into a divine art. When shall I attain such speed? Qin Mu gazed with admiration at the frenzied butcher, setting aside his cleaver in search of the one-armed master Ma. The butcher's blade is intended to carve flames, a manifestation of divine prowess, whereas my fist seeks to unleash the thunderous resonance, a true exhibition of mastery. With a solemn expression, Master Ma clenched his fist, the bones crackling with a symphony of explosive sounds, and calmly stated, "Mu-er. When can you grasp the lightning in your hand, then shall your fist be deemed a modest achievement. The butcher's knife may be swift, yet my fist transcends the limitations of sound and shatters the confines of air, erupting with unparalleled might. A single hand can indeed practice the art of boxing. One hand is as potent as 1,000, capable of summoning the thunderous roar." Suddenly, a resounding clap of thunder echoed, the result of Master Ma's unleashed punch, reverberating like the crack of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. A succession of thunderous sounds followed, as Qin Mu found it nearly impossible to perceive the speed of Master Ma's strikes. The afterimages of his fist made it appear as though the one-armed master had sprouted countless arms. The pace of Master Ma's fists intensified, and those myriad arms seemed to wield the very essence of lightning, sizzling with electric sparks. Each strike resonated with the thunderous roar and crackling brilliance. This was the 1,000-armed Buddha from the 8 forms of thunder sound. As long as your fist surpasses the speed of sound, you can wield the thunder. Each punch and palm can obliterate the opponent's spirit and body, condemning them to eternal suffering, never to be reborn. Master Ma withdrew his fist and intoned gravely. "Use the 8 forms of thunder sound I have taught you to strike against me. Unleash the thunderous sound, grasp the lightning, and command the tempest." Qin Mu steadied his mind. The skills imparted to him by Master Ma and Master Tu today were markedly different from those of the past. Previously, they had solely focused on teaching him the art of swordplay and the techniques of boxing, yet this time, they introduced him to a rather unfamiliar term, divine abilities. It was the first time he had encountered this word. Qin Mu unleashed the thunderclap 8 forms, launching an attack toward Master Ma. Despite being one-armed, Master Ma effortlessly deflected every strike with casual ease. In contrast to the butcher, who, though seemingly deranged, always exercised restraint during their duels and never inflicted harm upon him. Master Ma displayed no such mercy. Any flaw in Qin Mu's technique was met with a swift punch, though not particularly forceful. It soon left Qin Mu with a bruised visage. It was only when Qin Mu could no longer continue that Master Ma allowed him to rest. The leg represents the wind, the earth, and the very essence of strength. The cripple, leaning on his cane, possessed but a single leg. Yet he was the one teaching Qin Mu the art of legwork. In the past, Qin Mu had deemed the village's most unassuming figure to be the limping elder, whose gentle smile exuded an aura of reliability. However, ever since that day by the river when the limping man, with a benign smile, dispatched the woman emerging from the cowhide, Qin Mu found himself less certain of that perception. The smile of the cripple concealed a blade. No one could discern the authenticity of his mirth. With a smile, he addressed Qin Mu. "My boy, the butcher boasts of his knife, Master Ma praises his fists. Yet the true divine ability lies within the legs. If one cannot cleave the opponent nor best them in combat, what then? Naturally, one must flee. After all, life is paramount. Existence encompasses not only poetry and distant horizons, but also the harsh realities we face. Thus, to live is to triumph. As long as you run swiftly enough, you can dash against walls, skim across water, and even soar through the skies. When you achieve a speed so great that the sound lags behind you, you have begun to master the art of leg techniques. Young shepherd, come. Ascend to the iron beam. Chapter 4. The Celestial Transformation Technique. If old cripple's leg prowess is so extraordinary that he can race through the heavens, who then severed his legs? If old horse's fists are so formidable, who shattered his right arm? And who could withstand the butcher's blade, cleaving him in two? Qin Mu. Witnessing the true abilities of the butcher, old horse, and old cripple, felt a mixture of admiration and confusion. After completing his training in leg techniques under old cripple, he finally digested the power of the four spirits' blood, enhancing his physique. However, this endeavor left him utterly exhausted, yearning to collapse and drift into slumber. Yet, this was merely the onset of his tribulations. Almost daily, the village's elders would capture ferocious beasts to refine their blood into the essence of the four spirits, forcing it upon him. Following this, he endured relentless training until he was utterly spent. In addition to old cripple's leg techniques, old horse's punches, and the butcher's blade, he also needed to learn blacksmithing from the mute, painting and calligraphy from the deaf, and to discern the wind's whispers from the blind, engaging in stick fighting while blindfolded. When exhaustion became unbearable, he would be summoned by the village chief, who taught him the art of breathing and energy cultivation, a powerful method known as the 3 Dan techniques of dominance, renowned for its efficacy. Although Qin Mu was unaware of the true prowess of the so-called body San Dan Xiangong, he felt a swift alleviation of fatigue as he synchronized his breathing with the village elder. In no time, he was revitalized, leading him to regard this technique as quite extraordinary. Elder, what you taught him appears to be merely the most ordinary guiding technique, correct? The pharmacist's eyes glimmered, and only after Qin Mu had distanced himself did he speak in hushed tones. Indeed, it is the guiding technique, the elder affirmed. Each of the 4 spirit bodies possesses its own unique cultivation method. The Azure Dragon spirit body cultivates Azure Dragon Qi, the White Tiger spirit body cultivates White Tiger Qi, the Vermilion Bird spirit body cultivates Vermilion Bird Qi, and the Black Tortoise spirit body cultivates Black Tortoise Qi. However, Mu lacks any of these 4 elemental energies within him, rendering him incapable of practicing the techniques of the 4 spirit bodies. He cannot cultivate our methods, thus I can only impart to him the simplest technique, the guiding method, which can be practiced by ordinary individuals and possesses no elemental attribute. The pharmacist expressed his confusion, yet the guiding technique is far too simplistic and common. Mastering it would merely render one a warrior, with little notable achievement. The elder's expression turned peculiar. I once shared your sentiment, but I have come to realize that we may have underestimated the most rudimentary guiding technique. Mu has practiced it under my tutelage since childhood, and now his vital energy is remarkably robust. However, this energy lacks an attribute and cannot unleash its potential. The pharmacist's expression shifted subtly. How potent is it? If his vital energy possessed your Azure Dragon energy attribute, he would now wield a power equivalent to 50% of your spiritual fetus's divine reservoir. The apothecary was taken aback, exclaiming, I have shattered the barrier of the celestial being and unlocked the divine treasury of the celestial realm. Over the years, I have developed the spiritual embryos, the 5 luminaries, and the 6 harmonies to their utmost potential. With my cultivation of the spiritual embryo at 50%, I have already reached the pinnacle of martial prowess. Without even activating the spiritual embryo, I have attained the peak of a martial artist. If I were to awaken the spiritual embryo, wouldn't my cultivation be several times that of the 4 great spiritual bodies? Is this truly the guiding technique? The village chief was equally perplexed, responding, this commonly seen guiding technique is indeed somewhat mysterious. Although it appears simple, its foundation is exceedingly solid, so solid that it is beyond imagination. In truth, Mu has been cultivating for 8 years. 8 years is no short span. The initial progress of the guiding technique was slow, yet recently I have observed Mu's cultivation advancing at an astonishing rate, particularly since consuming the 4 spirit blood over these past few days. If it weren't for the prevalence of the guiding technique, I would almost believe this to be an extraordinary skill. The two exchanged strange glances. The apothecary exhaled a deep breath, shaking his head. No matter how profound the cultivation, it is ultimately useless, as it lacks any elemental attributes and cannot unleash any power. What do you think he could possibly achieve with the guiding technique? The village chief's expression grew increasingly peculiar. I cannot say. The apothecary nodded, comprehending his intent. The guiding technique is the most rudimentary form of martial art, often utilized to lay the foundation for children in their early years. By the age of 10 or so, a child's innate potential is already established, capable of withstanding the surge of spiritual blood. Once the type of spiritual body is identified, the necessity for further cultivation of the guiding technique becomes obsolete. After breaking through, superior techniques emerge, rendering the arduous practice of guiding techniques unnecessary. Even if an ordinary person were to diligently cultivate guiding techniques, they could never consume spiritual blood daily, as Qin Mu does. This privilege is reserved for those belonging to prominent families, who would not squander abundant resources on disciples of mediocre talent. No noble family would capture the four spirit beasts repeatedly to provide extraordinary nourishment to an ordinary individual like Qin Mu, as the villagers of Canlao Village do. The village chief has never heard of anyone mastering guiding techniques to their zenith, nor has he encountered anyone who has reached Qin Mu's current level of proficiency. Thus, the extent of Qin Mu's future cultivation remains uncertain. What astonished the village chief and the apothecary was the deepening of Qin Mu's cultivation in the times to come. The most rudimentary guiding technique revealed extraordinary potential within him, solidifying his foundation immensely. A month later, he could endure several times the amount of force spirit blood compared to before, and his vital energy felt as profound as if he had awakened a spiritual womb, even more robust. However, while his vital energy was substantial, it possessed no particular attributes, rendering him unable to unleash any formidable power and thus concealing his true cultivation level. Yet, this bore advantages. His resilience to impacts was remarkable, and his recovery speed was astonishingly rapid. After sparring with the butcher, he immediately trained with mastermind boxing, then engaged in stick combat with a blind man, learned leg techniques from a cripple, and wielded a hefty hammer at the blacksmith's forge. Despite the intensity of his training, he merely took a moment to breathe and practice the so-called dominant body 3-dan technique, only to emerge revitalized and brimming with vigor shortly thereafter. The effects of the Ba Ti San Dan Gong astonished the village chief, prompting the herbalist to discreetly examine his body to ensure that his exuberance did not pose any health risks. After the examination, the herbalist, with a peculiar expression, remarked that it was not exuberance nor any potential danger, but rather the sheer strength of his vital energy that was beginning to enhance his physical constitution. The village chief, equally bewildered, despite his extensive experience and knowledge, had never encountered a situation like Qin Mu's. He had remarkably elevated the most ordinary guiding technique to such an extraordinary level, surpassing common perceptions of such practices. Today, Qin Mu would not be practicing martial arts, but rather learning to sew garments alongside Grandma Si. The hunchbacked elder called for Qin Mu, holding a small basket filled with needles and threads, tiptoeing as she made her way outside. Qin Mu hurried to keep pace, taking the basket from Grandma Si's hands, puzzled as he inquired, "Grandma, shouldn't we be making clothes in the village? Why are we venturing beyond it?" "We are going outside the village to learn the craft of true garment making," Grandma Si replied with a chuckle. "In recent days, Old Ma and the lame fellow have taught you many genuine skills, and I cannot be stingy. Today I will teach you something truly essential for a seamstress." "Something essential for a seamstress? Isn't that still about making clothes?" Qin Mu wondered, following Grandma Si as they left the village, walking downstream along the riverbank. Despite her hunchback, Grandma Si moved with surprising speed, compelling Qin Mu to employ all the leg techniques taught by the lame man to keep up with her. After traversing several miles, they arrived at the foothills, where a group of elk grazed and frolicked among the trees, approximately 200 paces away from them. Elder Si plucked a delicate embroidery needle from the tangled threads in her basket, flicking it with her fingers, causing the silver needle to flash and vanish in an instant. Subsequently, Qin Mu witnessed a deer, 200 paces away, collapse to the ground. The other deer, startled, scattered in fright. Elder Si tiptoed forward, with Qin Mu following closely behind. Although the deer lay on the ground, it remained alive, ensnared by Elder Si's silver needle piercing its brow, rendering it immobile. "Young one, observe closely," she instructed. "This needle binds its celestial soul." Elder Si directed Qin Mu to note the position of the silver needle on the deer's brow, before retrieving another embroidery needle to pierce the base of the deer's tail. This needle secures its terrestrial soul. Next, she took yet another needle and thrust it into the deer's brow, declaring, "This needle anchors its vital soul." With the 3 souls restrained, there remained the 7 spirits. The first spirit, known as the corpse dog, resides at the crown of the head. She then retrieved a silver needle and pierced the deer's navel, saying, "The second spirit is called the hidden arrow, which dwells at the brow. Take heed, for the hidden arrow is easily confused with the celestial soul. Although these two needles are positioned identically, one penetrates deeper than the other. Do not err in your understanding. The third spirit, the sparrowine spirit, resides at the Adam's apple. Feel your own Adam's apple. There is a triangular notch. This is where the sparrowine spirit lies hidden, and this needle shall secure it. The fourth spirit, the thief swallower, is situated in the heart's cavity, where the heart's essence converges. The fifth spirit, the non-toxic spirit, is found at the navel. Be cautious not to confuse the vital soul with the non-toxic spirit. The sixth spirit, the purification spirit, resides in the perineum, the expulsion site of impurities. The seventh spirit, the stinking lung spirit, dwells in the lung chamber, the realm of inhalation and exhalation. The old woman, known as Granny Si, anchored the essence of the elk, stating, "This is the most crucial step before crafting garments, the binding of the spirit, securing its 3 souls and 7 spirits. Young shepherd, do you comprehend this? If you do, we may commence our work." Although Qin Mu did not grasp the connection between this and garment making, he diligently noted the position she indicated, replying, "I have taken note." Granny Si retrieved a pair of scissors from her basket and deftly cut along the elk's lips. In a short while, she peeled off the entire hide. Strangely, despite the skin being removed, not a single drop of blood flowed. "I have just bound its soul, locking within this hide its blood, essence, spirit, and soul. The elk is deceased, yet its hide remains animated. However, to truly forge the garment, certain techniques are still required. Pay close attention and memorize the positions my fingers indicate." Granny Si tossed the elk hide into the air, and as it descended, the hunchbacked woman moved swiftly, her fingers acting as needles, continuously tapping the hide. Qin Mu focused intently, witnessing Granny Si strike 316 points on the hide before it even touched the ground, each position distinct, each infused with vital energy. When the hide finally landed, it astonishingly resembled a living elk, standing there, shaking its head and swaying its tail, utterly indistinguishable from a mere pelt. Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback when Granny Si suddenly chuckled mischievously. She unfurled the hide and enveloped Qin Mu within it, exclaiming, "This is the garment we, as tailors, ought to create." Qin Mu felt the hide tighten around him, as if it were merging with his very being, constraining him to the point where he instinctively lowered his hands to the ground. He suddenly felt as though he had transformed into a deer. Even sensing the presence of a short, diminutive tail, Granny Si retrieved a bright mirror from her basket and held it before him. As Qin Mu gazed into the mirror, he was astonished to see that he had indeed become a deer. He attempted to speak, but only a series of bleats escaped his lips. Chapter 5, The 5 Elders of the Lijiang River. This unexpected sound resonated with great force. Although it emanated from a distance, it seemed to reverberate right beside them, causing Qin Mu's ears, now deer-like, to buzz with intensity. Following the sound, he noticed several figures standing atop a distant cliff, a considerable distance of 6 or 7 miles from the mountain's base to the precipice. Qin Mu could barely discern their faces, yet the clarity and reach of their voices suggested they were far from ordinary beings. Granny Si, with her basket in tow, chuckled, "Celestial demon? What celestial demon? I am merely an ordinary person by the river, and this little deer is just a common creature, raised by me. Mu or run." Upon hearing Granny Si's voice, Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback, wishing to respond but unable to utter a sound. He was reluctant to flee, fearful for Granny Si's safety. An ordinary person by the river? With such a powerful voice that could reach our ears so clearly, an ordinary old woman could not accomplish such a feat. From the cliff, an elder voice, resonant yet mocking, proclaimed, "Moreover, the celestial demon transformation technique is unmistakably recognized by the 5 elders of Lijiang. Skinning and crafting garments. With such diabolical methods laid bare before our eyes, do you still wish to feign innocence?" An elder on the cliff spoke solemnly. "The heavenly demon transformation technique turns people into cattle and sheep, only to be taken to the market for slaughter and sale. Surely, you have not refrained from such deeds. Many of our esteemed predecessors have been transformed into cattle and sheep by you fiends, condemned to a lifetime of tilling the land and grazing. Your tricks shall not deceive us." Another elder, his voice imbued with compassion, added, "A deer is also a life. Yet you have extracted its skin and soul, fashioning them into an abomination. If we do not put an end to you, how many more lives will be sacrificed at your hands? If not you, then whom shall we slay?" Qin Mu, no longer hesitating, swiftly turned and fled. Though he had been transformed into a deer, He initially feared he would struggle to move. However, upon taking flight, he realized his apprehensions were unfounded. He experienced no discomfort in his new form and, instead, ran with remarkable speed, as if he were born to be a deer. Does that little demon still wish to escape? If you were to elude us, it would spell disaster for all. The 5 of the Li River. You are here to hone your skills. That deer is your target. Bring me its head. Yes, they replied in unison, their voices a harmonious blend of male and female. Shadows flitted across the cliff as several figures leapt down, racing down the precipice with a speed surpassing that of galloping horses. Upon reaching the base, they found a deep pool formed by the cascading mountain streams. Remarkably, the 5 of them traversed the water, their feet gliding across the surface as they charged toward the transformed Qin Mu, now a elk. Granny Si felt a weight in her heart. Spiritual bodies. Their mastery of spiritual wombs and divine concealment is formidable. Mu'er cannot match their speed and will surely be caught. As she was about to intervene, 4 figures descended from the cliff, landing swiftly beside her, while another stood proudly atop the precipice, choosing not to approach. The 5 elders of the Lijiang River were renowned figures of the southern region. What business had brought them to this desolate place? Granny Si's eyes darted around as she noticed the 4 elders encircling her, chuckling ominously. This desolate place is exceedingly perilous. Are you not afraid of losing your lives here? One of the elders, a man with a black beard, replied coldly, It is said that this wasteland harbors filth, a refuge for all manner of vile creatures unable to survive elsewhere. Thus, we, the 5 elders, have come with our disciples to exorcise the demons. Who is the demon and who is the monster, who shall subdue whom, remains to be seen, Granny Si retorted, her hand cautiously gripping a pair of scissors from her basket, her old eyes clouded yet glinting with mischief. It has been a long time since I last stretched my limbs, but fortunately, my skills have not entirely waned. Do you 5 old ghosts wish to become garments in my hands? Vile creature, do you dare to be arrogant in our presence? Do you even merit such arrogance? The 4 elders of the Lijiang River shouted in unison, their figures shifting as they lunged towards Granny Si. At that moment, Qin Mu, who was racing towards the Canlao Village, heard the thunderous rumblings from behind, accompanied by flashes of brilliant lightning illuminating the mountains and fields, far brighter than the sun itself. A wave of dread washed over him. Would Granny be in danger? Just then, he heard the sound of splashing water, and saw 2 young figures racing across the surface of the water. A man and a woman tread upon the river's surface, astonishingly defying the depths beneath. Their movements so swift that they seemed to outpace even their own running speed. The water barely had time to envelop their feet before they vanished into the distance. These 2 had mastered the art of walking upon the waves, a feat that the old cripple had described, one that I have yet to achieve. Their prowess far surpasses mine. As they glided across the river's heart, they swiftly overtook Qin Mu, advancing from the river's surface towards the bank, evidently intent on intercepting him ahead. Even so, they would soon surpass him and race ahead. Gritting his teeth, Qin Mu veered away from the riverbank, darting diagonally into the woods. Continuing along the river's edge would surely lead to his entrapment. The 2 in the river moved with astonishing speed, while those within the woods, though slightly slower, presented his sole avenue of escape. Little demon, you and that fiend are bound to face retribution for your vile deeds. Just as Qin Mu plunged into the thicket, one of the men pursuing him suddenly surged forward, outpacing his companion, yet he was still a moment too late. As the elk transformed by Qin Mu dashed past, no need to fret, he cannot evade capture. Ahead, the man and woman maintained their calm demeanor. The woman let out a light laugh, her garments billowing as she accelerated, leaping nimbly among the treetops in pursuit of the elk. Meanwhile, the other man remained unhurried, directing the 3 others to encircle and hasten towards Qin Mu. Despite Qin Mu's frantic flight, he found himself unable to shake off the 5 pursuers, who relentlessly drove him further away from the village of the elderly, plunging deeper into the vast expanse. He had lived in the village of the aged for 11 years, venturing no farther than a mere 10 miles from its boundaries. Yet now, he found himself traversing a landscape that had grown increasingly foreign and desolate, the paths fading into oblivion. Suddenly, Qin Mu beheld a valley ahead, awash with peach blossoms, where a herd of deer roamed amidst the blooms. He rushed forward, blending into the throng of deer. A fragrant breeze swept past, revealing a woman whose garments fluttered elegantly as she descended, casting her gaze upon the deer herd. A frown gracing her brow. "Senior sister, where is that little demon?" inquired a youth, seemingly of similar age to Qin Mu, as shadows descended around them. The woman gestured with her chin, stating, "He has mingled with the deer." "Slay them all," commanded she. Several youths dashed into the herd, drawing forth their blades to mercilessly strike down the deer. Though the deer moved with remarkable speed, they were no match for these seasoned spiritual beings. These 5 youths, all spiritual entities and adept warriors, possessed considerable strength. Even as the deer scattered in panic, they could not evade the onslaught, and soon, one after another, the deer fell victim to their blades. "Did you not claim that deer are also life forms?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from the chaotic herd. "The old woman merely killed one deer, yet you slaughter an entire herd. Why then, do you still label us as demons?" There. The woman's eyes sparkled with resolve as she concentrated her energy, channeling it into her sword, the essence of the white tiger infusing the blade with radiant golden energy. The sword slipped from her grasp, soaring towards the fleeing deer, aiming directly for Qin Mu. He veered sharply, yet astonishingly, the sword altered its trajectory, continuing its pursuit of him. What kind of martial skill is this? Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be a divine ability? It did not seem so. Grandpa too had mentioned that divine abilities are the pinnacle of martial arts cultivation. Yet this woman's martial prowess was far inferior to that of Grandpa too and his peers. The sword approached from behind, and Qin Mu, transformed into a deer, barely managed to evade by turning sharply towards the ground. In that fleeting moment of escape, he caught a glimpse of the sword's hilt, which was connected by a slender thread, one end attached to the sword, while the other end rested in the woman's grasp. This fine thread was almost imperceptible. Chapter 6. Little one. Perish, could she be manipulating the sword with this delicate thread? Yet, how could such a thin line enable her to direct the sword's trajectory? Qin Mu had no time to contemplate the intricacies as he swiftly fled. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, the sword whizzed past him, embedding itself deep within a large tree. The sword seemed almost alive, quivering twice within the trunk, unable to extricate itself. The woman floated gracefully towards it, her slender hand grasping the hilt. And with a touch of frustration, she remarked, "My white tiger true essence is still insufficient. I cannot wield it as an extension of my own body, junior sister Qing. Your ability to transform your true essence into fine threads to control the sword in battle is already remarkable," the young man walking beside her said gently with a smile. "What you lack is not cultivation, but rather experience. This time, Master has brought us to the great market for training, allowing us to address this shortcoming. In the past, we have focused solely on our own cultivation, lacking real combat experience. But now this little demon spawn presents us with the perfect opportunity for practical application. You will soon master the art of wielding the sword with your spirit energy." 3 other young men hastened to the scene, one of whom chuckled. "This little imp has transformed into a deer, and deer are inherently agile, allowing it to evade Sister Qing's sword." Sister Qing, invigorated by the remark, continued to wield her sword towards Qin Mu, playfully exclaiming, "Brother Chu, do hold your hand. Allow this little imp to serve as a practice target for my junior sister." Brother Chu, the young man who had accompanied her across the waves, nodded and responded with a smile. "Fellow disciples, shall we take a moment to admire Sister Qing's swordsmanship?" As Qin Mu exerted all his strength to evade the oncoming sword lights behind him, confusion enveloped his mind. Controlling a sword with one's qi? Could it be that the thread in that lady's hand is not a true thread, but rather her vital energy? Is it possible for vital energy to reach such heights? Manipulating a treasured sword? Could I achieve such a feat? He had learned the art of the butcher's knife from a butcher, who had only instructed him in the handling of the blade with both hands, never imparting the knowledge of controlling it with vital energy, leaving him entirely ignorant in that regard. Witnessing Sister Qing wielding her sword with qi, Qin Mu felt a stirring within. If one could command a sword with qi, could there be other objects one could manipulate with vital energy? However, Sister Qing's relentless pursuit with her sword left him no time to ponder. Moreover, he was currently transformed into a moose by Granny C, rendering him clumsy, and his internal vital energy lay in a state of dormancy, far less lively than usual. With a swift flash of sword light, an attack surged from behind, gliding across Qin Mu's back. He felt a sudden chill, followed by a searing pain, realizing he had been struck by Sister Qing's blade. Alas, though the elk is swift, it is inherently less agile than a true body. Transformed into a deer by my grandmother and now injured, I fear I am doomed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt his mouth split open. This was not a genuine tearing, but rather the deer skin around his mouth had detached from him. Qin Mu immediately recalled the moment when his grandmother urged him to flee, discreetly extracting a needle from his brow. This needle was the very one that bound his celestial soul. Soon, his head separated from the deer skin. Behind him, The sound of sword energy slicing through the air echoed ominously as it descended upon him. Qin Mu pushed himself forward with all his might, bursting forth from the deerskin, tumbling and rolling a considerable distance before springing up and dashing away. Behind him, the deerskin was shattered into fragments by Sister Qing's sword, wielded with such mastery that it danced like petals in the wind, swift and electric, indicating her remarkable advancement in swordplay during the chase. Although Qin Mu had freed himself from the deerskin, he had nonetheless been delayed for a moment. Suddenly, a youth descended from the treetops, gracefully treading upon the leaves, blocking his path just a few paces ahead. The distance of merely 2 or 3 zhang vanished in an instant, and in the next moment, they would be face to face. With no time to alter his course and his mind devoid of other thoughts, his body instinctively executed the leg techniques taught to him by the lame master, his feet moving as if caught in a whirlwind. Azure Dragon Arm. The young man was a few years older than Qin Mu, wearing a derisive smile. With his hands raised in defense, his arms emitted a greenish glow, and dragon-scaled claws emerged from his skin. As Qin Mu's legs collided with his arms, the sound of steel striking steel resonated twice. The smile on the young man's face had not yet faded when he let out a muffled groan. Losing his balance and forced to retreat, his sleeves burst open, fluttering like paper butterflies, debris swirling around him, revealing that his arms were intricately adorned with tattoos of dragon claws entwined around them. However, as he directly received the impact from Qin Mu's legs, his arms instantly turned red and swollen. Do you conceal iron ingots within your legs? The young man, trembling with pain, was both astonished and enraged, his gaze fixating on Qin Mu's feet. Are your shoes made of iron as well? Qin Mu pushed himself off the ground and dashed away. Yet, the young man's words served as a reminder that indeed, he had iron ingots strapped to his legs. The limping instructor had taught him the art of leg technique, insisting that he must keep the iron ingots bound to his legs at all times, whether standing, lying down, or walking. Over the days, as the instructor observed Qin Mu's growing strength and fortitude, the weight of the iron ingots increased accordingly. Furthermore, the instructor had the mute blacksmith forge a pair of iron shoes for Qin Mu, augmenting the burden. Each thick-soled iron shoe weighed 10 pounds, and the single-leg iron ingots weighed 20 pounds, resulting in Qin Mu carrying a staggering total of 50 pounds on his legs. The crippled mentor insisted that he must train until he could no longer perceive the weight of the iron shoes and ingots before he could remove them. Over the past few days, Qin Mu had grown accustomed to the burden of the iron shoes and ingots. Just moments ago, he had sprinted without a thought to the fact that he was running under the weight. He knew that stopping to remove his shoes and unbind himself would undoubtedly lead to being caught. He simply could not afford to pause. As he sprinted, he suddenly exerted force with his right foot, executing a technique known as shattering the Mount Sumeru. The thick soles of the iron shoes were crushed like mud, shattering into fragments that scattered in all directions. At the same time, the muscles in his calves tensed, bulging and expanding, causing the iron ingots to burst apart like arrows piercing the surrounding trees. With his other foot, he leapt forward, breaking the iron shoes and shattering the ingots once more. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his body as he sprang to the treetops, startling himself. Barefoot, he balanced on the tips of the trees while his body began to descend. Below him, flashes of sword light surged upward, revealing dozens of sharp sword points. At that moment, Qin Mu recalled the crippled mentor's words. Do not ponder whether the ground beneath your feet can support your weight, as long as you run swiftly enough. Water becomes solid ground, grass becomes solid ground, and air becomes solid ground. Everywhere is a smooth path. With a swift push-off from his toes, he launched into a frenzied run, the sword lights soaring behind him, shattering the very tree he had just occupied. 2 young men leapt to the treetops, gazing in astonishment at Qin Mu, who dashed across the treetops with the ferocity of a tempest, his speed leaving them utterly speechless. This fellow is even younger than us, yet his speed is astonishing. His cultivation seems to surpass ours by a considerable margin. Just as the 2 youths contemplated this, they witnessed senior brother Chu darting swiftly, pursuing Qin Mu with a velocity that eclipsed even his own. Senior brother Chu, a martial artist at the pinnacle of the spirit embryo stage, was indeed far more powerful than the both of them. They marveled, with senior brother Chu personally intervening. That little demon spawn is surely doomed. At that moment, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed over the forest as a paw the size of a mat swung towards senior brother Chu. The force of the strike sent him spinning like a top through the air, crashing violently to the ground, tumbling and rolling until he finally came to a halt. As he sat up, he spat out a mouthful of blood and warned in a grave tone, "Do not approach. That is the territory of the demon ape. A fearsome one resides there." The other four halted immediately, their gaze drawn to the shadow within the woods, which revealed a terrifyingly large black gorilla. Its crimson eyes blazing and fangs bared, pounding its chest and roaring like a war drum. "You little ones, die." At that very moment, the previously dashing Qin Mu was also struck down by the demon ape's paw, landing motionless beside the creature's massive foot, uncertain of his fate. Senior Sister Qing murmured, "If even Senior Brother Chu has been gravely injured by that demon ape's strike, then surely that little demon spawn must be dead as well." As her words hung in the air, Qin Mu, lying beside the demon ape, stealthily opened his eyes, casting a furtive glance at the creature. Sister Qing was taken aback. Was this fellow not dead? The pitch-black demon ape let out a series of roars, and upon noticing that everyone hesitated to approach, it relented, lowering its head to inspect Qin Mu. With a couple of fingers, it flipped him over. "Little one dead?" Qin Mu's eyes were wide open. Blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his tongue lolling out, he appeared beyond the point of death. The demon ape grunted twice, discarding Qin Mu's lifeless form to the side, and settled down to leisurely munch on the leaves of a tree it had uprooted. Surprisingly, this ferocious demon ape was a herbivore. Meanwhile, Qin Mu continued to bleed profusely, his eyes bulging, subtly shifting his shoulders in an attempt to escape. The demon ape poked at the corpse, finding it icy and stiff, and seemed quite pleased. "Little one. Dead." Thus, it paid no further attention and turned back to its leafy meal. In the distance, Sister Qing could not help but exclaim, "Big guy. Isn't it strange that the little one's body has become so rigid so quickly?" The demon ape appeared to comprehend her words, tapping its forehead before turning around, only to witness the little one's body standing upright, then sprinting away at full speed. Chapter 7. The spirit fetus wall. Enraged, the demon ape leaped into action, pursuing Qin Mu. After a few strides, its weight hindered its speed, and in a fit of fury, the demon ape uprooted several large trees, sweeping its hand along the trunks, stripping them bare of branches and leaves, transforming them into a colossal spear, which it then hurled with great force. The diminutive creature fell with a resounding thud. The force of the blow was tremendous, the ferocity undeniable, and the speed astonishing. Yet, its aim was somewhat lacking. Soaring past Qin Mu from a distance of over 10 yards, the enraged demon ape, seething with fury, uprooted a large tree, intent on launching another assault, but alas, Qin Mu had already fled far away, leaving it to pound its chest in frustration. Brother Chu whispered, "That little demon's cultivation is far inferior to ours. His injuries must be more severe than mine, and he cannot escape for long." He forced himself to rise. Yet a muffled groan escaped his lips as pain radiated from his chest. He feared that several of his ribs might have been shattered by the demon ape's strike. Nevertheless, if someone as diminutive as Qin Mu could endure the brute's onslaught, he too could persevere. What he did not anticipate was that Qin Mu's cultivation was not weak. In fact, it was quite formidable. The only hindrance was that his vitality lacked a particular attribute, rendering its potency dormant. In terms of cultivation, despite his youth, Qin Mu was not inferior to any of them, including Brother Chu. The 5 circled around the demon ape's territory, soon picking up Qin Mu's trail. Indeed, as Brother Chu had surmised, Qin Mu was grievously injured by the ape, and after escaping its domain, he was compelled to slow his pace, granting them the opportunity to catch up. However, as they pressed on, they observed that Qin Mu's speed was steadily increasing, suggesting that his wounds were healing rapidly. This little demon must possess some miraculous healing elixir. A sense of gravity descended upon the 5, as Brother Chu had already consumed his sect's medicinal remedy. Yet its efficacy paled in comparison to that of Qin Mu's. The noticeable improvement in Qin Mu's speed indicated that his injuries were mending at a remarkable rate. The medicinal remedy sparked a surge of envy and eagerness among the 5 individuals. The healing elixirs from their sect were rather mediocre. If they could procure the formula for this superior remedy from the little demon child, their master would undoubtedly be elated and bestow upon them substantial rewards. However, at that moment, Qin Mu did not consume the healing potion as they had anticipated. Instead, he ran while practicing the so-called 3-dan techniques of the tyrant body, a practice imparted by the village chief, which, in essence, was merely a basic method of guiding one's breath, something he was unaware of. During his frantic escape, as he activated the tyrant body 3-dan techniques, Qin Mu made a remarkable discovery. His vital energy became increasingly vibrant during his run, and its circulation accelerated. Yet, this contradicted the village chief's teachings, which emphasized sitting in stillness, regulating one's breath, gradually inhaling and exhaling, nurturing the vital energy, and channeling it to nourish the body. For over a decade, Qin Mu had adhered to the village chief's method of cultivating the tyrant body 3-dan techniques, only to realize now that practicing it while running might yield even greater results. As he sprinted at full speed, the technique's operational pace quickened, enhancing the nourishment of his vital energy and significantly accelerating the revitalization of his body. Furthermore, waves of vital energy surged through his internal organs, cleansing his limbs and bones, even washing through the fascia between his muscles and bones time and time again. Though he had sustained injuries to his abdomen and skeletal structure from the demon ape strikes, the relentless flow of vital energy was steadily mending the fractures. While his fellow disciples believed he relied on the superior remedy, they were oblivious to the fact that his recovery stemmed from the seemingly unreliable tyrant body 3-dan techniques. Gradually, Qin Mu discovered a region within his body where the fascia between the bones and skin remained impervious to the flow of vital energy. This area was the space between his eyebrows. Measuring merely a finger's breadth, this location thwarted the approach of vital energy. While his energy could surge beneath the scalp, fortifying his cranial structure, it encountered formidable resistance whenever it neared the space between his brows, as if an invisible barrier obstructed its path. When he attempted to propel his vital energy against this ethereal wall, an even stranger phenomenon unfolded. He perceived a mysterious voice. This voice seemed to emanate from the very heavens, resonant and distant, fluctuating in pitch with a melodic and sacred quality, akin to a divine decree pronounced from on high. Each time this voice reverberated, his vital energy inexplicably receded like a tidal wave, circumventing the space between his brows. Could this be the spirit-fetal barrier? Qin Mu pondered, recalling how the village chief and Grandma Si had mentioned barriers and their breaking. They described barriers as seals upon the treasures within the human body, and breaking a barrier as the act of unlocking these seals to acquire the hidden riches. However, the village chief and Grandma Si had never divulged the precise location of the spirit-fetal barrier within the human anatomy, nor had they spoken of how to unlock it. Unbeknownst to Qin Mu, it was not that the village chief and Grandma Si withheld this information. Rather, the world simply lacked any method or technique for breaking the spirit-fetal barrier. Ordinary individuals and spiritual entities existed as entirely distinct classes, with spiritual entities innately possessing the ability to unlock their spirit-fetal barriers, inherently elevated above the rest. The ordinary individuals possess closed spiritual barriers, rendering them inferior, while the exalted spiritual entities seldom concern themselves with the needs of the common folk. Among the ordinary populace, martial practitioners are a rarity, and regarding those who have unlocked their spiritual barriers, even the village chief and the wise elder have never heard of them. Thus they are at a loss on how to breach such barriers. As Qin Mu sprinted fervently, he continuously channeled his vital energy, repeatedly attempting to penetrate the invisible wall at his brow. A mysterious voice echoed incessantly, causing his energy to recede. Although he could not breach the wall each time, he was endowed with ample patience, firmly believing that he would eventually succeed in breaking through. He had no intention of revealing his recent discovery regarding the 3-dan techniques of the overlord body to the village chief and others. Instead, he planned to astonish them only after he had successfully breached the barrier. However, for the village chief and his companions, whether the revelation would bring more joy than fear remained uncertain. As Brother Chu and the other 4 pursued him, their anxiety deepened. The little demon child ahead was not merely recovering from his injuries. His speed had notably increased. This was indeed alarming, as it indicated that Qin Mu's cultivation was advancing during his escape. Although the progress was gradual, it was still quite formidable. Typically, cultivation follows a systematic approach. Even upon successfully breaching barriers, advancement in one's abilities occurs progressively, not in leaps. Who among them had not devoted countless days, months, or even years to persistent practice to achieve any improvement? Yet, this little demon child was evidently experiencing a discernible enhancement in his cultivation while fleeing, which was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Qin Mu was initially not as formidable as they were. Even though he was currently improving, he still lagged somewhat behind them. However, it was no easy task for them to catch up with Qin Mu. Since he had suffered a setback, he had become increasingly cautious, consciously avoiding the territories of various creatures during his travels. The herbalist had once informed him that the beasts of the great ruins possessed a remarkable intelligence, and each held dominion over their respective realms. These creatures left behind distinctive marks, such as trees stripped of their bark, bones embedded in the earth, and beast heads hanging from wooden stakes, as well as traces of urine, among others. As long as he observed these unusual signs and steered clear of them, he would be safe. Previously, the presence of fist marks on the cliffs near the territory of a demon ape had indicated its domain. Qin Mu had unwittingly trespassed due to his failure to notice these signs. Now, however, he was far more vigilant and would not repeat such a mistake. Nevertheless, even with caution, many beasts would still venture out of their territories in search of food, rendering the great ruins fraught with peril. As Qin Mu passed through the marshes, he encountered a fierce battle between two lord-level beasts, the comb-crowned serpent-necked snow sculpture and the marsh poison dragon python. One colossal creature swooped down from the sky, its wings stirring up a tempest, while the other coiled within the marsh, creating chaos and destruction. Before Qin Mu could plunge into the swamp, he was swept away by the hurricane generated by the two titans, landing amidst a startled herd of wild cattle, nearly crushed underfoot. The village was becoming increasingly distant. The sun was on the verge of setting. Brother Chu, darkness approaches. Chapter 8. The old woman's disguise with a steadying breath. Qin Mu contemplated. Within the great ruins lie numerous relics, many of which possess extraordinary qualities. Seeking refuge within these relics might just grant him a chance at survival. Whether these relics could indeed save him hinged upon two crucial factors. Firstly, are there any stone statues akin to those in the village? Secondly, are there numerous exotic beasts within the ruins? These creatures possess an uncanny ability to communicate with the ethereal, knowing precisely where to evade the encroaching darkness. The vast expanse of ruins in the Grand Market was abundant. Just moments ago, while fleeing, Qin Mu glimpsed several remnants of towns and villages, crumbling walls and ancient structures. Their age palpable, yet he had no time to pause and investigate for statues. As the sun dipped below the mountains, casting half of its glow away, an eerie silence enveloped the world, a stillness maddening in its intensity. Suddenly, a cacophony arose. Qin Mu looked up to behold a multitude of large birds soaring overhead, their shadows darkening the sky. Then, the earth trembled, the trees bowing down as a throng of exotic beasts emerged from unseen realms, sprinting wildly. Qin Mu even observed a lake where the sound of splashing water erupted, as several massive crimson fish, measuring several zhang in length, leapt from the depths, using their fins as legs to dash across the ground. In a moment of confusion, he pondered, were these creatures still fish? All these beasts raced towards a singular direction, undoubtedly seeking refuge from the impending darkness. His spirits soared, and he surged forward alongside them. As twilight deepened, darkness loomed in the distance, an advancing tide unlike the night, more akin to a deluge, sweeping over mountains, valleys, and barren lands, submerging everything in its path. Even though this was not Qin Mu's first encounter with such an assault of darkness, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe. The darkness surged fiercely, yet the beasts continued their frantic dash towards it. Qin Mu hesitated momentarily. The direction of their flight was precisely towards the oncoming shadows. Was there truly a safe haven ahead to escape the encroaching gloom? What if there was none, leaving them with no place to lay their bodies to rest? Regardless, the encroaching darkness was too swift. Even if I turned back, it would be too late, for I could never outrun the shadows. Now, the only option was to flee alongside the pack of beasts. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward with reckless abandon. Outside the dilapidated village, a fierce battle between Granny Si and the 5 elders of the Li River had reached a critical juncture. Initially, only 4 of the elders assailed Granny Si. Yet after a prolonged siege, the leader of the 5, Qi Yanbing, who had been observing from the cliff, swiftly joined the fray. The elders formed a formidable array known as the 5 Elements Demon Refining Formation. Unexpectedly, while Granny Si barely held her ground against the 4, Qi Yanbing's entrance caused her strength to surge dramatically. The elders' formation could not contain this elderly woman. In their astonishment and fury, they realized that she had feigned weakness to ensnare them all, luring Qi Yanbing into the conflict to prevent his escape. Granny Si, on tiptoe, moved with an ethereal grace, her silver needles and silk threads seemingly animated, striking the 5 elders with relentless precision. In an instant, they were left battered and bound, their souls and bodies immobilized by the threads that pierced through them. With a smile plastered across her face, She approached, scissors in hand. My dear, it has been quite some time since I last crafted human skin. I wonder if my skills have dulled. As she stood before Qi Yanbing, he suddenly opened his mouth, and a silver pellet shot forth, hurtling towards Granny Si. The pellet expanded with the wind, unleashing a myriad of sword energies that erupted outward, swiftly coalescing into a sphere of pure sword light, measuring 100 feet in diameter. Unexpectedly taken aback, Granny Si hurriedly retreated, her body suddenly softening as she undulated through the air like a worm, evading the onslaught of shimmering sword lights. In the midst of her maneuvering, the scissors in her hand flew from her grasp, resembling two silver dragons that snipped through the air, severing the beams of light. Yet, despite her evasive efforts, she was ultimately caught by one beam, which struck her from behind, a blind spot due to her hunchback. The blade pierced her back, and as the myriad sword lights vanished, broken swords clattered to the ground, embedding themselves into the earth across several acres. The silver pellet also fell with a soft thud, ceasing its motion. Granny Si crumpled to the ground, drawing the sword from her back with a slight frown. You managed to evade it after all. The leader of the 5 elders, Qi Yanbing, gazed on with despair, his voice hoarse at such close range. I ambushed you with the sword pellet containing 6,842 blades, yet you still evaded it. You cannot be a mere nobody from the demonic path. There is no old woman of your appearance within the demonic ranks. Who are you truly? His attention was suddenly drawn to Granny Si's back, where a wound had appeared at the point of impact, yet no blood flowed forth. Instead, light streamed inward, revealing an obvious emptiness within. Qi Yanbing felt a chill run down his spine. This is not your true form. You wear another skin. You have wounded my exterior. Granny Si frowned. But the voice that emerged was not the frail tone one would expect from her age. Rather, it was melodious and enchanting, leading one to believe she was a beautiful woman in her prime, far removed from the decrepit figure teetering on the brink of the grave. Madame Si gently pressed her throat, sighed, and murmured, "There is a leak." She retrieved a silk thread from her basket to stitch up the sword wound on her back, testing her voice again, which returned to its usual state. Suddenly, Qi Yanbing's expression transformed as if she had seen a ghost, exclaiming, "I recognize your voice. I know who you are. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Cult's consort." Madame Si's expression shifted slightly, her fingers resting on the silk thread that pierced through the 5 individuals, and in an instant, the 5 elders of the Li River were utterly obliterated, their flesh and blood strewn across the ground. With a huff, Madame Si chuckled, "You crippled one. How long have you been here?" Not far behind her, the cripple leaned on his cane, limping towards her with a beaming smile. "I just arrived. Sister, I saw nothing and heard nothing." After a brief hesitation, he continued, "The leader of the Heavenly Demon Cult, Li Tianxing, was renowned for his wisdom and valor throughout his life. Yet he committed a foolish act in his later years by taking a fancy to the most beautiful sorceress of the time. He disposed of the original consort in order to wed her, which caused an uproar within the cult. On the very night of their wedding, the new consort secretly harmed Li Tianxing, sabotaging his cultivation that had spanned centuries, and stole the cult's sacred texts. The elders and ancestors of the cult pursued her relentlessly. Yet she managed to escape, her whereabouts still unknown to this day. Is such a thing possible?" Madame Si chuckled softly, recalling tales from her youth. "I once heard of a man who refined his legs to a divine level, his limbs acclaimed as divine legs. This individual possessed unparalleled speed, but alas, he strayed from the righteous path, turning to thievery, and thus earned the title of the world's greatest thief, though he has yet to attain divinity. His title already bears the character of a god, thus inciting the envy of the divine. When he ventured into the kingdom of Yankang to pilfer the imperial disc, the renowned thief, who had never before faltered, was unexpectedly discovered by the national sage, who severed one of his divine legs. Nevertheless, he managed to evade the sage's pursuit, vanishing with the imperial disc in tow. The sage of Yankang, lauded as the foremost among mortals under the heavens, failed to capture the thief. Perhaps he still possesses the thief's severed divine leg, awaiting the rightful owner's return? The smile on the face of the cripple deepened as he chuckled. "Granny, we are but a pair of village misfits, once having pledged to keep our little secrets, never inquiring into each other's origins. From this moment forth, I shall be as mute as a fish and as deaf as a stone, guarding my silence like a vault." Granny Si snorted, clutching her basket as she made her way toward the village, inquiring, "Did Mu send you to fetch me?" The cripple shook his head. "The commotion from your encounter with those 5 old geezers was too loud, the disturbance too great. We felt it even in the village. Thus, the village chief sent me to ascertain whether you required assistance. However, I did not see him on my way here. Alas, darkness had completely enveloped the remnants of the old village. There is no need for you to fret, Granny, the village chief interjected. Having been carried over by the cripple and the apothecary, he restrained Granny Si, who was about to venture outside in search of Qin Mu, saying, "Everything that he needs to learn, we have already imparted to him. If he can grasp it well, he should be able to survive in the great market. It would be futile for you to go out now. The night has fallen." Granny Si, feeling despondent, acknowledged the truth in the village chief's words. Darkness engulfed the vast expanse. If Qin Mu were still alive, he could endure the night without her intervention. However, if he had already perished, her quest for him with the stone statue would be in vain. He possessed that jade pendant for his protection. Yet, as much as she wished to believe otherwise, Granny Si understood that the pendant resting against Qin Mu's chest was solely intended to safeguard infants, its protective scope exceedingly limited. Qin Mu had grown, and the pendant's radiance could only shield his heart. "Mu'er, you must be wise," Granny Si murmured. Chapter 9. The Crimson Skull Indeed. A relic lay ahead. Qin Mu raced alongside the herd of beasts, and suddenly, he noticed the terrain before him sloping downward, revealing a gorge. Within this gorge, numerous ancient structures were remarkably preserved, palatial edifices scattered throughout, vast plazas, and towering buildings. At the forefront of this archaeological site stood a grand gateway, connecting the two ends of the gorge, adorned with robust pillars entwined with dragons. The beast herd surged toward this portal, crashing into the remnants of the past. The darkness approached. Qin Mu looked up, a shiver coursing through him as he beheld the darkness cascading down the cliffs from above the gorge like ink, flooding into the ravine. This malevolent shadow would soon reach the entrance of the ruins, submerging it entirely. The herd grew increasingly frenzied, charging towards the gateway with reckless abandon. Their ferocity heightened as monstrous creatures collided and trampled one another, leaving no room for error lest they be crushed to oblivion. Yet, there was no time to ponder such dangers. They must enter the ruins before the darkness descended, for the consequences would be dire. Qin Mu surged forward with fervor, seizing the tail of a colossal beast. This magnificent creature resembled a rapidly moving black mountain, trampling and launching other strange beasts into the air as it passed. Surprisingly, the beasts trailing behind also leaped up, grasping the giant's tail, compelling it to carry them into the ruins. At last, just before the encroaching darkness engulfed the entrance to the ruins, the giant surged through the massive portal, only for the inky blackness to swallow it whole. Brothers Chu and Sister Qing, among others, rushed forward. However, only Chu, Qing, and another young man managed to enter the portal before it was consumed by darkness. Two other youths were left behind. One was a moment too late, with merely an arm thrust into the portal, while the other had his face, chest, legs, half his abdomen, and one arm drawn into the portal, leaving the other half vulnerable to the encroaching shadows. As Chu fell through the portal, he immediately reached out to grasp his two junior brothers. He seized one by the hand and pulled with all his might, extracting a stark white skeleton from the abyss. Yet, before he could grasp the other youth, the boy collapsed to the ground. Horror gripped Chu and Qing as they beheld the youth. His front was intact, yet his back was devoid of flesh, as if something from the darkness had devoured it entirely. What manner of creature lurked in the shadows? How could such a thing exist? Qing shrieked in terror. Chu steadied himself, exhaling a heavy breath, and solemnly declared, "A person's life extinguishes like a candle." Our two junior brothers perished in the pursuit of exterminating evil and defending justice. Their deaths were noble and heroic. The mischievous little demon deliberately arrived at the ruins just before darkness descended, undoubtedly intending to use the shadows to bring about our demise. "He is over there," Sister Qing exclaimed sharply upon seeing Qin Mu leap down from the tail of the colossal beast. "Little demon, you have already caused the death of my two junior brothers. And now you wish to escape?" Qin Mu, filled with indignation, retorted, "It was you who pursued me relentlessly for no reason, and in the end, it was your own folly that led to your demise as night fell. How is this my fault? I have never provoked you. You sought to kill me, and I am thus entirely innocent." Sister Qing gritted her teeth and said, "This little demon dares to argue. How audacious!" Qin Mu shot back angrily. "My grandmother and I merely hunted a deer for clothing, yet you label us as demons, while you slaughtered an entire herd of deer and still dare to call us demons." Brother Chu's expression darkened as he stepped forward, declaring, This little demon is skilled at sowing discord. There is no need to waste words with him. Let us eliminate him directly. Just as the three were about to act, a series of low, rumbling roars echoed around them. Startled, they looked around to find that the ruins were teeming with hundreds of strange beasts, including several formidable lord-level creatures, all glaring at them with malevolent intent. Brother Chu's heart sank, and he quietly took a step back. However, the beasts, upon seeing that they had not attacked, fell silent, refraining from any further actions. Qin Mu found it curious. These beasts typically engaged in fierce battles over territory and prey, yet now they remained at peace. Could it be that these creatures had established a rule against fighting within the ruins? Qin Mu blinked in astonishment. Many of the strange beasts were eternal enemies. Yet they coexisted harmoniously, confirming the validity of his suspicions. The villagers often spoke of the spirits residing within these creatures, and the magical ape he encountered was capable of speech, addressing him as Little One. It seemed these beings had indeed established their own rules. Brother Chu shared this realization, releasing a sigh of relief as he murmured, "Do not act tonight. As soon as dawn breaks, we shall eliminate him." Sister Qing and another youth nodded in agreement. Qin Mu surveyed his surroundings, noting the vast expanse of the ruins, which resembled a city nestled within the canyon. Strange beasts roamed freely. Yet the square was devoid of any creatures. Instead, it was littered with skeletons, approximately 200 to 300 human remains, clad in ornate garments. Their presence a mystery as to why they perished here. All the remains belonged to women. Curiously, these female skeletons were seated in a meditative posture, arranged in 15 neat rows, with each row containing 15 skeletal figures. It appeared they had succumbed to an unforeseen catastrophe while in meditation, leaving them no time to escape, resulting in their instantaneous demise. Approaching the square, he observed that among these skeletal remains, there was a leader seated at the forefront of the assembly. Both the leader and the other skeletons faced the enormous portal, directed toward the same horizon. "Brother, look!" Sister Qing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gestured toward the skeletons in the square. These skeletons are holding treasures. Each one possesses something precious. As Brother Chu's gaze swept across the scene, his heart raced uncontrollably. In the hands of the skeletons, some held gleaming swords, others clutched dusters, some adorned themselves with jade pendants, while others embraced exquisite vases. An array of weapons. These treasures radiated a brilliance as if they had just emerged from the forge, undeniably remarkable artifacts. The most captivating of all was the luminous pearl cradled in the palm of the skeletal leader, hovering there with an ethereal glow. Within the pearl, wisps of mist appeared to swirl and dance. Here lay an immense treasury. If we could acquire these treasures, Sister Qing whispered, her breath quickening. Even the vault of the 5 elders of the Li River pales in comparison to this. Securing these riches could allow them to establish their own sect, to carve their own path. Brother Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he remarked, "Heaven has been kind to us. 5th junior brother, go retrieve these treasures." The 5th junior brother stepped forward. Just as he entered the plaza, he suddenly noticed a duster held by a female skeleton, its strands fluttering gently, each thread resembling a living creature, slowly elongating until one strand approached him. This delicate filament resembled a minuscule serpent, raising its head to scrutinize the 5th junior brother. Brother Chu intently warned, "These treasures are lifeless, unclaimed possessions, you need not worry." Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, that strand shot forth like lightning, piercing into the eyes of the 5th junior brother. Other duster strands howled toward him, aiming for his eyes. The 5th junior brother opened his mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. Not far away, Qin Mu witnessed the boy withering visibly, transforming in an instant into a withered corpse. Yet the dust still clung to him, and soon the skin of the dried corpse began to dissolve, the bones too disintegrating, leaving only a few garments and a pair of shoes strewn upon the ground. Good afternoon to all book friends. The Shepherd's Chronicle will host a voting event in the review section. For details, please refer to the pinned post in the review area. Your participation is warmly welcomed. Additionally, heartfelt thanks to Array for their generous sponsorship. Chapter 10. The Onslaught of Darkness. Brother Chu was drenched in cold sweat, his voice hoarse as he said, "No wonder these treasures have remained here untouched. Sister Qing, these artifacts have become sentient. If one is not their rightful master, they will surely bring ruin upon themselves." Sister Qing shuddered in horror, nodding repeatedly. Qin Mu spoke coldly. "These treasures have lingered here, with no one daring to take them, not even the beasts of the wild. There must be peril involved." Knowing the danger, You still sent your junior brother to face it. Your heart is indeed wicked, and you are the true demon. The demon once again seeks to sow discord among us. Brother Chu, with a face full of anguish, shook his head and said, "How could you possibly understand the bond between us brothers? A little demon is merely a little demon. You project your own malicious heart onto me, naturally concluding that my heart is as dark as yours. I shall not hold this against you now, but come dawn, I will send you on your way." Qin Mu furrowed his brow, realizing that Brother Chu was treacherous and ruthless, willing to exploit even his own junior brother. He certainly would not allow Qin Mu to leave alive. Yet this man possessed formidable strength, and Qin Mu was by no means his match, especially with Sister Qing, who was also extraordinarily powerful, standing by his side. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, causing the ancient ruins to shake in unison. A series of guttural roars from unknown beasts echoed through the air, and the creatures within the ruins quivered, retreating in palpable fear as they fixated anxiously on the portal. Their expressions filled with trepidation. What could these beasts be so afraid of? Just as Qin Mu pondered this, an overwhelming tide of darkness surged forth from the towering portal, engulfing the surroundings. His heart raced as he observed an invisible barrier seemingly protecting the entrance, while the darkness relentlessly battered against it, striving to breach its defenses. The barrier contorted and warped under the onslaught, yet it remained unyielded. The darkness, in turn, twisted in sync with the barrier, at times resembling razor-sharp claws, at others appearing as smoke drawn taut by the wind, or countless sharp spikes, ever-changing in form. Suddenly, the darkness ceased its assault, and the portal's ethereal barrier fell silent. After a brief pause, the barrier began to bulge outward, pressed into an ominous visage. The darkness sculpted the barrier into the shape of a colossal face, its forehead brushing against the canyon above, while its chin rested upon the ground. All the creatures within the ruins cowered, paralyzed with fear, too terrified to lift their heads and gaze upon the visage. The face bore 3 pitch-black eyes, and upon seeing them, Qin Mu felt a chilling wave wash over him, as if his very soul were being drawn into the abyss. The face then parted its lips, emitting a deep, resonant voice that spoke in a language incomprehensible to all. The incantation of Kikido, Samiyed, Prajna Samiyed, Kikido Prajna Samiyed, reverberated through the air, a cacophony of voices intertwined, brimming with an uncanny power that caused the earth within the ruins to tremble. The palace walls were battered, crumbling under the strain, with stone pillars collapsing and fissures widening ominously. Even the portal shuddered, shedding fragments of stone, evidently unable to withstand the turmoil for much longer. At this moment, a brilliant radiance suddenly illuminated the square. The gem in the skeletal leader's grasp blazed forth, its brilliance intensifying. A viscous glow enveloped the more than 200 skeletal remains scattered across the square, and one by one, these skeletons transformed in the luminous haze into vibrant young maidens. With rosy cheeks and bright lips, these girls adorned in splendid attire sat gracefully in the square, led by a maiden who cradled the soaring gem in her hand. A strange tongue emerged from their lips, equally enigmatic and elusive. Yipo Shiopa Sanan Jun He Shi, Guanming Duan Jing Wu Si Jiangyu. The voice from the darkness grew increasingly resonant and grand, reverberating through the canyon as shadows encroached upon the ruins from all directions. Simultaneously, the voices of the maidens became ever more crystalline and resonant, the gem pulsating with waves of light that chased away the darkness like wisps of smoke. These two voices echoed like those of divine and demonic entities, clashing in an eternal struggle, at times one overpowering the other, as light and darkness collided in a relentless conflict. This is an astonishing battle, a confrontation that has profoundly shaken Qin Mu's spirit. Although he resides in the Great Market, this is the first time he has witnessed such a peculiar scene. The sound. Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. The voices of the maidens bore a resemblance to the divine voice he had heard when striking against the wall of his spiritual womb. Both carried a similar essence, and in the haze of his perception, he felt that despite the differing words, the underlying sentiment was akin. As he attempted to channel his vital energy against the wall of his spiritual womb, he vaguely heard a voice resonating from the heavens above, sacred and solemn. Whenever this voice resounded, his vital energy involuntarily receded, unable to breach the barrier. The two voices were locked in a fierce clash, each gaining and losing ground in a relentless struggle, yet neither could completely suppress the other. In the darkness, the voice imbued with malevolence was formidable, terrifying, while the maidens' voices, infused with divinity, were clear and melodious, unwavering and sacred. They consistently surged forth, breaking through the overwhelming dominance of the malevolent voice. Conversely, the malevolent voice would erupt with sudden force when on the brink of defeat, akin to a celestial river in reverse or a cataclysmic flood, grand and exhilarating. Each voice possessed its own intricacies and extraordinary qualities. Qin Mu was entranced by the spectacle and suddenly had a revelation that filled him with excitement. If the divine and malevolent sounds were engaged in mutual conflict, and the divine sound resembled the one obstructing my breach of the wall, might I not employ the malevolent sound to dismantle the divine voice that hinders my progress? His excitement grew. This was undoubtedly a splendid strategy. As long as he masters this magical sound, he can recite it at the moment the wall shatters, countering the divine resonance from beyond the 9 heavens, allowing his vital essence to break through the spiritual barrier. If he succeeds in breaching the wall, with his formidable physique and the prowess of the 3 elixirs of the dominant body, he shall no longer fear Brother Chu and Sister Qing. However, upon this realization, he suddenly froze as if doused in a chilling torrent of water. The sound from beyond the 9 heavens is the voice of the divine. To use the voice of the demonic to shatter the divine, does it not imply that he is a demon sealed by the gods? Could it be that Brother Chu and Sister Qing were not mistaken, and he truly is a little demon cub? No. Qin Mu shook his head. If he were a demon, then would not all dominant bodies be demons as well? Why call it a dominant body and not a demonic body instead? Regardless of the nomenclature, he resolved to breach the wall first. Once he confirmed that there were no errors, Qin Mu activated the 3 elixirs of the dominant body, channeling his vital essence as he silently intoned the magical sound, propelling his essence towards the spiritual barrier at his brow. Chapter 11. Breaching the wall. If Granny Si or the village chief were present, they would surely chastise him for his recklessness, endangering his own life. After all, the divine sound that manifests during the wall's breach differs from the sound produced by the maidens in the ruins. To combat the divine sound with the magical sound meant to employ an ill-suited remedy. The essence of the issue lies not only in the mismatch, but also in the potential for unforeseen, bizarre transformations in the divine and magical sounds, which could lead to consequences far graver than mere loss of life, perhaps even the shattering of his very soul. Yet, uninstructed and unaware of the lurking dangers, Qin Mu, having learned the magical sound, immediately set forth to experiment. As his vital energy converged at his brow, the ethereal sound, reminiscent of a celestial melody from beyond the heavens, resonated once more as expected. The vital energy recoiled instinctively upon encountering this divine sound. Qin Mu, silently chanting the incantation of the demonic tone, found it entangled with the celestial sound, clashing and contending with one another. Time and again, he faced defeat, yet remained undeterred, relentlessly surging his vital energy in repeated attempts. After countless failures, his vital energy finally struck against the barrier of the spiritual womb. However, the barrier remained intact, unbroken. Distracted by the divine sound, he was unable to gather his full vital energy for a decisive assault, thus failing to breach the wall. Qin Mu took a moment to reflect on his missteps before launching another attempt, enduring yet again a series of failures. Eventually, he succeeded in sending his vital energy against the barrier of the spiritual womb for a second time, but once more, it did not yield. Not long after, he attempted a third strike, followed by a fourth and fifth. While learning the art of alchemy from the pharmacist, he had cultivated remarkable patience. The craft of alchemy demands patience, wisdom, keen perception, and skill, with patience being the most crucial. Without it, one could never concoct a fine elixir. After an indeterminate number of failures, Qin Mu suddenly heard a delicate crack emanating from his brow. This sound, akin to enchanting celestial music, was so exquisite that even with his strong composure, he could not suppress his excitement. A crack appeared on the barrier of the spiritual womb, shaped like a bolt of lightning. This barrier was intangible, invisible to the eye, only perceptible through feeling. Yet, as this crack manifested, Qin Mu sensed a luminous energy radiating from his brow, resembling a symbol of lightning. This sensation was truly extraordinary. When you close your eyes, all that lies before you is an abyss of darkness, devoid of any light. You cannot perceive the center of your brow, nor can you discern the sacred womb or its ethereal wall. Yet, as the primordial energy breaches the wall, a crack appears, allowing streaks of lightning-like brilliance to pierce through the void. In that moment, the ethereal wall comes into view. Not only does Qin Mu behold the ethereal wall, but he also glimpses the sacred womb beyond the crack, where luminescence swirls in a golden haze, and abundant, rich primordial energy spills forth, intertwining with his own. The energy within the sacred womb is remarkably pure and potent. However, it shares no distinct attributes, similar to the energy he has cultivated himself. Qin Mu firmly believes that the energy he has honed is unique to the dominant body, the essence of dominant body energy, and thus he remains unfazed by it. Yet within the sacred womb lies not only primordial energy but also more wondrous secrets, though he has only managed to create a lightning-like fissure, preventing him from fully unveiling its mysteries. The crack gradually begins to heal, and a sense of heaviness settles in Qin Mu's heart. The ethereal wall is evidently more complex than he had envisioned. It possesses an intangible quality, akin to a viscous liquid, capable of mending itself even when pierced. Only by mounting a relentless assault to completely shatter the ethereal wall can he hope to unlock the sacred womb. My mastery of primordial energy is still insufficient. But creating this fissure will undoubtedly expedite my energy's ascent. It won't be long before my primordial energy can rupture the ethereal wall. Qin Mu, invigorated, suddenly heard the crowing of roosters nearby, stirring his heart, and he quickly opened his eyes. Among the exotic beasts he had sought refuge within the ruins were several imposing, bare-necked roosters, towering above a person in height, their plumage resplendent, yet devoid of feathers upon their necks. The recent rooster calls had emanated from these magnificent creatures. Dawn was approaching. A flicker of light began to emerge on the eastern horizon, heralding the imminent rise of the sun. He realized he would not have enough time to fully break through the barrier of the spiritual womb. Fortunately, he had grasped the method to breach it. As long as he could escape from the grasp of Brother Chu and Sister Qing, he would have ample opportunity to make his breakthrough. Although he had not completely shattered the barrier, a fissure had been opened, significantly enhancing his cultivation, and he felt confident in his ability to evade the two. Dawn was approaching. Brother Chu remarked with profound significance, while Sister Qing coldly stated, the 3 junior brothers perished in the fight against the demons. If this little monster were to escape, would it not be a betrayal of their spirits in the heavens? Qin Mu remained undeterred, rising to his feet to stretch his limbs. The maidens in the square continued their fierce struggle against the encroaching darkness, engaging in a relentless back and forth, with neither side gaining the upper hand in the brutal clash between light and dark. Before long, a second rooster crowed, and the darkness grew agitated, its voice resonating with an overwhelming depth, while the maiden's divine sound soared in fervor, resulting in a fierce confrontation between divine light and darkness, a clash that reverberated mightily. Suddenly, a third crow echoed, and a beam of sunlight pierced through the eastern shadows, illuminating the highest peak in the vicinity. As a beam of sunlight penetrated the darkness, the inky blackness retreated like a receding tide, hastening away into the distance with a swiftness reminiscent of its arrival, ultimately vanishing beyond the horizon. The morning sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the canyon. Before the rays could touch the ruins nestled within, a suspended pearl began its gentle descent, enveloped by the vibrant hues of dawn that flowed into the gem. As the radiant colors faded, the maidens who once filled the square reverted to mere skeletal forms, motionless and seated, as if the fierce battle against the darkness was nothing more than a splendid dream. Qin Mu had long heard tales from the villagers about the peculiar occurrences in the Grand Market, where strange and fantastical events unfolded, defying comprehension. However, hearing of such phenomena was one thing. Experiencing them firsthand was an entirely different level of astonishment. Each nightfall ushered in an onslaught of darkness, bringing forth enigmatic visages and mysterious whispers, alongside the haunting sight of the skeletal maidens that transformed at dusk, embodying the conflict between light and shadow, each event an enigma awaiting revelation. Concealed within a moving herd of beasts, Qin Mu stealthily made his way outward. The herd appeared to abide by an unspoken rule: no violence within the ruins. Yet, beyond these sacred grounds, the beasts would likely become exceedingly perilous. Meanwhile, Brother Chu exchanged a glance with Sister Qing, and together they blended into the herd, gradually approaching Qin Mu. The herd continued its methodical march outward when suddenly, a flash of swordlight appeared quietly behind Qin Mu. He sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding a thrust aimed at a nearby beast, which let out an agitated roar in response. Junior sister, do not wield your sword carelessly, lest we provoke the wrath of the monstrous horde and meet our demise here. Senior Sister Qing moved gracefully, her skirt swirling like a pink lotus, and with the tips of her toes, she struck towards Qin Mu with the precision of a dagger. Her leg technique was sharp. Each kick she executed resonated like a hammer imbued with razor-like spikes, causing the air to vibrate with a low hum. Such a technique could effortlessly shatter a boulder and pierce through iron walls. Yet, Qin Mu's eyes gleamed with determination as he matched senior sister Qing's whirlwind-like kicks. The crippled master had once imparted to him the stealthy leg technique known as the Heavenly Steel, assuring him that it was never intimidated by the leg techniques of others. Chapter 12. Unmatched combat skills. The clash between the flowing pink skirt and the rugged beast skin shorts was fierce. Though senior sister Qing's long legs were slender, their power was astonishing, each strike akin to a blade slicing through the air. In contrast, Qin Mu's legs were more robust, yet they exuded an ethereal lightness, seemingly devoid of much force. The sound of impacts echoed as a series of brutal strikes ensued. In an instant, senior sister Qing's legs were subjected to an uncountable number of kicks, too swift for her to react. The formidable strength she possessed was rendered ineffective, as Qin Mu's rapid and dazzling leg techniques overwhelmed her, seemingly devouring her power. This is dire. Senior sister Qing's legs felt weak as the relentless barrage of kicks rained down upon her waist, chest, and throat, each powerful footfall landing harshly upon her face. In midair, Qin Mu spun gracefully, executing a kick that was markedly different from his previous leg techniques. Earlier, his strikes had prioritized speed over power, but this particular kick emanated a formidable force that was truly awe-inspiring. Qin Mu had come to a realization. The renowned lame man's stealing heaven leg was indeed unparalleled. While he hesitated to claim the title of the strongest in the world, he was undeniably the best in his village. The leg techniques of Sister Qing appeared fierce and domineering, yet they had failed to graze him even slightly, resulting in her severe defeat at his hands. Qin Mu relied solely on the strength of his own body, devoid of any vital energy, whereas Sister Qing was capable of channeling her energy into her legs, enhancing her strength and speed. Despite this advantage, she was swiftly incapacitated by his initial strike, just after he had sent Sister Qing flying. A chilling sense of danger surged through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt forward. Behind him, Brother Chu had stealthily approached, intent on delivering a lethal strike. His attack seemed inevitable, but he had not anticipated Qin Mu's remarkable alertness. The two raced upon the backs of exotic beasts, leaping from one creature to another. Brother Chu moved with astonishing speed, relentlessly targeting Qin Mu's vulnerable spot, while Qin Mu propelled himself forward with fierce determination, his hands darting like lightning to deflect Brother Chu's onslaught. With the Thunder Sound 8 form and the Thousand-Handed Buddha technique, Brother Chu was left in shock. Despite Qin Mu facing away from him, he managed to parry all his attacks as if he possessed countless arms. This technique was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Although Qin Mu's Thousand-Handed Buddha may not possess the thunderous presence of Master Ma, whose every gesture resonates with booming thunder, he nonetheless moves with the swiftness of the wind and the speed of lightning. Even while facing away from Brother Chu and galloping atop a beast, his strength and ferocity remain unyielding, denying Brother Chu any advantage. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a sword echoed, sending a shiver down Qin Mu's spine as blood erupted from his arm, wounded by the blade. He tumbled off the beast's back and dashed beneath the belly of the colossal creature, closely pursued by Brother Chu, who, though empty-handed, commanded a silver sword that danced around him with remarkable agility. Qin Mu's pupils contracted. Brother Chu's sword control surpassed that of Sister Qing by a significant margin. While Sister Qing could launch her sword to a distance of several dozen yards to strike an enemy from afar, Brother Chu's sword remained perilously close, merely 3 feet from his body. This proximity was exceedingly dangerous. In close combat, wielding a sword with such precision demanded exceptional control. A moment's carelessness could result in self-injury. This underscored not only the formidable nature of Brother Chu's swordsmanship, but also his unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Lacking the meticulous control of vital energy imparted by Grandfather Tu or the village elder's teachings on harnessing the energy of the body, Qin Mu feared he might fall short in this precarious situation, as his foot unexpectedly encountered a broken twig, presumably trampled by the herd. Qin Mu instinctively pressed his toe against it, seizing the branch in his hand. It was a willow branch, approximately 6 to 7 feet long and as thick as his thumb. The youth grasped the branch with fervor, his footsteps swift as he fixated intently on the tip of Brother Chu's sword, oblivious to his hands. He attempted to infuse his vital energy into the willow branch. Yet upon reaching a mere 1.3 inches, he lost all sensation of it. 1.3 inches was indeed far too scant to contend against the adversary's flying sword. Brother Chu advanced with lethal intent, his precious sword swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance, thrusting, slicing, parrying, flicking, cleaving, shaking, and severing, like an invisible swordsman wielding this blade, attacking Qin Mu from every conceivable angle. With a series of soft hisses, the willow branch in Qin Mu's grasp was reduced to a mere 1.3 inches. The sword struck down once more, colliding with the branch and producing a delicate chime, akin to the sound of steel meeting steel. Observing that his vital energy could indeed fortify the willow branch against the adversary's sword, Qin Mu felt an overwhelming sense of relief. His focus narrowed solely on the sword's tip, as he wielded the 1.3-inch branch as if it were a butcher's cleaver, employing the butchering techniques imparted to him with utmost precision. In the tempest of the night, Qin Mu was undistracted, executing the butcher's techniques with the slender willow branch. Swift, swift, swift. The butcher referred to this technique as the butcher's blade, encapsulating a singular principle: speed. So swift that it seemed a blur. So swift that the pig's head fell before the hand could rise. Qin Mu was wholly immersed in the art of wielding his blade, each stroke executed with exhilarating fervor, accompanied by the resounding echoes of critical strikes. The two figures darted swiftly beneath the stampede of colossal beasts, skillfully maneuvering from beneath the belly of one giant creature to that of another. The massive legs of the beasts crashed down like pillars descending from the heavens, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being crushed to a pulp. Their movements appeared chaotic, yet they adhered to an intricate rhythm, always managing to evade the impending doom of the beast's feet. Brother Chu, filled with both astonishment and fury, found himself on the receiving end of a beating. He was being relentlessly struck by this diminutive imp with nothing more than a slender stick. The willow branch in Qin Mu's hand was merely a foot long, indeed, just a small stick. In stark contrast, his sword measured 5 feet 7 inches, finely honed to the point of becoming an extension of his will. His swordplay was a legacy passed down by the 5 elders of the Lijiang, formidable figures who had shattered the barriers of the mortal realm and unlocked the divine treasures within. The intricacies of the sword technique they imparted were nothing short of remarkable. The martial arts Qin Mu employed were derived from the Lijiang method, a powerful boxing technique conceived by the 5 elders. As he wielded this technique, his vital energy surged like a great river, tumultuous and awe-inspiring, capable of shattering stone and rendering boulders to dust. Although he had yet to master the technique to its fullest extent, the force he wielded was undeniably formidable, capable of splitting rocks and pulverizing them effortlessly. In but a brief moment, Brother Chu found himself battered and bruised, his head swollen and his body mottled with contusions, inciting a fury within him. Yet beneath that anger lay a deeper sense of dread. What if the implement in Qin Mu's hand were not merely a small stick, but a blade? The consequences were too horrifying to contemplate. It is utterly terrifying. This youth appears to be merely 11 or 12 years of age, his stature scarcely reaching his own chest. Even if he had been honing his skills since the womb, it would be inconceivable for him to have mastered such a formidable technique. Brother Chu quickly discerned Qin Mu's shortcomings and felt reassured. His vitality cultivation was exceedingly feeble. Although his movements were exquisite beyond measure, his cultivation was pitifully weak. Perhaps he was not a spiritual entity, but merely an ordinary person. He finally grasped the crux of the matter. Qin Mu was indeed an ordinary individual, devoid of spiritual essence, and had not unlocked the spiritual womb or divine repository. It was likely that he had practiced foundational techniques such as guiding exercises, which endowed him with a modicum of vitality cultivation. However, the vitality cultivated by an ordinary person lacks any intrinsic attributes and cannot unleash any real power. Thus, despite the superiority of Qin Mu's offensive techniques, their lack of potency rendered them relatively harmless to him. This little imp's swordsmanship appeared to be a form of divine skill, yet he was far from being able to wield its full power. If I could acquire this divine skill, Brother Chu's heart began to race. Although Qin Mu could not fully unleash the might of his swordsmanship, he could still evoke a portion of it. If he were to wield it himself, the resulting power would undoubtedly be formidable. He recognized that Qin Mu's style of swordsmanship was a form of combat technique, unlike the divine skills associated with sword control, which liberate the hands to allow the sword to soar through the air and strike enemies, rendering one's swordplay more agile while simultaneously allowing for varied attacks. Combat techniques are fundamentally different. The martial arts practiced here follow a primitive path, requiring one to wield their weapon with their own hands. This allows for the maximum infusion of one's vital energy into the weapon, thereby amplifying the power of their strikes and enhancing the efficacy of their supernatural abilities. In truth, the superiority of martial arts over sword control techniques was determined long ago. Centuries past, both martial arts and sword control coexisted, with practitioners of each refusing to submit to the other, often engaging in fierce confrontations to prove their prowess. However, a prodigious talent emerged from the sword control lineage, decisively vanquishing those skilled in martial arts, leaving some dead, others grievously wounded, and a few fleeing in terror. This prodigy is none other than the current national master of the Yankang Kingdom, renowned as the foremost figure beneath the divine. Presently, practitioners of martial arts have dwindled to a mere handful, and the superior supernatural abilities associated with this discipline have largely been lost to time, leaving behind only inferior techniques. Nevertheless, the truly exceptional martial arts remain formidable, and Brother Chu is convinced that the diminutive imp before him is executing genuine, superior martial arts. I must acquire this technique. I will capture him and, by any means necessary, compel him to reveal the secrets of this martial discipline. Qin Mu's small wooden stick continued to rain down blows upon Brother Chu, who fought valiantly to defend himself, yet could not completely evade the relentless strikes. In mere moments, he had suffered hundreds of impacts. Though the stick itself was insignificant in force, when combined with Qin Mu's inherent strength, the cumulative effect of the repeated blows inflicted considerable damage to his body. He means to strike me to death. Brother Chu felt a chill of horror. Chapter 13. Struck to death. Brother Chu finally succumbed to terror. He intended to bludgeon me to death with that small wooden stick, striking until I breathed my last. He truly wished that his adversary held a knife in hand. Even a dull one would suffice. The wooden stick, albeit lacking in strength, had already inflicted such damage that his head and face were swollen, forming bruised, festering lumps. The swelling constricted his eyes to mere slits, and his vision grew increasingly blurred. To be gradually bludgeoned to death by a wooden stick was the most harrowing of fates. The agony and terror were stretched infinitely, yet death remained elusive. At this moment, the herd of beasts that had been racing above them had vanished, as they had fought their way out of the ruins portal, and the beasts had dispersed. Qin Mu's strength was waning. After countless swings of his blade, he found himself unable to continue. He and his brother Chu were entangled in a life-and-death struggle beneath the belly of the colossal beast, needing not only to evade the brother's sword, but also the beast's hooves and claws. The relentless shifts in movement had left his legs aching and weary. During his training with the butcher, despite the butcher's frequent madness, he understood the importance of moderation in training and never pushed him too hard. Now, he was devoid of the energy to wield his sword any longer, relying solely on willpower to persist. He was acutely aware that if he were to cease, even if Brother Chu had but a sliver of vitality left, he would be utterly doomed. He could only continue to strike until he brought Brother Chu to his end. With a thud, Brother Chu finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, his treasured sword clattering to the earth. Qin Mu discarded the wooden stick and seized the sword, yet found himself unable to lift it. His arm was bereft of its last vestiges of strength. Qin Mu lifted his foot and gradually prodded the hilt of the sword, directing its tip towards Brother Chu. Brother Chu, barely able to perceive the situation, struggled in vain, attempting to evade the sword's point. However, his skeletal structure and fascia had nearly deteriorated entirely, leaving even his muscles incapable of movement. He was rendered immobile, forced to watch as Qin Mu painstakingly adjusted the sword's angle, inch by inch, prodding the blade until its edge pierced his own throat. At last, the sword penetrated his windpipe, and a bubbling sound emanated from his throat, flecks of blood mingling with air bubbles. It was not long before he breathed his last. Qin Mu exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted. He had never experienced such toil before. Beside him lay a lifeless body, a disquieting presence that weighed heavily on his heart. He attempted to shift his own body, yet found himself utterly incapable, ultimately resigning himself to inaction. This was not his first encounter with death. He recalled the woman who had crawled from the cowhide by the riverbank, as well as Brother Chu's two disciples, now reduced to corpses. There was a time when Granny Si had taken him to a neighboring village to assist a woman in childbirth. Granny Si, besides being a seamstress, also served as a midwife for the women of the surrounding villages. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the villagers, men, women, and children alike, including the woman in labor, had all perished. Granny Si did not disclose who had committed such an atrocity. She merely remarked that such occurrences were not uncommon in the marketplace. Thus, one must never leave an enemy with an ounce of opportunity. She spoke to him with grave seriousness. The sight of Brother Chu's lifeless body brought discomfort to him. However, such is the nature of the great market, where the weak are devoured by the strong, and only the fittest survive. Qin Mu, having been raised amidst this brutal environment, had become accustomed to witnessing the brutal slaughters of exotic beasts. Brother Chu's corpse was no different from that of any other beast. He was in the midst of regulating his breath when, suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. With great effort, Qin Mu turned his head to follow the sound, his heart racing in alarm. Approaching him was Sister Qing, limping painfully, her hand gripping a treasured sword. Her face was grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a pig, utterly unrecognizable. With considerable struggle, Qin Mu attempted to rise, but every limb and muscle ached intensely, leaving him in a state of swelling and exhaustion. He had no choice but to pause and gasp for breath, silently urging the power of the three dantians of the dominant body technique. Gradually, his vital energy began to stir, flowing toward his sore muscles and torn sinews. As the energy coursed through him, the swelling subsided somewhat, yet his senses sharpened, accompanied by a searing pain. Sister Qing continued to approach. Her legs still crippled from their previous duel where Qin Mu had delivered a crippling kick. Her face bore the marks of countless blows, the most devastating of which had been the last kick, delivered with all his might. It had struck her fair features like a venomous dragon's tail, leaving her visage flattened and now grotesquely swollen, akin to dough left to rise overnight. It was likely that all her teeth had been knocked out, and her lips perpetually dripped with a mixture of saliva and blood, creating a pitiful spectacle. Qin Mu intensified his efforts to harness the dominant body technique, striving to regain some strength. However, the recent intense battle had left his body utterly fatigued. Only by unlocking the spirit embryo barrier and absorbing the spirit embryo divine repository could he truly be considered a martial artist, though he had yet to attain that status. The fact that he had managed to bring down a warrior like Brother Chu was already a remarkable achievement. Yet that was all. He found himself devoid of strength to continue his struggle against Sister Qing. At last, Sister Qing approached Qin Mu, intending to speak, but her throat was so swollen that no sound emerged. Instead, she brandished her sword and lunged fiercely at Qin Mu. What an adorable young lady. The old woman couldn't help but feel a deep fondness for her. Suddenly, Sister Qing's body froze, her sword meeting an invisible barrier that thwarted her strike. Fear flickered in her eyes as she beheld a small old woman, tiptoeing with a basket in hand. Trembling, Sister Qing began to retreat slowly, when a booming voice resonated from behind. "Muer, my pig slaughtering technique has been reduced to a mere wooden stick in your hands. It took 5,476 strikes to bring this rascal down, and in the end, the one who dispatched this scoundrel was a sword." The half-bodied brute was carried in a bamboo basket, while the creature with severed limbs was hoisted along. These individuals bore a most pitiful appearance. The only one seeming normal was the middle-aged man carrying the basket, albeit his face was utterly disfigured, skin sheared flat, rendering him a most terrifying sight. The one who had just spoken was the half-bodied brute, his face a mass of flesh, sitting in the basket, fuming and glaring at Qin Mu, admonishing him from afar. "It seems your training is still lacking. Spare me the excuses of not having a knife or wielding a mere stick. With superb swordsmanship, one could slay him with bare hands." Qin Mu exhaled a sigh of relief, his voice hoarse. "Granny Si, Grandpa too, Grandpa Yao, you all have arrived?" Old Granny Si chuckled. "We have toiled and strived to raise you. Of course, we are concerned about your first night away from home with a stranger. Naturally, we had to come and take a look." Qin Mu blinked and inquired cautiously, "How long have you been here?" The butcher grunted. "We arrived the moment you were engaged in a fierce battle beneath the beast's bellies. Otherwise, how would I know you wielded a total of 5,476 strikes?" Qin Mu's expression darkened. These old folks had arrived long before. Yet they allowed him to fight for his life, nearly losing it in the process. It dawned on him that was why the beast horde had refrained from attacking him and Brother Chu. They had been frightened away by the butcher and the others. The villagers claimed that Granny and the village elder were villains. Could it be true? Yet, he reassured himself that they were good people, surely believing he could triumph over Brother Chu, which is why they merely observed as a being of superior spirit. "Seeing you in such a sorry state disappoints us," the blind man said with a smile, leaning on his bamboo staff. Qin Mu coughed softly. "Grandpa Blind, I'm right here." "I know you are," the blind man replied with a grin. Your victory over that lad was achieved using a staff, which is a testament to my teaching. However, do not let it go to your head. As a superior entity, it is only natural for you to be stronger than him. Moving forward, your training will be intensified. Do not wear such a glum expression, the butcher interjected coldly. Blind man, he clearly utilized my sword techniques. What are you so proud of? Moreover, why are you rambling on at a corpse? Chapter 14. Vitality Refinement. How should we handle this, senior sister Qin? Qin Mu awkwardly rose to his feet, casting a glance at the terrified girl beside him. Perhaps. Granny C's eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief as she nudged Qin Mu's shoulder with hers, nearly toppling the boy who was struggling to stand. With a sly grin, she proposed, "Shall we keep her to be your little bride? You are the most adorable child. But now that you've grown, you've lost some of that charm. Nonetheless, if you and this young girl were to have a plump baby, it would surely be delightful. I have always had a fondness for children." Qin Mu glanced at senior sister Qin, whose face resembled that of a pig, and hesitated. Granny, perhaps that isn't such a good idea. Suddenly, the lame man appeared behind senior sister Qin, raising his hand to deliver a piercing blow that left the girl feeling utterly cold, his face adorned with an innocent and honest smile. Then let's just kill her. Qin Mu was left speechless, stammering, "Grandfather Lame, why did you kill her? You said you didn't want her, so of course, we must kill her." The lame man brandished his knife, his smile growing even more sincere, seemingly perplexed by the situation. Qin Mu felt a mix of frustration. He had never intended to have children with senior sister Qin, being merely an 11 or 12-year-old boy. He was often surrounded by the likes of Master Ma and Granny C, strange old beings, with few peers of his age to play with. Though he lacked companions, his heart remained youthful. Qin Mu nodded, accepting 4 white porcelain cups, drinking down the 4 spirits' blood. Struggling to move forward, he activated the 3 dantians of the dominance body technique to dissolve the power of the 4 spirits' blood while recounting the strange encounters he had faced in the canyon ruins. The old woman's expression shifted slightly. Gods and demons? The dark visage and the skeletal maiden? How intriguing. The other villagers shared her sentiment, although they offered no further opinions. Qin Mu could not restrain himself. Granny, are you not curious about the stories hidden within this canyon's ruins? The apothecary sighed. Once, the divine nation flourished, but now it lies in ashes. The bones of the gods dance under the moonlight. Could it be that they harbor unfulfilled desires? The deaf man fixed his gaze upon the apothecary's lips and remarked, regardless of their desires, they are dead. What purpose does it serve? Thus, curiosity regarding these tales is largely futile. Are you truly deaf? The apothecary scrutinized his ears, which were fashioned from iron, gleaming white, with even the ear canals sealed. Curiously, he inquired further. The deaf man removed the iron ears from his head, revealing 3-inch iron plugs that secured the ears in place. Coldly, he stated, "If these 2 ears were placed in your ear canals, you would discern whether I am deaf or not." The apothecary smiled faintly and ceased to speak. The deaf man then swiftly reinserted the iron ears and addressed the mute blacksmith. "These ears have been somewhat uncomfortable lately. Would you mind adjusting them for me?" The mute blacksmith nodded in agreement. Qin Mu found himself at a loss for words regarding his eccentric relatives. The apothecary and others seemed far more intrigued by the deaf man's ear plugs than the ruins themselves, leaving him bewildered. The old woman chuckled more. The secrets of this vast wasteland are countless. Beyond the canyon and the divine city, there are innumerable mysteries that one cannot even begin to count. Should you devote all your curiosity to these secrets, you would find yourself with little time for anything else. A group of individuals made their way towards the village of Canlao. The village chief spoke in a grave tone. "I see that your swordsmanship is quite formidable. With a blade measuring 13 inches, it can rival that young man's treasured sword. You have made significant progress in this endeavor." Qin Mu felt a stirring within him and voiced his confusion. "Why is it that my vital energy cannot manipulate objects as theirs can? My energy can only permeate the willow branch to a depth of 13 inches, and I am unable to extend it further." He harbored a deep envy towards those who could wield their energy to control swords, yet he found himself incapable of doing so. The pharmacist subtly shook his head, noting that the vital energy cultivated by an ordinary person lacks attributes, rendering them incapable of manipulating objects. This limitation exists because there are no techniques available for ordinary vital energy to perform such functions. For Qin Mu, as an ordinary individual, to sustain a willow branch extending 13 inches and to withstand a direct clash with a warrior's sword, such as that of Brother Chu, without being severed, was indeed remarkable. The village chief maintained a calm demeanor and remarked, Your berserker body has yet to awaken fully, and the divine womb is still undiscovered. There is no need for haste. Even without the awakening of your berserker body, you were able to defeat a warrior at the pinnacle of the spirit womb realm. Once your berserker body awakens, your strength will far surpass that of your peers. Elder Si and others were equally pleased with Qin Mu's performance. Brother Chu was a warrior at the pinnacle of the spirit womb realm, capable of manipulating his sword with his energy, surrounding himself with it, and was evidently not far from reaching the five luminaries realm. Yet, despite Qin Mu not having awakened his berserker body, he had managed to defeat him with a mere wooden stick, clearly indicating that Qin Mu possessed an unprecedented berserker body. The village chief had not deceived them. The pharmacist's eyelid twitched slightly, and he mused, "It is only a matter of time before Mu's ordinary constitution is revealed. When that day comes, these individuals may well become despondent enough to turn the heavens upside down." However, the fact that Mu managed to slay a peak warrior with a mere wooden stick is indeed perplexing. Could it be the manifestation of a dominant physique? Or perhaps the influence of spiritual blood? Despite his extensive knowledge, he found himself somewhat bewildered, his mind clouded with confusion. After consuming the force spirit's blood, the vital energy within Qin Mu became increasingly vigorous, its flow accelerating gradually, allowing his swollen muscle fascia to recover slowly. The circulation of his vital blood also quickened, and the fatigue that had enveloped him began to dissipate little by little, prompting him to unconsciously quicken his pace, which continued to escalate. Master Ma and the others, astonished, remained silent, trailing behind him. As he practiced the dominant body's three-pillar technique while running, Qin Mu made a remarkable discovery. His cultivation was advancing at an accelerated rate. With the supplement of the four spirits' blood, his progress was set to soar even higher, leading him to instinctively increase his running speed, becoming somewhat oblivious to his surroundings. He soon forgot the soreness of his muscles, his speed continuously rising, while the flow of vital energy within him quickened, spreading through his limbs and bones, even penetrating his hair, nails, and the very texture of his skin. Gradually, his pace surpassed that of his previous utmost effort, yet he remained unaware, feeling only a sense of exhilaration and delight with each stride. Perspiration began to seep from his skin's pores. However, this sweat was not clear, but rather murky, containing not only dark impurities but also white fatty particles, though Qin Mu remained oblivious to the changes occurring within his body. The apothecary and the village chief exchanged astonished glances. "Master Ma, when did you commence the tempering of your essence?" the apothecary suddenly inquired. Master Ma replied in a grave tone, "At the pinnacle of the spirit fetus realm. While practicing my martial arts, I inadvertently unleashed my first divine ability. My inaugural divine skill is the tempering of the body through boxing, with my essence entwined like a green dragon." The apothecary turned to the crippled man, who remarked, "I too am at the pinnacle of the spirit fetus realm. On that fateful day, I dashed through the wind, attempting to catch up with the tempest, yearning to tread upon the very tips of the wind as I soared through the skies. It was then that I uncovered the profound secret of essence tempering, where my essence flowed like the wind through a myriad of apertures. In my exuberance, I fell from the tip of the wind and narrowly escaped death." The apothecary sighed. "I experienced something similar. I envisioned using the spirit fetus as a cauldron for alchemy, employing my own essence as the medicinal ingredient to forge myself into a remedy. And therein I discovered the marvels of essence tempering, where my essence burned like fire upon my flesh. Yet, Mu has yet to break through the barrier, and he has already begun tempering his body." The crippled man chuckled. "The dominant body truly possesses unparalleled strength, an envy that we, as spirit bodies, cannot aspire to." The apothecary's expression grew peculiar, and he refrained from elaborating further. "The dominant body? If it truly is the dominant body, I would not be so astonished." While the crippled man and Master Ma could attribute it all to the dominant body, the apothecary was aware of the truth. Qin Mu had accomplished the tempering of essence with an ordinary physique, a feat that even he, a well-versed expert, could not help but marvel at. Mu has yet to awaken the dominant body. Should he do so, with the dominant body's ability to manipulate and control essence, one might ponder if even the esteemed national master of Yankang would rival his prowess, exclaimed Granny Si in excitement. The apothecary's heart sank as he glanced at the village chief. The village chief remained silent. In this world, there was no such thing as a dominant body, and naturally, no dominant body energy existed either. Ordinary energy could not manipulate or control objects, and when Qin Mu realized he was unable to do so, the truth would inevitably come to light. However, before that, Qin Mu first needed to achieve what was known as the awakening of the dominant body, which required breaking through barriers, specifically the spiritual womb barrier. How could an ordinary person accomplish such a feat? The village chief furrowed his brow, pondering whether continuing to consume the blood of the four spirits would still prove beneficial. How long could he conceal this? Chapter 15. Walking on water. Qin Mu sprinted swiftly, his energy growing increasingly potent. As he traversed an indeterminate number of miles, the villagers of the remnant old village managed to keep pace with him, even the blind, who moved confidently alongside the others. Just as Qin Mu plunged into a dense forest, a pitch-black figure suddenly emerged, roaring, "Little brat, die." The furious roar belonged to the demon ape, incensed at the intrusion of the little one into its territory. Old Ma, with a single arm, cast a glance at the enraged beast. In an instant, the demon ape, struck by a sudden realization, abandoned its territory and fled in haste. The emotionless gaze of Old Ma instilled a profound fear in the colossal creature, making it feel as though death awaited it in the next moment. Hence it dared not act arrogantly and quickly made its escape. Granny Si commanded, "Mu'er, go watch by the river. Blind one, accompany him, and be careful not to let the river's monsters seize you." The blind man, leaning on his bamboo staff, followed Qin Mu to the riverbank, where Qin Mu promptly stripped off his clothes and plunged into the water to cleanse himself of the grime. The blind man gently tapped the river water with his bamboo staff, startling a large fish concealed near Qin Mu, which leaped out of the water and soared more than 10 zhang away. It was an enormous catfish, exceeding 2 zhang in length, its whiskers resembling 8 long, serpentine tentacles. After a brief cleansing, Qin Mu suddenly caught sight of the shimmering river surface, and an overwhelming sense of ambition surged forth from his youthful heart. Igniting like a fierce blaze, his vitality surged restlessly, a torrent of energy racing up his throat, as if the celestial melodies had been unlocked. A resonant howl erupting from his throat. The mountains echoed with his long cry, and the river rippled in response. Amidst his resounding call, Qin Mu leaped from the water, suddenly breaking into a furious run, his feet skimming the river's surface. As his foot touched the water, the latent power within him fused with the descending vitality, a potent amalgamation that erupted forth. Wherever his foot landed, the water exploded outward. Before the droplets could settle, Qin Mu had already propelled himself forward by over a zhang, simultaneously placing his other foot upon the surface. A series of crisp splashes reverberated across the river as Qin Mu dashed forward, swiftly covering more than 2 li. His howls grew increasingly exuberant, carefree and unrestrained, akin to heavenly music, a celestial symphony, the harmonious calls of dragons and phoenixes. His steps were bold and unencumbered, reveling in the joyous abandon as he raced across the river's surface. The blind man, leaning on his bamboo staff by the riverbank, felt the gentle breeze tousle his white hair. Listening to Qin Mu's resounding call echoing from the river, he nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips, and suddenly burst into song. The cries of the monkeys on both banks cannot cease. The wind whispers coldly beneath my garments. As Mu'er frolicked joyfully along the riverbank, his bare bottom exposed to the elements, a sudden gasp echoed from the heart of the river, causing Qin Mu to plummet into the water with a splash. Moments later, the youth swam to the shore, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he dried himself and donned his garments. In a moment of enlightenment by the riverside, he had become so elated that he completely forgot his state of undress and leapt into the river, reveling in the invigorating coolness of the water. Fortunately, his blind grandfather was not there to witness the spectacle. Once Qin Mu had composed himself, he abruptly lifted his gaze to find Mr. Ma, the deaf-mute, and others standing amidst the trees by the riverbank, including Granny Si, who had also come to observe, along with the village chief, who had been carried over on a stretcher. Qin Mu's face turned a deep crimson as he stammered, "Granny, when did you all arrive?" Granny Si chuckled softly, "Mu'er, we've seen your posterior on numerous occasions. What is there to be embarrassed about? We heard your spirited call and decided to come and see for ourselves." The village chief cleared his throat and said, "Mu'er, you have been pursued by 5 martial artists at the spirit embryo stage. It is prudent to ensure there are no lingering dangers. Let the apothecary examine you." As Qin Mu approached, the apothecary conducted a thorough examination, shaking his head and declaring, "There are no serious injuries, merely superficial wounds." The village chief also inspected him, signaling that he could leave. However, Qin Mu was immediately summoned by the butcher for training in swordsmanship. The butcher was dissatisfied with Qin Mu's performance, particularly his reliance on the sword to defeat Brother Chu after delivering over 5,000 strikes. and thus he intended to subject him to rigorous training. What had the village chief discovered? The pharmacist approached the village chief's stretcher, his gaze fixed upon Qin Mu, who was energetically competing with the butcher in a display of knife skills. He quietly inquired about Qin's progress. The chief admitted, his advancement is astonishingly rapid. From yesterday until now, the pace of his improvement is beyond imagination. Just now, I heard his howl, a sound produced only through the resonance of his vital energy and vocal cords, faintly imbued with the essence of divine and demonic tones. It is remarkable that he has not yet broken through the spirit-fetal barrier. Even those who have would struggle to achieve such a resonance. If I were an ordinary person like him, it would take me 20 years to reach his current level of vital energy. As Qin Mu let out a long howl by the river, the resonance of his vital energy and vocal cords unconsciously produced the sound, interwoven with the demonic tones he had absorbed in the canyon ruins. More intriguingly, while he meticulously pondered the dark demonic sound the previous night, he also retained in his memory the divine sounds of the goddesses from the ruins, each subtle fluctuation of their divine resonance etched in his mind. Consequently, his howl naturally blended with the divine sounds of the goddesses. To the ears of others, it was unremarkable, lacking any discernible intricacies. However, to the village chief, it was profoundly significant, resonating with clarity. Divine and demonic resonance? The pharmacist was taken aback. How has he accomplished this? Moreover, to attain the abilities of an ordinary person over the course of a single night is truly terrifying. Could it truly be the effect of the Force Spirit blood? The village chief shook his head. While the Force Spirit blood can enhance his body and vital energy, such rapid advancement is implausible. The pharmacist pondered. Could it be that Mu is a natural prodigy? Is he inherently suited for cultivation? The village chief furrowed his brow and pondered. Why does a natural genius possess the physique of an ordinary person? A true prodigy ought to embody a spiritual essence. Moreover, which extraordinary talent could achieve a resonance between gods and demons? The apothecary inquired. His howl resonates with the forces of deities and demons. Is this a boon or a bane? Uncertain. The village chief replied. From his howl, I discern the clash of divine and demonic energies, a fierce and tumultuous battle. Yet I cannot ascertain whether it is good or ill. The apothecary's gaze flickered as he mused. From whence do these divine and demonic sounds emanate within his howl? I do not know. The apothecary felt a throbbing headache beginning to form, as did the village chief. It had been quite some time since they had been troubled by such perplexities. Ever since they took in Qin Mu, the young boy who had drifted down from the upper reaches, the number of enigmas they faced had multiplied. As nightfall descended, the remnants of Elder Village were soon enveloped in darkness. Qin Mu lay in the outer room, while Granny Si rested in the inner chamber. In the dead of night, Qin Mu unconsciously heard the ominous sounds of demonic energy echoing in his mind, followed by the emergence of divine tones. The clash between these divine and demonic forces intensified, growing increasingly cacophonous. The resonance of gods and demons gradually morphed within his consciousness into a fierce contest of darkness and light, a brutal struggle. Qin Mu felt as if he had lost his corporeal form, becoming a disembodied spirit hovering above the battlefield of divine and demonic conflict, gazing vacantly at the tumultuous clash of darkness and light below. The battleground between darkness and light resembled the scene he had witnessed the previous night in the canyon ruins. Yet it was even more magnificent and grandiose. The night seemed to reach out like tendrils, piercing through the light, which suddenly erupted, sweeping away the encroaching darkness. After a moment, Qin Mu discerned the nature of the light and darkness. Within the abyss of darkness surged an endless tide of demonic entities, advancing towards the light like a relentless wave. The sinister sounds were not mere echoes of malice, but the collective wails of countless demons. The light, too, was magnificent. A vast ocean of divine beings clad in golden armor, fiercely battling the encroaching horde of demons. He stood at such a height that these divine and demonic figures appeared as mere droplets, indistinguishable from afar. Initially, he believed it to be a conflict between light and darkness, but now, with clarity, he was struck by a profound sense of awe and terror. Suddenly, Qin Mu awoke, drenched in sweat. As he opened his eyes, he found his mind inundated with the cacophony of divine and demonic sounds, as if his head were on the verge of exploding. At that moment, the jade pendant at his chest began to levitate gently, drifting to his forehead before softly descending. A refreshing current surged through him, instantly silencing the tumult of divine and demonic sounds in his mind. He sat up abruptly, gasping for breath, his heart filled with confusion and uncertainty about the events that had transpired. After a brief interval, he exited the room and stepped outside. Taking advantage of the ethereal glow emitted by the village's stone statues to examine the jade pendant. Beyond the village lay an engulfing darkness, yet the pendant radiated a gentle luminescence. Qin Mu gazed at the pendant in a daze, his eyes captivated by its glow, unable to tear himself away from the small piece of jade. Unbeknownst to him, Granny Si had approached silently, witnessing this scene. A pang of sorrow struck her heart. Though they had raised him, Mu'er would never truly belong to their village of the frail and elderly. He was merely a child nurtured by their community, destined to depart. Her spirit jolted with realization. Her eyes gleaming with urgency. The outside world was far more perilous than the great market. He currently lacked the strength to face it. Chapter 16. The young girl in the temple behind the jade pendant. A pair of bright and clear eyes shone. Although Qin Mu was merely 11 years old, he had already grasped many profound truths. On one occasion, he accompanied Granny Si to a neighboring village, where a woman was about to give birth. The delivery went smoothly, and the tender scene of the loving family profoundly moved him. Thus, Qin Mu cherished this jade pendant dearly, hoping that one day it would lead him to his parents, enabling him to inquire why they had forsaken him. The following day, Master Ma, the blind man, the cripple, and the mute set out once more to hunt, capturing more spirit beasts to fortify Qin Mu's health. The nearby region, spanning hundreds of miles, had been nearly depleted of spirit beasts by these four formidable individuals, compelling them to venture farther afield in search of their quarry. The village chief was frail. The herbalist often roamed the hills for herbs. The butcher was embittered and occasionally succumbed to madness, while the deaf man showed interest only in painting and calligraphy. Thus, the only companion Qin Mu had for his training was Granny Si. However, she too was frequently absent from the village, as she was a seamstress and a midwife, often summoned by neighboring villages for clothing or to assist with deliveries. This morning, Granny Si departed early, and the herbalist set out to gather herbs. The butcher and the deaf man carried the village chief outside and unceremoniously placed him at the village gate, with one sharpening a knife and the other engrossed in his artwork. Feeling utterly bored, Qin Mu wandered alone to the riverbank. Ever since the cow had transformed into a woman and was tragically killed by the cripple, his tasks had diminished significantly. At the river, the boy took a deep breath, his chest swelling like a balloon, filling with vitality, only to gradually deflate as the energy circulated within him. He did not exhale, rather. He allowed his vital energy to nourish his lungs, rendering them extraordinarily resilient, compressing the air within from a full 10 to a mere 1. Qin Mu continued to inhale, his chest remaining uninflated until he reached his limit. Suddenly, the youth's foot faltered, and he leaped forth like an arrow released from its bow. On the river's surface, two waves parted ways, and between them, Qin Mu strode across the water, racing forward with fervor. Suddenly, a flash of blades illuminated the river. While in motion, he drew forth his butcher's knife, its glimmering edge darting through the air like a soaring dragon. This was the butcher's technique. The knife style mirrored its wielder, exuding a rebellious and untamed ferocity that defied both heaven and earth. The blade rolled and surged, sweeping across the river's surface with relentless force. Abruptly, the blade's radiance retracted. Qin Mu sheathed the butcher's knife behind him and transitioned to Master Ma's boxing technique. His vital energy coursed through his arms, focusing at his fingertips as he clenched his fist. He moved as the Yangtze River flows into the sea, carrying the tumultuous currents that shatter the skies, an unceasing torrent. The first form of the thunder sound 8 styles. He stood alone against the eastern sea, summoning the spring thunder. He unleashed one punch after another, visions of the great river rushing forth and the roar of waves crashing into the ocean filling his mind. Unbeknownst to him, the essence of his boxing began to mirror that very imagery. With a sudden flourish, his fist opened wide, fingers trembling with intensity, compressing the air before him until it erupted, splashing the river's surface with a cascade of water. Yet, it was still insufficient. He had not achieved the palm thunder. Qin Mu felt a tinge of disappointment, for the lowest level of Master Ma's Thunder Sound 8 styles required the mastery of palm thunder. Each punch and palm strike should unleash a thunderous explosion, captivating yet formidable in its might. To reach deeper mastery would entail divine prowess, commanding the very thunder, a realm far beyond his current grasp. In his frenzied dash, he retrieved a bamboo staff from his back, its tip poised not to wield a mere stick technique, but rather the art of the spear. He had learned the staff technique from a blind master, whose style was akin to that of a spear, the staff swirling like an enraged dragon stirring the river waters, each strike accompanied by the tumultuous flow of the river. Qin Mu then placed the bamboo staff behind him and drew forth a hefty iron hammer, executing the hammer techniques imparted by a mute blacksmith. The hammering style was ancient and clumsy, imbued with immense strength and remarkable weight, standing in stark contrast to Qin Mu's swift movements. After a considerable time, he sensed a depletion of his vital energy, fatigue gripped his body, and his strength was waning. Only then did he glance around. Realizing he had ventured far from the decrepit village, now 100 miles downstream. How had I unknowingly run such a distance? Before him appeared a verdant oasis amidst the river's heart, the waters rushing fiercely on either side. A flicker of intrigue sparked within him, prompting him to charge towards the oasis. Moments later, he found solid ground beneath his feet, ascending to the oasis. It was modest in size, resembling a small hill in the river's center, its dimensions scarcely a mile across, rising about 40 zhang above the water, lush with vegetation. Within the dense foliage, the melodies of birds were conspicuously absent, replaced solely by the sound of rushing water. Not far ahead, a dilapidated temple lay concealed within the trees, its crumbling walls partially exposed. Approaching the temple, Qin Mu noted its state of ruin, long neglected and adorned with cobwebs. Nonetheless, it offered a suitable respite. He halted before the temple, where one door had collapsed, revealing a dim interior, yet within stood a grand statue of a Buddha, its surface gilded and shimmering with golden light. However, it has been quite some time since anyone last visited this place. The gold leaf has peeled away significantly, revealing the underlying copper structure, upon which peculiar inscriptions are etched, twisting and curling as if formed by tadpoles. The statue of the Buddha is bound by thick chains, which Qin Mu immediately noticed extend from the small temple all the way to the edge of the oasis, delving into the surging river. How strange it is that these chains restrain this great Buddha. The old blind man mentioned that it is customary to burn incense when entering a temple. Alas, I have no incense with me and can only rest before the shrine. Qin Mu cleared his throat and bowed to the temple, saying, I am but an elderly villager from the riverside, passing by this sacred site to rest my weary feet. I apologize for disturbing the resident spirit, and I feel uneasy at heart. He hesitated for a moment before continuing to recite the words taught to him by the blind man. Since my youth, I have suffered from weakness and premature vitality. If there is a divine sister within this temple, I implore you not to bring harm upon me. The blind man, being a seasoned figure of the world, had earned Qin Mu's unwavering trust. Following the blind man's guidance, he spoke as instructed, believing that it would pose no issues. After this prayer, Qin Mu sat upon the stone steps, removed his iron shoes, and untied the iron ingots bound to his calves, taking a moment to breathe deeply and regain his strength. Throughout his journey, he had traversed the river wearing iron shoes and carrying iron ingots, which the mute blacksmith had reforged for him, making them even heavier than before. Suddenly, a light, melodic laugh emanated from the temple behind him. A girl's voice chiming playfully, Your words are quite amusing. Very well, I shall not consume you. Qin Mu hastily turned around, only to discover a young girl seated upon the palm of the Buddha statue, her age seemingly akin to his own, around 11 or 12 years old. She sported 3 small braids, 2 slender ones cascading down her chest, while the thicker braid hung down her back. She was playfully swinging her feet, grinning at him with a cheerful demeanor. The gentle swaying of her feet caused the golden rings around her ankles to clink melodiously, enhancing the brightness of her laughter. Reminiscent of the early spring sun, Qin Mu quickly rose to his feet and inquired, Who might this enchanting fairy sister be? The girl leapt down from the statue's hand, her laughter exuberant as she revealed her small tiger teeth. I am Si Yuanwei, and I live nearby. I have never encountered any fairy sisters. What is your name? Noticing her radiant smile, which seemed devoid of malice, Qin Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. I am called Qin Mu, which implies a simple cowherd of the Qin family. I once owned a cow, and the elders in my village always asked me to tend to it. Si Yuanwei approached the back of the ancient temple and opened another door, scrutinizing him from head to toe before glancing behind him. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. Where is your cow? Qin Mu hesitated for a moment before responding. The cow has transformed into a woman, so I no longer have a cow. Si Yuanwei, astonished, exclaimed with glee, Such delightful occurrences exist? How did that happen? Can you transform as well? Qin Mu shook his head. Not yet, but my grandmother can. Si Yuanwei appeared somewhat disappointed. I had thought you could. To share with me any other amusing tales, come inside and tell me all about it. Qin Mu lifted his foot, poised to enter the ancient temple, when suddenly his gaze transcended past Si Yuanwei. Behind the dilapidated statue within the temple, he discerned several protruding white bones, causing his heart to lurch. His foot hovered in midair, hesitating as he recalled his grandfather's words that one should first pay respects to the Buddha before offering incense. I haven't brought any incense, so perhaps I should refrain from entering, he murmured. Come in. Xian Qinga replied with a sweet smile. Her eyes sparkled playfully as she bit her crimson lip, laughing softly. I know some delightful secrets meant only for boys and girls. If you come in, I shall teach you. Her voice, once vibrant with youthful exuberance, now bore a hint of seduction, captivating in its allure. Qin Mu's face flushed crimson as he stammered. I have suffered from kidney deficiency since childhood. Enter. Came a thunderous roar from the little girl. Chapter 17. The spirit embryo breaks the barrier from her upper back. A formidable exoskeleton of bones protruded, causing her figure to hunch slightly. Her arms, composed of skeletal structures, stretched forth with fingers like razor-sharp claws, exceedingly lethal. Moreover, curved bony spikes resembling deer antlers sprouted from the back of her head, her face marred by deep crevices, exuding an indescribable terror. A cacophony of piercing shrieks erupted from her mouth, as if a multitude of women were wailing in agony, commanding fiercely, "You shall enter." Qin Mu raised his gaze to regard the bone-laden woman, astonishment etched across his features, and shook his head resolutely. I shall not enter. The creature within the temple roared in fury, its legs darting about with alarming speed, circling the sanctum repeatedly before lunging towards the ancient entrance. At that moment, a cacophony erupted, reverberating through the oasis as massive chains trembled violently. Qin Mu swiftly turned his gaze, observing that one end of these chains sank into the river, entwined around the great golden Buddha within the temple, while the other end was firmly shackled to the creature itself. The beast flailed its claws in a furious display, yet it remained unable to advance a single step beyond the temple's threshold. Calmly, Qin Mu settled himself, resuming his breath and cultivating the formidable 3 elixirs of the body, replenishing his strength. After a brief interval, silence enveloped the space behind him, for the creature could not free itself from its bindings. Suddenly, it veered towards the golden Buddha, exclaiming, "Cursed thief! How dare you imprison me here? Do you intend to let me starve? This child has not offered you incense. Why am I not permitted to devour him?" The statue stood resolute against its assault, unyielding amidst the creature's wrath. In a fit of rage, it circled the Buddha, sending countless bones flying behind it with each collision. As time passed, the creature quieted, methodically collecting the scattered bones and concealing them behind the golden figure. Its bloodshot eyes fixated intently on Qin Mu outside the temple. Thief, a feast has come knocking at your door, it thought, as it positioned itself behind the entrance. Its gaze locked on the nape of Qin Mu's neck, saliva flowing like an endless stream. Before long, it transformed once again into the figure of a young girl named Xianqing'er, her garments loosely draped, giggling as she playfully remarked, "Young man, let us indulge in shame together." Qin Mu, possessed of remarkable composure, chose to ignore her, ultimately regaining his strength, his vitality restored to its zenith. After enduring a day of arduous cultivation, he felt a significant enhancement in his energy. A flicker of inspiration ignited within him, prompting him to channel his vitality, silently reciting the incantation of the demonic sound, once more assaulting the barrier of the spiritual fetus. Kikita, Sami, Prajna Prajna Sami, Kikita Prajna Sami. Just as his energy surged toward the barrier, a series of resounding roars erupted from the ancient temple. The intricate patterns beneath the gold leaf of the great golden Buddha glimmered with streams of blood light, enveloped in the golden foil, which itself radiated a resplendent golden glow. Amidst the tumultuous vibrations, the previously gilded bronze Buddha statue astonishingly opened its eyes, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Qin Mu was immediately met with a commanding voice resounding in his ears. Heterodox fiends, dare to act presumptuously before me, chanting the true words of the demonic gods, defying all order. I shall subdue you with the authentic words of the Buddha. The countenance of the creature in the temple changed drastically as the golden Buddha raised its hand, seizing the chain, pulling the creature uncontrollably toward it. Thud. The creature, overwhelmed by the Buddha's imposing presence, knelt before the statue, rendered immobile. Om, Mani, Padme, Hum. Om, Mani, Padme, Hum. Om, Mani, Padme, Hum. The golden Buddha opened its mouth, emitting a series of resonant sacred sounds, akin to a true Buddha reciting the sacred incantations. The creature, upon hearing the sound of the Buddha, found itself crushed by an invisible force, writhing in agony as it let out a pained shriek. Outside the temple, Qin Mu found himself assailed by the resonant incantations of the Buddhist realm, his mind thrown into disarray. At that very moment, however, his vital energy surged forth. colliding with the barrier of his spiritual womb. From beyond the heavens, a chorus of divine sounds echoed, akin to celestial beings reciting sacred texts. These divine vibrations met the temple's Buddhist chants, amplifying in intensity and counterbalancing the pressure upon his vital essence. What an opportune moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mu intoned, his voice rising with incantations of enchantment. Chi ku duo sa mo yi, bo rua sa mo yi. Chi ku duo bo rua sa mo yi. Chi ku duo sa mo yi, bo rua sa mo yi. Chi ku duo bo rua sa mo yi. The resounding Buddhist hymn within the temple erupted. Om. Ma, and I ba mi hung. Om, ma, and I ba mi hung. Simultaneously, the celestial sounds emanating from his brow grew ever more fervent. Guan, Ming, Duan, Jing, Wu, Si, Jiang. Yu, Tian, Shi, Dui, Shi Wei Ling Nu. The three distinct voices intertwined, and the obstruction at his brow dissipated instantaneously. Qin Mu seized the moment. Channeling the power of his formidable body technique, directing all his vital energy towards the barrier of his spiritual womb. The torrent of energy surged forth like a mighty river, crashing against the shores. As the waves roared against the banks, the barrier of his spiritual womb shattered with a resounding crash, allowing his vital essence to pour into the divine sanctuary of his spirit. In the aftermath, an even more tempestuous surge of vital energy erupted from within his spiritual sanctuary, instantly permeating his entire being, coursing through every limb and sinew, even invigorating each hair upon his head. The barrier of the spiritual womb lay utterly vanquished. The wall had been breached. Qin Mu stood in a daze, ceasing the recitation of the demonic chant, and abruptly, the divine sound vanished as well. Within the temple, the resonant voice of the Golden Buddha, now devoid of any rival, fell silent, and the statue returned to its immobile state. Only the creature beneath the statue remained ensnared by the Buddha's sound, lying motionless. At that moment, the imperceptible barrier that had hindered Qin Mu from unlocking his spiritual womb's divine treasury dissipated, finally revealing the sacred sanctuary without any obstruction. Could it be that I have truly breached the barrier? Qin Mu could hardly contain his elation, rejoicing in front of the temple. Despite having consumed an inconceivable amount of the force spirit blood, he had long been unable to awaken his formidable body. Yet now, through the clash of divine, demonic, and Buddha voices, he had shattered the barrier, and his small chest swelled with an immense sense of accomplishment. Soon, Qin Mu quieted his exuberance, pondering the spiritual womb barrier and the divine treasury. If it is indeed a sacred sanctuary, there must be treasures left for me by the divine. He closed his eyes, envisioning the brilliant golden light at his brow, cautiously allowing his consciousness to enter this enigmatic sanctuary. Inside, the spiritual womb's divine treasury unfolded as a peculiar realm, radiant with golden luminescence, reminiscent of an ancient paradise. As his consciousness delved deeper, it felt as though he had entered a vast ocean of light, the brilliance enveloping him like an ethereal realm, providing a sense of profound comfort. His consciousness soared through the sea of golden light for an indeterminate duration, yet he discovered nothing. Was this supposed to be the spiritual womb's treasury? Why was there nothing within? Had the divine taken away the treasures meant for me? Qin Mu pondered in confusion. The spiritual womb's treasury had been unlocked. Yet where was the divine treasure? Suddenly, he beheld a statue standing alone amidst the luminous sea, a sight most jarring. How could there be a statue within the sanctuary of the spirit embryo? Could this be the sanctuary itself? Qin Mu, taken aback, let his consciousness swirl around the statue, scrutinizing it from various angles. It was then that he discerned the peculiarity. The statue was merely an illusion, not a sculpture of stone. It resembled neither jade nor stone, yet it shimmered with a translucent brilliance, imparting a sense of softness. Strangely, the visage of the statue bore a striking resemblance to his own, albeit more akin to his appearance as a toddler of 2 or 3 years. A statue of me within the sanctuary of the spirit embryo? Could it be that a divine being has perceived my likeness and crafted an effigy of me, concealing it within my own sanctuary? Qin Mu pondered, his consciousness lightly brushing against the statue, when suddenly, it surged uncontrollably into the statue's form. Chapter 18. The Wayward Child. Before Qin Mu, darkness enveloped him abruptly. Upon the awakening of his consciousness, he was horrified to discover that it resided within the statue. What transpired? He opened his eyes, attempting to rotate his gaze, only to find that his eyes could indeed move. As he tilted his head, he was astonished to realize that his consciousness had acquired a semblance of a head. Looking down, he saw that his consciousness had merged with the statue, its limbs becoming his own. Consciousness, devoid of form, had taken on a corporeal existence. How peculiar! He sensed that this statue embodied a spirit, akin to energy yet not quite energy, resembling a soul, yet not entirely a soul, an enigma that defied easy explanation. The spirit fetus divine repository. Could it be that the statue embodies my spirit fetus? Is it my consciousness entering the statue that awakens the spirit fetus? The spirit fetus divine repository refers to this? Qin Mu's spirit fetus blinked its eyes, and in an instant, many things became clear to him. Within the human body lie 7 divine repositories, with the spirit fetus divine repository being the foremost. However, this repository remains sealed, rendering ordinary individuals incapable of unlocking it, and thus unable to awaken the spirit fetus. Conversely, the spirit body's divine repository is inherently open, hence, all that is needed is the corresponding spirit blood to guide consciousness into the spirit fetus, awakening it. The spirit fetus indeed refers to this vessel that accommodates consciousness. Is the divine repository not a gift from the gods to humanity's spirit fetus, but rather a deliberate sealing by the gods themselves? Just as he pondered this, a surge of vital energy flowed in from the outside, entering the sea of light. The strands of vital energy were drawn into the small spirit fetus, and each breath it took made the vital energy within him significantly pure. Furthermore, Qin Mu discovered that the spirit fetus was absorbing the golden light from the sea of light, with the golden glow mingling with the vital energy within him, creating a delicate interplay that puzzled him regarding its purpose. He attempted to make the spirit fetus stand, only to find that this tiny being was unable to rise or even move. Suddenly, a violent coughing echoed from the temple. The creature was not dead, but was instead sprawled before the statue, coughing up blood in great heaves. Contemplating for a moment, Qin Mu stepped through the temple door. Upon seeing him enter the ancient temple, the creature was taken aback, uncertain whether to feel fear or joy, and hurriedly struggled to rise. As Qin Mu approached, he chanted, "Kikita Sami, Prajna Sami, Kikita Prajna Sami." The malevolent entity dared to be audacious. The monster trembled in terror as the golden Buddha behind it began to sway, radiating a brilliant light, with chains clattering ominously, forcing it to kneel upon the ground. Whem, Mani, Padme, hum. The resonant sound of the Buddha's voice caused the creature to spew blood, rendering it feeble and despondent. "You are the demon." The monster cautiously peered out, its voice hoarse with fear as it beheld Qin Mu entering the grand hall of the temple. "You are the true embodiment of malevolence." Qin Mu remained silent, proceeding directly to the statue of the Buddha. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately resolved to heed the guidance of the blind sage. Bowing respectfully as he spoke, "I have been afflicted with kidney deficiency and frailty since my youth, and suffer from premature ejaculation." Upon hearing this, the monster's eyes widened in disbelief, and amidst coughing blood, it wheezed with laughter. "Young one, you speak of your ailments before the Buddha? The statue will not bestow any blessings upon you." Qin Mu shot at a glare, "Kikita Sami." The statue trembled. "Evil being." The monster's spirit seemed to flee, hastily pleading for mercy. "Do not chant anymore. Spare my life." Qin Mu ceased his recitation. Yet the golden Buddha uttered a true mantra that caused the creature to expel more blood. Qin Mu surveyed his surroundings but found nothing of value, however. The mountain of bones piled behind the statue startled him, a grim testament to the countless souls who had perished in this wretched temple, victims of this monster's malevolence. The youth could not help but shake his head, saying, "The bones are concealed behind the Buddha statue, which has become your accomplice, aiding you in obscuring your misdeeds and leading more people astray. If I were to employ the Buddha's hand to extinguish your life, I would inadvertently be contributing to the statue's merit, and I shall not do such a thing. Tell me, spirit, what treasures lie within your temple?" The creature trembled and replied, "What treasures could I possibly possess? I have been suppressed here by the thieving bald one, and all my treasures have been plundered." "How utterly lamentable. Do not utter that name." The creature forced a smile and continued, "Over the years, I have managed to acquire a few decent items, albeit only to satisfy my fleeting desires. Allow me to present them to you." With great effort, it rose unsteadily and made its way to the top of the grand hall, gently prodding a concealed compartment, which opened to reveal a trove of weapons and armor. Among the items were several garments, primarily women's undergarments, but their materials suggested they belonged to a wealthy household. "This is all there is," the creature said with an insincere smile. Qin Mu frowned in disappointment, asking, "Is this truly all? No elixirs or miraculous potions?" I have consumed any such elixirs I might have had, the creature replied. Skeptical, Qin Mu reached for a goose feather blade, finding it astonishingly heavy. Far more so than the pig slaughtering knife strapped to his back. Strangely, despite its size, the pig slaughtering knife was significantly lighter than the seemingly ordinary goose feather blade. The goose feather blade was slender, while the pig slaughtering knife was broad and hefty. Qin Mu removed the pig slaughtering knife and gently struck it against the goose feather blade, only to hear a resounding clang as the latter snapped in two, the blade tip clattering to the ground. The creature stared wide-eyed, transfixed by the butcher's knife in his hand, rendered speechless. Filled with immense disappointment, Qin Mu cast aside the geese-winged blade. Who forged this knife? Akin to a mere chopping board? The creature exclaimed in astonishment, stammering. A spiritual weapon nurtured by a master of the sixth harmony realm shatters upon contact. This knife, resembling a kitchen utensil, could not possibly be crafted by an ordinary person. Qin Mu caressed the butcher's knife, feeling its cold blade, a chill penetrating deep into his heart and lungs. This knife had been fashioned for him by the village blacksmith, a renowned mute known for his exceptional craftsmanship, attracting customers from neighboring villages seeking kitchen knives, hoes, and plows. It was forged from no ordinary iron. The creature, frothing at the mouth, longed to approach and examine it closely but hesitated, fearful that Qin Mu might utter that peculiar incantation again. It called out, "Feel it. Is there a chill? If there is, it must be forged from cold iron and golden crystal." Qin Mu, surprised, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, there is a chill." The creature gasped. To fashion such a chopping board from cold iron and golden crystal, and with such exquisite craftsmanship, to create a knife that resembles a mere kitchen utensil? Such a waste of resources and talent. Qin Mu shot at a glare, concealing the butcher's knife behind his back, before gathering the weapons and other treasures strewn across the ground, methodically placing each item outside the dilapidated temple. The creature, infuriated, shouted, "You already possess such fine weaponry. Why must you take my belongings as well?" Grandmother said, Qin Mu replied, that anything obtained through one's own prowess must be taken in full. The creature was infuriated yet dared not confront him, compelled to watch helplessly as he stripped away the treasures it had painstakingly gathered. "Do you have any packages?" Suddenly, Qin Mu leaned in and inquired. "None." The creature cautiously exited the grand hall, only to see Qin Mu chopping bamboo on the island. Before long, he fashioned a bamboo raft, placed the treasures upon it, and propelled himself upstream with a long bamboo pole. "Who raised this mischievous child, daring to rob even me?" The creature exploded in fury, finally finding the courage to voice its outrage. "Is there no law anymore? How dare you ask me for a package to conceal your ill-gotten gains? It drives me to madness." Chapter 19. The Awakening of the Dominant Body. A green oasis 100 miles downstream. Qin Mu recounted his experiences, causing the blind man's expression to shift dramatically as he exclaimed, "In the temple of that oasis resides a lord-level beast, a formidable sprite adept at transformation, known as Wu Nu. You ventured into that temple? You actually managed to seize her treasures? Is it truly that Wu Nu?" Grandmother Si echoed in shock. "Once, while passing by that dilapidated temple, I witnessed her devouring too many people and ended up giving her a beating. She hid behind that statue of Buddha, and when I saw the statue's peculiar nature, I refrained from killing her. That statue is quite strange. I have also encountered her. She is indeed powerful. A great demon comparable to a cultivator at the 7-star level," the lame man remarked. "Moore, how did you manage to steal Wu Nu's belongings and escape from her grasp?" Upon realizing that concealment was futile, Qin Mu confided in the crowd about the incantations he had learned from the ruins of the canyon, as well as the incident where he had compelled the formidable Wu Nu, a being of the 7-star realm, to yield to him. The villagers were left in a state of astonishment, and after a prolonged silence, Elder Ma exhaled a heavy sigh, exclaiming, "Youthful brilliance, indeed, youthful brilliance." The villagers, including the crippled and the deaf, nodded in agreement, raising their thumbs in commendation. The audacity of a young man successfully extorting a powerful demoness was a testament to his talents, reflecting their teachings with pride. The mute among them picked up several weapons, gesturing in disapproval and mimicking a shake of the head, indicating that the quality of these spiritual arms was lacking and of little use. "Tomorrow, I shall take them to Dragon-Embedded City to sell, and while there, procure some essential supplies like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, as well as fabrics and fine wine," he noted. Granny C chuckled, adding, "I should also sell off my few livestock." Qin Mu's spirit soared at the prospect of visiting dragon-embedded city, a place he had only heard whispers of while growing up in the village under the stern watch of the elderly chief, and had never set foot in. "I cannot take you along. You are still too young," Granny Si replied, shaking her head. Disappointment settled in his heart. But after a moment's hesitation, he summoned his courage and declared, "Granny, Elder Ma, there is one more thing. I have awakened my dominant body." An immediate hush fell over the surroundings. After a brief moment, Master Ma, the lame man, the blind man, and Granny Si all erupted in cheers, while the mute kept exclaiming incessantly. Only the deaf did not hear what Qin Mu had said. He was oblivious to why these old fellows had suddenly lost their minds, until he saw Qin Mu repeat himself, at which point he burst into hearty laughter. The blind man shouted excitedly, "Village chief, apothecary, come quickly. The dominant body has awakened." The butcher, filled with exhilaration, let out a triumphant roar. "Village chief, apothecary, the dominant body has finally awakened." The two frequently indulged in tea, relishing their leisurely moments, finding great contentment. Just as the village chief was savoring half of his cup, he was startled by the ruckus from the blind man and Master Ma, causing tea to spew from his nose, eyes, and mouth, while the small openings in his lower eyelids erupted with slender streams of water shooting high into the air. With a loud crack, the apothecary's teacup was crushed in his grip, splattering tea all over the village chief's face. The two stared at each other with wide eyes, bewildered, their mouths agape in shock, unable to close them. The apothecary finally regained his composure, stammering, "The dominant body has awakened?" The lame man approached, limping heavily, nodding emphatically as he chuckled. "Indeed, the dominant body has awakened. I just examined him. His vital energy is 3 times more vigorous than this morning, even purer. Moreover, the spirit embryo at his brow has awakened, emanating a peculiar wave. It is evidently merging with his consciousness. This is a clear sign of the spirit embryo's awakening." As Qin Mu approached, he noticed the apothecary's mouth was agape as if stuffed with 2 large duck eggs, while the village chief's lower eyelids continued to leak water. He mused to himself, "It seems that both the village chief and the apothecary are indeed overjoyed, though perhaps a tad too jubilant." The pharmacist closed his mouth and hastily inquired, "Muer, has your dominant body truly awakened?" Qin Mu nodded and replied, "It awakened unexpectedly." The pharmacist nearly choked, stammering, "Awakened unexpectedly." His expression was exceedingly peculiar, and he quickly cleared his throat a few times to mask his surprise, chuckling. The awakening of the dominant body is indeed a momentous occasion. However, Muer, having just awakened, do not become arrogant. Your journey of cultivation has merely commenced, understand? Qin Mu nodded in agreement. Within the room, the 2 elderly men exchanged glances, and after a prolonged silence, the pharmacist lowered his voice with effort, "Village chief, is Muer truly a dominant body?" "Of course not." The village chief replied decisively. "Then how did he awaken?" "How would I know?" The 2 elders exchanged puzzled looks, uncertain how to elucidate Qin Mu's phenomenon. After a considerable time, the pharmacist tentatively asked, "Can an ordinary body breach the spirit embryo wall?" "An ordinary body breaching the wall? I have never heard of such a thing. Muer is the first." The village chief suddenly chuckled, "Pharmacist, perhaps Muer will indeed become a dominant body and carve out an extraordinary path. Wasn't that our initial aim?" The pharmacist smiled as well. An ordinary body is, in essence, a dominant body. Muer has awakened the ordinary body. His journey as a dominant body is about to commence. I can almost envision him striking down a dragon with a single punch. The village chief nodded, laughing, "Precisely. Who knows, with this spirit and will, he may surpass us and journey even farther." The 2 cunning old men shared a knowing smile and exited the room. The village chief coughed lightly, summoning Qin Mu to inquire about the awakening of his spiritual fetus. Qin Mu recounted the moment when he harnessed the divine sound, demonic sound, and Buddhist sound in a fierce struggle, ultimately shattering the barriers of the spiritual fetus with an overwhelming surge of vitality. The village chief, taken aback, murmured, "Is such a feat truly possible?" He couldn't help but ponder that the opportunities Qin Mu encountered were likely beyond the reach of others. The fierce competition among the divine sound, demonic sound, and Buddhist sound, combined with Qin Mu's audacity to boldly engage with the demonic language and sound, was indeed a reckless endeavor, a gamble with fate itself. Even if someone else were to find themselves in a similar situation, it was highly probable they would perish, unable to withstand the latent power contained within the 3 sounds. While others remained oblivious to the perils involved, he was acutely aware. This was the power of gods and demons, far beyond the grasp of mere mortals. Those who covet the might of the divine and the demonic are destined for ruin. Yet, against all odds, Qin Mu succeeded. His triumph was bewildering, leaving the chief in a state of perplexity. Little did he know that Qin Mu himself had nearly succumbed to the deadly conflict of the divine and demonic sounds, spared only by the protective amulet at his chest. After carefully assessing Qin Mu's progress in cultivation, the village chief revealed a look of astonishment, which he quickly masked, encouraging him, "Mu'er, focus on your training and do not let our expectations down. Having awakened the dominant body, you are now a warrior, no longer a child." Qin Mu nodded earnestly. "You all go ahead. I will join the herbalist shortly." The village chief watched as Granny Si and Qin Mu departed, murmuring to himself, "Herbalist. The vitality radiating from Mu'er is profound. Among those at the spiritual fetus realm, he is perhaps the most accomplished warrior I have ever encountered." The apothecary gazed at the revelers gathered around the bonfire and murmured, "How profound is it? My cultivation at the spirit embryo realm was comparable to his, perhaps even inferior." The village chief replied nonchalantly, "I speak of my peak cultivation at the spirit embryo realm, while he has merely just entered this realm and will continue to grow." The apothecary was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, "You were on par with him during your spirit embryo realm? What manner of being are you? How could he possibly?" Yet, he indeed accomplished it. Noticing some readers discussing the Samoyed, treating it as a mere pet dog. Allow me to provide a brief introduction. The term Samoyed is derived from Sanskrit, composed of two words, sa, meaning to generate or create, and maya, referring to the world of illusions, with an extended meaning of the realm of freedom. Together, Samoyed signifies the creation of the realm of freedom. The phrase within the demonic language, chi ku duo, is a term coined by me, implying the formidable power of the demon god. The entire statement encapsulates the meaning that the might of the demon god creates the realm of freedom, and ultimate wisdom unveils this realm. The demon god, through his immense power, manifests the realm of freedom. In the context of the battles within the ruins of the canyon, the entities lurking in the shadows intend to carve out a domain within the ruins that allows the demon god to enter, thereby devouring the ruins. In the ancient temple, why does the statue of the Buddha explode upon hearing this phrase? It is because the mother of the Buddha is named Mahamaya, with Maha signifying greatness. Thus, Mahamaya translates to the great realm of freedom. The demonic language asserts that the ultimate wisdom of the demon god creates the realm of freedom, indicating that the demon god birthed the Buddha's mother, leading to the emergence of the Buddha himself. This is an affront to the Buddha. Hence the statue shatters at the mere utterance. The hermit pig lacks an understanding of Sanskrit. It merely assembles words without certainty of their correctness. Those proficient in Sanskrit, please refrain from ridicule. As for the celestial terms within the divine language, heaven, time, confront, essence, might, spirit, and wrath, they originate from the Chusi. Embodying a rather gruesome sentiment, heaven and earth are shrouded in darkness. The formidable deities express their wrath, and all living beings are extinguished, their corpses littering the fields. The hermit pig does not compose divine, demonic, or Buddhist verses haphazardly, nor does it randomly tap on the keyboard. There exists a degree of scholarly inquiry behind its words. Chapter 20. The human spirit embryo. The village chief maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as he spoke. Before his spirit embryo awakens, his vital energy and cultivation surpass those of the average practitioner in the spirit embryo realm, nearly rivaling my own in my youth. Now that he has awakened, he shall undoubtedly grow even stronger. After years of diligent effort, coupled with the countless infusions of force spirit blood you have provided, it is not unreasonable for him to achieve such heights. The apothecary remained profoundly astonished, murmuring, "Yet, his depth exceeds even your past self." "You are." "I am merely an old and frail individual," interrupted the village chief with a chuckle. "One cannot measure the current youth by my standards. My concern lies with the fact that Mu's vital energy possesses no attributes. How can we enable it to unleash its full potential? Let us proceed, lest we keep them waiting too long." The apothecary's heart quivered. Vital energy can only manifest its power when imbued with attributes. Qin Mu's lack of any attributes renders him incapable of unleashing his prowess. Despite the awakening of his spirit embryo and his cultivation far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, the inability to harness such power remains futile. As the two individuals approached the flickering campfire, the deaf man produced his iron ear, rinsing it in the wine before inserting it back into his ear. Subsequently, he poured the wine into the fire, causing the flames to blaze with intensity. He chuckled, "Villager, we just conducted a little experiment. Although Mu'er has awakened the dominant's body, he is unable to harness the power of its essence. You, with your vast experience, must surely know how to unleash the might of the dominant's essence, right?" At that moment, the herbalist felt as though the old man's head had swollen threefold beside him. The villager glanced up eagerly at the herbalist, who turned his gaze away, clinking glasses with Master Ma to share a drink. "So, is Mu'er's dominant's essence formidable?" the villager inquired. The deaf man understood his words and responded, "Indeed. His essence is remarkably resilient, difficult to disperse." The others nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiment. During the confrontation between Qin Mu and the senior disciple of the Li River Five, they had already discerned the extraordinary nature of Qin Mu's essence. It penetrated the wooden staff so thoroughly that the senior disciple's sword could not sever it, indicating the true strength of Qin Mu's essence. The villager continued, "Is his essence robust?" The deaf man replied, "Terrifyingly potent. At his level, my essence cultivation pales in comparison." His words resonated with the others, who felt similarly. Qin Mu's essence was overwhelmingly rich, as if he had trained for decades despite just awakening his spiritual embryo. The villager, with a gentle prodding tone, asked, "If his essence is so resilient and profound, why can he not unleash its power?" This time, the deaf man did not respond directly but slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Indeed. Villager, why is that?" The village chief was nearly suffocated by his frustration, feeling as though this deaf man had plunged 2 daggers into his chest. Fortunately, the mute beside him became animated, gesticulating wildly and chattering incessantly. The mute was correct. The deaf man suddenly realized, exclaiming, "The vitality of Mu'er is so resilient and profound, yet it fails to manifest its power. This indicates that the issue lies not with Mu'er's formidable vitality, but rather with our techniques being unsuitable for him. Hence the inability to unleash its true potential. The fault resides with us." The village chief felt a sense of relief wash over him, ready to exhale. When the deaf man posed another question, "So, what must be done to harness the true power of the vitality?" "None of us comprehend this, village chief. You are well versed in many matters. What insights might you offer?" The village chief wished fervently for 2 additional arms to strangle this fool. However, he did understand the reason behind Qin Mu's inability to unleash the vitality's power. Each of the 4 spiritual bodies possesses unique characteristics. For instance, the vitality of the white tiger embodies metallic traits, transforming into weapons with formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. When the white tiger vitality morphs into claws, it can rend opponents asunder, and when it takes the form of a shield, it can withstand assaults. The vitality of the azure dragon is imbued with the essence of thunder, wielding lightning, and possesses certain healing attributes. The vitality of the vermilion bird is characterized by flames, fierce and domineering. With both the apothecary and the blacksmith being embodiments of this spirit, their crafts reliant on their unique vital energies. Meanwhile, the vitality of the black tortoise focuses on defense and water manipulation, exhibiting aqueous characteristics when manifested. Qin Mu's vitality, lacking these distinctive traits, fails to exert its full power. Despite his formidable cultivation, it appears to hold little impact on enhancing his strength. However, knowing the reason does not imply that one possesses the solution. "Mir, what does your spiritual embryo resemble?" the village chief inquired of Qin Mu. Qin Mu described the peculiar spiritual embryo within his divine abode, leaving the group gathered by the campfire momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. A humanoid spiritual embryo? This was the first instance they had ever heard of such a phenomenon. Qin Mu, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "Grandmother, Grandpa Ma, isn't your spiritual embryo a reflection of your childhood selves?" Grandmother shook her head and sighed. "No. It's no wonder you are a dominant body. Even the form of your spiritual embryo differs from ours, evoking envy." Grandmother's spiritual embryo was that of a white tiger. "A small white tiger. My spiritual embryo is a," Grandpa Ma stated. The blind man added, "My spiritual embryo is a black tortoise." The mute gestured animatedly, indicating that his spiritual embryo was a vermilion bird. The village chief squinted, lost in thought. The 4 great spiritual bodies were indeed extraordinary. Their divine abodes were inherently awakened, requiring only the stirring of the spiritual embryo to become a warrior. Even though the spiritual embryos of the 4 great bodies differed, they often bore striking similarities. Not straying far from these 4 categories, some spiritual bodies were not specifically white tigers, vermilion birds, or black tortoises, yet still belonged within these 4 classifications. Thus, the vital energy of the four great spiritual bodies manifested four distinct attributes. Qin Mu's spiritual embryo was humanoid and lacked an attribute, rendering it challenging to awaken, and the power of its vital energy difficult to unleash. The village chief fell into deep contemplation, striving to devise a method to stimulate the potency of the dominant body's vital energy, yet even with his remarkable intellect, he could not conjure an immediate solution. Upon witnessing his expression, Granny C suddenly realized and remarked with a smile. The village chief knows that Mu possesses the dominant body, yet he remains unaware of the cultivation method for it. The village chief's face flushed slightly as he nodded. The villagers displayed expressions of disappointment, and the blind man murmured, "You are the most knowledgeable among us, and if even you do not understand the cultivation technique for the dominant body, then is it not destined for Mu to be left unfulfilled?" The group by the campfire fell into silence. Suddenly, the butcher spoke up. "Surely the dominant body technique was created by humans?" The crowd looked at him in confusion. The butcher chuckled and continued, "If the technique for the dominant body was indeed created by humans, then if others can create it, why can't we? Even if we cannot create it ourselves. Mu has the potential to forge his own path. I bow to no one, thus my own slaughtering technique is of my own invention. If you are daunted by the challenges ahead, I shall hold you in disdain. Mu, do not let me down." With a resolute nod, Qin Mu felt a surge of fervor and proclaimed loudly, "Rest assured, Grandpa Butcher, I will not betray your high hopes." The butcher erupted into hearty laughter and clapped Qin Mu's shoulder vigorously, while the others joined in laughter, dispelling the earlier tension. Observing this scene, the village chief felt his own burdens lift, and he too burst into laughter. "I deceived them into believing Mu is the dominant body, fooling them into having the courage to continue living, yet I found myself entangled in my own web of lies, fixated on how to maintain it. Little did I realize they had already found their motivation, while I remained troubled by my own deception." The knot in his heart unraveled, bringing him a sense of relief. The arrival of Qin Mu instilled a renewed vigor for survival among the villagers of Canlao Village, igniting within him a fervor for striving forward. The apothecary glanced at him, a smile gracing his face. It had been a long time since the village chief had worn such a joyful expression. "I believe it is imperative to push the limits of the dominant body to reveal the true power of its essence." Under the glow of the campfire, the butcher's face appeared exceedingly fierce as he declared vehemently, "One must embrace madness to survive. The dominant body is stronger than the spiritual body, thus, its essence must also surpass that of the spiritual body. Yet, the conditions for its manifestation are undoubtedly more stringent, necessitating that we reach the extremes to unleash its might." The limping man nodded in agreement, stating, "Mu's iron shoes must be reinforced, with more iron ingots bound to them, compelling him to run faster." The blind man paused, tapping his bamboo staff, and remarked, "Previously, his training was far too effortless. Henceforth, it must be doubled to extract his latent potential." Master Ma concurred, "Indeed. To draw out his potential, we too must exert ourselves doubly." The mute gestured with his hands, uttering sounds of agreement. Qin Mu felt a deep sense of gratitude. Though a hint of unease lingered, the elders of the village exhibited such fervor regarding his affairs, which genuinely touched him. Yet why did every utterance from them include the phrase "to extract"? The apothecary narrowed his eyes, joining the discussion, stating, "Replenish. Continue to bolster him. Enhance his essence until it is robust enough to unleash its power. In our vast marketplace, there exists an abundance of rare and extraordinary beasts, as well as wondrous flora. I can concoct miraculous elixirs, and the medicinal garden outside our village is replete with various spiritual herbs. It is sufficient to fortify him to the extent that a mere pinch of his skin could yield some spiritual fluid. Pharmacist, you seem to be making quite the investment." The crowd chuckled. Chapter 21. The potency of medicine. The herbal garden outside the village was expansive, filled with the spiritual herbs that the pharmacist had gathered over the years from the great market, which had long piqued the villagers' envy. However, the pharmacist had nurtured numerous dangerous insects within the garden, deterring anyone from attempting to pilfer the herbs. The great market, seldom trodden by human feet, was abundant in spiritual herbs, many of which were rare treasures. Over the years, the pharmacist had collected an unimaginable variety of unique flora, transplanting them into the garden. He seldom utilized these precious herbs, but now he had finally resolved to employ them for Qin Mu. It is important to note that his discerning eye ensured that the spiritual herbs he collected were of the highest quality. Even a single plant could incite a frenzy. Thus, the pharmacist was undoubtedly making a significant investment. "My Mu, Regardless of whether you possess the physique of a tyrant, you are my beloved child. And I shall not allow anyone or anything to bring you harm. She remained perceptive. Having gleaned much from the expressions of the village chief and the pharmacist during the recent bonfire celebration, yet she chose not to voice her insights. She tiptoed to the inner room and retired for the night. The following day, the blind man, with his bamboo staff in hand, burst into the house, exclaiming, "Mu, rise swiftly. Daylight has arrived," and the pharmacist, "Old fool, I have yet to rise. How dare you pry?" Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed. And as Qin Mu opened his bleary eyes, he witnessed the blind man being propelled from Granny C's room, soaring through the air in an arc, ultimately disappearing from the village, leaving his final destination unknown. Grandpa Blind is truly remarkable. Qin Mu marveled, observing the blind man, seated cross-legged in midair, still gripping his bamboo staff, wearing an expression of bewilderment as he was unceremoniously launched away. Qin Mu hurriedly followed the blind man to the apothecary's shop. Before even stepping inside, he was greeted by an intense fragrance of medicinal herbs. Then, he beheld a large cauldron suspended in midair, surrounded by several crimson birds that flitted around it, their feathers ablaze with flames that rendered the exterior of the cauldron a vivid red. Within, a bubbling sound emanated. "Mu, this is your medicine," the apothecary said upon noticing Qin Mu's arrival. He extracted the final ingredient, a green leaf, and cast it into the cauldron. As soon as the leaf touched the boiling liquid, the concoction instantly thickened to an extraordinary viscosity. With a casual flick of his hand, the cauldron began to spin rapidly, and soon a clattering sound arose from within. The entire cauldron's contents transformed into a half-cauldron of white pills, rolling about and colliding with one another, producing a metallic clang. The apothecary waved his hand, and the crimson birds flew out through the window, vanishing from sight. As the cauldron settled to the ground, Qin Mu exclaimed, "Grandfather Apothecary, am I to consume all of these pills today? If you were to take them all, you would perish." The apothecary replied leisurely, "This batch of medicine is crafted from the finest spiritual herbs. Although it is the most basic solidifying essence pill, a single one surpasses the efficacy of 100 from other apothecaries. You may only take 1 or 2 at a time. Exceeding this is unwise." Qin Mu felt skeptical. In the past, the apothecary had given him peculiar concoctions, always filling a bowl to the brim, yet now he was to consume just 1 pill. Could its potency truly be so formidable? The blind man shared his doubts, saying, "Rogue practitioners often claim that 1 pill is worth 100. Is your medicine truly that powerful? Although, I must admit, it does have an enticing aroma." The apothecary grinned ominously. "Would you care to try consuming the entire cauldron and see for yourself?" "Mu, why not take a taste?" The blind man tempted. However, Qin Mu remained impervious to his allure, merely pinching a single pill and placing it in his mouth. As soon as the elixir descended into his stomach, he immediately sensed something amiss. It felt as though countless fiery dragons, watery dragons, golden dragons, and wooden dragons were tumultuously churning within him, causing his body to fluctuate unpredictably, now towering, now shrinking, now plump, now gaunt. At times, a layer of frost formed upon his skin, while at others, smoke billowed from his garments. His clothes sprouted tendrils, and the fur of the beast hide seemed to grow wildly. Occasionally, his attire took on a metallic hue, and even his skin became as rigid as iron, rendering him akin to a being forged from metal. More alarmingly, various symptoms erupted simultaneously, leaving Qin Mu in profound distress. He let out a muffled groan and swiftly activated the 3 pillars of dominance technique to dispel the effects of the medicine with his vital energy. The blind man's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Alchemist, this solidifying essence pill appears to be anything but ordinary." Indeed, the alchemist replied with a sinister smile. Ordinary solidifying essence pills are categorized into 4 types: fire essence pill, water essence pill, metal essence pill, and wood essence pill. These pills are tailored to the 4 elemental energies corresponding to the 4 spiritual bodies, nourishing and replenishing them. However, Mu's dominant body energy lacks any elemental attribute. Thus, I employed a compromise, refining the 4 types of spiritual herbs into this singular solidifying essence pill, which contains all 4 attributes, potentially capable of amplifying the power of the dominant body energy. This elixir can only be absorbed and neutralized by Mu's dominant body energy. Had you consumed an entire cauldron of this solidifying essence pill just now? Heh. The blind man shuddered, realizing that the clash of the 4 elemental energies would have likely resulted in a significant depletion of his own power. Indeed, This is the consequence of consuming an entire vial of the rejuvenating elixir. Had it been but a single pill, it would not have posed a significant threat. The apothecary pondered, "Are you concocting a tonic or a poison?" The blind man murmured. Suddenly, Qin Mu shouted and fled at breakneck speed, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The blind man couldn't help but worry. With four conflicting attributes, could something befall Mua? He is merely digesting the medicinal essence. There is no cause for alarm. The apothecary reassured him, though he too felt a twinge of anxiety. For this was the first time he had refined the rejuvenating elixir, the first time he had produced an enhanced version, and the first time it had been consumed. He was uncertain about the potency and potential side effects, and whether it could be fatal. Such thoughts he dared not voice, lest Grandma Si unleash her wrath upon him. In the distance, a roar echoed from the forest, followed by the sound of trees crashing down with a thunderous roar. The apothecary's eyelid twitched, and he remarked, "There will be no harm, rest assured. Listen, he is brimming with vitality." The blind man sighed, remarking on the exuberance of youth. Within the mountain woods, Qin Mu dashed through the thickets, his fists and feet striking with the speed of lightning, delivering a flurry of blows and kicks against the towering trees. A trunk stout enough for two to embrace could withstand only 3 punches and 2 kicks before succumbing to his relentless assault. It was unbearable, truly unbearable. The potency of the apothecary's elixir was overwhelming. Even as he activated the 3 Dan techniques of the dominant body, he could not dispel the surging energy, feeling as though his body might burst from the strain. In desperation, he unleashed the martial arts taught to him by the cripple and master Ma, venting the excess medicinal force with fervor. Within his spiritual womb, the diminutive humanoid spirit was fervently inhaling and exhaling, absorbing the influx of primal energy and purifying it. This little Qin Mu was exhausted to the point of breathlessness. Suddenly, the forest trembled as an enraged demon ape rose from the thicket, roaring ferociously, its fist, the size of a small mountain, crashing down upon Qin Mu, who was recklessly ravaging the woodland. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Mu, under the intoxicating influence of the medicinal power, had unwittingly wandered into the demon ape's territory. Upon recognizing the intruder as this tiny figure, the demon ape's fury ignited, and it charged at Qin Mu without hesitation. With eyes aflame, Qin Mu suddenly looked up, the medicinal energy within him erupting violently, surging through his body as if on the verge of explosion. He leaped into the air, delivering a fierce punch towards the demon ape's descending fist. A thunderous clash echoed through the forest as Qin Mu was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several large trees. The demon ape, exhilarated, leaped forward, sweeping its massive leg towards the freshly landed Qin Mu, its limbs resembling dark pillars ready to crush him. With a fierce shout, Qin Mu unleashed a flurry of kicks, striking the muscle and sinew where the demon ape's colossal legs connected. The demon ape immediately sensed its strength waning in its limbs, yet it retaliated with a thunderous punch descending from above. Qin Mu raised his hand to block but was staggered back once more. The demon ape closed in, its fists and legs slicing through the air, creating a whistling sound that stirred gusts of wind as it advanced upon Qin Mu. In a state of frenzy, Qin Mu, undeterred by the overwhelming odds, engaged the beast in a brutal contest of strength, unflinching even as the tide turned against him. The enraged demon ape grew increasingly frenzied, launching a barrage of punches and kicks at Qin Mu, each strike more forceful than the last. The stark contrast between the colossal beast and the diminutive figure of Qin Mu left devastation in their wake, with trees toppled and rocks scattered. Suddenly, Qin Mu leaped with extraordinary agility, sprinting up the ape's arm and, in an instant, standing before the creature. "Thousand-handed Buddha," he proclaimed, as his arms seemingly multiplied into countless limbs, delivering a flurry of blows that rained down upon the demon ape's soft, vulnerable nose. The ape, overwhelmed by pain, shed tears and toppled backward, its massive hands swinging viciously to slap Qin Mu, sending him flying. As the demon ape regained its footing, blood streaming from its nose, it surveyed the scene and beheld Qin Mu, pinned against the cliffside in a star-like position, as if embedded within the rock face. The beast, satisfied with its handiwork, sneered, "Little one, perish." Yet, the figure ensconced in the cliff suddenly stirred, then, with an explosive push, freed itself from the imprint and charged at the ape with wild abandon. Startled, the demon ape hammered its chest with its fists, leaping forward in a furious roar, "Little one, die." Chapter 22. The secret of the stone statue in the valley beneath the cliff. The sound of heavy impacts echoed, reverberating through the air and causing leaves to tremble and birds to flee in panic. Within the valley, the demon ape leapt into the air, clutching a massive boulder, and hurled it down toward Qin Mu with great force. Qin Mu deftly dodged the attack, causing the ape to miss. Undeterred, it lifted the stone again to strike. Only for Qin Mu to leap onto the boulder, springing off it to land atop the ape's nose, delivering a resounding slap to its face. Thunderous 8 styles. Third form, 9 dragons commanding wind and thunder. His palm harbored 9 distinct forces, the first unleashing with a ferocity akin to an enraged dragon, sending the demon ape crashing onto its back. Qin Mu mobilized his shoulders and hips, channeling power throughout his entire body, summoning all his muscles to converge at his palm. The second force erupted, causing the demon ape's head to collide violently with the ground, fracturing the stones beneath it. Qin Mu's muscles writhed like a coiling dragon, propelling forth the third force of the 9 dragons controlling wind and thunder, shattering the broken stones further. With a vigorous contraction, his muscles unleashed the fourth force, embedding half of the demon ape's head into the earth. The fifth force of the 9 dragons erupted, sending a deep tremor through the ground, submerging the entirety of the demon ape's head below the surface. The sixth force surged forth, crashing like 6 dragons. Just as Qin Mu released this might, the demon ape reacted swiftly, its colossal fist descending from the side, striking Qin Mu and sending him flying like a mere insect. He tumbled and rolled upon the ground, while the demon ape struggled to free its head, shaking it violently, sending debris flying from its dense fur. Meanwhile, Qin Mu sprang back to his feet, charging forth once more with a fierce howl. The demon ape, contemplating its large head, leaped onto the cliff, crouching against the rock face, gesturing dismissively, "Little one, no." Qin Mu's steps were swift as he raced towards the cliff, his feet barely touching the steep surface as he ascended, attacking the demon ape. Enraged, the demon ape and Qin Mu stood atop the cliff, leaping with abandon, sending stones scattering in all directions. After a significant duration, the medicinal potency within Qin Mu gradually waned, while the demon ape, exhausted, lay motionless. Both man and beast were prostrate upon the precipice, breathing heavily. After the passage of an incense stick's time, Qin Mu regained his composure, sitting upright and regulating his breath. A surge of joy blossoming within him as he realized his vitality had notably improved within such a brief interval, becoming more resilient, flowing freely throughout every corner of his being, reveling in its newfound vigor. His body was also adorned with more grime, likely a result of the fierce battle with the demon ape, which had amplified the medicinal effects, purging his body of more impurities. With a flick of his finger, Qin Mu sent forth a sharp gust, producing a piercing sound that sliced through the air like an arrow in flight. Startled, the demon ape immediately sat up, adopting a defensive posture. Qin Mu stretched his limbs, feeling the ache of his muscles, and shook his head, declaring, "No more fighting." The demon ape, comprehending his words, exhaled in relief, plucking a tree of considerable girth and, after stripping its leaves, slowly began to chew. Then, he presented the tree to Qin Mu, gruffly urging, "Little one, eat." Qin Mu picked a plump, red fruit from the tree, peeled it, and savored its sweet juiciness. The demon ape cast a disdainful glance at him, finding his consumption inadequate, and thumped his chest emphatically, insisting, "Eat. Grow." Qin Mu, bruised from the ape's vigorous encouragement, suppressed the aches coursing through him. Rising to demonstrate the 8 thunder formations before the demon ape, then thumped his own chest, proclaiming, "Practice. Grow." The demon ape rolled his eyes in response, continuing to leisurely munch on the leaves, derisively muttering, "Believe, ghost." After Qin Mu had rested sufficiently, he leapt from the precipice and dashed along the cliff face. "Tomorrow, we shall fight." The demon ape blinked its eyes and, once Qin Mu had ventured far, promptly sprang into action, mimicking Qin Mu's earlier movements. Although its rendition of the Thunder Sound 8 techniques was rather crude, the creature possessed immense strength, managing to exhibit a glimpse of the technique's essence. With a powerful punch, it produced a thunderous sound. The demon ape appeared momentarily dazed, then its face lit up with ecstatic delight as it continued to strike, creating a cacophony of sounds that echoed off the cliffside, exclaiming, "Strong, strong, strong." Qin Mu nodded in approval, sensing the tension heightening within the herbalist. "Indeed, the spirit fruit proves effective. My vitality has increased," he stated. The herbalist finally breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he remarked, "This spirit fruit is indeed beneficial for the body dominance vitality. As long as it does not prove fatal, it indicates that my approach is correct. You may keep this barrel of elixirs for now. I shall ponder over other formulations." With that, he departed with great enthusiasm. The blind man approached, leaning on his bamboo staff, and inquired with a grin, "Moor, are you weary? If so, I can teach you a superior ocular technique." Qin Mu cleared his throat and replied, Grandfather blind, I am over here. The other direction leads to the restroom. The blind man turned around, addressing the butcher, who was basking in the sun atop a grinding stone. After much contemplation, I have concluded that your body dominance vitality lacks attributes, making my techniques unsuitable for you. However, this ocular technique requires no specific vitality. The body dominance vitality should suffice for its practice. Follow me. The technique is called the 9 Heavens Eye-Opening Method. Qin Mu felt a surge of trepidation, sensing that the blind man might not be entirely reliable, yet he steeled himself to follow along. He was filled with perplexity. The blind man claimed he would teach him the method to open his eyes to the 9 heavens, yet instead of imparting knowledge on how to refine his vision, he brought him to observe 4 stone statues in the village. The 2 sat before the statues at the eastern corner of the village. The blind man, with hollow eye sockets, gazed intently at the statues as if he could perceive something within them. Qin Mu was well aware of the eccentricity of all the villagers. Even the statues at the corners of the village were peculiar. In the village of the aged and decrepit, nothing was ordinary. Though the 4 statues were not tall, they were exceedingly heavy, so much so that Qin Mu could not budge them even slightly. His strength had increased significantly, especially after consuming the blood of the 4 spirits. Recently, his vital energy had begun to refine his body, washing and purging his sinews and marrow, rendering him increasingly robust. Yet still he could not shake the statues a whit. The statue at the northern corner depicted an elderly man with a turtle's back, holding a whisk, which was intricately carved to resemble a great white serpent. The serpent coiled around the old man's back, its head raised as if gazing into the distance. The statue at the western corner was a woman, crowned with feathers, with a tiger lying at her feet. This statue was equally strange. An eye was carved into her forehead, within which was another carving of a bird's nest containing 3 small birds. The statue before him, located at the eastern corner of the village, was that of a dragon-headed figure, bearing a medicine basket filled with several plants. The blind man urged him to observe the statue closely, but Qin Mu had already seen these statues countless times before, even having climbed atop one in playful abandon. He truly could not fathom what was so remarkable about them. "Child, can you lift this statue?" the blind man inquired, noticing Qin Mu's lack of enthusiasm. "I cannot." Qin Mu shook his head. The stone statues were indeed too heavy, so heavy that they seemed almost beyond the bounds of stone itself. A stone of a height greater than a man would typically weigh around 1,000 pounds, and with Qin Mu's current strength, bearing such a weight would be effortless. Yet, he found himself unable to budge even a fraction of these 4 statues. The blind man, with a gentle and guiding tone, inquired, "Do you know why the statues are so heavy?" Qin Mu shook his head once more, replying, "I do not know." In truth, the statues were not heavy at all. They bore no weight. The blind man spoke calmly. What is truly heavy is not the stone itself, but rather what is carved from it. Qin Mu, perplexed, pondered this notion. Is not what is carved from stone still stone? The blind man continued, "For instance, if you were to learn painting and calligraphy from a deaf person, your works would be utter nonsense, worthless in every respect. Yet the deaf person's writings and paintings would be priceless, worth more than a mountain of gold. Both works consist of paper and ink. What accounts for the disparity in value?" Qin Mu began to grasp the sentiment, realizing that the deaf person's art possessed an extraordinary spirit that far surpassed his own. The blind man raised his bamboo staff, pointing toward the statues, and declared, "If these statues were crafted by an ordinary hand, they would carry no weight at all. However, the artist behind them holds great significance, and the content they depict is profoundly intimidating. Thus, the weight of these statues transcends normal reasoning." He paused, his expression growing peculiar, before continuing. "To carry one of these statues is akin to bearing the weight of a deity." Chapter 23. Rampant blasphemy. Qin Mu's heart trembled at the revelation. To bear a statue was to carry a god? The thought sent shivers down his spine. Were the statues in the village truly so burdensome? Who, then, was the sculptor of these magnificent yet daunting creations? What deity has been intricately carved upon the statue? Why does their likeness evoke such a profound weight? Will the memories of my childhood, when I climbed upon the statue to relieve myself, invoke the wrath of the divine? Fear not, for the god who sculpted this statue has long since departed. Shepherd, my intention in directing your gaze towards the statue is to refine your vision. What I present to you is not merely an ordinary effigy, but a representation crafted by the divine for the divine. The blind man's voice resonated with a thunderous clarity, causing a reverberation in the air as he bellowed towards a bamboo basket beside the statue. Shepherd, The method of the 9 heavens opens the divine eye. Since it is the divine eye, it must behold the divine. Use your eyes to perceive the deity, to witness the might of the divine, the elegance of the divine, the essence of the divine, the demeanor of the divine, the very divinity itself. Qin Mu felt a stirring within his spirit. To behold the divine? To witness the deity within the statue? Channel your vital energy into your eyes, unlocking the first layer of the celestial realms that encase your mortal sight. The blind man's bamboo staff gently tapped upon Qin Mu's heart, this time with remarkable precision. Instantly, Qin Mu felt his vital energy surging, racing towards his eyes. The cultivation of sight is perilous. His vital energy began to refine his body, purging impurities and excess fat. Yet, the eyes are the most challenging aspect to refine. Almost a forbidden zone, a moment's carelessness could lead to blindness. Qin Mu had previously inquired with the village elder about the art of eye refinement, but the elder had merely cautioned against such attempts. Yet, the blind man urged Qin Mu's vital energy to surge towards his eyes with a fierce and unyielding momentum. Defying all reason, Qin Mu felt a sudden, piercing pain in his eyes, as if a torrent of his vital energy surged into them. Although his cultivation was exceedingly robust, it was rendered fragile under the overwhelming prowess of the blind man. How vast could one's eyes be? Yet, in that moment, Qin Mu perceived his eyes as immeasurably expansive, as grand as the heavens themselves. His vital energy surged like a great dragon, entering the eyes that felt as boundless as the sky, then erupting violently, as if a colossal pillar reaching up to the firmament. His vital energy flowed forth, sweeping across the celestial dome, forming strange and intricate patterns that intertwined like the principles of heaven and earth, blanketing the sky. The earlier sensation of pain vanished abruptly, replaced by an unparalleled comfort, a sensation never before experienced. Mu'er, remember the patterns in the sky. They represent the first tier of the 9 heavens eye-opening technique. The divine sky's heavenly gang's array. The blind man's voice resonated from beyond, sounding remarkably ethereal. The blind man repeatedly urged Qin Mu to harness his vital energy. After a significant duration, when Qin Mu's energy was nearly depleted, the blind man finally withdrew the bamboo staff from Qin Mu's heart. How much have you memorized? The blind man inquired. 60 to 70%, Qin Mu replied. The blind man displayed a look of satisfaction, saying, to have memorized 60 to 70% in such a short time is quite an accomplishment. Take a moment to restore your vital energy. Qin Mu began to run, activating the 3 Dan techniques of the overlord body to swiftly regain his energy. He immediately channeled his vital energy into his eyes, constructing the divine sky's heavenly gang's array. Though he had only grasped 60 to 70% of the array, it was incomplete, yet the vital energy coursing through his eyes brought back that refreshing, all-seeing comfort once more. He lifted his gaze towards the dragon-headed elder statue before him, and an involuntary tremor coursed through his spirit. What had once appeared to him as an ordinary statue suddenly transformed into a vibrant spectacle. The statue seemed to come alive, assuming the stature of a divine being towering majestically. He even beheld delicate rays of light bursting forth around the statue, illuminating it with a sacred solemnity. In that moment, his spirit was overwhelmed by the statue's imposing presence. To him, the statue was no longer mere stone, but a living deity. The essence, demeanor, aura, and might of this divine figure crushed his spirit, threatening to subdue his very body, compelling his knees to buckle and yearn to kneel upon the ground. Continue to gaze. Do not close your eyes, nor submit to the ground, the blind man stated coldly. In your childhood, you climbed upon the statue to relieve yourself. You dared such things as a child, yet why now, in adulthood, do you wish to kneel? Mu'er, the 9 heavens eye-opening technique is not solely about sight. It is also about awakening your spirit, enabling you to confront the formidable and treacherous aspects of the world. A warrior's strength lies not only in the power of their techniques but is equally dependent on the fortitude of their spirit. If your heart succumbs to a mere pile of stone, no matter how formidable your martial prowess, you shall achieve naught. The blind man struck his bamboo staff upon the ground, exclaiming, if you resist the statue, if you withstand its oppressive force, your spirit shall also grow stronger. To attain great power, you must first fortify your spirit, become your own deity, fearless and undaunted. Cold sweat streamed down Qin Mu's forehead as he earnestly resisted the urge to kneel. The pressure emanating from the statue was overwhelmingly potent, rendering him nearly incapable of countering it. The blind man's exhortation to be fearless felt utterly unattainable. Without open eyes, a stone statue is merely an ordinary stone figure. unworthy of concern even if one were to defile it. However, once the eyes are opened, the statue transforms into a deity, and any action, even gazing upon this divine entity, becomes an act of sacrilege. The blind sage remarked, "It is easy to abandon the gods of a dilapidated temple, but challenging to forsake the gods within one's heart." Do you know who uttered this seemingly blasphemous statement? The speaker of such audacious words is none other than the current national master of the kingdom of Yankang, renowned as the foremost figure beneath the deities, the blind sage. With an imposing presence, declared, "Mu'er, the gods residing in your heart are all false and alien. To establish your own divine figure, you must shatter them. Do not merely kneel before a stone statue. Even if a true deity were to stand before you, you must never bow." He planted his bamboo staff aside, loosened his belt, and laughed heartily, stating, "Not only should you not kneel, but rather, you should urinate upon it." Urinate upon it? Qin Mu was taken aback. To urinate on a deity? The blind man turned to the statue and did just that, laughing uproariously. "Yes, urinate upon it. You have done so countless times in your childhood. Why hesitate now?" Gritting his teeth, Qin Mu unfastened his belt, and a warm stream surged forth, splashing against the statue. This act was momentous, though the statue still appeared sacred and solemn in Qin Mu's eyes. The overwhelming sense of oppression that had once compelled him to kneel vanished without a trace. The old man and the youth exchanged glances, bursting into joyous laughter. He understood the blind man's intentions. The bamboo staff in his hand was not merely a staff, but a weapon. When the blind sage entered the village of the destitute, both his eyes were destroyed, and he bore grievous injuries, resembling a wretched beggar cloaked in filth. Yet, his steps remained steadfast, and the bamboo staff in his grip was equally unwavering. As he entered the village, the sight of him evoked in the village chief an image of a furious dragon sweeping through the small hamlet. The presence of the blind man appeared to the chief like a towering pillar, a manifestation of formidable strength. In this world, only the divine marksman could possess such remarkable skill and demeanor. Yet, the true power of this marksman lay not merely in his weaponry, but in his extraordinary eyes that could perceive the flaws in any technique with divine clarity. Now, the blind man had imparted this divine vision to Qin Mu. To master the art of marksmanship, one must first cultivate the eyes. To refine the eyes, one must first cultivate the heart. The blind man's sight was indeed supernatural. The stronger the vision, the more one could discern the truth, and the more one grasped reality, the more one could confront the profound terrors of existence. Chapter 24. Shattering the divine within the essence of the world is far more intricate than what is visible to the ordinary eye. The perceptions of a common person and those of an enlightened warrior exist in entirely different realms. The village's stone statue may appear unremarkable, yet a warrior with awakened sight can discern the presence of deities within it. The remnants of gods and demons are scattered throughout, and those who have opened their eyes can witness the terrifying forms of these beings. In contrast, the common folk merely see a statue, while the enlightened warrior beholds the unparalleled great Buddha, a figure that overwhelms the spirit. Should a warrior lack a robust heart, they would inevitably be consumed by the visions they encounter. Thus, the blind man instructed Qin Mu to hone his vision, first guiding him to fortify his heart, so that he might shatter the divine illusions within himself and not be daunted by what he sees, thereby paving the way for future accomplishments. The teachings of Buddhism assert that one must possess the Buddha within to truly attain enlightenment. The master of Yankang declared that it is far easier to dismantle the deities in a temple than to conquer the divine within one's heart. Both perspectives resonate with the blind man's audacious act of urinating upon the stone statue. The first two methods necessitate the tempering of the spirit, a gradual dismantling of the divine and the sacred within one's heart. In contrast, the approach of the blind man is straightforward and somewhat radical, even bordering on madness. Yet it proves effective. When the village chief first encountered the blind man, he was enveloped in an immensely powerful aura, akin to an enraged dragon sweeping through the air. However, at that time, the blind man's eyes had been gouged out, leaving him in a state of despair. This transformation can undoubtedly be attributed to Qin Mu. Ever since this resourceful young boy entered the village, the villagers' pent-up grievances gradually dissipated. In his quest to impart the ninefold heavenly eye technique to Qin Mu, the blind man sought to awaken his divine vision, yet his eyes had been removed, leaving only his heart's eye. As the blind man began to teach Qin Mu, the village chief sensed the awakening of the blind man's divine vision. It was the eye of the heart. Though he lacked physical sight, he compensated with inner perception. The village chief gently closed his eyes, basking in the sunlight, silently contemplating. The eye of the heart shall surpass the divine eye. And the marksmanship of the divine marksman shall also transcend that of the former marksman. Blind man, when you emerge from the vast wilderness, your enemies shall tremble. After relieving himself, Qin Mu shivered slightly, feeling an exhilarating sense of ease. The stone statue could no longer suppress his spirit upon gazing at it anew. He discerned many aspects previously hidden from his perception. It was as though a veil had been lifted from his eyes, revealing a world of vivid colors that had been obscured before. He gazed greedily at the hues surrounding him, overwhelmed by a beauty he had never before encountered, stirring within him an impulse to weep with joy. He arrived before the other statues in the village, his spirit once again shaken. The three other statues, akin to that of the elder with the dragon's head, radiated a profound divine light, exuding an ethereal charm, and possessed a sacred and extraordinary aura. However, he could now regard them with equanimity. These statues no longer had the power to sway his soul. Having only mastered the first level of the 9 heavens eye-opening technique, he was already elated. What heights would the subsequent levels elevate his vision to? And what breathtaking vistas would he behold? Qin Mu took out a bronze mirror and gazed into it, noticing that his eyes appeared distinctly different than usual. In the depths of his pupils, a circular ring emerged, adorned with intricate patterns resembling intertwining lightning. This ring gradually dimmed and slowly faded away. Closing his eyes, Qin Mu carefully summoned his vital energy to construct the divine Xiaotian array within his pupils. Upon reopening his eyes, he saw another circular ring reflected in the mirror. This ring was the projection of the divine Xiaotian. Should he master the 9 heavens eye-opening technique, his gaze would be adorned with 9 interlocking rings, akin to 10 overlapping pupils. Qin Mu mused. The blind man continued to instruct him on how to complete the divine Xiaotian array. And it was only after a considerable time that Qin Mu grasped the entirety of the array. Muer, have you rested well? The butcher leaped down from the stone mill, seizing 2 cleavers and calling out, once you're rested, it's time to practice with the knife. Qin Mu acknowledged and rushed toward the butcher with the cleaver in hand. In the afternoon, Qin Mu went to the blacksmith, the mute man, to forge iron. The mute gestured and vocalized for a while, and Qin Mu nodded, deep in thought. The mute spoke of the techniques of cultivation, likening it to the art of blacksmithing, emphasizing the importance of both gentle and fierce flames. Beyond these 2 elements, he also mentioned the necessity of quenching, which involves the use of water for tempering. This represents a balance of both softness and hardness, of dragon and tiger. Qin Mu contemplated this deeply, finding profound wisdom in the mute's words, which spared him from many detours. While forging, the mute further instructed him to observe the fire, demonstrating with gestures. As Qin Mu attentively watched the flames, he followed the mute's guidance, channeling his vital energy to activate the tyrant body's 3 Dan techniques. His vital energy surged within him like a small furnace nestled in his chest, distributing warmth throughout his body. He sensed an extraordinary transformation, as if his energy were ablaze. Simultaneously, within his spiritual embryo's sanctuary, the embryo absorbed energy from the ocean of light, breathing in and out vital energy. Remarkably, his spiritual embryo began to undergo a gradual metamorphosis, the expelled energy igniting and entwining around it, as if it were bathed in the warmth of a furnace. Astonished, Qin Mu marveled at how his spiritual embryo was also being tempered. The observation of the flames had prompted this astonishing change, exceeding his expectations. The mute, equally surprised, regarded Qin Mu with curiosity. After a while, Qin Mu sensed that his spiritual embryo had reached its limit in enduring the fiery energy, and he promptly ceased his observation of the flames. The mute gestured and placed the glowing iron bar into water, producing a hissing sound and a cloud of steam. He then gestured again, prompting Qin Mu to focus on the water tank, deep in thought. Gradually, a sound of flowing water emerged from his chest cavity, a gentle murmur that transformed into a trickle of vital energy flowing into the spiritual womb hidden within, whereupon an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The essence was refining the spiritual womb. The spiritual womb, undergoing the baptism of water and fire, reveled in the experience. The following morning, Qin Mu awoke, feeling invigorated and brimming with vitality. He practiced the methods of the mute teacher, indeed reaping twice the benefit for half the effort. Eagerly, he sought out the demon ape for a confrontation. With great enthusiasm, he consumed a solidifying essence pill, only to be overwhelmed by the potent effects, necessitating his rush out of the village to release his pent-up energy. Below the cliff, the demon ape had long awaited his arrival. Little one, prostrate. The demon ape, having mastered the thunderclap 8 styles imparted by Qin Mu, felt his strength significantly enhanced. Upon seeing Qin Mu charge towards him, He excitedly discarded the branch he had been gnawing on, assuming a defensive stance, chuckling heartily, prostrate, flattened. As Qin Mu approached, the demon ape resembled a moving hill, barreling forward. Suddenly, it unleashed a technique reminiscent of crossing the eastern sea with spring thunder, accompanied by a roaring wind. The sound intensifying, causing the surrounding trees to sway perilously. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled. He let out a long howl and employed the same technique, resulting in a resounding collision with the demon ape. A thunderous boom echoed, and both fighter and beast were propelled backward by their own forces. The demon ape landed and immediately charged again, its massive fists cleaving the air, causing vibrations that resonated through the atmosphere, each punch creating a buzzing sound. Qin Mu, astonished, realized that this demon ape had, indeed, refined the technique of the thousand-handed Buddha. Despite the fact that the demon ape has yet to fully master the intricate techniques of the thousand-handed Buddha, it has indeed grasped the essence of this divine form. Coupled with its boundless strength, the thousand-handed Buddha in its grasp possesses a formidable might that surpasses even that of Qin Mu. The physique of the demon ape is extraordinarily powerful, almost beyond belief. After cultivating the 8 styles of thunder sound, its strength has intensified further, with each punch delivering a terrifying force. Yesterday, Qin Mu experienced a significant enhancement in his cultivation, and under the nourishing effects of vital energy, his strength has also greatly increased. Today, after consuming a yuan solidifying pill, he anticipated delivering a crushing blow to the demon ape. However, to his astonishment, he found himself at a disadvantage, even facing the prospect of being overwhelmed. In this week, I received a multitude of generous donations, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the new leaders, new helmsmen, and new hall masters. Special thanks to 444477, Y, Shindao, 0016, for GD9, and all my fellow readers for their contributions. I am profoundly grateful, though I cannot name each one individually. Chapter 25. The Second Awakening in the Valley Beneath the Cliff. A fierce battle ensued between man and ape, their clashes resounding with intensity. Qin Mu's arms grew sore and heavy, finding himself at the mercy of the demon ape, increasingly struggling to maintain his stance. It was not long before he suffered significant bruising, yet the demon ape refrained from delivering a fatal blow, choosing instead to continue the contest, conserving some of its strength. Eat, grow stronger. The demon ape unleashed a punch, a gust of wind accompanying it, embodying 9 distinct forces. Representing the 3rd style of the 8 styles of thunder sound, 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder. As it struck, it also advised Qin Mu to eat more, to grow robust like itself. The divine sky eye activate. Qin Mu's vitality surged, penetrating his gaze, whereupon the first layer of the 9 heavens opening eye technique materialized within his pupils, seemingly adding another layer to his vision. With the divine sky eye opened, Qin Mu suddenly realized that the world around him had become extraordinarily vivid, profound, and distinctly ordered. Even the punch hurled by the demon ape transformed into a marvel before his eyes. He could discern the movement of each hair on the demon ape's fist through the air, and even perceive the intricate motion of every sinew and muscle beneath the creature's skin, as well as the trajectory of its formidable strength. The 9 heavens opening eye technique, imparted to him by the blind master, unveiled the truth hidden beneath appearances, enabling him to grasp the forces of both friend and foe in a manner he had never envisioned before. As Qin Mu's fist met the demon ape's blow, at the very moment their fists were about to collide, his 5 fingers suddenly sprang forth in succession, piercing the air and unleashing a sharp, resonant whistle akin to a bowstring snapping. The second form of the thunder sound 8 techniques, the finger snap, thunder pipa hand. Master Ma's martial arts were not solely reliant on punches. They also encompassed finger techniques, among which the finger snap, thunder pipa hand, was particularly exquisite. As Qin Mu's first finger struck the immense fist of the demon ape, the creature instantly felt all its strength dissipate. With the second finger, the demon ape sensed a violent tremor coursing through the sinews of its arm. Upon the third finger's strike, the demon ape could feel the muscles in its arm violently quaking, causing a surge of panic within. With a flick of his fourth finger, Qin Mu compelled the towering demon ape to raise its arm involuntarily, exposing a vulnerability in its chest. His fifth finger struck the massive creature's breast, and the demon ape felt as though it had been rammed by 100 great wild bulls, being sent crashing backward uncontrollably. Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. The ninefold heavenly eye technique imparted to him by the blind master was indeed extraordinarily potent. The true power lay not in his technique, but in his gaze. For he effortlessly discerned the fluctuations and trajectories of the demon ape's strength, uncovering the weakness within its punch. The first finger struck precisely where the demon ape was most vulnerable, effectively neutralizing the tremendous force of its blow. Just as he was lost in thought, the demon ape surged forth, delivering a punch that sent Qin Mu hurtling through the air. The beast then leaped skyward, its fists clenched, and came crashing down upon Qin Mu with great ferocity, causing the earth to tremble. Where Qin Mu landed, a deep crater formed. As the demon ape landed with a thunderous boom, it aimed a fist at the pit, yet before its punch could descend, Qin Mu's finger had already rebounded against its fist. In the blink of an eye, the demon ape's massive form was propelled upward, while Qin Mu sprang from the pit, pursuing the airborne creature. Dragon-esque control of wind and thunder. The sounds of successive impacts echoed as Qin Mu unleashed a barrage upon the demon ape, whose colossal body plummeted like a meteor, crashing into more than 10 towering trees. After a considerable time, Qin Mu and the demon ape found themselves at the summit of the cliff, collapsing in exhaustion, breathless and devoid of strength to continue their battle. Though the Heavenly Eye technique was formidable, it exacted a significant toll on his vitality. Even with Qin Mu's profound cultivation, he felt the strain. After a brief respite, the demon ape sat up, raised a thumb, and pointed to itself, proclaiming, "Me, big brother." Qin Mu also sat up, shaking his head and declaring, "I am the elder brother, and you are the younger." The demonic ape, filled with fury, extended its fist, its arms covered in muscle lumps, and proclaimed, "I am strong." Qin Mu seized one of its fingers and swung it down forcefully onto the ground, retorting, "I am even stronger." The demonic ape rolled over and leaped up, and the two began to spar once more. Before long, they both exhausted their energy, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. As Qin Mu regained some strength, he stood up and performed the thunder sound 8 forms at the edge of the cliff, while the ape sat upright, watching intently. This remarkable creature learned with astonishing speed, mastering the complete thunder sound 8 forms within a few hours, leaving Qin Mu with a tingling sensation on his scalp and questioning whether he could still defeat this giant. Was this beast truly a martial genius? Could an extraordinary creature possess such intelligence? And could it cultivate? After pondering for a moment, Qin Mu sat down and began instructing the demonic ape on the principles of breathing and energy circulation, imparting his own dominant body 3-dan technique. The ape mimicked the breathing exercises with impressive diligence. The dominant body 3-dan technique was fundamentally a simple guiding exercise, merely a method of channeling and directing vital energy. Before long, the demonic ape had grasped the basics of the guiding technique, its breathing steady and unremarkable. This was likely due to its nature. It was a vegetarian and possessed a tranquil disposition, with a straightforward and pure mind, allowing it to master the technique in such a brief period. This creature was indeed a martial prodigy. Seeing how swiftly it learned, Qin Mu couldn't help but express his admiration, saying, "Big fellow, practice diligently. I shall return tomorrow for another match." With that, he leaped from the cliff and made his way towards the village. The demon ape watched him depart before settling down, murmuring softly, "Little one." In the ensuing days, Qin Mu engaged in daily sparring sessions with the demon ape. Following their bouts, the demon ape would invite him to share fruits, while Qin Mu imparted insights on cultivation to it, even teaching the ape the leg techniques of the lame man as stealing sky divine leg. Although the demon ape excelled in boxing, its leg techniques were rather rudimentary. However, after mastering the stealing sky divine leg, its footwork became exceedingly cunning, such that even Qin Mu found himself occasionally at a disadvantage. Qin Mu's strength surged rapidly, and the demon ape's progress was equally astonishing. Soon, it achieved a modest level of vitality during their duels. If Qin Mu refrained from employing the divine eye of the heavens, he could gain no upper hand. Instead, he risked being overpowered. On one particular afternoon, after their match, Qin Mu, as was customary, assisted at the mute blacksmith's forge, diligently adhering to the teachings of the mute, observing the flames by the furnace. Within his spiritual womb, vitality blazed forth, refining the spiritual embryo, and everything appeared as it had before. At that moment, the spiritual embryo abruptly began to voraciously absorb the golden radiance from the golden sea within his divine repository, an influx of golden light streaming into his spiritual womb. Qin Mu found himself at a loss, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. The mute, unable to perceive what transpired within Qin Mu's spiritual womb, remained unaware of the wondrous transformation occurring within him. The golden light absorbed by the embryo continued to swell until, suddenly, the tiny figure ceased its intake, halting its breathing and the circulation of vitality, descending into silence. Qin Mu attempted to rouse his spiritual womb, yet it remained unresponsive. Had the spiritual womb perished? The youth felt a twinge of anxiety. After what seemed an eternity, the spiritual womb gradually revived, awakening once more. Qin Mu exhaled deeply, continuing to observe the fire. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented intensity in his vital energy. As the spiritual embryo breathed and absorbed energy, its vitality ignited. Remarkably, when the essence flowed from the spiritual embryo's sanctuary, it did not extinguish. Startled, Qin Mu hastily ceased his observation, but it was too late. His garment spontaneously ignited. Beside him, the mute quickly lifted a large water vat and placed it over Qin Mu's head, dousing the flames. As the mute raised the vat, Qin Mu was already drenched and resembled a drowned rat. The mute, taken aback, inspected the burn marks on Qin Mu's attire, then discarded his iron hammer and iron rod. Rushing towards the village chief with urgency, the village chief, astonished, promptly instructed the deaf and the mute to carry him over, saying, "Mu'er, try observing the fire again." Uncertain of the village chief's grave demeanor, Qin Mu resumed his observation. Within his spiritual embryo's sanctuary, vital energy transformed once more into a flame furnace, encircling the spiritual embryo. Subsequently, a wave of heat surged forth from within him, rapidly elevating the temperature of his body. The village chief's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gently encouraged, "Mu'er, keep your mind steady, maintain your focus. Treat your palm as a blade, and strike it forth for me to witness." With an untroubled mind, Qin Mu focused solely on the furnace before him. The vital energy surged forth instinctively as he transformed his hand into a blade, executing a powerful strike. To his astonishment, his palm emanated a brilliant flame, resembling a blazing sword descending with fierce intensity. Chapter 26. As thick as an arm, the onlookers in the blacksmith shop were momentarily rendered speechless. Qin Mu's formidable vital energy had evidently acquired a property, specifically the fire element. Unmistakably the essence of the vermilion bird. The deaf was on the verge of exultation when the village chief cautioned him, "Hold your horses, deaf. Mu'er, observe the water once more. Do not overthink, keep your mind focused." Following his guidance, Qin Mu resumed his observation of the water. The vital energy surging from his spiritual embryo transformed into a gentle stream, refining the essence within. The small blacksmith shop was brimming with villagers drawn by the news. Master Ma, the cripple, the butcher, the herbalist, and the blind man all squeezed in to witness Qin Mu's concentration on the water, holding their breath in reverence. The village chief's voice rang out. "Do you remember the marksmanship taught by the blind man? Envision a gun in your hand and thrust it forward." Qin Mu lifted his hand, and with a swift motion, he thrust forward as if wielding a gun. The tip of his imagined weapon traced large circles in the air, and at that very moment, his vital energy transformed into a plume of pure white vapor that coalesced into the shape of a long spear in his grasp, accompanied by the sound of flowing water as the vapor danced, creating large arcs. "It's done! It's done!" Master Ma wept tears of joy, exclaiming, "Finally! It has come to fruition. Our years of toil have not been in vain. Mu'er, you have grown up." Unable to contain his emotion, he turned his head aside, wiping away tears with his only arm. The cripple wore a simple smile and murmured, "Our Mu'er can survive in the grand market." "Damn it, old Ma, don't wipe your tears. You're making me tear up too. If old Granny Si were here, she would be the one crying the hardest." "Why cry?" The herbalist's eyes glistened as he laughed. "We should be celebrating. Even if we grow old and pass away, Mu'er will be able to sustain himself. That is a monumental blessing, and we should rejoice." "Indeed, indeed." The deaf man laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Pharmacist, though I may not agree with you, your words have truly won my admiration." The resounding laughter filled the modest blacksmith shop, echoing to the heavens. Qin Mu gazed at the excited elderly men beside him, and warmth surged within his heart. Despite their various disabilities and imperfections, these seemingly fearsome old men were his kin, his closest companions. Suddenly, the voice of Granny Si floated in from outside, playfully inquiring, "What mischief are you old folks up to, huddled together with such mirth?" Before long, the news of this joyous occasion was revealed by the limping man, and Granny Si could not help but feel a mix of surprise and joy. Her eyes glistening with tears as she remarked, What good news! At last, Mu'er has grown up. This is indeed a blessing. Reflecting on the hardships she had endured over the past 11 years, she could not restrain her tears, settling down as she wiped her eyes and said, "If we should pass away in the future, Mu'er shall still live on. Don't mind me. It's just the dust in my eyes that has caused this blurriness." The village chief breathed a quiet sigh of relief as the dark clouds that had loomed over him finally dissipated with the emergence of Qin Mu's empowered vitality. The fact that Qin Mu could harness this energy and manifest its potency solidified his identity as a formidable being, alleviating a looming crisis in the village. Yet, even with his extraordinary abilities, he found himself puzzled by the sudden emergence of attributes within Qin Mu's vitality, particularly the unusual combination of water and fire. It is known that spiritual bodies possess a singular attribute, making the existence of two attributes exceedingly rare. Qin Mu, possessing the ordinary qualities of a commoner, intriguingly harbors two attributes that are inherently contradictory, water and fire. This peculiar phenomenon raises questions. Do all ordinary individuals awaken with two spiritual bodies after attaining their spiritual wombs? He found himself in a state of bewilderment. What exactly did the mute teach him that enabled his vital energy to embody both water and fire attributes? Could other commoners achieve this as well? Unexpectedly, it was the mute who ultimately unleashed the formidable power of the tyrant body's vital energy. He only knew that the mute had guided Qin Mu to observe fire and water. Yet the intricacies of how these observations endowed his vital energy with both attributes remained a mystery to him. The mute, a blacksmith in the village, was a man of few words and rarely revealed his talents. Among the villagers, the blind man was the most flamboyant, the butcher the most boisterous, the supposedly cold-hearted master Ma the most benevolent, the enthusiastic yet treacherous cripple the most duplicitous, the herbalist the most grounded, the deaf man the most unassuming. The hunchbacked granny Si the most capricious, and the most taciturn of all was the mute. The village chief knew little about the mute, only that he had lost his tongue and was skilled in metalwork, crafting items such as kitchen knives and plows for the sustenance of nearby villagers. Judging by his guidance of Qin Mu, which allowed the latter's vital energy to manifest remarkable power, the mute's cultivation and expertise likely surpassed all others in the village, except for the chief himself. "Mu'er, can you now refine your vital energy into threads?" Granny Si inquired with anticipation. Qin Mu attempted to condense his vital energy into fine strands, and in the next moment, his energy surged forth, the diameter of his arm, ignited in flames. This thick and robust strand of vital energy lifted a butcher's knife, cleaving downwards, and the wooden post, as thick as a water barrel, was instantly split in two, exhibiting astonishing might. The villagers regarded the chi thread, which was as thick as an arm, in silence. Although Qin Mu's chi thread possessed considerable power, the essence of cultivating chi into threads lies in refining it into fine strands, allowing for greater agility and versatility. This would enable him to manipulate a sword with the chi, executing numerous techniques that he could not typically perform. However, the chi thread produced by Qin Mu could hardly be classified as a thread. It was more akin to a chi limb. Such a thick chi strand would demand a substantial amount of energy. The lame man scratched his head and remarked, "I believe a chi limb is also commendable. Having an extra arm would be quite formidable in a fight." The crowd could only smile and shake their heads, while Granny Si interjected, "A chi thread is far more sensitive. A chi limb is too robust, lacking the flexibility and finesse that a chi thread possesses. Mu'er, you must strive to refine your chi into threads as soon as possible." Qin Mu nodded in agreement. He could only manifest the fire attribute of his chi when observing the flames, akin to the Zhuke chi. Yet, when not observing the flames, his chi reverted to its ordinary state. Attempting to cultivate chi into threads while simultaneously observing fire proved to be quite challenging for him. The village chief and others discerned the underlying issues, frowning in concern. Qin Mu could only exhibit fire attributes when observing flames and water attributes when observing water, which posed a significant disadvantage in combat. Would enemies afford him the opportunity to observe flames or water during a battle? Initially, they believed Qin Mu's formidable body chi, possessing both water and fire attributes, was exceptional. Now, they were less certain. The mute gestured enthusiastically, beaming with sincerity. The deaf man understood and replied, "The mute is right. Mu'er has only just begun to grasp the key. With continued practice, he will surely master it." The elemental energies of water and fire correspond to the simultaneous awakening of the Xuanwu and Zhuke spiritual bodies. When Qin Mu observed fire, he harnessed the Zhuke energy. When he contemplated water, he wielded the Xuanwu energy. In the village, Qin Mu manipulated thick strands of elemental energy to execute the butchering knife technique, the blades soaring perilously close to cleaving him in two. Whenever danger loomed, the blind man beside him would deftly interpose his bamboo staff to prevent Qin Mu from inadvertently ending his own life. The cultivation of energy into fine strands and the mastery of swordplay through these strands requires meticulous practice. Controlling a treasured sword with elemental energy to vanquish foes is fraught with peril, necessitating diligent training to achieve proficiency. The butcher's butchering knife technique belongs to the martial arts school, and although he has absorbed certain advantages from the mystical arts, allowing him to wield the knife without direct contact, the fundamental differences between martial and mystical techniques render training in swordplay through the butchering knife perilous. The butcher's moves are recklessly wild and exceedingly dangerous. When in a frenzy, he could easily harm himself. In contrast, the Thunder Sound 8 forms imparted to Qin Mu by Master Ma are purely martial arts, prohibiting the use of energy to control the sword. The Celestial Demon Transformation technique taught to him by Granny C falls under the category of spells. The Limping Man's Leg techniques, the Blind Man's Staff techniques, the Deaf Man's Calligraphy, the Apothecary's alchemical skills, and the Mute's blacksmithing prowess clearly cannot be employed to train in swordplay through elemental energy. Thus, to cultivate his ability to control the sword with energy, Qin Mu is compelled to practice the perilous butchering knife techniques. The village chief turned to gaze at him. The tone of the pharmacist was somewhat aggressive. We all have our strengths, yet our proficiency in wielding energy to control the sword is lacking. Your insight surpasses that of any among us, and your skills are unparalleled. Why do you not impart your knowledge? In this world, who can match your swordsmanship? The village chief, with a heavy heart, cast his gaze upon his non-existent limbs and murmured, I wish to teach, but Mu'er cannot bear the burden. Even when I was whole, I could not shoulder it. Otherwise, I would not have had to hide in the great market. Do you know how I lost my limbs? The pharmacist shook his head. It was a sword wound. The village chief looked up, his expression vacant, and said, My limbs were severed by a sword. To pass on my skills means to accept my responsibilities, a weight I cannot carry, and he certainly cannot bear it now. Chapter 27. The Spirit Embryo Technique. Outside the decrepit village, in the woods, Qin Mu unleashed a palm strike, and a surge of vital energy emanated from his arm, resembling a fiery dragon coiling around him. The air before him became intensely heated, as if ignited. He moved his feet, striking repeatedly, the atmosphere growing increasingly arid, akin to a sun-scorched desert with 10 suns blazing overhead, exuding unbearable heat. He employed Master Ma's boxing technique, the fourth form of the Thunder Sound 8 styles. Qua Fu chasing the sun suddenly, Qin Mu altered his footwork, and his techniques transformed in tandem. Each move flowed like the relentless river rushing into the sea. His vital energy shifted from the fire element to the water element, as a water dragon composed of vapor entwined around his arm. The sound of surging waves echoing as if a great flood swirled around him. His techniques changed once more, with hands poised as if to grasp. The mist shot forth like arrows, resembling a great dragon, overturning the seas. In recent days, he has been honing his skill of wielding the sword with one's vital energy within the village, diligently refining his essence. However, he must first observe the flames to imbue his energy with the fire attribute, thus enabling him to execute the technique. With each passing attempt, the duration of his observation has significantly shortened, and now he no longer needs to gaze at the furnace. Merely envisioning the flames within his mind causes his energy to emanate a searing heat. Nonetheless, the butcher's method of slaughtering pigs is a martial technique, and Qin Mu's attempts to refine his swordplay using this method have yielded little success. Conversely, his practice of Master Ma's thunderous 8 forms in the blind man's marksmanship has been remarkably fruitful, leading to rapid advancement. Currently, he performs the 4th form of the thunderous 8, Qua Fu pursuing the sun, akin to a giant in swift motion, as the palm of his hand trembles, causing the air to rupture and explode. This is the might of his vital energy. Yet, the fire attribute of the vermilion bird energy cannot perfectly unleash the full potential of Master Ma's thunderous 8. The most compatible energy for this technique is the azure dragon energy. In contrast, the water attribute of the black tortoise energy allows the blind man's marksmanship to be executed to its fullest extent. After a considerable time, Qin Mu paused to consume 2 solidifying essence pills, replenishing the rapidly depleting energy while contemplating the inadequacies in his energy application. Previously, He could only take one solidifying essence pill before feeling overwhelmed. But since his spiritual embryo has awakened from slumber, consuming two has posed no significant issue, albeit still causing discomfort. As for the solidifying essence pills, can the magic ape consume them? It seems unlikely. The alchemist grandfather mentioned that these pills contain 4 attributes, rendering them poisonous to those who lack a dominant physique. Perhaps in the future, I shall concoct a barrel of solidifying essence pills for the magic ape. Qin Mu recalled the towering figure who had accompanied him in battle, and a stirring sensation arose within him. He had not sought out the demon ape in recent days, unaware of how the beast had progressed with the cultivation of the dominating body 3 dance skill. With a leap, he took flight, moving swiftly towards the demon ape's territory. Being a youth, with no companions in the village but elders, he found himself unexpectedly concerned for the demon ape, whom he had come to know through their encounters. Before long, Qin Mu arrived at the entrance of the valley where the demon ape resided. Suddenly, a massive silhouette resembling a small mountain rose from the forest, revealing the demon ape. In the days since they last met, the creature had grown even more formidable. Upon spotting Qin Mu, it expressed great delight, thumping its chest and signaling for him to climb onto its shoulder. Qin Mu leaped up, and the demon ape bounded into the valley, carrying him along. This was Qin Mu's first time entering the demon ape's lair. Within the valley, he observed wild deer and horses roaming freely, along with some startled roe deer and foolish-looking gazelles. In the heart of the valley lay an ancient ruin, with crumbling walls and a state of dilapidation. The demon ape's dwelling was a half-collapsed palace, and before it stood a weathered statue depicting a half-beast, half-human figure. As Qin Mu activated his divine eye, a tremor coursed through him. The statue bore a striking resemblance to the one in the village of the elderly, and through his divine vision, it exuded an aura reminiscent of a towering beast deity, fierce and formidable, radiating an overwhelming presence. It was likely that the demon ape relied on this statue each night to fend off the encroaching darkness and preserve its life. Such extraordinary resonance. Could it be that this was also a deity's creation? As Qin Mu hopped down from the demon ape's shoulder, a rather foolish-looking roe deer approached him. Sniffing at the hem of his garment and, mistaking it for food, took a tentative bite. The demon ape carefully grasped the roe deer and gently set it aside, then waved his hand, signaling Qin Mu to follow. As the sovereign and protector of this valley, the demon ape safeguarded the creatures within, exhibiting ferocity only towards intruders. Qin Mu trailed behind it into the dilapidated palace, immediately furrowing his brow. The air was thick with the scents left by wild beasts, suggesting that the valley's fauna sought refuge within these walls come nightfall. Little one, look. The demon ape pointed to a wall. Qin Mu lifted his gaze to behold the palace's walls adorned with tattered murals. Their colors faded, some portions crumbled, yet a few remained relatively intact. These murals depicted scenes of individuals engaged in cultivation, with arrows within representing the flow of vital energy. After a cursory glance, Qin Mu's heart raced. He recognized the guiding path of the vitality cultivation technique, Ba-Ti San Dan Gong. The demon ape must have practiced this technique and found a resemblance to the images, thus leading him here. However, Qin Mu soon discerned an anomaly. The first mural indeed illustrated the guiding diagram of Ba-Ti San Dan Gong. Yet the second mural diverged slightly. While it still followed the technique's path, it was rendered with greater complexity. The guiding path of vital energy in the second mural entered the spiritual embryo's divine repository at the center of the brow. Once the vital energy entered this divine repository, it unveiled the third mural, which depicted the guiding path of vital energy within the spiritual embryo. Here, the vital energy was not directly inhaled and exhaled by the spiritual embryo, but instead formed a wondrous array of vital energy patterns beneath its feet. The intricate patterns before him were exceedingly complex, surpassing even the celestial formations imparted to him by the blind sage. Qin Mu scrutinized them with great care, immersing himself in memory while simultaneously channeling his own vital energy to simulate the formations beneath the spirit embryo. Once he successfully established the spirit embryo's array, a subtle tremor coursed through his body, and he sensed an inexplicable connection binding him to the spirit embryo. With each breath he took, the spirit embryo mirrored him. Every movement he made was echoed in kind by the spirit embryo. As he activated the Supreme Body's 3-Dan technique, the spirit embryo did the same. Stunned for a moment, Qin Mu was soon filled with joy at the realization that this meant he could cultivate alongside a second incarnation of himself. However, he quickly discovered that while the spirit embryo could enact the Supreme Body's technique, it did not augment his vital energy cultivation, but rather refined it. His vital energy flowed through the array beneath the spirit embryo, absorbing the golden light from the golden sea before entering the spirit embryo's core, only to be expelled once more. After merging with the golden light, his vital energy became even more resilient and pure. Previously, his spirit embryo had only absorbed the golden light in a vague manner, but it was nowhere near as efficient as the formations described in the third illustration. Could this be the technique of the spirit embryo's realm within the Supreme Body's 3-Dan technique? Qin Mu's heart raced. The village chief had mentioned not knowing the subsequent techniques of the Supreme Body, yet here he was, unexpectedly encountering the spirit embryo's techniques. He turned his gaze to the fourth illustration, frowning slightly. It was torn, revealing only half of its content, which likely detailed the techniques of the 5-element realm. The illustration bore scratch marks from animals, presumably destroyed by the creatures inhabiting this place. The fifth illustration was also incomplete, and the sixth had lost a significant portion, while the subsequent illustrations were in such disarray that they were nearly impossible to decipher. The palace has fallen into such disrepair that one wonders how long the murals above can endure. Even if the murals within the palace were to be completely destroyed, they would continue to be passed down by him, imparting wisdom to the next tyrant. The murals on the palace walls are now but a fragment of their former glory, with only one mural remaining relatively intact aside from the 3-Dan techniques of the tyrant body. This mural depicts a map, which Qin Mu scrutinizes carefully, soon discovering the location of Yongjiang. His heart stirs. Could this be the map of the Great Ruins? He meticulously traces the course of the river, observing the bends in the flow, and ultimately locates the position of the village of the elderly remnants. To his surprise, he notices a dragon depicted on the map in the stretch of river upstream from the village. Qin Mu's gaze lingers on the map, where a dragon shape appears, provoking his curiosity. Yongjiang Dragon King, he exclaims internally, as he feels a tremor of realization. Beside the dragon, the words Yongjiang Dragon King are inscribed, the meaning of which remains elusive. This map reveals not only this peculiar detail but also others of equal intrigue. 30 miles east of the village of the elderly remnants, there is a well, marked with the words Heaven's Well Dragon King. Another well appears elsewhere, inscribed with Si Dragon King. Further afield, on the map of the Great Ruins, he discovers a ship, adorned with a sun and labeled as the Sun Ship. Not far from the Sun Ship lies a place named Sunwell, while a considerable distance away, another vessel is depicted, the Moon Ship, with a moon illustrated beside it. Adjacent to the Moon Ship is yet another intriguing site known as Moonwell. Qin Mu scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of the ancient temple where the Wu woman was suppressed. Nor could he locate the city of Xianglong 1,000 miles downstream on the map. Could it be that this map is a relic from before the Great Ruin catastrophe? After searching for a moment, his heart raced as he discovered the canyon ruins he had stumbled upon while evading darkness. However, the map did not label it as ruins but referred to it as the Goddess Pass. Indeed, it was a map from before the Great Ruin catastrophe. Chapter 28, Shadows on the Wall. With this map in hand, many dangers could be circumvented. He diligently committed the map to memory and, after a short while, pinpointed the location of this valley, which was designated as the Jinyang Palace on the map. Jinyang Palace? The term yang signifies calamity or disaster. Qin Mu, having learned to write and paint under the tutelage of the mute, though not an erudite scholar, had accumulated a wealth of knowledge and murmured, Jinyang Palace is the palace that suppresses calamities. What calamities does this palace seek to contain? As he looked around, he noticed that the demon ape had inexplicably exited the palace, presumably to avoid disturbing him. The giant was indeed considerate. Qin Mu stepped out of the palace and called for the demon ape, inquiring, "Big fellow, is there anything peculiar about this place?" The demon ape scratched its head, pondered for a moment, and then hurried toward the side hall of the Jinyang Palace, with Qin Mu swiftly following and the foolish roe deer trailing behind them. The demon ape entered the side hall and pointed a finger. Following its gesture, Qin Mu gazed at a white wall, upon which was depicted a diminutive figure, scarcely larger than a thumb. Qin Mu scrutinized the wall, discovering nothing beyond this minuscule silhouette. The foolish roe deer, curious, approached the wall and sniffed at the figure, preparing to lick it when suddenly a hand reached out, and the deer vanished without a trace. Startled, Qin Mu gasped, while the demon ape, furious, pounded its chest and bellowed at the wall, yet hesitated to advance. Beside the tiny silhouette on the wall, a vivid depiction of a roe deer materialized. To Qin Mu's horror, the figure on the wall began to move slowly, its mouth widening grotesquely, revealing a mouthful of jagged, nail-like teeth, before it devoured the roe deer whole. In shock, Qin Mu watched as the silhouette, having consumed the deer, suddenly took a step forward towards them, to Qin Mu's astonishment. Although the figure remained within the confines of the wall, its form grew taller and larger, gradually approaching the stature of a normal human. And still it did not cease its advance. Before long, the figure filled the entire wall, its shadow even stretching to the ceiling of the side hall. A colossal head with an agape mouth. Then, its hands extended from this wall to the adjacent ones. "Little one, run," the demon ape urged as it pulled Qin Mu to leap outside, narrowly escaping the grasp of the shadow on the wall. An enraged roar erupted from the wall, shaking it violently, as dust and debris filled the air, and the dark silhouettes spread from within the side hall, enveloping the entire space in the blink of an eye. The shadow struggled to break free from the walls of the side hall, but remained ensnared. Is this what magic is? Suddenly, the shadow enveloping the side hall fell silent. And then the windows of the grand hall burst open, resembling two pitch-black eyes. Qin Mu felt as though he were being scrutinized by a terrifying gaze. An eerie sensation creeping over him. Then, the grand door of the side hall slammed shut, only to swing open once more. Amidst this rhythmic opening and closing, a raspy voice emerged, the great freedom mantra. "Are you a descendant of my clan? How pitiable! You have not learned the true essence of the mantra. Has my clan truly fallen to such a state?" Qin Mu ventured. "Elder, do you truly comprehend the authentic great freedom mantra?" "Naturally." The portal opened and a voice brimming with arrogance resonated. "The great freedom mantra of my clan harbors unparalleled power, a colossal force capable of shaping worlds, bestowing the might of true freedom. Alas, in your hands, it has been reduced to this feeble state, devoid of any potency. Bid this monkey to step aside, and I shall impart to you the genuine mantra." Qin Mu glanced at the demon ape, who shook its head and grumbled, "Trust not, ghost. This elder is of our kin and means me no harm. You should wait outside for a moment," Qin Mu reassured. The demon ape remained somewhat apprehensive, yet was eventually pushed outside by Qin Mu. The shadow on the side hall's wall gradually diminished, revealing a figure of modest stature, nearly the same height as Qin Mu. Within that shadow, lines began to emerge, animated in motion, tracing the pathways of vital energy. The enigmatic voice intoned, "The Great Freedom Seal encompasses 4 distinct techniques: the Demon God Esmite Seal, the Celestial Demon S Freedom Seal, the Great Wisdom Seal, and the final technique, a synthesis of the 3, known as the Great Freedom Celestial Demon Seal. This is the first seal, the Demon God Esmite Seal. To unleash its power, one must accompany it with the demon voice. How wondrous it is!" Qin Mu's gaze was transfixed, fixated on the shadow against the wall outside the side hall, as he diligently memorized the path of cultivation. Within him, his vital energy flowed along the prescribed trajectory. How wondrous it is! Suddenly, he uttered the arcane words, and Qin Mu instantly felt a terrifying force surging within him. This formidable energy compelled his fingers to form the peculiar seal, propelling it forward uncontrollably. Boom! A muffled sound resonated. With this strike, Qin Mu unleashed the thunderous sound he had long desired, the thunder palm. Stunned, he found it hard to believe. The power imparted to him by the shadow on the wall through this demon god Esmite seal was astonishingly potent. While its variations paled in comparison to Master Ma's 8 styles of thunder, its sheer strength surpassed them by a considerable margin. However, the energy consumption of this demon god Esmite seal was immense, several times that of the 8 styles of thunder. On the inner wall, the path of vital energy within the shadow shifted once more, yet the dimness of the side hall obscured his view from a distance. Qin Mu, invigorated, unconsciously took a step forward, finally discerning the flow and transformation of the shadow-S energy on the wall. Samayet, he silently intoned the demon voice, channeling his vital energy. And at once, another wondrous force erupted from within him, urging his body to perform a different action. His face involuntarily broke into a smile, his fingers forming a delicate gesture, and he executed a seal. Yet, the power of this seal appeared rather feeble, seemingly devoid of any substantial force. Nevertheless, Qin Mu sensed a particular technique within the 8th style of thunder sound that bore a resemblance to the effects of the Heavenly Demon S Free Will Seal. The 5th form of the 8th style of thunder sound, Sunlight Illuminates the Soul in the Air, was a technique imparted to him by Master Ma. At first glance, its offensive capability seemed unimpressive. However, the essence of this technique lay in its ability to attack the soul of the practitioner. The secret of Sunlight Illuminates the Soul in the Air is that the fist shines like the blazing sun overhead, while the palm channels the solar thunder to refine the soul. Similarly, the Heavenly Demon S Free Will Seal, taught to him by the shadow on the wall, also appeared lacking in power, yet it too targeted the soul, resonating with the principles of Master Ma's technique. The sole distinction was that Master Ma's method employed the blazing sun and thunder to obliterate the opponent's soul with sheer force, while the Heavenly Demon's free will seal ensnared the opponent's soul within the palm, where it could be extinguished in a more insidious and treacherous manner, leaving one defenseless. The raw and overwhelming force could still be countered, yet the Heavenly Demon's free will seal was far more elusive and difficult to guard against. Qin Mu pondered the similarities between the seal of the shadow and Master Ma's fist technique. Both shared an underlying principle, yet their expressions were entirely divergent, one aligned with righteousness, the other with malevolent sorcery. As for which was superior, Qin Mu found himself unable to articulate, acknowledging that each possessed its own merits. Master Ma's 8th style of thunder sound was more suited for direct confrontation, using its formidable and unyielding strikes to vanquish adversaries, whereas the Heavenly Demon's free will seal was better employed as a sudden strike, catching opponents off guard. The silhouette on the wall dwindled further, seemingly unable to withstand the oppressive force of the central palace, gasping as it spoke. Behold, this is the 3rd seal, the seal of great wisdom. The shadow on the wall was indistinct, prompting Qin Mu to unconsciously take 2 steps forward, on the verge of crossing the threshold of the side hall. Suddenly, he halted, refraining from entering, and instead activated the 9 heavens eye-opening technique imparted by the blind man, an additional layer of pupils appearing in his eyes. Though the shadow on the wall remained dim, it transformed into clarity before his gaze. If you do not enter, how can you see clearly? Inquired the silhouette on the wall. Chapter 29, The Little Trickster and the Great Trickster. Qin Mu replied with utmost respect. Rest assured, esteemed one. I have been cultivating since childhood. My kidney essence is abundant, and my primal yang is robust. My eyesight is keen, allowing me to see in the dark. Thus I can perceive clearly. The silhouette on the wall swayed slightly but made no further movement, continuing instead to demonstrate the intricacies of the vital energy techniques. The 3rd seal of the Great Freedom Seal is the Great Wisdom Seal, and the execution of the Great Wisdom Seal is considerably more complex. The roots of vital energy within the shadow accelerated, and even with the activation of the Divine Celestial Eye, Qin Mu could not entirely capture the trajectory of the vital energy techniques, stirring within him an irresistible urge to step into the side hall. Qin Mu hesitated, one foot crossing into the hall while the other remained outside, managing to barely grasp the routes of the vital energy techniques. He endeavored to commit them to memory, but soon the silhouette on the wall executed the Great Wisdom Seal in its entirety. He attempted to manifest the Great Wisdom Seal. Although he succeeded in performing it, he always felt that something essential was lacking. He had not fully memorized the trajectory of the Great Wisdom Seal. This is the 4th seal of Great Liberation, and it is the most formidable of all. The powers of the previous 3 seals coalesce into this one. The shadow on the wall grows increasingly feeble, its form diminishing, and the voice becomes softer, stating, however, this seal is more intricate, and I fear you may not grasp it fully. Do not worry, esteemed elder. Qin Mu replied with a sincere smile. I have been blessed with abundant kidney energy and a robust essence since my youth. My eyesight is keen, and I can manage to see it clearly. The shadow on the wall fell silent, its voice dwindling further, sighing, yet I can no longer endure. You must enter. In the corners of the hall, there are 4 bronze nails embedded in the ground. If you pull them out, I shall be able to catch my breath. Just a single breath will allow me to impart the complete seal technique to you. His voice softened. Have you not yet mastered the Great Wisdom Seal? It is indeed complex, yet its power is immense. Without mastering it fully, you cannot unleash its full potential. The most powerful technique is the 4th seal, the Great Liberation Demon Seal. Pull out the nails. Esteemed elder, I think it best that I do not learn it, Qin Mu said hesitantly. The shadow trembled slightly, coaxing gently. I can teach you a second time, if only you would pull out the nails. Qin Mu found himself in a quandary, shaking his head. But esteemed elder, you just mentioned teaching only once. If you were to teach me a second time, it would be tantamount to breaking your word. I would feel even more remorseful. I am so inept, and I fear disappointing your expectations. No, you are quite intelligent. The silhouette on the wall emanated a voice that grew increasingly gentle, akin to that of a benevolent elder imparting wisdom to a younger kin. It softly remarked, You have grasped the formidable powers of the Demon God Seal and the Heavenly Demon Liberation Seal after a mere glance. Even the Great Wisdom Seal you have nearly mastered with just one look. Your aptitude is exceedingly high. Should you gaze upon it once more? You shall undoubtedly comprehend the great wisdom seal. I admire your intelligent disposition and, as a gesture of goodwill, shall impart the teachings to you a second time. At this juncture, the voice abruptly halted, only to resume with an icy chill, coldly intoning, "Have you deceived me regarding the techniques?" Qin Mu, taken aback, responded, "What leads you to such an assertion, esteemed elder? You have deceived me regarding the techniques." The figure on the wall erupted in fury, its shadow expanding ominously until it enveloped the entire side hall. The shadow, now menacing and grotesque, bellowed, "Do you dare to trick me? You little wretch. I extend my kindness to teach you, and yet you choose to deceive me." Standing resolute outside the hall, Qin Mu remained undeterred by the fearsome apparition before him. Shaking his head as he retorted, "Elder, you jest. Are you not also attempting to deceive me into entering so that you might be liberated?" The entrance to the side hall stood wide open, its window frames resembling sinister eyes, exuding an eerie aura. The voice continued, "Do you comprehend? We are inherently of different clans. Initially, you deceived me into believing we were of the same lineage, then lured me with the Great Liberation Seal, enticing me to draw closer to you, all for two purposes." Qin Mu revealed a guileless smile reminiscent of a limping child. "The first intention is to lure me into the hall, coaxing me to draw near the wall. Whereupon you may seize me and compel me to remove the bronze nails from the four corners of the Grand Hall. The second purpose is to exploit my desire for the complete Great Liberation Seal technique, thereby leading me to extract the nails myself. If I were to pull out the nail, it would not merely result in a sigh from my elder, but rather lead to my entrapment being undone, akin to a foolish roe deer being consumed by me." However, he chuckled with an increasingly innocent demeanor, "I am not a roe deer. I merely employed a cunning strategy, deceiving you with a few tricks of my craft." The entire side hall trembled incessantly, and a thunderous roar emanated from the doorway. "You son of a gun, I will kill you. Once I am free, I will make sure you pay dearly. I will put an end to your limping grandfather." The shadow on the wall bellowed. Qin Mu turned around, earnestly advising, "Do not provoke him. He will leave you utterly exposed." Suddenly, the shadow on the wall fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloping it. And it whispered softly, "Did you just claim we are not of the same kin? Heh, little brat, you are underestimating the situation. How could you and I not belong to the same lineage? He, young little demon." A chill ran down Qin Mu's spine as he recalled the divine sound that resonated from beyond the 9 heavens when he broke through the barrier, along with the memory of using demonic language to counter that divine resonance. Coupled with the shadow's words, unsettling associations began to form in his mind. He hastily shook his head, banishing the chaotic thoughts, and turned to leave. You and I are alike, indistinguishable." The shadow on the wall remarked with a sinister laugh. Qin Mu frowned as he exited the central palace. He nodded, deeply resonating with the sentiment. The great market is indeed perilous, for individuals like us, honest and simple. Failing to adopt a bit of cleverness would surely lead to us being swindled and devoured without a trace. The demon ape glanced at him, curling its lip in disdain, and replied, "Believe it or not." Qin Mu's complexion flushed slightly as he protested, "I am not a fraud. I have simply learned to be somewhat astute after enduring hardship since childhood. However, I fear you can no longer reside in this place. The central palace is dilapidated and may collapse at any moment. If it were to fall, that old demon would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you." The demon ape shook its head, surveying the wild deer and cattle in the valley, remaining silent. In the vast market, every viable spot for survival was either claimed by humans or occupied by other beasts. If the demon ape were to relocate these wild creatures, it would likely struggle to find a refuge in a timely manner, and with darkness approaching, death would be inevitable. Qin Mu was at a loss as well. The remnant village was far too small to accommodate such a multitude of animals. "Little one, come," the demon ape urged. It moved forward, and Qin Mu followed, only to find that the demon ape had led him to the base of a cliff, pointing at a large handprint etched into the rock with an expression of anticipation. This imprint, left by the demon ape itself, was immense and signified its dominion over the area. Other beasts, upon seeing this mark, would recognize it as the territory of the demon ape and would steer clear. Should any creature harbor intentions of claiming this domain, they would come to challenge the demon ape. If it were to be defeated, the handprint would be erased, replaced by the mark of the new sovereign. "You, imprint?" The demon ape insisted eagerly. Qin Mu was taken aback, unsure of its meaning. The demon ape grasped his hand and placed it alongside its own handprint, reiterating, "Imprint." Qin Mu comprehended its meaning and felt a surge of emotion. He gave a hearty slap beside its palm print, and instantly, his own mark appeared on the cliff. The demon ape broke into a smile, and, pointing towards the valley, boomed, "Mine, yours." The feelings swelling within Qin Mu transformed into peals of laughter, and the demon ape chuckled in response. Just then, a voice echoed from above, announcing, "Master, there are people below." Qin Mu quickly looked up to see a paper boat gliding through the air, measuring around 6 or 7 zhang in length. The vessel was spacious, occupied by several men and women clad in blue robes. Subsequently, he beheld even more peculiar sights. Several paper cranes flanked another paper boat, fluttering their wings as they approached. Upon these cranes stood several unusual middle-aged individuals, each bearing a long sword on their backs. The second paper boat carried but a single occupant, laden with some cargo that remained obscured. The vessel hovered in the air, where an elderly man sat and instructed, "Qianxiu, inquire about the path." "Yes." A young man aboard the paper crane looked down and asked, "Young man, do you know the way to the village of the elderly?" Puzzled, Qin Mu gestured towards the direction of the village of the elderly. The young man, courteous and respectful, bowed in gratitude before a gold ingot fell from the crane, which then whisked the paper boat away. Qin Mu picked up the gold ingot, pondering, what do these people seek in our village? Are they merely passing merchants? Yet, wouldn't tea merchants typically head towards Dragon City? Chapter 30. Seeking revenge. Qin Mu stowed the gold ingot away and said, "Big fellow, focus on your training. I shall return to find you tomorrow. The side hall is strictly off limits. That cunning fiend is exceedingly shrewd." The magic ape nodded in agreement. He entered the village and noticed the elderly man who had spoken from the boat, seated opposite the village chief, engaging in conversation. The old man said, "I have heard of the remarkable skills of your village's Granny Si, and have come to seek her assistance in tailoring several garments." The village chief inquired, "May I ask what type of garments you require, and what are their measurements?" The old man replied, "I need to have funeral garments made, 9 in total, tailored to the sizes of your villagers. I have also heard that Master Ma excels in woodworking. I would like to request his aid in crafting 9 coffins, the lengths of which should also correspond to the villagers' dimensions." Suddenly, the old man noticed Qin Mu approaching, and his expression shifted to one of surprise. He corrected himself, saying, "I misspoke. It is 10 funeral garments and 10 coffins. Qianxiu, please provide the deposit." A man named Qianxiu stepped forward, gesturing slightly. Soon, a paper boat floated into the village entrance, landing beside the village chief. Qin Mu immediately discerned that the cargo aboard consisted of ominous items such as paper money, gold ingots, candles, mourning sticks, and white banners. The old man instructed him to halt the paper boat at the village entrance, stating, "This is the deposit for 10 funeral garments and 10 coffins. May I inquire if Granny and Master Ma can complete this today? To be candid, I am in urgent need." The village's disabled individuals, blacksmiths, and apothecaries, who had been diligently occupied with their own tasks, suddenly fell silent. Granny Si approached, trembling, and remarked, "10 funeral garments to be completed today? This request is rather pressing." Master Ma strode forward, his demeanor frosty, and declared, "I work swiftly. The coffins can be ready today. Can the esteemed elder wait a moment?" The old man chuckled and remarked, "It is somewhat urgent, but you are all capable individuals. Surely, you can manage it." Granny Si cast a glance at the gold ingots and candles on the boat, sneering softly as she replied, "If you are in such a hurry to dress, it can be done immediately. I happened to purchase some fabrics a few days ago." The old man bowed slightly and said, "I am grateful for your assistance, Granny." From a small basket, silver needles soared into the air, threading themselves with remarkable agility, swiftly stitching together garments for the deceased. Meanwhile, Master Ma ventured outside the village to the riverbank, beneath a sturdy willow tree. With a flick of his fingers, emerald energy swirled around the trunks, and before long, the thick bark was transformed into several white wooden coffins. These coffins floated through the air, landing at the village entrance. Granny Si had also completed the garments, and with a gentle wave of her hand, the completed funeral clothes settled atop the coffins. Master Ma approached with a frosty demeanor, stating, "You have brought a substantial sum of money, so I have taken the liberty of crafting 2 additional coffins for you. 12 coffins, custom-made to ensure that you will lie within them precisely, neither too long nor too short. Are you satisfied, old sir?" Granny Si smiled and added, "I have also made 2 extra sets of garments at no charge, ensuring a perfect fit." The old man chuckled, "I am indeed satisfied." Qin Mu observed the increasingly peculiar atmosphere and discreetly counted. The group of individuals in green attire, along with the old man, totaled precisely 12. The apothecary approached, his expression grim, yet his tone gentle. "Old sir, your accent suggests you are not from this region. It seems reminiscent of the southern borders." The old man responded with a warm smile. "Indeed, we hail from the southern borders, specifically the Li River area." A limping man approached, his face adorned with a broad smile, and spoke. "There exists a sect by the Li River, reputed to be quite influential, residing along the riverbank, home to many esteemed individuals. I have heard that the leader of this sect is named Mu Beifeng, a figure of extraordinary prowess, capable of parting the waters with a mere gesture." The old man hastily replied, "I am undeserving of such accolades. I am indeed Mu Beifeng. Our Li River sect is merely a modest establishment, surviving through the bounties of the mountains and waters, engaging in trade along the river. I have 5 junior disciples who, thanks to the esteem of various friends along the way, are referred to as the 5 elders of the Li River." A jolt of realization struck Qin Mu, his complexion shifting. Were not the 5 elders of the Li River the very 5 elders who had perished at the hands of Granny Si? Could it be that this Mu Beifeng had come seeking vengeance for the fallen elders? His insistence on preparing 10 coffins and 10 burial garments was unmistakably intended for the villagers of the cursed old village. After slaying the villagers, they would be adorned in their burial garments, entombed in coffins, and interred on the spot, followed by the burning of paper money and candles. The paper boats and paper cranes were also intended for the villagers to accompany them in the afterlife. Mu Beifeng, twirling the jade ring on his thumb, spoke leisurely. 2 years ago, the imperial court issued a decree, with the national master personally delivering the edict to our Li River sect. During a conversation that lasted the length of an incense stick, I found myself willingly submitting and accepted the decree, expressing my gratitude for the emperor's grace. Our Li River sect, favored by both the emperor and the national master, was bestowed with the title of prefect of the 5 Miao in the southern frontier for myself, holding the rank of 2nd class, while the 5 elders of the Li River were appointed as deputy protectors of the Miao frontier, holding the rank of 3rd class. Despite our official titles, we remain free spirits, reveling in our wanderings. The village chief chuckled, remarking that the kingdom of Yankang is but a sect masquerading as a nation, with the emperor being assisted by the esteemed Yankang master, known as the foremost figure endowed with divine favor. In recent years, the fortunes of this realm have flourished remarkably, subduing numerous sects and allowing disciples from various schools to join the military, thus expanding their territories. Brother Mu, who once roamed freely, finds himself constrained by the laws of the court upon entering officialdom, a circumstance he is understandably struggling to adapt to. Mu Beifeng lamented, "Thus, my 5 junior disciples, restless and yearning for movement, wish to venture out, accompanied by the 5 sons of Li Jiang. These 5 disciples are the prot-gs of my juniors, possessing a modicum of skill, and my 5 juniors intend to guide them through some practical experience." A blind man, leaning on his bamboo staff, approached and interjected, "The 5 elders of Li Jiang are entering the great ruins for training, and they bring disciples along? The great ruins are treacherous. I cannot help but worry for their safety." Mu Beifeng sighed. "Indeed, the great ruins are perilous, teeming with malevolent beings. They have been gone for 2 months, and their prolonged absence fills me with dread. I fear something has gone awry, which compelled me to search for them, leading me to the grim location of my 5 juniors' demise. Their end was a tragic one. Judging by the wounds on their shattered bones, the assailant must have been a master from the Heavenly Demon Sect, of modest stature, akin to that of Granny Si." He shook his head and continued, "Furthermore, I discovered the site of their disciples' demise, a desolate gorge, where the corpses had been ravaged by wild beasts. Alas, the brutality of their deaths. The wounds on their remains suggest that the perpetrator was a young martial artist, similar in age to this young man here. Having heard that your village is home to a tailor and a carpenter, I have come to commission a coffin and burial garments for the murderer who has slain my junior disciple and nephew." Upon uttering these words, the elder fell silent, ceasing to speak. Behind him, a young warrior stepped forward, casting his gaze upon Qin Mu. He was the same man who had, while airborne, tossed a gold ingot to Qin Mu while inquiring for directions. He said, "My junior disciple met his demise at the hands of a wooden stick wielded with deadly precision. Young brother, as you carry a blade upon your back, might you demonstrate your swordplay in a friendly duel with me?" Qin Mu hesitated, glancing towards Granny Si and the village chief. Granny Si could not restrain herself, exclaiming, "Muer, the customs of the southern frontier are fierce and merciless. They strike with intent to kill, sparing no compassion. If he beckons you to draw your sword, then you must oblige." "Silence!" the village chief interjected sharply, silencing Granny Si. He continued in a measured tone. He has come according to the rules. He does not invoke the power of the court or the national master of Yankang to coerce us. Thus, we must not break the established customs. No one is permitted to advise Qin Mu or offer assistance. His gaze turned cold and penetrating as he fixed his eyes upon Qin Mu, stating with chilling clarity, Qin Mu, the coffins and burial garments lie before you. Should you exhibit mercy and restraint, one of those coffins shall be yours. It is either his life or yours. He has issued a challenge. What are you hesitating for? Go forth. Chapter 31. The sword technique of the Li River. Qin Mu's heart raced tumultuously as he unsheathed the butcher's knife from his back. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable situation. The demeanor of Mu Beifeng exerted an invisible pressure upon him, and every action, every word from the elder since his arrival in the village, loomed with an overwhelming weight. In a confrontation with the master of the 5 sons of the Li River, he found himself cornered to the utmost limit, compelled to act. However, the current situation evoked a sense of trepidation within him, having previously urinated upon the village's stone statue. What was there to fear? I have encountered the sorceress of the central palace, and at that time, I felt no fear. Why should I now? No matter how formidable Mu Beifeng may be, he shall not surpass the might of gods and demons. Qin Mu took a moment to steady his spirit, allowing his previously frantic emotions to gradually settle. He surveyed his surroundings, furrowing his brow. The village was modest in size, yet the gathering of 22 individuals, including himself, resembled a collection of wooden stakes, each positioned uniquely, creating a haphazard arrangement that filled the small village to capacity. The village chief lay upon a stretcher, with the herbalist standing beside him. The butcher, with only his upper body visible, loomed over the stakes, while Master Ma leaned against one. Granny C held a basket. The mute stood at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, and the deaf individual brandished a dripping brush, while the cripple leaned on a cane, balancing on one leg. The individuals brought by Mu Beifeng also occupied peculiar positions, each placement seemingly deliberate, making swift movement within the village almost impossible, let alone engaging in combat. Such a scenario imposed stringent demands on the use of qi to manipulate the sword. If one were to wield the sword through qi, utmost caution was necessary to avoid colliding with others or being influenced by them. The swordsmanship required was exquisitely delicate. Qin Mu practiced the butcher's knife techniques, which were not suited for such finesse. Shall we engage here? Qin Mu inquired. Indeed, we shall engage here, Qin Xiu affirmed. Before Mu Beifeng arrived, he had already taken them to inspect the canyon ruins. From the remains of Brother Chu, reduced to mere bones, Mu Beifeng deduced that the technique employed by Qin Mu was a form of swordsmanship. At that time, Qin Mu had picked up a wooden stick from the ground, using it as a makeshift blade to strike at Brother Chu, leaving a series of minute indentations on the bones, which exhibited fine cracks where the marks were made. This allowed for the inference that Qin Mu's swordsmanship was indeed remarkable, and furthermore, his agility and movement must have been extraordinary. Only with exceptional leg techniques could he continually maneuver to strike every corner of Brother Chu's body. Mu Beifeng, an extraordinary talent and one of the foremost masters in the world, concluded from the traces left by Qin Mu that he must have employed battle techniques. While the school of battle techniques excels in close combat, it lacks substantial mastery in the art of wielding a sword with qi. From that moment, Mu Beifeng devised a strategy to eliminate Qin Mu. Upon entering the village, each individual assumed a different position, establishing the Li River Water Dragon formation, intentionally leaving 9 focal points. Mu Beifeng positioned himself at the head of the formation. This would create a scenario akin to the current state of the village, where each person's stance varied, and their movements were staggered, making rapid maneuvering difficult and the use of qi to control a sword nearly impossible unless one possessed exceptional skill in that regard. Clearly, Qin Mu was not such a person. However, his disciple, Qin Xiu, was indeed of that caliber. Although still a practitioner at the spirit fetus stage, he exhibited remarkable proficiency in the art of wielding a sword with qi, his vital energy refined to an exquisite degree, achieving astonishing mastery in sword control techniques. He once wielded his energy to skillfully depict a lady's portrait from 30 zhang away, each strand of hair rendered with exquisite clarity and precision. Should Qin Mu engage in combat with a blade, his defeat would be inevitable. The spiritual sword, regardless of its sharpness, resilience, strength, or spiritual essence, far surpasses ordinary weaponry. Qin Mu bowed and said, "Senior brother, please." Qin Xiu returned the gesture, the treasured sword within his scabbard resonating with a sharp sound. "Junior brother, please." As Qin Mu lifted his foot to advance, Qian Qiu's sword was suddenly drawn. The energy strands commanding the blade emitted a chilling aura, and the glimmering sword light lunged toward Qin Mu. The energy strands were exceedingly delicate, nearly invisible to the naked eye, and with a gentle tremor. The sword unleashed a flurry of strikes from every conceivable angle, moving with a speed that dazzled the senses. For a martial artist to cultivate their energy to such a level of sword mastery is indeed a remarkable achievement. Qin Mu's footwork was agile, weaving deftly between the stationary figures, yet Qian Qiu's sword moved even more swiftly, its finesse astonishing. To the unmoving spectators, his sword posed no threat, but to Qin Mu, each strike was a matter of life and death. The sword's radiance was inescapable, rendering Qin Mu's attempts to evade using the limping sky-stealing leg technique futile amid the myriad obstacles. Each motionless individual constrained his speed, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. Suddenly, Qin Mu's energy surged violently, a faint dragon's roar echoing as a fiery dragon appeared to coil around his arm. The fire dragon appeared indistinct, at times merging the dragon's head with a fist, and at other times intertwining the dragon's claws with fingers, ever-changing in form. As the radiant sword light advanced, Qin Mu met it with a punch. Just as his fist was about to collide with the ethereal sword, he abruptly spread his 5 fingers wide. The air within his palm erupted explosively, causing the thrusting tip of the sword to tremble uncertainly. With a series of resounding strikes, clang, 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 Qin Mu's fingers sequentially flicked out, each contact resonating with a powerful sound, akin to a colossal hammer striking the blade. Upon the 5th flick, he sent the ethereal sword soaring away, shattering the strands of qi that belonged to Qian Qiu with his striking force. Qin Mu swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, rapidly approaching Qian Qiu, who was now merely a short distance away. At that moment, Qian Qiu's expression turned blank as a sound emerged from the sword sheath behind him, signaling the release of a second ethereal sword. Qin Mu's heart jolted in alarm, prompting him to retreat hastily. In quick succession, a 3rd sword emerged, followed by a 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. The Li River Sword Technique, the foremost sword technique of the southern frontier. The first ethereal sword moved with unparalleled fluidity, darting in all directions, with the subsequent swords following suit, weaving through the throng without grazing a single soul. From Qin Mu's vantage point, he could only discern the tip of the first sword, rendering the others invisible. A profound sense of danger welled within him. The unseen heralded the unknown, and the unknown was impossible to evade or anticipate. Indeed, the Li River Sword Technique was treacherously formidable. At that moment, the first ethereal sword unleashed a flurry of dozens of sword blossoms, hurtling towards Qin Mu, its brilliance dazzling to the eye. Behind the dozens of sword-like flowers, a second spiritual sword detached from the line of blades, connected by a thread of ethereal energy, suddenly lunging towards Qin Mu's neck. Chapter 32. The Divine Spear appears. Qin Mu felt a chill run down his spine, without a moment's hesitation. He raised his hand to grasp the spiritual sword, only to feel a sharp pain as it pierced his palm. Mu, the elder woman couldn't help but exclaim, but was silenced by a glare from the village chief, preventing her from continuing. As Qin Mu seized the spiritual sword, it writhed in his grasp, inflicting further wounds upon his palm, rendering it a bloody mess. Yet, his robust vital energy enveloped his hand, preventing the blade from severing it entirely. In the next moment, a 3rd spiritual sword broke away from the formation, followed by a 4th and 5th. Qian Qiu's eyes glimmered with realization. The outcome was all but assured. Though Qin Mu was younger and had cultivated to this level, he was still limited to merely 2 hands. How many swords could he possibly grasp? Suddenly, Qian Qiu's pupils constricted as he observed Qin Mu's hands. He seemed to have grown dozens of arms, snatching each spiritual sword with remarkable agility. Before Qian Qiu's sword could strike, Qin Mu had already seized its hilt. The 8th form of the Thunder Sound 8 techniques, the Thousand-Arm Buddha. Qian Qiu's expression shifted as the ethereal threads quivered, and the spiritual sword in Qin Mu's grasp thrashed violently, nearly breaking free. Simultaneously, the remaining swords lunged towards Qin Mu's eyes and throat. At that moment, Qin Mu held 5 sword hilts, while 7 remained. These 7 swords spun through the air, hissing like a whirlwind, intent on piercing through his skull and creating a gaping hole in his throat. Old Lady Si could not bear to watch. Suddenly, Qin Mu bellowed, unleashing an immense surge of vital energy that surged forth, wielding the massive cleaver behind him to deliver a decisive blow. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the 7 swords were nearly severed simultaneously, cascading to the ground. Such thick strands of vital energy, A sense of alarm surged through Qianqiu's heart. Qin Mu's strike was so abrupt that he was utterly unprepared for it. Furthermore, the thickness of Qin Mu's vital energy was astonishing, and the force contained within his strike was unfathomable. The cleaver he wielded was extraordinarily sharp, surpassing even that of spiritual weapons in both sharpness and resilience. With such formidable strength combined with the unparalleled sharpness of the cleaver, Qin Mu effortlessly severed his 7 spiritual swords. As the shock within him had yet to subside, Qin Mu suddenly flicked his wrist, hurling 5 spiritual swords towards him. The swords sliced through the air with a hissing sound, traveling at an unimaginable speed. Nevertheless, Qianqiu revealed a smile, raising his palm as strands of vital energy whistled forth, entwining the 5 incoming swords, while more swords flew from his sword pouch. Although his sword pouch appeared modest in size, seemingly incapable of holding many items, the spiritual swords emerged one after another in a most peculiar manner. However, just as Qianqiu's strands of vital energy entwined the 5 approaching swords, his expression shifted dramatically. The terrifying vital energy of Qin Mu was concealed within the blades, surging violently, and before his strands could fully ensnare the swords, they were shattered. Qianqiu reacted swiftly, directing the few swords that had emerged from his pouch to intercept the 5 incoming swords. At the same moment, Qin Mu advanced, prompting Qianqiu to swiftly extend a finger behind him, sending another sword soaring towards Qin Mu. A peculiar sound emanated from Qin Mu's lips, brief yet fleeting, imbued with an inexplicable melody, strange, eerie, and sinister. Accompanying this sound was the boy seal technique, which he formed with a flower, casting it from a distance of over a zhang away from Qianqiu, and with a singular gesture, he unleashed his seal. Qianqiu felt the gust of Qin Mu's palm wind rushing towards him, devoid of any true force, as he prepared to defend against the 5 ethereal swords. Suddenly, his soul was wrenched from his body, drawn into the palm of Qin Mu, leaving him utterly terrified. With a series of 5 soft sounds, tap, 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 the 5 ethereal swords, now beyond his control, pierced into his body in succession, lifting him high before he fell backward. Thud! The pillar at the village center, adorned with a meat shop flag, trembled slightly as Qianqiu's lifeless form was suspended above it, his head hanging down, utterly motionless. Blood continued to flow from Qin Mu's palm, and with a sudden, forceful grip, the sanguine splatter echoed as he crushed Qianqiu's soul within his grasp. The Heavenly Demon Free Will Seal, adept at extinguishing souls. Qin Mu turned his head, revealing a smile. Grandmother, I have triumphed. The village chief's gaze, profound and somber, rested upon Mu Beifeng, who sat before him. Brother Mu, your disciple has been defeated. Shall we prepare his burial garments and place him in a coffin? He referred to Qin Mu's lethal technique that had slain Qianqiu. Though he had never witnessed such a sealing method, the demonic sound that had emerged from Qin Mu's mouth was unmistakable, indicating that he had employed dark arts. It was evident that Qin Mu's cultivation was immensely profound, surpassing Qianqiu's by a considerable margin. However, it seemed he had not endured much in the way of life and death trials, leading to a certain restraint, preventing him from fully unleashing his potential. To achieve victory through the use of demonic arts, in his view, is merely a cunning stratagem, deserving of disdain. The only true practitioner of the authentic demonic path hailing from the village is Granny Si. Could it be that she imparted her knowledge to Qin Mu? Qin Mu nodded vigorously. The village chief regarded Mu Beifeng across from him and remarked, there are still 11 empty coffins. With a lowered gaze, Mu Beifeng replied, since the coffins and burial garments are prepared, they must be put to use. The village chief gestured, please. Mu Beifeng rose, responding, after you. The Li River water dragon formation roared to life, and the 10 formidable masters of the Li River sect behind him unleashed their tremendous aura, merging it seamlessly with Mu Beifeng's own. The tumultuous waters surged, and within the quaint, decrepit village, a long river materialized, the waves crashing mightily. This flowing force mirrored the renowned Li River to the south. Standing atop this miniature torrent, Mu Beifeng and the 10 masters of the Li River sect beheld countless flying swords flitting through the waters, glimmering like diminutive fish, renowned for their swordsmanship. The Li River sect boasts an unparalleled reputation in the southern region. The 10 masters, alongside their leader Mu Beifeng, unleashed the Li River water dragon formation, summoning an unimaginable multitude of flying swords. When Granny Si battled the 5 elders of the Li River, the leader, Qi Yanbing, concealed 6,842 swords within his sword pellet, an already staggering number. Yet now, the swords within the water dragon formation exceeded that by tenfold. Tens of thousands of flying swords coalesced into a dragon, a silver dragon formed entirely of swords, with countless beams of sword light swirling within its crystalline body, poised to stir up a tempest. The terrifying sword formation before Qin Mu was unlike anything he had ever witnessed, a sight so dreadful that it had scarcely crossed his mind. Once unleashed, it could undoubtedly obliterate the village of Canlao. The village chief, still reclining on his stretcher, displayed little change in expression as he faced the menacing sword array. He murmured softly, "Blind man." The blind man looked up, seemingly gazing at the mysteries of the Lijiang water dragon array. Yet his eye sockets were hollow, devoid of eyeballs. How could he possibly see? Countless sharp swords emitted a piercing shriek, akin to furious dragons unleashing their ferocity, descending upon the village like an overwhelming tempest. With a single hand, the blind man lifted his bamboo staff, directing it towards the oncoming barrage of sword light, and softly intoned, "I possess the skill to slay dragons. Today, I shall shatter the Lijiang." A resounding clang rang out, eclipsing the cacophony of the sword's cries. The seemingly invincible silver dragon suspended in midair stiffened, and with a thunderous crash, a deluge of swords plummeted to the ground, embedding themselves with a fierce determination. The blind man deftly flicked his bamboo staff, and the waters that formed the miniature Lijiang were unexpectedly lifted by a single stroke, leading to the collapse of the river's shape as torrents of water cascaded from above. The blind man's voice resonated continuously as he traversed the waters, his feet untouched by the surface. With his bamboo staff, he deftly struck at an adept of Lijiang, causing an explosion at the center of his brow, the staff's tip piercing through the back of his head. Another attempted to defend himself, but the staff passed through his palm and then pierced his chest. The blind man advanced from the head of the Lijiang to its tail, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies that fell from the sky. He soon crossed paths with Mu Beifeng. In that fleeting moment, Qin Mu could not discern how many times they clashed or what mystical powers they had invoked. As Mu Beifeng touched down, he took 2 steps forward. The blind man's words, "Today, the Lijiang River breaks," had scarcely left his lips when the sounds still lingered in the air. "Blind one, I know who you are. I never expected you to hide here, nor did I anticipate that despite the destruction of your sight, you would possess such formidable strength." Mu Beifeng uttered these words, his expression suddenly paling as he took a seat before the village elder and gently implored, "Our Lijiang sword sect thrives by the river. Our custom is aquatic burial. As the dead cannot touch the soil, I kindly ask for your understanding." The village elder nodded thoughtfully. "Rest assured, the river lies right at the entrance. To wield a divine spear is to leave this world without regret." With his last breath, Mu Beifeng smiled and departed from this life. Qin Mu, having circled behind him, was startled to discover that the back of Mu Beifeng's head had been pierced, leaving a gaping wound. Chapter 33. Sword Pill. The village was rife with marshland, littered with sharp blades, rendering it nearly impossible to find solid ground. The numerous corpses instilled an eerie and terrifying aura. The village elder surveyed the surroundings, furrowing his brow, and spoke, "Lame one, please tidy up and ensure they are properly laid to rest. We cannot allow them to decay in the wilderness. Send them down the river. Also, burn some gold ingots, candles, and paper boats for them." The lame man hobbled forward, casting a glance at the blind man, and chuckled. "Such sentimentality, still reciting poetry, nonsense." To be sure, the blind man, incensed, felt his beard bristle with indignation. "You wish to recite but can't even recognize a few characters." Granny C interjected hastily, "Lame one, remember to keep the valuables aside during the preparation. Do not place them in the coffins. They hold some worth and could be sold next time for oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar." Understood. In the bustling marketplace, the most precious commodities are not gold, silver, or gemstones, but rather essential items such as oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and luxurious silks. These goods are conspicuously absent in the marketplace and must be transported to Xianglong City by merchant caravans. The local residents exchange their rare treasures and animal hides for these necessities, rendering salt even more valuable than gold. Every time, Granny C would haul a cart brimming with treasures and a few livestock to Xianglong City, selling them to procure some oil and salt. The apothecary approached to tend to Qin Mu's injuries, skillfully applying medicine and bandaging his wounded hand. He shook his head and remarked, "Grasping a sword with bare hands is beyond your current vitality. Do not overexert yourself next time." Qin Mu felt a tingling coolness in his palm, devoid of pain, and replied, "My sword control technique is inadequate. I cannot match the finesse of that practitioner from the Lijiang sect." I sense a reservoir of strength within me, yet I am unable to unleash it. That is quite normal. The butcher's sword control skills are woefully lacking and cannot teach you, the apothecary chuckled. There are individuals in our village who possess profound sword control techniques, but alas, they have no desire to impart their knowledge. The apothecary continued. The village chief will have to wait a moment. I am still tending to Mu's wounds. Once the bandaging was complete, Qin Mu observed the blacksmith, a mute, picking up a sword from the ground. He lifted one and gave it a gentle shake, causing countless flying swords to automatically converge and clink against the sword in the mute's hand, which astonishingly vanished, merging into a single blade. This spectacle evoked a sense of wonder in him. He too approached, picked up a sword, and gave it a slight shake, but nothing occurred. The mute man smiled silently, his mouth devoid of a tongue, emitting a couple of indistinct sounds. He then took the sword in his hands and began to rub it, astonishingly reducing its size until it transformed, in the blink of an eye, into a diminutive silver pellet, merely the size of a fingertip. Qin Mu glanced at the sword he held, intrigued by the idea of rubbing it as well to see if he could create a small silver pellet. The pharmacist promptly interjected, "Do not rub it. You've just bandaged your wounds. Don't tease him, or I shall poison you." The pharmacist warned the mute. The mute continued to chuckle, seizing the flying sword from Qin Mu's grasp and then thrusting the silver pellet into his hand. With a crisp sound, Qin Mu felt a light thud on his shoulder, and in an instant, he was pressed to the ground by the weight of the silver pellet. The mute was taken aback, slapping his forehead as he realized he had forgotten that this pellet was formed from the convergence of thousands of swords. The combined weight of thousands of swords is indeed formidable. Unprepared, Qin Mu found himself with a dislocated arm, sprawled on the ground. As the mute was about to assist in relocating Qin Mu's arm, he was abruptly kicked out of the village by the approaching Granny Si, disappearing without a trace. The distant echoes of ah grew fainter. She picked up a sword and, like the mute, gave it a gentle shake. Thousands of treasured swords clattered together, merging into the mother sword. Qin Mu examined the pellet resting in her palm, blinking in surprise, and remarked, "Granny, it seems you have many such silver pellets in your room." "Do I?" Granny Si replied, her aged eyes blinking in confusion. Indeed, Qin Mu recalled having seen such silver pellets in Granny Si's room. There were quite a few, some discarded beneath the bed, others nestled within unworn shoes, and many scattered in the corners. In his childhood, he even played with these silver orbs as if they were marbles, tossing them about with glee. He had even witnessed Granny Si's old hen consuming these silver pellets as if they were mere pebbles. Reflecting upon it now, it is indeed terrifying to imagine that if one of those pellets had suddenly transformed into a sword within the hen's belly, the scene would have been utterly gruesome. Fortunately, such an event never transpired. Granny Si's eyes twinkled as she remarked, "In your youth, if you could easily pick them up, they were surely ordinary silver pellets, not sword pellets." Qin Mu remained skeptical, replying, "I once saw a large chest in the mute grandfather's blacksmith shop, filled to the brim with these silver pellets." Granny Si, with her dimming eyesight, blinked rapidly, even more so than Qin Mu, and with a smile said, "Do you truly believe the mute could possess such wealth?" Qin Mu felt a wave of confusion at her words. The mute indeed appeared far from affluent, embodying the essence of a laborer bound to the forge. Granny Si chuckled. "Do not overthink it. Our village is composed of ordinary folk. Each one is impoverished as the next, and many are frail and ailing. We are but an unremarkable village, and everything is as it should be. If you doubt that the mute possesses a chest full of sword pellets, you might as well question whether the water tank in the corner holds treasures." Qin Mu cast his gaze towards the water jar she mentioned, situated beneath the eaves of the blacksmith's workshop, intended to collect rainwater during storms. Curiously, he had never witnessed this jar filled to the brim, regardless of the downpour. It perpetually contained only half a jar of water. Moreover, the water within never diminished nor did it run dry. The mute blacksmith utilized copious amounts of water, ladling it out in buckets, yet the water level in the jar remained unchanged. Noticing the hint of skepticism in his eyes, Granny Si acknowledged the peculiarity of the situation and hurriedly remarked, "Surely, you do not perceive the heap of broken clay pots at the apothecary's entrance as treasures, do you?" Qin Mu directed his attention to the dilapidated clay pots by the apothecary, which housed an assortment of unknown herbs and were home to a few spiders, silkworms, and centipedes. Moments ago, during the torrential rain, water had seeped into the pots, causing several insects to emerge and scuttle along the edges in a frenzied manner. Suddenly, an irate black spider, engulfed in flames, swelled to the size of a table and began to spew fire at the other small creatures. Amidst the flames, a few golden silkworms sprouted wings, grew to over a foot in length, and soared from the fire to pounce upon the spider, biting it incessantly. Qin Mu's suspicion deepened. Granny C chuckled nervously before stammering. All of this is quite normal, nothing out of the ordinary. Qin Mu tentatively inquired, Granny, do people outside possess the ability to fly like blind grandpa? Granny C nodded. Indeed, those outside can all fly. Qin Mu continued. Are the outsiders also like the people in our village, all being spiritual beings? Absolutely, they are all spiritual beings. Qin Mu pressed further. Are the outsiders as formidable as the people in our village? Very much so. Otherwise, the mother-in-law and the blind man would not have been forced to retreat to the great market. Do not always yearn to escape. Be wary of meeting your demise outside. For the individuals beyond are far more ferocious than the blind. Qin Mu, filled with skepticism, pondered whether the people outside the great market were truly as formidable as old Lady C claimed, possessing the ability to traverse heaven and earth at will. By the riverside, the cripple meticulously prepared the corpses for burial, placing them within coffins. Master Ma drove wooden wedges into the coffin lids, sealing them tightly, and then pushed the coffins into the river, allowing them to drift downstream. The current was swift, and many hidden reefs and jagged stones awaited below. Thus, the coffins would likely not reach the sea, but would be shattered along the way, their contents sinking into the depths, becoming sustenance for the voracious fish of the river. The Li River sect might soon be expunged from the southern borders. The cripple gazed at the receding coffins, his voice laden with melancholy. The sect leader is deceased, and the masters within the sect have perished. Survival for this faction seems improbable. Yet my thoughts do not dwell on this. Master Ma shook his head, casting his gaze into the distance. My mind is occupied with the foremost figure of the divine descent, Mu Beifeng. The shepherd of the 5 Miao prefecture in the southern territories was personally summoned by the national master of Yankang and bestowed with an official rank of 2nd grade. With his death and the demise of the 5 elders of the Li River, will this eminent figure be stirred? The cripple shook his head resolutely. It will indeed provoke him. However, he would never dare to enter the great market. Master Ma regarded him intently. Do not forget, though a national master of Yankang may be powerless against the great market, he is backed by the Yankang Kingdom. The Yankang Kingdom, a colossal entity masquerading as a nation. How could such a behemoth not have its eyes fixed hungrily upon the treasures hidden within the great market? Chapter 34. The Grandmother Temple. A tremor coursed through the heart of the lame man. Could it be that the esteemed master of Yankan and the nation of Yankan possessed such audacious ambition, daring to encroach upon a place as eerie and terrifying as the Grand Market? Yet Mr. Ma's assertion held a kernel of truth. Yankan was indeed a sect masquerading as a sovereign state. Yankan was founded upon martial prowess and governed through the same. Its officials were stratified into 9 ranks and 18 tiers, ranging from the exalted 1st-rank national master and the crown princess guardian to the lower 9th-rank military officer, ritualist, and doctor, wherein doctor referred not to the modern sense of the term, but to individuals of vast erudition, including scholars of literature, medicine, mathematics, and divination. All were rooted in martial traditions, with some even serving as leaders of other sections. The soldiers of this nation were warriors, formidable and skilled in battle, capable of besieging cities and quelling insurrections. It was an undeniably fearsome force. When a sect cloaks itself as a nation, administering its dominion through national governance, consolidating resources, subjugating other sects, and unifying the management of martial artists and sorcerers within its borders, the magnitude of its power becomes truly formidable and terrifying. Over the years, Yankan has relentlessly expanded, its territory growing vaster and increasingly encompassing, having absorbed sects such as the Li River sect and numerous smaller nations. Presently, the borders of Yankan have reached the very edge of the Grand Market, where it is obstructed by the enigmatic darkness that shrouds it. The Grand Market is notorious for its strange occurrences under the cover of night, where darkness descends, and entry into its depths spells certain death, rendering Yankan hesitant to venture into the realm of the Grand Market. The perils of the Great Market extend far beyond mere surface dangers. It is a realm teeming with strange beasts and frequent bizarre occurrences, enveloped in an aura of ominous foreboding. The intentions of the Grand Master of Yankan and the Kingdom of Yankan to advance upon the Great Market are not so easily realized. Yet, the trepidations posed by the Great Market do not deter the Grand Master. The lame man possesses an intimate understanding of this individual, having experienced the severing of his own leg by this very man. No terror can intimidate him, nor can any danger impede his resolve. He is destined to venture into the great market. Indeed, it is possible that even now he gazes upon the vast, enigmatic expanse of the great market. Soon, tranquility returned to the village. The waters from the collapsed Li River were swiftly absorbed by the earth, and by the following day, the soil lay parched and hardened beneath the blazing sun. Qin Mu acquired a sword pouch belonging to Qianqiu, a disciple of the Li River sect. The pouch measures 6 feet in length, modest in size, crafted from the skin of a small crocodile, complete with a cinched waist and 2 shoulder straps for ease of carrying. When vital energy is infused into the pouch, the crocodile's mouth unfurls, releasing a sword sheath and hilt. As a martial artist cultivates their qi into threads, these threads entwine around the hilt, enabling the drawing of the sword, commanding it through their essence. Upon drawing the first sword, another hilt emerges from the sheath, allowing for the extraction of a second sword, and subsequently a third. It is for this reason that it is termed a sword pouch. The Li River sect, a sword sect from the southern frontier, is renowned for its unique swordsmanship. And within this pouch lies a mother sword, which remains dormant, having fused seamlessly with the crocodile skin. From the sword pouch emerged a multitude of subswords. Qin Mu tested it, and found he could draw out a total of 28 such blades, alongside the 7 he had severed with his cleaver. The total amounted to an impressive 35 swords. As for how the Lijiang sword sect managed to conceal 35 swords within such a modest pouch, he was oblivious to the intricacies of that art. The 28 swords were not burdensome for Qin Mu, who bore numerous iron ingots, donned iron shoes, and concealed even more iron ingots about his chest and waist, totaling over 100 pounds in weight, similar to that of the sword pouch itself. He regarded carrying the sword pouch as a form of cultivation, allowing him to forego the heavier items like iron shoes and facilitating his movements. However, he found himself unable to manipulate the swords with his qi. The Li Jiang sword technique was intricate and lethal, and his sword control skills were far from that level. How he wished to master the Li Jiang sword technique. Qin Mu sighed inwardly. The Li Jiang sword technique was indeed exquisite, particularly the seamless swordplay, which was nothing short of extraordinary. In the village, figures such as Master Ma, the butcher, the cripple, the apothecary, and the blind were all unskilled in swordsmanship. The mute possessed a box filled with objects resembling sword pellets, and Granny Si had similar silver pellets. If those silver pellets were indeed sword pellets, then they should possess profound swordsmanship. Yet when Qin Mu inquired with Granny Si, she was reluctant to impart any knowledge, while the mute fervently gestured his refusal, seemingly harboring reservations. Quietly, the mute conveyed through sign language that now was not the time to learn, for superior sword techniques awaited him. Should he learn now, they would be lost to him, and no one would teach him thereafter. Qin Mu was unaware of the identity of the others he referenced, and thus had to relent. He had yet to fully grasp the subtleties of vital energy cultivation. For instance, he had not completely mastered Master Ma's boxing technique, which required the circulation of vital energy throughout the body during an attack. Vital energy circulates throughout the body, maximizing the enhancement of all physical attributes, whether it be strength, agility, speed, or reflexes, reaching their utmost potential. The profound mastery of the 8 thunder techniques enables one to unleash thunderous might and strike with the fury of a tempest. Although he can only manifest a palm of thunder through the formidable power of the demon god, he has yet to achieve this with the 8 thunder techniques. Should he attain this level, when confronted by a warrior like Qianqiu, he would be able to catch a sword barehanded, impervious to harm. You lack practical experience, Master Ma remarked, approaching Qin Mu with a calm demeanor. Your cultivation must surpass that of the disciple from the Lijiang sect. Your techniques in boxing, kicking, swordplay, and staff-wielding must all exceed his Lijiang swordsmanship. Yet, when engaged in combat with him, you find yourself constrained and unable to fully express your abilities. Qin Mu nodded repeatedly, acutely aware of this himself. Qianqiu's swordsmanship was exquisite, with unexpected maneuvers. However, his own responses were somewhat lacking, leading him to grasp the sword directly. In hindsight, Qianqiu's strength was not as formidable as it seemed. Qin Mu had severed 7 of his swords with a single stroke and had drawn his soul into his palm with the Heavenly Demon Sect freedom seal, indicating that Qin Mu's vital energy cultivation surpassed Qianqiu's by a considerable margin. Master Ma continued, without the tempering of real combat, it is challenging for you to unleash your true potential. This is precisely why the 5 elders of Lijiang lead their disciples into the great market for practical experience. Secluding oneself in rigorous training and practicing alone will not forge a true master. Thus, Qin Mu's face lit up with anticipation. He had long awaited the approval from Master Ma and Elder Si to venture out for hunting, and now, this opportunity had finally arrived. Therefore, after discussions with Elder Si, the Blind One, and the others, we have reached a decision. Master Ma solemnly declared, "You may accompany us to the temple fair." Attend the fair? Qin Mu's expression soured, and he murmured, "Can't we go hunting instead?" Master Ma smiled, patting his small shoulder, and replied, "Attending the fair is also a trial. Once you have passed this test, you may venture into the wilderness alone to hunt. Do your best." Qin Mu found himself torn between laughter and tears. The temple fair was a grand event for nearby villages, as he had heard from Granny Si. The fair typically took place on the 1st and 15th days of the month, drawing villagers from a radius of 100 or 200 miles to exchange goods. On such days, Master Ma, the butcher, the blind man, the mute, Granny Si, the deaf man, and the apothecary would journey 20 miles to the grandmother temple. However, in the past, Qin Mu had never been allowed to attend the fair, always left behind to keep the village chief and the cripple company. The cripple, being in a worse predicament, was forbidden from attending the fair due to his mischievous tendencies. As Granny Si feared, he would pilfer the entire event. In truth, Qin Mu yearned more for the thrill of the hunt than for the fair. With only 2 days remaining until the temple fair, he continued his training, occasionally seeking out the valley of the central palace to spar with the demon apes. During his leisure, he assisted the apothecary in his shop, learning the art of crafting solidifying pills along the way. The apothecary had several birds, aglow with fire, that would come to help during the alchemical process. After ruining a dozen batches of spiritual medicine, the apothecary's face grew somewhat pale, but fortunately, Qin Mu eventually succeeded in producing a batch of spiritual pills, which alleviated the apothecary's demeanor. Qin Mu promptly carried the furnace containing the solidifying elixir designed to enhance the Azure Dragon's vitality, eagerly making his way to the valley of Xinyang Palace. The apothecary intended to caution him about verifying whether the elixir could be harmful, but after a moment's contemplation, he refrained. "The last time I concocted the solidifying elixir for Mu'er, I also neglected to check its potency for safety." The apothecary mused, "The demon ape is quite large. It should be able to withstand it. I hope it can withstand it." Nevertheless, the solidifying elixir that Mu'er crafted this time is as large as a fist. Can the demon ape truly endure it? For those who cherish the Chronicles of Mu, the opportunity to acquire a fan title has now arrived. The title for the fans of Zhu is Divine Dynasty. To claim it, one must access the Qijing client. Click on Discover, navigate to the Activity Center, search for Zhu, and click to claim. Please note, a certain fan value is required, and the event lasts until July 31st. Chapter 35, The Market in the Valley of Xinyang Palace. Qin Mu extracted one of his own crafted solidifying elixirs, fist-sized, and gestured towards the demon ape, proclaiming, "Robust, sturdy." The demon ape scratched its head, accepted the elixir, and swallowed it without any immediate reaction, perplexed by the term, "robust?" Suddenly, the demon ape went into a frenzy, its fur growing wildly, and a sapling sprouted from its head, eventually transforming into a substantial branch. It seems a seed must have fallen into the demon ape's fur, which was then stimulated to grow wildly by the elixir. Its stature was growing exponentially, muscles bulging and bones becoming sturdier, causing the demonic ape to roar incessantly as it thrashed about. Qin Mu stepped forward to intervene, but was struck down to the ground by a single punch from the beast. As the demonic ape slammed its fist against the earth a second time, Qin Mu was jolted from the soil, only to be sent flying by another blow. After consuming the solidifying elixir crafted by Qin Mu, the demonic ape's physique had expanded, its strength significantly enhanced. In direct confrontation, Qin Mu found himself overwhelmed, unable to match the brute force of the creature. In a desperate bid, Qin Mu transformed his vital energy into fire attribute energy, the searing essence coursing through his body. A great dragon's pattern began to emerge faintly upon his back, its limbs intricately connected to his own, the claws perfectly aligned with his fingertips. The five-clawed fire dragon. The fire attribute energy belonged to the vermilion bird essence. Yet Qin Mu was not born of the vermilion bird spirit, but rather of the human form. The dragon pattern manifesting on his back was not merely a result of his vital energy, but an effect of the thunderous 8 forms taught by Master Ma. Master Ma's thunderous 8 forms, a profound technique of vital energy manipulation, allowed the energy within to flow in a manner that created a dragon pattern, enveloping his entire being. Had it been a spirit body like Master Ma's Azure Dragon, The energy would have contained attributes of wood and thunder, resulting in a blue dragon pattern interwoven with lightning. However, as Qin Mu had not cultivated the azure dragon essence, he could only utilize the vermilion bird energy. Thus, the dragon pattern on his back was accompanied by swirling flames. The dragon pattern and fire clouds would only manifest when he invoked the thunderous 8 forms. Otherwise, these extraordinary markings would gradually fade into obscurity. Qin Mu, having cultivated his vital energy, significantly augmented his strength, finally enabling him to confront the demon ape directly. However, the demon ape, in a frenzied rage, disregarded conventional fighting techniques, opting instead to exchange blows recklessly. Ultimately, both the man and the beast lay on the ground, bruised and battered, gasping for breath and unable to move. The branch on the demon ape's head had now grown into a tree as thick as a barrel, adorned with bright red fruits. As the potency of the solidifying essence pill diminished, the tree ceased its growth. The batch of solidifying essence pills that Qin Mu had concocted was indeed flawed. The potency was excessively strong and unbalanced. Only the demon ape's robust physique allowed it to withstand such a forceful impact. Had it been any other martial artist of the spirit embryo realm, they would likely have perished from the overwhelming pressure. Now that the medicinal power had been exhausted, the demon ape's body began to gradually shrink. Yet it remained considerably larger and stronger than before, prompting Qin Mu to doubt the efficacy of his creation. Nevertheless, judging by the demon ape's reaction, the issue did not seem grave. If there was a flaw, it might even be beneficial. He plucked a fruit from the tree atop the demon ape's head, peeled it, and savored it. It was sweet and luscious, imbued with a fragrant herbal aroma. The demon ape sat up, uprooting the tree from its head, leaves and roots clinging to its face. It leisurely stripped the leaves and fruits, consuming them slowly. Qin Mu handed the remaining solidifying essence pills to the demon ape, advising, "You may only consume one at a time. Under no circumstances should you take more. Furthermore, seek out other exotic beasts for combat. Do not destroy the Zhengyang Palace." The demon ape's eyes sparkled with excitement as it eagerly accepted the pills, nodding fervently. The solid essence elixir refined by Qin Mu was excessively large, whereas the apothecary's elixir was merely the size of a fingertip. Due to Qin Mu's lack of refinement skill, his elixir resembled the size of an ordinary person's fist, resulting in a modest yield of just over 20 pieces. With a sense of assurance, Qin Mu departed, but the demon ape, waiting for him to distance himself, swiftly seized an absurdly large solid essence elixir and excitedly made its way toward the nearest territory of exotic beasts to seek revenge. Upon arriving at the lair of its adversary, the ape opened its mouth and swallowed the elixir whole, letting out a mighty roar as it charged into the enemy's domain. 2 days later, the day of the temple fair finally arrived. Granny Si brought along fabrics, while Master Ma carried some newly crafted furniture. The apothecary shouldered a basket of medicinal herbs, and the butcher loaded a beast captured by the crippled man the previous day onto his cart, presumably intending to slaughter it for meat at the fair. The butcher would sell the meat, and the cripple would take his share. Their roles were clearly defined. The mute also brought his furnace and blacksmithing tools, while the deaf carried brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. They called upon Qin Mu, and the group secured the ox cart, setting off toward Granny S temple. The cart was packed to the brim, rattling its way toward the temple, while Qin Mu, driving the oxen, felt rather lackluster. The allure of such gatherings had faded since his childhood. Now, with a broader perspective, he found little enjoyment in the market. However, upon reaching Granny S temple, Qin Mu was taken aback. The fair was far grander and more lively than he had anticipated. Surrounding the ruins of the temple was a bustling marketplace stretching 10 miles, filled with stalls and throngs of people, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. It was not merely the locals from nearby villages, but villagers from a radius of 100 or 200 miles who had congregated here. On the map of the central palace, this place is not referred to as the Grandmother Temple, but rather as the Tianlang Palace. Qin Mu was taken aback, perplexed as to why it had been renamed the Grandmother Temple. As the ox cart rolled into the market, Qin Mu beheld an array of peculiar and unseen items displayed upon numerous small stalls. There were vendors crafting sugar figurines, cooking various dishes, performing acrobatics, breathing fire, selling exotic beasts, trading in ores, peddling jewels, and even offering daughters for sale, an astonishing variety indeed. The residents of Niu family village passed through this esteemed location without seeking fame or profit, but rather in pursuit of a suitable match for their daughter, who had recently come of age and was yet unbetrothed. Hence they sought a valiant hero through a martial competition. Qin Mu observed the lively scene ahead and halted his cart to peer in, discovering that the Grandmother Temple was hosting a martial arts competition for matchmaking. The arena was filled with fierce combat between men and women. After a few glances, he lost interest and continued onward, only to find that the Grandmother Temple boasted several arenas for this very purpose. Each platform was erected upon earthen bases, with young warriors from various villages engaging in spirited duels, while some elderly individuals, despite their gray hair, ascended the stage to compete for a spouse, only to be met with jeers from the crowd, urging them to step down. In some villages where the male population was sparse, the intention behind these competitions was actually to recruit a son-in-law. Granny warned Qin Mu, saying, "Becoming a son-in-law means you will belong to another village. You must not participate." Qin Mu nodded, feeling a tinge of restlessness. The blind man chuckled, remarking that it would be inconsequential for Mu'er to take the stage, battling one opponent after another, potentially winning the hand of numerous maidens at the Granny Temple's martial arts matchmaking arena. Granny Si shot him a stern glance, prompting the blind man to fall silent, hastily closing his mouth. In the vicinity of the Granny Temple, Canlao Village had established a designated stall. It wasn't long before a bullock cart arrived at the stalls. Qin Mu assisted the butcher in setting up his meat stand, then helped Master Ma unload furniture, and further aided the mute in erecting an iron stove. He also arranged Granny Si's sewing booth and helped the deaf man fetch water and grind ink, hanging the paintings and couplets crafted by the deaf man. Once everything was in order, Qin Mu noticed a banner hanging from the blind man's bamboo staff. Sitting at a table, the banner bore inscriptions such as 6 lines and 8 trigrams, fortune-telling and disaster-averting. He mused to himself, "Grandpa Blind can tell fortunes too?" The apothecary had set up his medicine stall nearby, while the butcher had already eviscerated the strange beast, hanging its meat for display. The villagers of Canlao Village began to call out, indistinguishable from ordinary folk. "Mu'er, there is an empty arena nearby. Go hang this calligraphy up." The deaf man, with swift strokes, penned a piece and handed it to Qin Mu, stating, "Once it's hung, do not come down. Just remain on the platform. This will be your business for the day. If you can stand on the platform until sunset, it will count as passing the temple fair assessment." Qin Mu glanced at the calligraphy, which read, "With a kick, I am unrivaled in the surging river, sweeping through the 800 villages of the Grand Market." There was also a horizontal inscription proclaiming, "First in the spirit embryo realm." He looked towards the adjacent arena, where 2 polished wooden pillars stood tall, with a blank plaque hanging in between, likely meant for the horizontal inscription. At that moment, he observed a blind man nearby producing a banner inscribed with the words "Win or lose a million, bet and depart," clearly intending to profit handsomely while he engaged in combat. Meanwhile, Granny Si had already placed a wager at the blind man's gambling stall, while the pharmacist eagerly arranged healing medicines at the booth, awaiting the injured from the arena. Master Ma was busy crafting crutches and litters, and the butcher was selling the precious blood of the dragon, a potent tonic for enhancing strength. Qin Mu's expression darkened. This group of cunning old men and women was finding every possible way to conduct business. "Deaf man, please write a note stipulating that only warriors of the spirit embryo realm may participate." Granny Si pondered for a moment and replied, "What if a transcendent being jumps in? Wouldn't that put Mu in grave danger?" A reader inquired about when the record of the shepherd god would be available for purchase. The author, Jia Zhu, has discussed with the editor it will not be available in August but will launch on September 1st, with a public free access period lasting 2 months and 10 days. The record of the shepherd god is now eligible for fans to claim their titles, with Jia Zhu's fan title being Divine Dynasty. To claim it, access the Qijin client. Click on Discovery, then Activity Center, search for the fan title event, and click to claim. Please note, a certain fan value is required. And the event lasts until July 31st. Chapter 36, The Great Thunder Sound Temple Mu'er. The temple fair is indeed a splendid place to gain worldly experience. Master Ma placed a finished crutch before the furniture and spoke earnestly to Qin Mu. There are numerous villages in the Grand Market, and many individuals of great prowess, unable to thrive in the outside world, are compelled to settle here. They establish their homes and take in disciples, only gathering during the temple fair. Here, one can virtually witness the myriad martial arts and techniques from various sects across the realm. Qin Mu, somewhat perplexed, pondered, "I have not undergone the rigorous trials of combat. Thus, my cultivation struggles to manifest as true strength. Is this why Master Ma has urged me to seize this opportunity to engage with warriors from different sects during the temple fair?" Master Ma's expression conveyed anticipation. "Indeed, that is the reasoning. Qin Mu, still confused, inquired, "Why has the blind elder set up a gambling game? Moreover, why does grandfather peddle exotic beasts that are clearly not true dragons, yet proclaim to sell the blood of dragons? And why has grandfather Yao prepared healing potions in advance?" Master Ma cleared his throat twice. Adult matters are not for children to question. Now, go on up. Reluctantly, Qin Mu ascended the stage, affixing the words written by the deaf man to the pillar of the arena. Before long, an ever-growing throng of villagers from various locales gathered below, their voices rising in a fervent clamor. Qin Mu felt a twinge of unease regarding the words inscribed. Yet the sheer number of onlookers soon quelled his apprehension. The undefeated champion of the surging river, sweeping through the 800 villages of the Great Sioux. Such audacity. A voice boomed, resolute and indignant. You, a mere boy of 11 or 12 years. Even if you began your training in the womb, what prowess could you possibly possess? Is this brazen proclamation a challenge to our villages of Great Sioux? Who has granted you such audacity? Qin Mu's face flushed crimson with shame. And as he glanced toward the blind man with ire, he recognized the voice all too well. It was none other than the blind man's own. The blind man exuded an air of righteous indignation, his voice possessing an alluring quality as he declared, "Are there truly no real men in our village? Allowing this young lad to act so brazenly? A mere child of 11 or 12, can you all endure this? Where has the blood and valor of our men gone?" His words resonated with gravity, prompting a dozen young men to ascend the stage, leaving Qin Mu visibly pale. However, the valiant souls of our village should not be underestimated. The blind man's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through the ears of the crowd. Since he has set the stage, we must adhere to the rules. He has come to challenge, not to engage in a brawl. We shall confront him one by one. He continued, "This youth possesses the prowess of the spirit embryo realm, and so must those who challenge him. We cannot tarnish the reputation of our respective villages." As soon as he finished speaking, the young men descended from the stage, leaving only one remaining. Qin Mu breathed a sigh of relief, inquiring, "How shall I address this esteemed brother?" "Let us fight, without any pretense," the young man retorted, suddenly dropping to the ground. His vital energy surged forth, manifesting as tiger stripes upon his skin, reminiscent of a magnificent beast. His hands and feet transformed into razor-sharp claws. And with a sudden leap, he moved with such speed that he appeared as a fleeting shadow, lunging toward Qin Mu. In that moment, Qin Mu felt as though he were being targeted by an exceptionally ferocious creature, a fierce wind rushing toward him, echoing the roar of a tiger upon the mountain. This formidable presence was beyond his capabilities, a skill likely honed through the trials of life and death. Indeed, the warriors from other villages possessed their own unique strengths. As the dragon patterns emerged behind Qin Mu, they coiled around his body, and his movements resembled the mighty Yangtze River cascading downwards. Crashing into the sea with a thunderous roar, he summoned the water attribute of the Xuanwu essence to unleash the first form of the Thunder Sound 8 techniques. Although he could not master the palm thunder technique, he magnificently embodied the force of the river tumbling from the heights into the ocean. Upon their initial clash, Qin Mu's fist collided with his opponent's, and the power of the water attribute erupted, forming a dragon's head around his fist, surging forth with great ferocity. The young man immediately sensed the overwhelming strength of his adversary, which shattered his own essence like dried twigs. Alarmed, he was sent flying by Qin Mu's strike. In that fleeting moment of being propelled away, the young man kicked towards Qin Mu's chest, his feet akin to razor-sharp tiger claws, which tore through Qin Mu's garment with a swift, slicing sound, nearly disemboweling him. Reacting swiftly, Qin Mu steadied himself on one leg, falling backward while executing a lightning-fast kick that sent his opponent spiraling through the air, crashing down more than 10 yards away, out of the ring. As the young man regained his footing, he suddenly heard a sharp crack. His leg had been fractured by Qin Mu's kick. The voice of the healer resonated. "With the finest healing salve, a broken bone will mend by the morrow, without hindering your hunt." Master Ma proclaimed loudly, "A pair of crutches, crafted from the durable longanwood, are immensely sturdy." The blind man declared, "If fortune does not favor you, come to me, and I shall reverse your fate." The deaf man boomed, "A pair of blessings, may great fortune descend upon you." Qin Mu's countenance darkened as he steadied himself. The previous situation had been perilously close to disaster, yet the apothecary and Master Ma were preoccupied with concerns about whether their goods would sell. Nevertheless, Master Ma's observations held truth. "I lack the experience of life and death. Although that individual possessed a cultivation level significantly inferior to mine and was sent flying by a single strike, he managed to retaliate with a ferocious kick, nearly disemboweling me and turning the tide. Qin Mu took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. My experience in this regard is woefully inadequate. The temple fair presents a rare opportunity to engage with warriors from villages within a 200-mile radius, allowing me to glean invaluable combat experience. I am resolute in my commitment to defend this arena until the very end. Below the platform, the crowd swelled, a cacophony of voices resonating through the air. The recent clash between Qin Mu and the young man had not gone unnoticed. Spectators swiftly recognized Qin Mu's profound cultivation, albeit acknowledging his lack of experience. In the Great Market, survival necessitates that nearly every village boasts its own warriors, with some villages even housing practitioners of extraordinary abilities. Due to the perils of the Great Market, the villagers are martial by nature, imbued with a fierce spirit and exceptional combat prowess. Soon, another contender ascended the platform, a girl whose vitality emanated a variant of the Xuanwu essence. Yet, her strikes were ruthless upon engagement. Her energy coiled around Qin Mu's legs like a great serpent, binding him tightly. Once she ensnared his legs, she moved with the grace of a female python, navigating around him with lethal intent. Her energy, enigmatic in nature, transformed into a serpentine form that enveloped her, differing from the pure Xuanwu essence, merely a fragment of it. The tortoise and serpent represent Xuanwu, and her spiritual manifestation should embody the serpent, devoid of the tortoise, thus categorizing her within the branch of Xuanwu's spiritual forms. Consequently, her movements are enigmatic and unpredictable. Qin Mu, employing the thousand-armed Buddha, adeptly countered her bizarre assaults. Although the girl's agility was remarkable, Qin Mu appeared as if he possessed countless arms, with hands emerging from all directions. In mere moments, she was struck by hundreds of punches, succumbing to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Master Ma successfully sold a pair of stretchers. This marked Qin Mu's first encounter with such an extraordinary style of movement, and although he sustained some injuries, they were not severe. On the arena, the battle raged on, while many gathered at the blind man's fortune-telling booth, eager to wager on the outcome. In the vast market, there was no standardized currency. Transactions were conducted through barter, with exchanges made when values seemed comparable. Gambling followed suit, with stakes comprising jade, ores, gemstones, livestock, and more. Behind the blind man, a plethora of goods accumulated, ranging from various items to a remarkable old hen. This hen, adorned with vibrant feathers and towering over a person, bore a beak filled with sharp teeth, presenting a fierce demeanor. As it flapped its wings, clouds of dust erupted, and sand flew forth like a rain of arrows. This was no ordinary hen but a chick dragon, a descendant of both dragon and chicken. Although its dragon blood was scarce, the eggs it laid were treasures in their own right. In the next round, the monk wagered on the victory of his disciple. Suddenly, a resonant chant of Buddha echoed as an elderly monk squeezed to the front of the fortune-telling booth. With a resounding thud, he placed his staff upon the table, causing its legs to sink into the ground. The old monk seated himself opposite the blind man, joining his palms in reverence, declaring, "This shall be the wager. Who dares to bet against this humble monk?" The blind man, filled with trepidation, inquired, "Delaying temple?" The old monk affirmed, "Indeed, delaying temple." Master Ma set aside his cane and seated himself opposite the elderly monk. The monk raised his gaze to Master Ma, his expression impassive, and uttered, "Junior brother." Master Ma replied with equal emotionlessness, "Senior brother, you have divulged the secrets of our great Thunder Sound Temple, thereby violating its tenets." The old monk, his white eyebrows cascading downwards, spoke in a low voice, "Years ago, you severed your own arm and presented it to the temple, claiming it was a return of the great Thunder Sound Temple's powers. That arm still resides within the 1,000 Buddha Pagoda. Yet now, you have chosen to impart the secrets of our temple to that youth upon the arena, demonstrating a clear contradiction." Chapter 37, A Revelatory Awakening. Master Ma's chest heaved, unmistakably troubled, as he coldly retorted, "I sacrificed my arm for the great Thunder Sound Temple, returning its powers. Why then do you pursue me? Forcing my family to sever ties? If you are so intent on my demise, why must I refrain from sharing the temple's secrets?" The old monk shook his head. "Junior brother, an arm does not encompass the entirety of our powers." Master Ma chuckled darkly. "The abilities I possess are not solely derived from the great Thunder Sound Temple. Do you mean to strip away my other powers as well? Though I hail from the great Thunder Sound Temple, It was through my own efforts that I forged my path, and at that time, you dared not impede me. When I acquired a wife and children, you came seeking me, and for their safety, I willingly sacrificed my arm to restore your temple's powers." His countenance darkened, and what followed? "You pursued me, tearing my family apart and leaving me destitute." The old monk's expression grew grave as he sighed. "The Buddha will be greatly disappointed. The youth upon the stage, is he your disciple? You have imparted to him the 8 styles of thunder sound, yet you have withheld the profound teachings of the great thunder sound temple, the Mahayana Sutra." He gazes toward Qin Mu, who is engaged in combat with a young man in the arena, and remarks, "The Mahayana Sutra is a method for subduing demons. Without mastering this esoteric principle, no matter how formidable the 8 styles of thunder sound may become, they are but an empty facade. Today, I have brought my disciple, Mingxin, to pay respects to you, Master Uncle." Behind him, a tall and slender young monk steps forward, adorned with prayer beads and bows with hands clasped. "Master Uncle." The old monk, with his flowing white brows, replies, "Mingxin is also a practitioner of the spirit embryo realm. I have wagered my staff here. Do you wish to gamble?" "Brother?" Granny C raises an eyebrow, about to speak, when Master Ma, with an impassive expression, interjects, "The rules and regulations are mere trifles. I shall wager against you." "How does my head weigh against your discarded Luozen staff?" The old monk nods. "The weights are not dissimilar." "Excellent." Mingxin agrees, taking steps toward the arena. On the platform, the young man battling Qin Mu is a master of the sword, following the path of Brother Chu from the 5 sons of the Li River. His sword remains within a span of 3 feet, but unlike Brother Chu, his blade is not large. It resembles a dagger, measuring 8 inches in length, small, yet exceedingly perilous. This little sword can strike from the most unexpected angles, such as from beneath his armpit or from between his legs, even emerging from within his garments as Qin Mu contends with him in a clash of palm strength. To wield the sword with such finesse through the manipulation of qi, he is not far inferior to the disciples of the Li River, surpassing Brother Chu by a considerable margin. Moreover, this individual possesses remarkable prowess in martial arts. His palm techniques profoundly intricate, exuding an aura as formidable as towering mountains. When he unleashed his palm energy, it manifested as swirling mountain patterns emerging from his palm. However, at this moment, the outcome of the battle on the arena was unequivocally clear. Qin Mu, with his immense strength and swift footwork, had already gained the upper hand. The young man suffered a significant setback during their initial clash, as Qin Mu's vigorous energy overwhelmed his own. Employing the technique known as 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder, even though only 3 layers of power were unleashed, it was sufficient to inflict internal injuries upon him. Despite the young man's exquisite swordsmanship, his defeat was inevitable. Qin Mu's movements were erratic and serpentine, akin to countless snakes weaving through the grass, darting unpredictably, leaving the young man perplexed as to the origin of his attacks. In the next instant, a sharp pain struck his back, and Qin Mu sent him flying with a single palm strike. Upon landing, the young man paused, then bowed to Qin Mu on the arena, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young sir, for your mercy." Although Qin Mu's palm had struck forcefully against his back, the impact was not brutally overwhelming, sparing his vital organs. Had Qin Mu unleashed his full strength, he could have undoubtedly shattered the young man's internal organs. "Does your junior brother require a moment of rest?" Mingwei inquired, having patiently awaited Qin Mu's victory over the young man before speaking. Qin Mu's gaze fell upon her. The young monk, donned in pristine white robes, appeared untouched by the slightest speck of dust, his white shoes mirroring his immaculate attire. Despite his shaved head, he exuded a striking handsomeness that naturally elicited admiration. Qin Mu, somewhat puzzled by her intent, opted to heed the words of Granny C, choosing to sit down and recuperate, focusing on regulating his breath. His dominant body 3-dan skill is particularly suited for cultivation during swift movements. Despite having faced over 10 martial artists, his vital energy remains largely intact, and he is still in peak condition, though his body feels somewhat fatigued. A sudden jolt of anxiety surged through Qin Mu as he hurriedly glanced at Master Ma. With an expression of calm, Master Ma's voice resonated. "Mu'er, the unparalleled dominant body shall never suffer defeat. I believe in you. If he were to lose, would he not be endangering Master Ma's life?" At this moment, the apothecary furrowed his brow deeply, while Master Ma held unwavering faith in Qin Mu's dominant body prowess. It is important to note that Qin Mu is not actually a dominant body practitioner. Regret washed over him for having concealed that well-meaning lie from the village chief. Had he revealed the truth sooner, Master Ma would not have risked his own life. It was precisely because of his trust in Qin Mu that Master Ma wagered his life against the old monk. Suddenly, the apothecary's eyes gleamed with ferocity. If Mu'er is defeated, then we must eliminate that old bald donkey and the little bald donkey. We cannot allow Master Ma to perish. On the stage, Qin Mu desperately sought to steady his mind. Yet how could he find tranquility when the lives of his dearest ones were at stake? The mute gestured emphatically, making a series of sounds, while the blind man, leaning on his cane, remarked leisurely, "No need to remind him. This temple fair is a trial. If he passes, he shall have matured. If not, he remains a child." After a moment, Qin Mu gradually rose to his feet and gazed at the tall, slender young monk across from him, inquiring softly, "Monk, do you harbor the Buddha in your heart?" Mingxin, with hands clasped together, responded solemnly, "The Buddha dwells eternally within my heart." With a deep exhalation, Qin Mu expelled a cloud of murky breath, his internal vitality transforming into an overwhelming and fierce force, exuding an air of defiance from his diminutive frame. Stepping forward, the momentum emanating from his small body evoked a sense of grandiosity and fervor, as if he stood like a deity, his voice resonating powerfully. "In my heart, there exists no deity, no Buddha, no demon. I am the deity, I am the Buddha, I am the demon." Upon hearing these words, the elderly monk seated across from Master Ma displayed a look of astonishment, turning his gaze towards Qin Mu. The young monk Mingxin, upon hearing this declaration, could not help but erupt in fury, chastising, "Blasphemy! How dare you insult the Buddha?" A smile graced Qin Mu's countenance, his heart settling into a profound tranquility, his eyes radiating unparalleled confidence. Regardless of the young monk's prowess or the nature of his techniques, he had already lost in the realm of mentality. The elderly monk across from Master Ma wavered, recognizing that Qin Mu's seemingly reckless proclamation, though it appeared blasphemous, even towards deities and demons, was, in fact, a profound truth to his ears. To have no Buddha in one's heart is to become a Buddha. Once the heart is filled with the Buddha, one can no longer attain Buddhahood. To have no demon in one's heart is to become a demon. Once the heart is filled with demons, one can no longer attain demonhood. The young monk Mingxin had yet to reach the understanding necessary to grasp this sentiment, while the elderly monk had only comprehended its essence upon entering the celestial realm. However, having advanced to the realm of life and death, he found the Buddha within himself unshakable. The deeper his cultivation, the more he recognized the terror of deities and demons and the vastness of the Buddha's teachings. It is easy to know, yet difficult to practice. The same principle, when articulated by the young child Qin Mu, appears exceedingly peculiar. Even more bizarre is the child's claim that he has shattered the deities within his heart. Qin Mu, being far too young, cannot possibly grasp the essence of such a statement. If he cannot comprehend the truth, how could he ever break the divine figures residing within him? To dismantle the deities of the heart requires arduous cultivation and profound enlightenment. Otherwise, the Buddha remains a Buddha and the demon remains a demon. Regardless, he has not acquired the authentic, unparalleled teachings of our great Thunder Sound Temple. Even with a lofty state of mind, he cannot rival the clarity of mind of others. The old monk, with eyes focused inward, seemingly enters a state of meditation, indifferent to the outcome of the contest on the stage. On the platform, Mingxin's tall and slender form subtly radiates golden light, imparting an impression that he embodies a Buddha, sacred, solemn, and expansive, imposing an unparalleled spiritual pressure upon those who behold him. Below the stage, men and women of all ages from various villages gather, drawn in by the spectacle. What was once a cacophony of voices now falls into an abrupt silence as Mingxin's luminous aura envelopes him, rendering the crowd utterly speechless. They instinctively close their mouths in unison, as if struck by a sudden revelation. This is the essence of the Buddhist heart method, the Great Vehicle Sutra. The path of practice for this heart method diverges from that of other sects, progressing from the exterior to the exterior being the body, akin to the Tathagata, and the interior being the heart, also akin to the Tathagata. In Buddhism, this is referred to as the body is like the Tathagata, the heart is like the Tathagata. Although Mingxin has only cultivated the superficial aspect of the body, the manifestation of the Buddha can still deliver a profound awakening. The tension among the group, including the venerable Granny Si, escalated as Mingxin had yet to make a move. However, the sheer momentum served to intimidate Qin Mu, quelling his fighting spirit. Who would dare to strike at the Buddha? Yet, Qin Mu did. His body and mind were in perfect harmony, his heart aligned with his intent. His intent synchronized with his fists, and his fist unified with his energy, all while his spirit embryo moved in concert with his physical form, achieving a profound synthesis of body and spirit. He unleashed the technique known as Nine Dragons commanding wind and thunder. His footwork resembled that of a limping thief, swift and elusive. Before Mingxin could even blink, Qin Mu had already positioned himself before him, before Mingxin could raise a hand. Qin Mu's formidable punch struck with tremendous force against his chest. The technique contained 9 layers of power concealed within a single blow. The first layer surged like a fiery dragon from the core of Qin Mu's punch, colliding with Mingxin's heart, accompanied by a thunderous sound. Suddenly, the golden radiance enveloping Mingxin intensified, revealing a faint outline of a golden bell. The second layer of power followed suit, manifesting as twin dragons entwined, burrowing toward Mingxin's heart. Another resounding chime echoed, and the two forces arrived with such swiftness that their sounds merged into a deafening cacophony. 7 layers of power erupted in succession, each resonating like the tolling of a bell, causing the golden bell surrounding Mingxin to dim, forcing the tall, slender monk to take a step back. As the 8th layer, the power of the eightfold heavenly dragons surged forth. Mingxin staggered once more, yet the golden bell regained its luster. With the 9th layer, the 9 dragons wind and thunder. Unleashed, the golden bell shattered into myriad fragments. Qin Mu was astonished. Even the demon ape could not withstand the complete 9-fold force of the 9 dragons harnessing wind and thunder. Each time he battled it, he only employed 6 or 7 levels of strength to avoid inflicting fatal injuries. Yet, this Mingxin did not flinch or evade, but instead boldly absorbed the entirety of the 9-fold power. Upon hearing Granny C's words, he unleashed his full strength without reservation, even calling upon the power of his spiritual embryo and divine repository, but he could merely force Mingxin back a few steps. You have not mastered the true transmission of the Thunder Sound 8 forms. Mingxin shifted her stance, her energy erupting from her feet, granting her extraordinary speed. With a swift raise of her hand, the thunderous sound erupted, and a punch surged forth, releasing a dragon's roar. Before the strike could land on Qin Mu, he saw his own energy manifest as a green dragon, faint yet menacing and domineering. The first level of the 9 dragons harnessing wind and thunder was vividly materialized by his energy, revealing its formidable depth. More crucially, he possessed a mental method that harmonized perfectly with the Thunder Sound 8 forms, a crucial aspect that Qin Mu lacked. As Qin Mu braced himself for this assault, he found the first level of power surprisingly potent. However, before he could fully absorb the impact, the second level of the 9 dragons harnessing wind and thunder, the twin dragons entwining, followed closely behind. 2 dragon-shaped energies intertwined, bending Qin Mu's arms, and then the third level, the 3 dragons shattering stones, struck directly against his arms. Blood flowed from his limbs as he staggered, retreating repeatedly, causing the arena beneath him to erupt with flying debris. For streams of dragon energy surged forth, and Qin Mu let out a suppressed groan. Vitality surged into his eyes as the celestial eye of the divine realm awakened instantly, transforming his essence into a long spear. He thrust it forward, weaving through the 4 dragons that attacked. With a sharp clang, it pierced Mingxin's palm, disrupting the 5 dragon demonic energies before they could unleash their full force. The collision of these 2 powers caused the spear of essence in Qin Mu's hands to shatter into fragments. Raising his brows, Qin Mu glanced at Mingxin's palm, where a drop of blood trickled down from his fingertips, marking the spot where the spear had penetrated. Yet, Qin Mu's own arms were in a far more grievous state, bloodied and mangled. Drawing a deep breath, his vitality surged fervently, and he lunged towards Mingxin. Alone in the eastern sea, wielding the thunder of spring. This time, he did not harness the power of water but rather that of fire, akin to a torrential river of flames descending from the heavens, rushing towards the sea as if to ignite it. Unmoved, the young monk Mingxin raised his hand in response, his eyes shining with clarity, without the hard S method. All is illusion, merely superficial. He too unleashed the thunder of spring, and with a swift motion of his palm, the thunder erupted forth from his hand. A resounding boom that shattered the soul. The thunderclap resonated, instantly dismantling Qin Mu's fierce, fiery momentum. At that moment, however, flames ignited in Qin Mu's hands. Wielding them like knives, he charged at Mingxin with frenetic fervor. The slaughtering blade technique, like the sun rising over the eastern sea amidst 1,000 crashing waves. This was a move of unparalleled madness. The Butcher-S technique required a certain madness to unleash its ultimate power. Embodying the force of the rising sun and the convergence of myriad waves, determined to cleave through all obstacles with an unmatched ferocity. Hack, 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 hack. The waves of countless blades converge, yet none can be severed, none can be shattered. Mingxin's expression shifted slightly, but Qin Mu furrowed his brow. Perceiving the impending technique that Mingxin was about to unleash, the eighth form of the Thunder Sound 8 styles, the thousand-handed Buddha. The young monk met Qin Mu's palm with his own, resembling a Buddha with 1,000 hands, deflecting his frenzied blade. Qin Mu felt a heaviness in his heart. His hand was not a true blade, but rather a hand wielded like one. Mingxin's defense was formidable, making it challenging to sever his palm. It must be swift. Faster. Even swifter. So fast that one cannot withstand my blade. The night battle raged like a tempest. Qin Mu, consumed by frenzy, struck down with abandon. His mind fixated on a singular thought. Swiftly, 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 a rapid strike to sever the Buddha's head. In this world, there exists no butcher's technique that cannot slay a pig. Qin Mu's energy surged violently as he growled fiercely. Clang, 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 clang. Mingxin, embodying the thousand-handed Buddha, desperately defended himself, but suddenly, he could not withstand the strike from Qin Mu's handblade, which landed upon his throat, causing a resonant chime to erupt from his body. Then came the second strike, breaching his thousand-armed Buddha defense, again landing upon his throat, followed by another chime. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth strikes. Each blow from Qin Mu was faster than the last, relentlessly targeting the same spot, his throat. Brother, in our days of training together, we became well acquainted. Your thousand-handed Buddha has a flaw. The old monk across from him, Master Ma, remarked nonchalantly, it appears you have imparted this flaw to your disciple. Chapter 39, Sunlight illuminates the soul, refining in the air. The old monk's white brows twitched, immediately recognizing the flaw to which he referred. In his early years of apprenticeship, he once overslept and missed a lecture by the Tathagata, which happened to focus on the intricate technique of the thousand-armed Buddha. In the Buddhist tradition, the concept of fate is paramount. The old monk missed this crucial opportunity to seek the essence of the thousand-armed Buddha directly from the Tathagata and could only learn it from his fellow disciples. Yet this knowledge was but an echo of the true transmission. Within his understanding of the thousand-armed Buddha, there lay an imperceptible flaw, one that the old monk himself had recognized. In his attempts to rectify this flaw, he found that the more he tried to mend it, the more pronounced the gaps became. To resolve a dilemma, one must first identify its root cause. The technique of the thousand-armed Buddha is extraordinarily intricate, necessitating the harmonious coordination of the senses, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, along with an overwhelming multitude of variations. Any minute flaw cannot stem from a single source, rather. It is likely the result of several seemingly unrelated factors. The old monk had devoted his youth to uncovering the origins of this flaw, yet to this day, he had not succeeded. The flaw that emerged in his thousand-armed Buddha would inevitably manifest in his disciple, Mingxin, as well. This imperfection was so subtle that it would only reveal itself under the duress of an extraordinarily swift attack. The flaw appeared when the arm was lifted just an inch past the throat, causing the vital energy to be momentarily diminished. When faced with a rapid assault from an adversary, the slight weakness in energy would result in a marginally slower lift of the arm, creating a fleeting vulnerability at the throat. The old monk's mastery was so profound that few could exploit this minuscule gap, but Mingxin was different. In terms of profound cultivation, Qin Mu was still above Mingxian. Yet, wielding his hand as a blade, he exhibited astonishing speed. In a mere moment, he had struck at Mingxian's throat 100 times. By the 68th strike, the golden light bell surrounding Mingxian had shattered for the first time. Although Mingxian managed to gather his vital energy and restore the golden bell, Qin Mu's blade had already found its mark at Mingxian's throat. Blood flowed incessantly from Mingxian's throat, quickly staining his pure white robe a deep crimson. The aged monk sighed and remarked, "Foolish child, your thousand-handed Buddha cannot withstand his blade. Will you not change your tactics?" Realizing his folly, Mingxian understood that in focusing solely on absorbing Qin Mu's strikes, he had neglected to defend himself adequately. He could only find himself in a position of being beaten. However, the golden light bell could provide him with a temporary shield against Qin Mu's strikes, offering him the opportunity to defeat his opponent. Qin Mu's ferocity had startled him, making him forget his strengths. In a sudden shift, he transformed his approach, clenching his fist and shaking it in the air, his fist radiating like the resplendent sun, dazzling in brilliance. The sunlit soul of Yang was being refined in the void. At that moment, a profound Buddhist sound emanated from his hand seals, resonating with a melodious and lofty tone, accompanied by a thunderous clap from his palm, capable of annihilating souls. His sunlit soul of Yang, refined in the void, far surpassed the power of Qin Mu's equivalent technique, manifesting a force several times greater. As Qin Mu faced the impact of this strike, he found himself momentarily dazed, with his 3 souls stirred and 7 spirits alarmed. With a swift motion, Qin Mu raised a finger, executing a series of dazzling finger techniques that struck at his own brow, coccyx, navel, crown, Adam's apple, heart, perineum, and lung chamber, securing his 3 souls and 7 spirits in place. This was the Heavenly Demon Transformation technique. The celestial sorcery imparted by the venerable matriarch was originally designed to bind souls, ensnaring essence and stripping flesh for the creation of garments. At this moment, however, it was employed to seal his own spirit, thwarting the essence-devouring technique of Mingxin. With an urgent incantation, a resonant demonic sound echoed as Qin Mu, with a serene smile, unleashed the Heavenly Demon's free will seal. Mingxin, momentarily lost in reverie, nearly had his soul extricated from his corporeal form. In that instant, Qin Mu altered his method, transitioning from demonic arts to Buddhist practices, invoking the sunlight soul refinement in the air. Mingxin's version of the sunlight soul refinement manifested as a fist resembling the great sun, dispersing souls with thunderous resonance and purifying them with golden radiance. In contrast, Qin Mu's rendition of the sunlight soul refinement took the form of a fist embodying the blazing sun, its fiery vermilion bird essence igniting his fist. The flames akin to primal fire, with an intensity formidable enough to melt steel. As Qin Mu spread his fingers wide, the air within his palm erupted explosively, delivering a colossal shockwave that scattered Mingxin's soul. The old monk and Master Ma's versions of the sunlight soul refinement diverged significantly. Evidently, the old monk's was the authentic form, while Master Ma's had been modified to emphasize power. Yet, Qin Mu lacked the Great Vehicle Sutra, preventing him from fully harnessing the technique's potential. Just as Mingxin's spirit was shaken, teetering on the brink of detachment, a low exclamation pierced the air, Samiyet. The conflict of Buddhist and demonic forces was an inevitable occurrence. The endeavor to simultaneously wield demonic and Buddhist arts would undoubtedly pose immense challenges, rendering it impossible to switch between them with the fluidity displayed by Qin Mu. It was the essence of the dominant body. The deaf man smiled, whispering softly. The venerable matriarch, hearing this, felt a tremor in her heart. The deaf man's assertion rang true. Only the propertyless essence of the dominant body could facilitate seamless transitions between Buddhist and demonic arts. Indeed, Mu embodied the dominant body. The village chief had not erred in his judgment. The old monk suddenly rose, intoning a sacred chant, and in that instant, Qin Mu's demon sovereignty seal lost its potency, an invisible force separating him from Mingxin. Just as Mingxin was about to regain his composure and engage Qin Mu in another contest, darkness enveloped his vision, his body swaying precariously. His throat had nearly been severed by Qin Mu, having lost too much blood. I concede. The old monk cast a glance at Master Ma, beckoning Mingxin forth, saying, "Junior brother, this time I have been bested, but it may not be so next time. Mingxin, as we wander the world together, we have yet to find a resting place. Let us seek a fortuitous encounter nearby and settle in a village." Mingxin, still bleeding from his throat, stepped forward, and the old monk dressed his wound, applying medicine, imparting sagely, "Junior brother, a lost staff can be replaced, but a head is granted but once. You may have lost this time, but it constitutes an overall defeat. And to this young benefactor, your cultivation of demonic arts is insidious and treacherous. Having already ventured into the path of darkness, beware, for you risk eternal damnation." With that, he and Mingxin gracefully departed, their feet barely touching the ground. Qin Mu leaped down from the arena, watching the old monk and his disciple fade into the distance. Noticing Master Ma's grave expression, evidently troubled by the monk's words, he hurriedly inquired, "Grandfather Ma, Granny, if given the chance, would he seek to end our lives?" Granny Si replied with a cold laugh. "Exorcising demons is the old rascal's livelihood. Should the opportunity arise, our fate would be no better than that of Lady Wu." As for Master Ma, she shook her head. Master Ma's dissemination of the Great Thunder Sound Temple's teachings had already transgressed a grave taboo of the temple. Qin Mu, puzzled, inquired, "Why do we not simply eliminate him to prevent future troubles?" Why must we wait for him to provoke us? Granny Si's eyes sparkled with approval as she replied, My dear Mu, you are increasingly embodying the demeanor of a true ruler. Apothecary, mute, blind, shall we not simply rid ourselves of this old thief and his young accomplice? Although the old monk had already distanced himself, he hastened his pace upon hearing these words, leaping into the air with a whoosh, departing with a sense of purpose. His thoughts no longer lingering on the idea of residing near the village of the aged. Granny Si and the others did not pursue him, but returned to their respective tasks. Suddenly, the deaf one lamented, The great market has become increasingly ineffective. All manner of demons and spirits dare to enter and cause strife. The blind one nodded in agreement, expressing his sentiments. It leaves us honest folk with no peace. Old master, hiding away like this is not a solution. One day, should you decide to visit the great Thundersound Temple, we old bones would gladly accompany you. Qin Mu took hold of the staff, which, contrary to his expectations, was not heavy at all, though it had pressed the table legs deep into the ground. It felt remarkably light in his grasp. He wondered aloud, is this staff truly precious? Why would Grandfather Ma wager it with his head? Precious? It's not particularly valuable. Granny Si mused, examining the staff with a smile. Are you familiar with the city of inlaid dragons? This staff could at most purchase a single city of inlaid dragons. Chapter 40. The Edge of the Wind. Qin Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. This seemingly unremarkable staff could indeed buy the city of inlaid dragons? The staff, known as Zekilluo, features 4 branches and 12 rings, forged by the Tathagata of the Great Thundersound Temple. While it may serve the purpose of striking foes, its true worth rivals that of the Dragon City. Master Ma elucidated. Yet, the staff's primary function lies in cultivation. When one grasps the staff, the rings respond to the movement of the heart. As they revolve, distractions within the mind dissipate, rendering it a treasure for dispelling inner demons. The 12 rings can sever 12 varieties of distractions and eliminate 12 forms of mental affliction. When a mental demon manifests, the rings resonate, ensnaring it and reducing it to ash. The staff is divided into 4 branches, severing the 4 states of existence, contemplating the 4 truths, cultivating the 4 paths, and entering the 4 meditative absorptions. Holding the staff enhances one's practice, yielding results with half the effort. Old Granny's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement as she focused on the staff in Qin Mu's hands. She exclaimed, Muer, may I borrow this staff for a while? I harbor a formidable inner demon that has troubled me for quite some time. Qin Mu handed the Zekilluo staff to Old Granny, his curiosity piqued. What kind of inner demon resides within you? An old rascal, she sighed, her brow furrowed. No matter how many times I attempt to eradicate him, he remains alive, incessantly stirring chaos in my heart. If I could finally vanquish him with this staff, I would find great relief. Qin Mu remained unaware of the nature of the old demon residing within her. Old Granny offered no further explanation. As the staff fell into her grasp, it began to clatter violently. All 12 rings vibrated in a deafening cacophony. A wave of formidable and terrifying energy emanated from her, an intensity that was unmistakably alien to her usual demeanor, as though she had transformed into another being entirely. Qin Mu felt a chill run down his spine. Within Old Granny's body resided another being. The blind man, Master Ma, the lame one, the apothecary, and the mute were equally unnerved, instinctively stepping back, as the aura of terror enveloped them, instilling a profound sense of danger. After a brief moment, Old Granny, in despair, returned the staff to Qin Mu, exclaiming, This artifact is of no use. It cannot subdue the old demon. Damned be it, why can't we destroy him? Qin Mu took the staff, intending to place it behind him alongside his bamboo cane. However, the staff was too lengthy, rendering movement impossible. He had no choice but to hold it in his hand. Throw this onto the cart. You are not a monk, Master Ma remarked. Today, as you attended the market, you have passed the trial. There is no need for further combat. To defeat a disciple of the Great Thundersound Temple is, in itself, a monumental achievement. However, that Mingxin is far from being a true disciple of the Tathagata. Do you comprehend? Qin Mu casually tossed the invaluable staff onto the cart. Intrigued, he inquired, How formidable are the disciples of the Tathagata? Master Ma replied nonchalantly, I was once a disciple of the Tathagata myself. Only when you can best me will you be deemed a true conqueror. A shiver coursed through Qin Mu during their daily sparring. Master Ma had merely employed the cultivation of the spirit embryo realm. Yet even so, Qin Mu had been left battered and bruised. One could only imagine the sheer terror of Master Ma's prowess had he possessed both arms intact. The market at the Grandmother Temple will conclude in 2 days. As evening approaches, many begin to pack their goods and move into the temple, a vast sanctuary guarded by stone statues, truly remarkable in its stature. Here, darkness cannot encroach. It is a haven of safety. Qin Mu drove his ox cart into the Grandmother Temple and, upon raising his gaze, beheld the setting sun perched atop the mountains, illuminating this celestial realm. Upon entering the temple, he discovered why the map referred to this place as the Grandmother Temple, for the main hall enshrined a kindly, gently-faced old woman. This venerable matron bore the appearance of a familiar village elder, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief, exquisitely carved to capture her essence, almost lifelike. Qin Mu couldn't help but notice her striking resemblance to Granny Si, and as he gazed longer, he was taken aback upon employing his divine vision. This benevolent old woman radiated an overwhelming aura. Her divine light coalesced into an immense, towering wolf, howling at the heavens as if yearning to devour the sky itself. In addition to the main hall, there existed an anteroom and 2 side chambers, complemented by an expansive garden and a pool, though the garden had long lost its flowers. And the pool lay dry, revealing several bones beneath its bed. Curiously, upon closer inspection, Qin Mu discerned that these were fish bones, remarkably large. Measuring about 6 or 7 zhang in length, yet bizarrely, they bore the skull of a dragon. Within the Grandmother Temple, other villagers began to kindle fires for their evening meals. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they prepared for slumber. At that moment, a young man suddenly rushed into the temple, his face etched with urgency, calling out loudly, "Is there a grandmother here? My wife is about to give birth." The people in the temple stood up and turned their gazes towards him, yet none uttered a word. Granny Si rose unsteadily and said, "I have assisted in deliveries before, and I am somewhat experienced. Can your wife not wait a while longer? The sky is darkening. If we can hold out until tomorrow, I can make my way over." The young man knelt abruptly, repeatedly bowing his head, exclaiming, "We cannot wait. I implore you, wise granny, to lend your helping hand. The child is in distress, and the village midwife is unable to assist." Granny Si glanced at the setting sun, a look of concern crossing her face. "Help! Help!" the young man cried out. His forehead bloodied from his fervent bows, lamenting, "My wife has lost several children over the years, all during childbirth, only to perish upon delivery. If this one too should meet the same fate, my family will face extinction." Granny Si was taken aback. "All of them perished during childbirth?" The young man nodded fervently. Granny Si, now suspicious, remarked, "If she can conceive and reach the point of delivery, it is implausible for the child to die at birth. There must be something amiss. How far is your village from here?" "Not far. It is less than 20 miles from Granny's temple." Granny Si glanced at the sunset, letting out a sigh of relief. "Less than 20 miles. You are from Zhangzhuang Village. It is indeed close enough to reach before nightfall. Shiezi, Mu'er, accompany me. There is something peculiar about this matter." Qin Mu was astonished. Granny Si, known for her eccentric temperament, surprised him with her eagerness. "You are too slow." Shiezi, unfazed, calmly instructed, "Mu'er, carry him, move swiftly, lest the sun sets upon us." Qin Mu immediately rushed forward, unceremoniously lifting the man onto his back and cautioning, "Be mindful, I have a blade at my back. Do not injure yourself." The man hastily replied, "Put me down. You cannot run swiftly with me on your back." Before he could finish his sentence, a howling wind surged by his ears. Qin Mu leaped into the air, breaking free from the forest, and with the leaves crunching beneath him, he dashed forward at an exhilarating pace. The man was astonished. The wind roaring around him grew louder, and he sensed that the youth carrying him was accelerating with remarkable speed. A wave of disbelief washed over him. How has this young man cultivated? He surpasses me by leaps and bounds. As Qin Mu sprinted, he felt an exhilarating sensation of gliding upon the wind. And a thought flickered in his mind. Grandpa K had mentioned that during his body tempering, he was in the spirit embryo realm, walking upon the very tips of the wind. If I could discover that wind's edge, might I not also traverse the air? Yet, what precisely is the wind's edge? He had no time to ponder this as he ran. The man behind him was still preoccupied with worries about whether Granny Si and the blind man could keep pace. Suddenly, he beheld both elders sitting cross-legged behind Qin Mu, seemingly carried along by the whirlwind generated by his frantic sprint, their speed matching his own. What manner of movement is this? His mind was in a whirl. The sun finally dipped below the horizon, and darkness rolled forth from the west, engulfing everything in its path. Qin Mu maintained his incredible speed, and, spotting Zhangzhuang Village in the distance, he raced towards it. managing to reach the village just before the encroaching darkness could catch up with him. Although he halted his movement, the fierce wind behind him continued to howl forward. Granny Si and the blind man sat calmly in the wind, drifting several dozen feet ahead before finally stretching their legs and firmly standing on the ground. Qin Mu was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed with joy. So this is the wind tip. Chapter 41. The pushing blade. As Qin Mu dashed forward, he stirred up the wind, while Granny Si and the blind man sat atop the wind tip, utilizing its force to advance. The concept of a wind tip is akin to that of a wave crest. Waves are formed by the movement of water, while wind is born from the movement of air. The gust that Qin Mu had generated moments ago was the very essence of the wind tip. The young man whom Qin Mu had been carrying immediately dismounted and led the three of them briskly towards his residence, exclaiming, "Hurry, hurry, you three." Setting aside thoughts of the wind tip, Qin Mu approached the house and surveyed his surroundings. He discovered that this village was significantly larger than the residue village, housing around 100 families, with homes that were quite rustic and simple. In the courtyard, a large tree cast its canopy over half the house, where the expectant mother resided. A village woman poked her head out from the house and called out, "The amniotic fluid has broken. Quickly, fetch some hot water." "Oh, it's the old midwife from Residue Village. This is splendid. Both mother and child will surely be safe." Granny Si scanned the area and understood the situation. She said, "Muori, keep your eyes peeled for any oddities. If you detect anything unusual, handle it as you see fit. I shall go inside to assist with the delivery. As for you, blind man, be cautious and do not fall prey to any treachery. Divine Celestial Eye, open." Qin Mu opened his divine eye, casting his gaze around, when suddenly his attention was drawn to the dense canopy of a great tree. A chill ran down his spine, and he nearly gasped in horror. At first glance, the thick trunk appeared to be just that, a trunk. However, upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a serpent of considerable girth, resembling a water barrel. This monstrous snake was concealed within the tree's crown, with half of its body embedded within the trunk. The occasional bulges on the tree were, in fact, the exposed segments of the serpent's body. Judging by its size, this serpent was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Its other half was likely hidden within the roots, buried in the earth, surpassing even the green-scaled serpent captured by Master Ma and his companions. The entire tree, including its canopy, emanated a thick, ominous black mist, enveloping the surrounding area. At that moment, the serpent was exhaling a crimson essence, lowering its head to inhale and exhale towards the room where the expectant mother lay. Its intentions unclear. Fearing he might be mistaken, Qin Mu dispelled his divine vision and examined the tree with his naked eyes. It remained a tree, devoid of any serpent. Yet, upon reopening his divine eye, the serpent once again coiled within the canopy, poised to devour the soul of the newborn awaiting arrival. It was evident that the mistress of this household had lost her children's souls to this serpent over the years of her pregnancies. A surge of anger ignited within him, and he spoke solemnly. Old blind man, the blind elder, with an air of tranquility, replied, "The matron has entrusted this matter to you. Handle it as you see fit. This will be your first hunt. Hurry, for the child is about to be born." Qin Mu steadied himself and approached the great tree, gradually regulating his breath. His vital energy transitioned from stillness to motion, intensifying in speed and potency. Fueled by the fervor of his ire, the vital energy coursing through him surged wildly, igniting his fury to an even greater intensity. Suddenly, the butcher's knife strapped to his back resonated with the tumultuous energy within him, leaping upward to hover above his head. Qin Mu raised his hand to grasp the knife, the energy within him raging fiercely as it flowed into the blade. With all his might, he swung the knife, unleashing a cataclysmic eruption of energy and wrath in a single stroke. With a resounding clang, the butcher's knife sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as it struck the massive tree with devastating force. As Qin Mu grasped the back of the blade with one hand, he harnessed his strength through his legs, employing the limping technique he had learned. The limping master had once said, "The leg is the wind, the earth, the root of power." Now, his feet anchored to the ground, he exerted a sudden force, causing the earth beneath him to tremble. He channeled every ounce of strength into pushing the knife, his other hand firmly gripping the hilt. The knife emitted a series of grating sounds as it cleaved through the tree, bisecting it along with the serpent concealed within. Qin Mu steadied himself. The butcher's knife held horizontally before him, blood flowing freely from the blade, his muscles taut and quivering with intensity. Behind him, the towering tree began to tilt ominously. With a thunderous crash, the tree collapsed into the courtyard, sending dust swirling into the air. Remarkably, the severed serpent did not perish. The remaining half writhed violently, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds as it strained against the trunk, causing the tree to splinter and crack. Bark and splinters flew through the air like deadly projectiles, their piercing whistling underscoring the tremendous force they carried. In the midst of a tempestuous night battle, Qin Mu wielded his cleaver with unparalleled finesse, the blade glinting as he executed his moves. Earlier, he had unleashed a powerful strike with a singular focus, channeling all his might into that one decisive blow. Now, however, his technique had transformed into a whirlwind of speed, swift, swifter, swiftest. The sounds of impact echoed like a torrential downpour, as countless splinters of bark collided with Qin Mu's cleaver, numbing his arm with their force. The great serpent far surpassed him in strength. Its attention was initially fixated on the woman in the chamber, poised to absorb the essence of the newborn at the moment of birth. When the infant emerged, the umbilical cord connected it to the mother, the essence belonging to the primordial state, which would transition to the acquired once born. Before birth, the essence remained incomplete, prompting the serpent to strike at the precise moment of arrival. Unbeknownst to it, the serpent had infiltrated the village, concealing itself within the trees and eluding the vigilance of the villagers. Over the years, while hidden among the branches, it had gone undetected, consuming the souls of several infants and significantly enhancing its power. This time, it anticipated a successful capture of the newborn's essence, yet it had failed to notice Qin Mu, who seized the opportunity with a decisive blow. Despite being cleaved in two, the serpent was not yet dead. Enraged and aware of its impending demise, it erupted from the tree, unveiling its massive jaws and lunging at Qin Mu with ferocity. A fierce wind assaulted him, causing his skin to ripple violently, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mu wielded his blade with the ferocity of a tempest, unleashing an unimaginable force that struck him with a muffled grunt, sending him crashing backwards. With a resounding crash, the wall of the courtyard was breached, leaving a gaping hole in the shape of a person. Before Qin Mu could regain his footing, the two massive doors of the courtyard were flung open as if made of paper, and the colossal serpent surged through, a foul wind assaulting him as it charged forward. The creature's gaping maw and menacing fangs instilled fear within Qin Mu, compelling him to seek the aid of the blind elder. Yet, behind the serpent, the elder stood unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. A thought flickered in Qin Mu's mind. Did the elder truly believe he could contend with this fearsome serpent? If he thought so, then perhaps he indeed possessed the capability to confront it. With determination, he activated the divine celestial eye. His vital energy surged powerfully, flowing into his eyes and forming intricate, resplendent patterns of energy, creating a complex pupil design within his gaze. Upon awakening the divine celestial eye, Qin Mu perceived the world anew, as though it had been reconstructed. The dimly lit village, the scattered houses, and the advancing serpent all took on an intensified clarity, allowing him to effortlessly discern every movement of the creature. He deftly sidestepped the serpent's assault, his blade grazing the eye of the serpent as it passed perilously close. With a leap, he narrowly evaded the sweeping body of the beast. Each motion of the serpent became strikingly clear to him. He could perceive the muscle beneath its scales and the angles of its strikes, granting him foresight into its next move and enabling him to evade with precision. Everything seemed to unfold with an effortless grace, devoid of speculation. The first tier of the 9 heavens eye-opening technique, the divine sky eye, not only pierced through the superficial facade but also significantly heightened his perception. With a single stroke, he severed the left pupil of the colossal serpent, provoking a hissing wail of agony as it lunged toward the newly landed Qin Mu. In an instant, the creature's other eye was plunged into darkness. As Qin Mu cleaved through its right eye with another strike, the serpent fell silent, motionless, mirroring Qin Mu's stillness, as they stood merely a few paces apart. Along the village paths, many villagers had emerged from their homes, gazing bewilderedly at the scene of this 11 or 12-year-old boy battling the great serpent. The evening sky had deepened, casting a dim glow from the oil lamps flickering in the windows of the modest village, illuminating the path only faintly. All breathed in hushed anticipation, not daring to utter a sound. Suddenly, a small girl, startled, cried out, and the serpent surged forward, careening towards her, its massive jaws agape, ready to strike at the petrified family of 3. Chapter 42. Midnight Phantoms. In that fleeting moment of the serpent's advance, Qin Mu sprang into action, brandishing his cleaver with the ferocity of a tempest, targeting the vulnerable junction between the serpentine head and body. The cleaver technique. akin to the rising sun over the boundless East Sea, unleashed a tidal wave of slashes. The butcher's strike was imbued with the spirit of the sun's ascent, an unstoppable force destined to cleave through all obstacles. Qin Mu's mind was singularly focused, consumed by one thought: to strike, to sever, to strike, to sever, to strike, to sever. This head must be cleaved. With a hiss, the serpent's blood splattered as its triangular head, the size of a tabletop, detached from its body. The serpent's head remained oblivious to its demise, its gaping maw lunging towards a family of three. Just as the colossal head was about to descend upon them, Qin Mu leapt into the air, landing atop the serpent's head. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he crouched down, forcing the serpent's jaws to close. The head, along with the young boy, plummeted to the ground like a heavy lead weight, crashing down before the astonished family. The trio stood frozen, gazing blankly at the boy before them. Qin Mu bent down and flashed a reassuring smile at the little girl, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Little sister, it's all right now." At that moment, the wail of an infant pierced the air as a woman emerged from the house, which had been breached by the giant serpent. "Congratulations! Mother and child are safe," she exclaimed. "Mu, are you satisfied?" Granny Si chuckled. Qin Mu observed the tender scene of the family, nodding gently, his hand instinctively rising to clasp the jade pendant resting against his chest. Granny Si, noticing his gesture, sighed inwardly. The blind man approached, yawning. "Now that this matter is settled, it's time for rest. Granny, since their home is rather cramped, shall we share a space?" "Granny, why have the villagers never noticed this giant serpent?" Qin Mu inquired, observing some villagers struggling to drag the serpent's tail from a hollow in the tree. Having grown up in the village of the disabled, where each resident bore their own affliction, including Granny Si with her hunchback, he regarded the elders of the village as omnipotent beings. However, the villagers of this hamlet are predominantly ordinary folk. Although there are martial artists among them, their abilities are not particularly formidable, which leaves them filled with uncertainty. Within the great ruins, there exists but a single remnant village. Granny Si's gaze was profound. Here, most are merely common individuals, those who were unable to escape during the calamity of the great ruins, as well as some who fled from unbearable oppression in the outside world, seeking refuge from heavy taxes and the tyranny of landlords, hoping to survive in this place. The outside world? Qin Mu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The outside world is far more perilous than the great ruins. Granny Si snorted dismissively, saying otherwise. I and the blind man would not have been forced to seek solace in the great ruins. Do not dwell on the outside world. Qin Mu scratched his head, perplexed by Granny Si's sudden outburst, who had always been gentle and kind. Was the serpent intentionally released into the village to cause harm? A chill ran through Qin Mu's heart. Such an act would surely be a grave transgression of moral integrity. That serpent had evidently devoured several newborns. What advantage could possibly be gained from sacrificing infants to nourish a snake? Mu, strange occurrences may seek you out this evening. Should you witness them, do not act, nor make a sound. Wait until dawn for resolution. Granny Si chuckled, revealing a few scattered teeth. He employs the serpent to siphon the essence and souls of infants, subsequently absorbing the serpent's vitality to reverse his innate constitution. He must have been practicing this for many years. His skills are extraordinary. However, his actions in the outside world would undoubtedly attract the attention of those who would seek to eradicate evil. Thus he stirs trouble within the great ruins. Mu, the visitors tonight are beyond your capacity to confront. Simply observe. Qin Mu nodded, his heart filled with trepidation. The household was lively for quite some time, with laughter and tears intermingling, before they finally remembered to arrange accommodations for Granny Si and Qin Mu. The couple graciously offered their main room and inner chamber for their guests to rest. Although Qin Mu felt somewhat uneasy about this arrangement, Granny Si did not decline, insisting that Qin Mu take the main room while she settled into the inner chamber. Before long, they both lay down to sleep. Qin Mu initially struggled to keep his eyes open, but eventually, exhaustion overcame him, and his eyelids slowly fell shut. In the dead of night, when all was silent, Qin Mu was jolted awake by a sudden chill coursing through him. He hastily opened his eyes, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. The door to the main room creaked open, casting a dim light through the crack, and a long shadow emerged upon the floor. Qin Mu attempted to cry out, but found himself voiceless, unable to alert Granny Si. The shadow on the ground quivered and began to move, crawling up the wall. The shadow on the wall contorted, its shape menacing and grotesque. Cold sweat broke out on Qin Mu's forehead as he watched the shadow ascend to the ceiling, hanging down, fixating its gaze upon him. His eyes widened in terror. What dangled before him was indeed a shadow, an authentic shadow, flat yet astonishingly agile, akin to a master of flexible martial arts. But how could a mere shadow possess such freedom of movement? Where, then, was its master? A gust of wind swept through the door's crevice, carrying with it a small triangular white banner that the shadow seized in its grasp, waving it toward Qin Mu. At that moment, the door to the inner room, where the elderly matron lay asleep, suddenly creaked open a narrow crack. From within emerged a shimmering silver orb, reminiscent of the silver pill Qin Mu had seen in the matron's chamber. It hovered before Qin Mu's forehead, motionless, yet the orb spun continuously without producing a sound, emitting wisps of nearly invisible sword-like strands. A shadow on the ceiling waved a white banner, fluttering about the room with electric swiftness, repeatedly launching attacks at the sleeping Qin Mu. Suddenly, the orb sprang into action, silently colliding with the white banner, consistently intercepting its advances. Despite the fierce clash between these two peculiar entities, the room remained eerily silent, untouched by any destruction. After a brief interval, the shadow quivered violently, expelling a mouthful of blood, and the white banner fluttered away, while the shadow flowed like water, vanishing outside. At this moment, Qin Mu felt he could move. Gasping for breath, bewildered by the recent events, yet the blood on the floor attested to their reality. Outside, all was still, until the sound of a gong echoed, signaling the village watchman on his rounds to prevent the villagers from being engulfed by the encroaching darkness. "Brother, let us find a place to rest," the watchman exclaimed, hastily stopping the blind man. "It is late. Beware of wandering beyond the village, lest you be devoured by monsters." The blind man smiled, tapping his bamboo staff lightly against the watchman's shadow, replying, "Thank you for your warning." With that, he continued on his way, his staff tapping rhythmically as he gradually walked away. With a sudden burst, the constable's chest was pierced by 2 gaping wounds, rendering his body translucent from front to back. He staggered and collapsed to the ground. "Such speed and gunfire could shatter my enchantments." Coughing, he uttered, "I know you. Though blinded, you have grown stronger." With that, the constable exhaled his last breath and succumbed to death. A triangular white banner drifted down from the heavens, covering his face. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the activity administrators in the reader group and the sponsorship from Alliance A, the inaugural weekly recommendation event has yielded commendable results. We extend our gratitude to all the readers for their enthusiastic participation. Your support is greatly appreciated. The weekly events will continue, and there will also be a monthly event with even more generous rewards. We encourage everyone to keep an eye on the review section or check the group files for more information on these abundant rewards. Do not miss out. Chapter 43. The Fairy's Journey. The following day, Qin Mu was roused by the clamorous villagers. Upon inquiring, he discovered that the constable had unexpectedly passed away the night before, startling the community. Last night, while Qin Mu was felling trees, a large serpent had erupted from within a felled trunk, causing quite a fright. The sudden death of the constable later that night left the villagers in a state of unease, leading to rampant speculation. A couple approached him, holding a tray covered with red cloth, atop which lay some tokens of gratitude. "Esteemed elder, dear brother, we are but humble folk and possess nothing of worth. Please accept this small offering." Just as Qin Mu was about to decline, the blind man interjected, "Muer, accept it. Do not let their kindness go unacknowledged." Reluctantly, Qin Mu accepted the few items from the red cloth and bid farewell to the couple. The man smiled warmly and said, "Little brother, with your remarkable abilities, you are destined to be a dragon or phoenix among men." "What merit lies in being a dragon or phoenix?" Granny Si remarked. "Dragon's liver and phoenix's gall are merely exquisite dishes on the dining table. Do not aspire to become dragons and phoenixes that consume the mortals." "Why so many questions?" Granny Si felt overwhelmed, casting a pleading glance towards the blind man, who cheerfully advanced only to collide with a tree with a thud, collapsing into unconsciousness. Granny Si stomped on the blind man's face several times, yet he remained unresponsive. Qin Mu hurriedly hoisted the blind man onto his back. Casting a hopeful gaze at Granny Si, she extracted a needle from her basket and jabbed it into the blind man's posterior, causing blood to spurt forth. Yet he still did not awaken. With a sigh of resignation, Granny Si blinked and said, "The watchman is indeed the serpent-taming adept of the demonic path. His skills are formidable. He employs the technique of shadow illusion, a formidable art from the Heavenly Demon Sect, making him exceedingly difficult to counter. I utilized the technique of hidden sand to injure his shadow, inflicting damage upon his true self through his reflection. My inner demon is at play. I once vowed not to harm a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect for a lifetime. Thus, I merely compelled him to retreat. The one who struck ruthlessly was not I, but the blind man. Granny Si's eyes blinked rapidly, the old and the young exchanging glances until their eyes grew weary. Gritting her teeth, Granny Si drove the needle into the blind man's backside once more, yet he remained unresponsive. Silver pill? Ah, is this what you refer to? With a flick of her hand, a silver orb appeared in her palm. Qin Mu promptly nodded, exclaiming, "Grandmother, teach me the swordsmanship." Granny Si sighed and replied, "It is not that I do not wish to teach you, but rather that I cannot. My swordsmanship, while respectable, cannot claim the title of the world's foremost. You have mastered my swordsmanship, yet they are unwilling to teach you. Hence I cannot impart my knowledge to you no matter the circumstances." Qin Mu felt a wave of disappointment, only to be jolted back to attention. "Is the supreme swordsmanship of the world from our village? Do not speculate foolishly," warned Granny Si. "If you seek him out, he will be even less inclined to teach you. Only when he comes to understand will he be willing to impart his wisdom. You currently possess numerous formidable skills, yet you have not mastered any. Until you can contend with Master Ma, slice through butchers, pierce the blind with a spear, and outrun the limping, then think about honing your sword technique. At that point, if he refuses to teach us, we shall compel him." The blind man yawned and remarked languidly, "His insight is unparalleled, and his cultivation reaches profound depths over the years. He has become increasingly formidable. Even if we were to join forces, we might not prevail against him. Are you prepared to awaken?" Granny Si, in a fit of rage, jabbed him once more. The blind man descended from Qin Mu's back, leaning on his cane, and said, "It would be better for you to explain this matter. I cannot elucidate it. However, I can clarify the incident with the night watchman. His demonic shadow technique was exceedingly powerful, capable of body swapping. Where the physical form is not the true self, but the shadow represents the essence. In our confrontation, if one were to strike solely at his physical form, they would fall victim to his shadow. When he attempted to slay me, I impaled his shadow with my bamboo staff, pinning it to the ground." Qin Mu pondered for a moment and asked, "What then is the purpose of his snake rearing, using the innate essence and soul of infants for cultivation?" The blind man replied, "Granny, you are most versed in demonic techniques. Perhaps you could explain. This technique is known as the unfettered innate art." Her expression was tinged with concern as she softly remarked, "The celestial demon sect has unexpectedly appeared nearby. It seems the great expanse can no longer remain tranquil. These individuals often emerge en masse. Muir, from now on, you may venture out alone to hunt." Master Ma, seated on the ox cart, swayed with the bumps of the road and suddenly proclaimed, "You have grown. However," he added, "you are permitted only to hunt aberrant beasts. But you must not challenge the aberrant beast lords." The young cowherd's face immediately darkened, and the two oxen silently pulling the cart let out an indignant bellow, their eyes glistening with tears, appearing exceedingly aggrieved. Noticing this, Qin Mu inquired with skepticism, "Granny, could it be that these two oxen are also human?" "Yes." Granny Si chuckled mischievously. Qin Mu was disinclined to speculate. A gust of wind suddenly swept by, stirring the youth's heart, and in an instant, he leaped from the cart, chasing after the wind. He sought to catch up with this breeze, walking upon its very tip in the sky. His speed was remarkable as he dashed out of the pine forest, his feet skimming the treetops, propelling himself faster and faster until he finally matched the wind's momentum, soaring into the air. Although suspended aloft, he felt an extraordinary upward force beneath his feet. With a joyful exclamation, he danced through the air, sprinting as if propelled by the very essence of the wind. The others in the cart looked up in awe, and the blind elder solemnly remarked, "Will he fall?" The apothecary seized a handful of wind, inhaled deeply, and chuckled, "He will indeed fall. This is an enchanted breeze. Within it, a spirit is journeying, and upon noticing him, it will come to a halt. Who among you will catch him?" Qin Mu moved with great haste, as did the wind, and before he knew it, he had traversed over 10 miles. The young man was filled with exhilaration when he suddenly beheld a completely snow-white fox perched upon a large banana leaf, floating towards him. Its front legs were extended straight, while its hind legs remained seated. Momentarily taken aback, both the young man and the white fox found themselves in a state of astonishment. In unison, they let out a sharp cry, and at that instant, Qin Mu felt the howling wind abruptly cease. He flailed his arms and, unable to maintain his balance, plummeted from the sky, while the fox remained on its banana leaf, raising a front paw to point at him in astonishment. Alas! Qin Mu rapidly altered his footing, employing the art of stealing the heavens, contemplating that as long as he ran swiftly enough, he could walk upon the clouds. However, He soon realized that his speed was insufficient. He could not find purchase in the air and continued to plunge downward. Glancing below, a chill ran down his spine as he saw a rugged mountainous terrain devoid of trees, only scattered stones littering the ground. Should he fall upon them, it would surely lead to his demise. At that moment, the white fox, still shrieking in midair, regained its composure. The banana leaf swiftly soared towards him, and Qin Mu felt a gust of wind beneath his feet, allowing him to step upon the tips of the breeze. He quickly adjusted his footing, halting his descent. And just as he was about to crash to the ground, he leapt upon the wind, gliding gracefully. He sighed with relief, yet noticed the fox on its banana leaf catching up to him. Their gazes locked, and the fox, speaking in human tongue with a melodious voice yet tinged with the scent of wine, inquired with a hint of drunken curiosity, "What are you doing? How did you end up in my wind?" Qin Mu was astonished and remarked, "I wish to see if I can chase the tip of the wind and traverse upon it." "Is this your wind? Can you fly and speak as well?" The white fox replied, "I have returned from a feast, and as dusk approaches, I must hasten my journey. I shall not escort you further. I will take my leave. If fate permits, we shall meet again another day." With that, it vanished amidst a swirling gust. Qin Mu felt the force of the wind beneath his feet wane, prompting him to hastily descend from the sky and land on the ground. Before him lay the remnants of his village, and as he looked up, the fox had completely disappeared. Returned from a feast? Qin Mu pondered, filled with curiosity. This talking fox possesses magical abilities and attended a banquet? What delightful occurrences await? I must inquire further upon our next encounter. 2 days later, an elderly man and a young disciple arrived at Zhangzhuang Village, weary from their travels. The elder addressed the villagers, "Good souls of the village, might you spare a bowl of water for us? As wandering practitioners, we often find ourselves in need, and our stomachs require warm sustenance." The villagers graciously offered 2 bowls of water, which the elder and the youth consumed, expressing their gratitude. The elder, with kind eyes and a benevolent smile, remarked, "As we journey across the land, we have acquired some knowledge of the arcane arts. I sense a lingering aura of malevolence in your village. Might you require our assistance in dispelling any remaining demons?" A villager chuckled and replied, "The demon has already been vanquished. A great serpent concealed within the tree was slain by a lad from the neighboring village." The elder, taken aback, questioned, "Yet I still perceive an essence of darkness here. Has there been any recent loss of life in your village?" Chapter 44. The Heavenly Demon Patriarch. The villagers of Zhangzhuang's gathered around. One of them hastily exclaimed, "A watchman has died." The elder pondered for a moment and inquired, "Has the watchman's body been buried?" "He is most likely a demon. There is a possibility of his corpse undergoing transformation." The villagers were taken aback and promptly led the 2 individuals to the grave of the watchman, stating, "He was buried yesterday, esteemed masters." The elder raised his hand, and the earth parted, revealing a thin coffin that began to rise gently from the grave, floating before the crowd. With a series of sharp sounds, the nails of the coffin began to detach themselves, the lid was lifted, and the coffin landed. Yet the watchman's body remained suspended in the air, shrouded in a white cloth. The elder and the youth retrieved the cloth to inspect it, exchanging a silent nod of understanding. The elder chanted incantations, pointed, and the watchman's body was instantly engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes in a matter of moments. The villagers hurriedly expressed their gratitude, offering gold and silver as a reward. The youth quickly waved his hands in refusal, but the elder insisted, "One must not receive rewards without merit. Those who have rendered service must be compensated. Accept it." Only then did the youth accept the reward. The elder then inquired, "Where does the youth who slayed the great serpent reside? Who accompanies him?" "He is from the village of Canlao, accompanied by a blind man and Granny Si. If you follow the river upstream, it is over 40 miles from here." The elder thanked them, and together, the elder and the youth departed from Zhangzhuang's following the river's course. After walking several miles, the elder sighed and remarked, "When a person dies, it is as if a lamp has been extinguished. The lamp of Master Mo has been snuffed out. That watchman was our esteemed sect's Master Mo. His innate abilities led him astray, as he practiced with the essence of infants. Though he deserved his fate, he was nonetheless a leader of our sect. The individual responsible for the killing is suspected to be a master marksman, having simultaneously vanquished both his spirit and corporeal form. The white banner bears traces of a blade. As before encountering the marksman, Master Mo had previously crossed paths with her, the lady of the sect leader." The young boy listened intently. The elder spoke, "The lady of the sect leader has always been elusive, shrouded in mystery. Our esteemed sect's elite ventured into the vast market to seek her whereabouts. Yet their efforts have yielded no results. Who would have thought that Master Mo would encounter her here? Master, our efforts were not in vain. The boy interjected, his voice unexpectedly aged yet resonant. After slaying the sect leader, the lady absconded with our sect's sacred scripture, the great nurturing demon canon. She has been absent for 40 years, and we have lamentably searched for her throughout that time. At last, we have found her. In the decrepit village at dawn. After breakfast, the apothecary moved the village head to the entrance, set up a small stove, boiled a kettle of water, and brewed a pot of tea. When suddenly the sound of a cock crowing echoed through the village. The hen has laid eggs. Shepherd, go to the coop and gather them. Old Granny urged Qin Mu to collect the eggs, but as he crawled into the hen house, he was chased and pecked by the cock, leaving him battered and bloodied. Shepherd, do you lack even the strength to catch a chicken? The butcher laughed heartily as he watched Qin Mu darting chaotically around the village, pursued by the furious hen. After the commotion subsided, Qin Mu regained his spirits, shaking off the disheartenment inflicted by the hen. He slung the pig-killing knife across his back, strapped on his sword sheath, hoisted a hefty iron hammer, stuffed a few solidifying elixirs into his pocket, and grasped the discarded Zen staff, setting forth from the village with great enthusiasm. Today marks his inaugural venture into the wilderness for hunting. Qin Mu had long anticipated this day, though the encounter with the hen had somewhat dampened his excitement. He had just stepped out of the village when he encountered an elderly man and a young boy approaching the dilapidated village, resembling two itinerant wanderers. The pair halted at the village entrance, observing the village chief and the herbalist who were enjoying tea. They greeted the two and inquired, "May we trouble you for a cup of tea?" The village chief raised an eyebrow and replied, "With guests arriving from afar, how could we dare to be neglectful?" The herbalist poured tea for the elderly man and the young boy, who took a seat opposite the village chief, while the elder remained standing beside him. "Is this the snake-slaying youth?" The old man inquired kindly, casting a glance at Qin Mu. Just as Qin Mu was about to respond, the village chief interjected coolly, "More. This does not concern you. Go attend to your own matters." Qin Mu nodded and ventured into the woods. Once he had distanced himself, the youth across from the village chief spoke, his voice remarkably aged. "Have we met before?" The village chief nodded. "Indeed, we have." The youth smiled and remarked, "Among our generation, few of us remain alive. It is a rarity to encounter you, and I find great joy in this meeting." "I share the sentiment." The village chief replied nonchalantly. The youth continued with a grin, "I have come to see Granny Si. It has been 40 years since we have had a leader. Granny Si must provide us with an explanation." The village chief shook his head, stating, "Once you enter this village, you become detached from the outside world." The youth's gaze flickered as he said, "Then I shall not enter. Please have her come out, for I have inquiries to make." The village chief shook his head again. "She has gone out." The old man could no longer restrain himself and was about to speak when the youth raised his hand and chuckled, "After waiting 40 years. There is no need to rush." The law elder addressed the situation, noting that the sect leader's wife was absent from the village. He summoned the strong men to erect a dwelling for the night. The elder bent low in acknowledgement, and a surge of magical energy ascended from his head, manifesting as a colossal character in the air. The youth leisurely sipped his tea, and after an hour had passed, the villagers of the elderly remains village set aside their tasks, emerging from their homes to gaze upward. In the forest, towering giants ambled forth, their muscular forms intimidating, leaving a trail of fallen trees in their wake. These giants, for in number, collectively bore a stone statue. There were 4 statues in total, struggling as they advanced, their footsteps compressing the rocks beneath them as though they were mere clay, with debris spilling forth from the crevices of their toes. The faces of the 16 giants flushed red, clearly straining under the immense weight of the statues, revealing that even such formidable strength had its limits. With utmost care, the giants placed the statues at the cardinal points around the newly constructed village adjacent to elderly remains. Shortly thereafter, a barge approached, from which carpenters disembarked to paint furniture and wooden structures. Once their tasks were completed, they returned to their vessel and departed. Subsequently, another boat arrived carrying stonemasons who extracted stone, sculpted statues, and smoothed slabs to lay the foundation of the village, before also setting sail. After a brief interval, a rugged man with a bushy beard hurriedly arrived, bowing as he addressed the elder, "Ancestral master, law brother." The elder replied, "Left envoy, the village has been completed. You may find a house for yourself." The bearded man then entered the newly erected village beside elderly remains, taking his seat in a room, enveloped in silence. After a brief interval, a ragged old woman approached, greeting the youth and the elder before seeking shelter in an empty house within the village. Soon after, a fisherman arrived aboard a small boat, mooring it along the riverbank before entering the village with a fish basket slung over his shoulder and a fishing rod in hand. Not long thereafter, an assortment of peculiar individuals began to appear. Some bore the air of wealthy patrons, others resembled merchants, and there were also private tutors, aspiring scholars on their way to examinations, and young women of the night, each representing their own distinct vocation. Master Ma's expression grew somber as he murmured. The Celestial Demon Sect encompasses 360 trades, each with its own hall and hall master, shrouded in mystery across the land. I never anticipated that after 40 years, all the hall masters would converge upon the grand market in search of their sect leader's wife. I fear they may take residence right next to us. The smile on the face of the limping man deepened as he jested. Where is old Lady Si? These folks are all here to find her. The deaf man interjected. I witnessed the old woman transform into a roe deer, leaving the village ahead of the shepherd boy, likely concerned for his safety while hunting, and thus covertly protecting him. She probably remains unaware that the Celestial Demon Sect has tracked us down. It seems they have nearly relocated their entire faction next door. At that moment, the roe deer retorted in indignation. You insolent brat, beware of meeting your demise out there. With that, she flicked her short tail and scampered away. Qin Mu continued onward, and soon he spotted a woolly mammoth drinking from a pond, chuckling as he called out. Grandma, I assure you, I can take care of myself. There's no need for you to follow. The woolly mammoth, in a fit of rage, trampled the ground with its mighty hooves and charged towards him. Qin Mu, his vitality surging, unsheathed his cleaver with a metallic clang, exuding an aura of menace as he declared, If you are not my grandmother, then you shall perish. Shaking his head, Qin Mu continued on his path for several miles, eventually gazing upwards at a colossal bird in the sky, exclaiming in resignation, Grandmother, there is truly no need for you to follow me. The great bird tilted its head to regard him, remaining unmoved, continuing its circular flight. With a glimmer in his eyes, Qin Mu scooped up a handful of pebbles from the ground and flicked them with his fingers. One by one, the stones soared through the air, though they varied in height. After launching over 10 stones, Qin Mu leaped into the air, landing deftly on the first stone, then propelling himself to the second, and so forth until he found himself suspended beside the great bird. Suddenly, the bird spoke in human tongue, declaring, all right, I shall not follow you. With that, it flapped its wings and took flight. Qin Mu plummeted to the ground, landing with a thud, his feet sinking about a foot into the mud. The young man looked up, only to find the bird had vanished from sight. His grandmother would likely still be in pursuit. Observing his surroundings, Qin Mu detected nothing out of the ordinary and traveled a few more miles, coming upon a magnificent waterfall, the scenery pristine with mountains and waters harmoniously entwined. Beside the waterfall stood a thatched cottage, from which wisps of smoke were rising, suggesting someone inhabited the place. In this remote wilderness, how could anyone reside here? Could it be that a revered elder had chosen to seclude themselves in this tranquil haven? Chapter 45, The Dragon Palace of Yongzheng. As Qin Mu approached, he peered through the window and observed the white fox holding a bamboo tube, puffing air into the flames beneath the cooking stove. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Is anyone home? Startled, the white fox hastily concealed the bamboo tube and exclaimed in a hoarse voice, Who dares disturb my tranquility? I am an ancient spirit, and I shall reduce you to ashes. Qin Mu chuckled softly, and upon hearing his laughter, the white fox looked up, recognizing the young man outside. Sighing in relief, her voice returned to its melodious tone. It is the young man who borrowed the wind from me the other day. I was rather inebriated at the banquet and may have been remiss in my manners. Do come inside instead of standing outside. As Qin Mu entered the humble dwelling, he was taken aback by its remarkable tidiness. The thatched cottage boasted a bed, a rice jar, furniture, a screen, and even a dressing table. The white fox stood upright and offered a slight bow, saying, My humble abode is quite modest. I hope it does not offend you. Qin Mu returned the gesture. Curiosity piqued. Are you preparing a meal? The white fox replied, Yesterday, my sisters hosted a gathering, and I may have indulged a bit too much. This morning, I awoke with a headache and am currently brewing a concoction to alleviate it. Please, have a seat. Qin Mu quietly marveled at the fox's wisdom, noting that she was more astute than the demon ape, for she understood the art of brewing soup. However, it seemed this fox had a penchant for drink, often finding herself intoxicated. He noticed a bookshelf nearby and walked over to inspect it. On the bookshelf lay a collection of ancient texts. He withdrew one that detailed methods of breath control and various spells, though the manuscript was incomplete. Can you recognize the characters? The white fox, having prepared a restorative brew, noticed Qin Mu's engrossed expression and exclaimed with delight, I cannot decipher the script, but I can practice by observing the illustrations. If you comprehend the text, might you share its meanings with me? Why not? Qin Mu replied as he took a seat. The white fox's tail swayed gently, and a bowl of the restorative concoction floated down onto the table. The white fox positioned herself across from him, her eyes bright with curiosity. Qin Mu turned to the first page and read aloud. Guide the energy to the mountain of the mind. Elevate the vital essence. Let the tiger traverse the lungs and stir the cold depths of the energy sea. The white fox, sipping the restorative brew, listened intently, then suddenly inquired, where is the mountain of the mind? It resides at the center of the brow, Qin Mu explained. The center of the brow is the sacred repository of the spirit. Guiding energy to the mountain of the mind means directing the vital essence there. However, when the essence reaches this point, divine sounds from beyond the heavens may intervene, obstructing your vital essence. The white fox attempted to sense it, shaking her head in response. I do not hear any divine sounds. Qin Mu furrowed his brow. In his past experiences, whenever he directed his vital essence to the center of his brow, divine sounds would hinder his progress. He had assumed the white fox would encounter a similar phenomenon, yet she claimed otherwise. Could it be that the spiritual repositories of humans and foxes differed in structure? He did not dwell on this thought and continued his explanation. Before long, he concluded his recounting of the ancient text. The cultivation methods documented within were indeed unique. Yet they were incompatible with Qin Mu's own practices, rendering him unable to cultivate from them. The white fox, possessing great wisdom, comprehended the contents of the book and chuckled. In the past, I practiced according to the illustrations, believing I had mastered the knowledge recorded within this tome, only to realize that I had erred in many aspects. I am grateful to you for enlightening me. My name is Fox Ling'er. May I inquire about your esteemed name? I am called Qin Mu, which signifies a humble cowherd of the Qin lineage, not a nobleman, Qin Mu replied with a smile. I reside nearby, not far from here. From where did you acquire these ancient texts? 60 miles westward, she answered. Qin Mu was taken aback, pondering. Could it be the Dragon King's palace of the Yongjiang River? He hurriedly asked, could you guide me there? The little white fox replied, it is quite perilous inside. One cannot enter lightly. I was so frightened upon reaching the entrance that she felt a wave of embarrassment and did not finish her sentence, likely due to a rather embarrassing fright. Qin Mu, feeling a thrill of excitement, said, do you not wish to witness the Dragon Palace? There might even be the Dragon King within. Not at all. Fox Ling'er pondered for a moment, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she blinked. If you, young Master Mu, can visit frequently to elucidate these ancient texts, I shall take you there, though I shall not enter. Agreed. Qin Mu exclaimed with a grin, raising his palm. After a brief hesitation, Fox Ling'er lifted her furry paw to touch his, and then drank the detoxifying soup in one gulp. Thus, the man and the fox departed from the thatched cottage. Heading westward. 2 days ago, you attended a banquet. Whose gathering was it? Qin Mu recalled the events of the previous day and inquired. It is a grand banquet hosted by the Demon Spirit King, inviting various powerful demons. After acquiring ancient texts from the Dragon Palace, my intellect has flourished, earning me a modest reputation among the nearby great demons. However, I find myself at the bottom of the hierarchy, unable to compete with those possessing brute strength. The fox spirit, Hu Ling'er, leaped onto a broad banana leaf, conjuring a spell that summoned a gust of demonic wind, lifting the leaf into the air. With a playful smile, she remarked, the Demon Spirit King has attained human form and is exceedingly formidable. All great demons within a radius of hundreds of miles, whether they are beast lords or not, must heed his command. As the demonic wind rustled the banana leaf, it carried the white fox aloft, while Qin Mu sprang into action, treading upon the tips of the wind as he hastened westward. Meanwhile, a few miles away from the thatched cottage, a colossal toad beast was looking around perplexed, pondering, by my calculations, Mu'er should have arrived by now. This time, disguised as a beast. He surely won't recognize me. How strange, where has that little rascal gone? The wind of a fox, on his first outing to hunt. He must have been led astray by a vixen. 100 miles from the village of Canlao, a breeze stirred a long banana leaf, upon which sat the white fox, accompanied by a youth dashing forward on the wind. Indeed, it was Qin Mu and Hu Ling'er. With my current magical prowess, I am unable to fly. Instead, I can only summon the demonic wind to lift the banana leaf into the air. If I were to run through the wind as you do, I would undoubtedly plummet. The Dragon Palace lies in close proximity. As Ling'er lowered the demonic wind, Qin Mu and the white fox gradually descended towards the ground. Moments later, both the youth and the fox alighted gently. Qin Mu surveyed his surroundings and noticed the river winding around a grand mountain. Verdant waters embraced the emerald hills, while the melodious chirping of birds echoed through the valleys. Monkeys leaped gracefully among the trees, and the water teemed with large fish and river creatures, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. A white fox bounded ahead, leading the way, and Qin Mu eagerly followed. The direction taken by the fox spirit, Ling'er, led them towards the mountain encircled by the river. Qin Mu couldn't help but wonder if the Dragon Palace was not situated within the waters, but rather atop the mountain. After a brief period, they reached the mountain summit, where Qin Mu beheld a remnant of ancient times, a Dragon King temple. Before the temple stood a colossal water-sealing stone, towering over 8 zhang, resembling a grand stele, with a massive stone turtle carved beneath it, bearing the weight of the stone. The stone turtle had a wide mouth, as if weary from its burden, gasping for breath. The Dragon King temple lay in ruins, with crumbled walls and a collapsed main hall. As Qin Mu scanned the area, he found no statues remaining, indicating it could not withstand the encroachment of darkness. As he pondered this, Ling'er suddenly vanished. At that moment, her voice echoed, "Hurry inside." Following the sound, Qin Mu saw the white fox perched within the stone turtle's mouth, raising a paw to beckon him. He hurried over. The stone turtle was immense, allowing a person to stand upright within. Following the frolicking white fox, they approached a deep staircase that appeared before them at the throat of the turtle. Originally, there had been a stone door at the staircase's entrance, now toppled for reasons unknown, revealing this passage leading underground. Qin Mu followed the white fox as they ventured deeper into the passage, which gradually widened, seemingly penetrating the very heart of the mountain. The walls were adorned with luminescent moss, damp and vibrant, while peculiar creatures floated about like dandelions, their slender tentacles swaying gracefully beneath them, allowing them to soar through the air. The white fox leapt up, capturing one and devouring it with delight, clearly relishing the taste. In Chapter 46, titled Dragon, Qin Mu carefully grasped one of these intriguing beings and took a cautious bite. The moment it slid down his throat, an intense spiciness enveloped him, surpassing even the fiery spirits of a butcher's brew. It ignited a burning sensation within his belly, invigorating his vital energy profoundly. As he focused, he discovered a potency akin to that of a solidifying essence pill, capable of enhancing his cultivation, albeit to a lesser degree than the latter. Were these entities flora or fauna? Qin Mu seized another, observing that this marvelous creature possessed neither eyes, hands, nor feet, instead drawing sustenance from the moss through root-like tendrils, rendering it impossible for him to classify it as either plant or animal. He had consumed but one, while the fox spirit frolicked, thoroughly satiated. The further they descended, the cooler the air became, and after an indeterminate distance, the gentle sound of flowing water reached his ears. A crystal-clear stream cascaded down the mountainside, home to several eyeless fish residing in the pool at its end, which, astonishingly, also emitted a glow. To proceed, they would need to traverse the pool. Yet these formidable fish were quick to respond to any disturbance, poised to strike fiercely. Fox Spirit whispered, "I will throw a stone to divert the large fish. We shall seize the opportunity to dash across." With that, she grasped a stone in her paw and hurled it with force. The stone struck the wall, and the several eyeless fish in the pond erupted from the surface with a resounding splash, their tails thrashing in midair, and their forefins unfurling like grand wings as they surged towards the source of the noise. Quickly, Fox Spirit led the way, and Qin Mu hurriedly raced along the edge of the pond towards the opposite shore. In his haste, the young man only heard a series of thunderous crashes as the strange fish collided with the stone wall, their massive jaws biting through the rock, creating several gaping holes. The seemingly indestructible mountain stone crumbled beneath their teeth as if it were mere tofu. The consequences of such a bite upon a human would be unimaginable. Just as the man and the fox reached the opposite bank, the strange fish detected their footsteps, their fins vibrating as they changed direction, propelling themselves toward them. "Follow me, young master." Fox Spirit darted swiftly into the passage on the other side, and Qin Mu hastily followed suit. The passage was narrow, and the large fish, unable to swim, resorted to scuttling on their four fins, pursuing Qin Mu and the little fox. "Are these still fish?" Qin Mu exhaled a sigh of relief as the path ahead gradually widened, leading him into a trumpet-shaped cavern, where suddenly, shimmering sunlight cascaded down. He looked up in astonishment. For above him, a torrent of water flowed, and schools of fish swam overhead. He also beheld a gigantic golden turtle, fish the size of small boats, and enormous river beasts. The great fish shook its head, seemingly puzzled, before swaying its tail and swimming away. This is the bottom of Yongjiang. Qin Mu's expression turned peculiar. Yongjiang is right above us, and the water has not cascaded down to submerge this place. He gazed forward, his heart trembling, as towering dragon pillars emerged before him. These pillars, robust and soaring dozens of zhang high, stood majestically at the riverbed, their summits brushing against the river's surface. The ground beneath their feet was paved with exquisite white jade, a path extending onward, flanked by a forest of dragon pillars. After traversing 100 zhang, a sprawling cluster of palatial ruins came into view. The dragon pillars encircled these regal remnants, evidently supporting the river's weight, preventing the deluge from flooding this area. However, many of the palaces had collapsed. It seemed a cataclysm had once transpired, transforming this place into desolation. Fox Ling'er hopped excitedly to the remnants of a palace, and Qin Mu noticed that on the half-collapsed wall, there were faded murals depicting a dragon-headed elder hosting guests. The elder-est visitors were a bizarre assortment of beings: an old man with a tortoise shell, a woman with a serpent's tail, a monk, and even humans. Suddenly, a pillar came crashing down, nearly striking Qin Mu and the little fox. Fox Ling'er ventured into the partially fallen grand hall, exclaiming, "This is where I discovered those ancient texts." As Qin Mu approached, he found a concealed stone chamber within the dilapidated hall, hidden in the wall. The stone door had fallen, revealing the chamber that Fox Ling'er had uncovered. It was empty now, for all its contents had presumably been taken by her. Moving further ahead would undoubtedly lead to great peril. Fox Ling'er pointed towards a towering gateway, her voice trembling with trepidation. "It is truly terrifying." Qin Mu gazed at the entrance, where behind it loomed a palace, still intact and not collapsed, yet shrouded in an eerie mist, obscuring the view of what lay within. The palace appeared to float within the fog, elusive and indistinct. "There are dreadful entities within." Fox Ling'er's voice quivered as she continued. "Once you approach the threshold, you will sense its aura, and then you will crumble, unable to rise again." As Qin Mu advanced, Fox Ling'er, mustering her courage, followed closely behind. Upon reaching the gateway, he was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming aura of malevolence, sending shivers down his spine. It felt as though, on a clear day, a dark tempest had descended, looming ominously before him. Within the inky clouds, an immense and fearsome beast fixated its gaze upon him, sacred, solemn, and imperious, yet simultaneously ferocious and menacing. This was the great terror Fox Ling'er had spoken of. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mu steadied himself, his mind returning to a state of calm. Heavenly Eye of the Divine Realm, activate. His pupils shimmered with intertwining patterns of vital energy, forming a new gaze that penetrated the mist beyond the gateway. Beside him, the white fox had grown feeble, collapsing onto the ground, her belly pressed against the earth, struggling to turn back and crawl away slowly. Qin Mu lifted her up, and the white fox whimpered, "Do not grasp me. I feel as though I am dying. My heart races so fiercely." "You are not dead. It is the creatures within this dragon palace that have perished." Qin Mu chuckled. "Guess what I have seen?" He continued, "I have witnessed the Dragon King of the surging river." At this, the little white fox let out a soft sigh and fainted, its four legs extending rigidly. After a brief moment, the white fox cautiously opened one eye and stealthily turned around twice. Qin Mu probed, "The Dragon King of the surging river?" "The fox spirit." Fox Ling'er stiffened her legs even more and closed her eyes once again. "The Dragon King is deceased." Qin Mu found himself both amused and exasperated, stating, "Only bones remain. This Dragon King has been dead for countless years. I glimpsed his dragon bones shrouded in mist." Fox Ling'er promptly opened her eyes wide. "Dead?" Qin Mu nodded, assuring her, "This time you can rest easy. Shall we venture inside together?" Fox Ling'er swiftly shook her head. With no other option, Qin Mu gently set her down, only to see her crawl feebly on her belly, her legs stretching out behind her. He picked her up once more and placed her upon his shoulder. Striding towards the portal, the white fox, now gripped by anxiety, fluffed her snowy fur, her claws clenching tightly onto Qin Mu's shoulder, her eyes wide with terror, utterly motionless. As Qin Mu entered the mist, Fox Ling'er clung even tighter, her fluffy tail standing erect. The fog was dense and persistent, yet strangely, upon entering, one could not perceive the slightest hint of dampness. Walking through it, Qin Mu observed droplets of water suspended in the mist, quietly floating, utterly still. In the midst of the mist, he beheld numerous shattered jade fragments floating in the air, accompanied by scattered remnants of spiritual weapons and broken bones, all suspended in silence, seemingly devoid of weight. Previously, when he gazed outside the portal, he had only perceived the dragon's bones, oblivious to these other remnants. It was evident that a fierce battle had once raged here, one so devastating that even the remains of formidable warriors and their spiritual armaments lay in ruins. What events transpired in this place? Did they occur before the great cataclysm, or afterward? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Qin Mu's scalp as the fox spirit, frightened nearly to death by a skull that had floated before him, leaped onto his head, clinging desperately to his scalp, her back arched high. The white fox trembled uncontrollably, causing Qin Mu's head to shake as well. "Dragon!" she shrieked, swiftly darting from his head to cling to his back, her foreclaws gripping tightly at his sides, resembling a white backpack upon him. The chubby pig suddenly entertained the idea of designing a fox spirit backpack, although he lacked the artistic skill to draw, leaving him in tears. Chapter 47. The third party before them, a colossal dragon coiled around the majestic palace, encircling it repeatedly, its immense head raised high above the hall, gazing down upon them. This was a dragon skeleton, a vast structure devoid of flesh and blood. Even its teeth towered above Qin Mu. Though the dragon had perished long ago, its formidable presence remained evident, suggesting that it had once been an extraordinarily powerful entity. Qin Mu opened his divine eye, and suddenly, the dragon skeleton before him seemed to come to life. A celestial light surged upward, and the colossal dragon appeared to writhe and twist in his vision. Although the great beast was undeniably deceased, its formidable presence made him feel as if it still thrived. The River Dragon King, a true dragon. As Qin Mu gazed upon the magnificent creature, a flicker of inspiration ignited within him, reminding him of Master Ma's martial arts, particularly the technique of 9 dragons commanding the wind and thunder from the thunderous 8 forms. This technique divides one's vital energy into 9 layers, the first being the furious dragon's charge, and the second the twin dragon's entwining. Each subsequent layer amplifies the power of the previous one. Since childhood, Qin Mu had practiced under Master Ma's tutelage, having repeated this technique countless times. Yet, he had never grasped its essence. Recently, however, his cultivation had progressed significantly, enhancing the might of 9 dragons commanding the wind and thunder. Nevertheless, during his encounter with the young monk Mingxin, he had still suffered a setback. While this was partly due to his lack of access to the great Mahayana Sutra of the Thunderous Monastery, a more profound reason lay in the fact that his dragon fist technique merely resembled a dragon. It was a mere imitation, lacking the true spirit, which resulted in its inevitable collapse upon confrontation. Had his fist technique embodied the essence of a true dragon, even without mastering the great Mahayana Sutra, his 9 dragons commanding the wind and thunder would have been authentic. For the principle behind this technique was to emulate the true dragon's command over wind and thunder, a force of nature akin to a tempest, where the divine dragon strikes from the heart of the storm. If he could achieve this, the necessity of studying the great Mahayana Sutra would become inconsequential. The 9 dragons command the winds and thunder. The 9 dragons command the winds and thunder. Qin Mu observed the dragon bones meticulously, his steps instinctively moving forward. His gaze was entirely captivated by this genuine dragon skeleton, examining its form, scrutinizing its skeletal structure, studying the essence of the dragon, contemplating its aura, and reflecting upon the spirit of the dragon. He became increasingly absorbed, walking and observing, unconsciously mimicking the movements of the true dragon with his arms and body. Within his spiritual womb, the essence also began to move in accordance with his actions, breathing in and out the primordial energy, gradually undergoing a wondrous transformation. The energy he exhaled did not enter Qin Mu's body. Instead, it roamed around him, transforming into a small dragon. As the breath and energy increased, this small dragon grew larger, eventually entwining itself around the spiritual womb, reaching a height comparable to a person. Initially, Ling'er was filled with trepidation, but as time passed, her fear began to diminish. She found herself less frightened, though she noticed that Qin Mu, engrossed in his study of the dragon bones, had seemingly forgotten her presence. After a considerable duration, Ling'er's stomach rumbled, prompting her to cautiously descend from Qin Mu's back. She tiptoed out of the underwater dragon palace, not out of concern for disturbing Qin Mu, but rather due to an innate fear of dragons, wary that any noise she made might startle the dragon bones. After half an hour, the white fox returned, carrying a bag filled with peculiar creatures reminiscent of dandelions. Ling'er battled her inner fear of the dragon bones as she ventured into the mist. Approaching Qin Mu once more, she climbed onto his shoulder and offered him one of those strange beings. Qin Mu, seemingly oblivious, opened his mouth to receive it. Dutifully consuming the offering, Fox Ling'er fed him over 20 of those peculiar creatures before she began to eat herself. Qin Mu exhibited no signs of awakening, continuously wandering about, his gaze fixated on the dragon bones. At times, he even climbed atop the enormous skeletal structure, exploring its vast expanse, coiled around his spiritual embryo. Crackling with electric sparks, yet Qin Mu remained entirely absorbed in his observation of the dragon bones, oblivious to it all. Unbeknownst to him, 2 days slipped by. During this time, he had eaten, drunk, relieved himself, and slept in this place, his body becoming increasingly foul, yet still no signs of awakening emerged. Fox Ling'er, displaying remarkable patience, tended to his needs. Whenever he felt parched, she would gather water with leaves, and when hunger struck, she would venture to catch the strange creatures inhabiting the passage. However, her journey often required her to traverse a pond where peculiar fish lurked, ready to devour any careless intruder. Fortunately, her cleverness ensured she encountered no mishaps. Naturally, she would also avoid being around when Qin Mu needed to relieve himself. On the third day, as Fox Ling'er prepared to fetch some water, suddenly, Qin Mu's voice broke through, exclaiming, "Why am I so dirty?" Fox Ling'er was both startled and elated, responding cheerfully, "You have been standing here for 3 days. It would be strange if you weren't dirty." 3 days? Filled with excitement, he stepped into the underwater dragon palace. With great trepidation, Fox Ling'er followed him into the majestic hall, though her timid nature compelled her to stay close to his side, wary of straying too far. The grand hall was shrouded in a thick mist, even more dense than before, rendering visibility limited. It was peculiar. What could be the source of this fog? Qin Mu pondered, noting that this mist was unlike any water vapor, and even his divine eye could not pierce through the obscurity for long. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the hall, the fog thickened and visibility diminished, causing the little fox spirit to tremble with terror, clutching tightly to Qin Mu's pant leg as he led her onward. At that moment, he heard a peculiar sound, soft and elongated, yet imbued with a sense of sorrow, as if someone in the mist were singing a mournful tune. Though the lyrics eluded his comprehension, an ancient language, shrouded in mystery and obscurity, resonated like the tongues of deities or demons from times long past. As Qin Mu listened, he instinctively raised a hand to touch his cheek, realizing with surprise that tears streamed down his face. The melody evoked the image of a spectral woman drifting through the fog, recounting a heart-wrenching tale. Suddenly, the golden rings of the Shichi Luochan staff in his hand clanged loudly, disrupting the solemn atmosphere. Grandfather Ma had once mentioned that the rings possessed the power to dispel distracting and malevolent thoughts. When one's heart stirred, the rings would chime in response, each ring sounding off for every troubling thought. Now, the rings clanged incessantly, reminiscent of a copper bean being sifted, provoking a mix of amusement and bewilderment in Qin Mu. Were there truly so many troubling thoughts within him? He looked down, only to find the little fox spirit shaking like a leaf, clinging desperately to his leg, her tail inadvertently resting upon the Shichi Luochan. While his heart remained untroubled, it seemed that the little fox's heart was in disarray. "Spirit, please move your tail aside," Qin Mu gently urged. The fox spirit complied, shifting her tail, yet continued to shiver. Frowning, Qin Mu noted that even after the tail was moved, the golden rings of the staff continued to rattle and chime. Could it be that there was a third presence here, a being beset by malevolent thoughts? Perhaps it was the woman whose song echoed through the mist? The golden ring of the Zikilluo Zen staff resonated with an increasingly urgent sound, unmistakably indicating the presence of a third individual. The multitude of his chaotic and malevolent thoughts had been sensed by Zikilluo, causing the incessant ringing. Above, a melancholic melody floated through the air, growing ever more sorrowful. The gentle song amidst the mist gradually became clearer, as if it were being sung directly into his ear. What lurked within the fog? A shiver ran down his spine. Huling'o had climbed up his pant leg to his back, burrowing into his embrace, with only her fluffy little head peeking out, cautiously surveying the surroundings while trembling. The scene was undeniably terrifying, stirring a sense of unease within Qin Mu. However, the vibrations of the golden ring possessed a calming effect, swiftly restoring his composure. He gathered his thoughts. The multitude of hands was clearly not from a single entity. Whatever it was, it must be banished. Qin Mu's vital energy surged, coursing through his arm into the Zikilluo Zen staff. He lifted the staff and brought it down forcefully, producing a resounding clang. In that instant, beams of light erupted from the staff, shooting in all directions. Simultaneously, a Buddha apparition materialized behind him, seated in the air, resonating with sacred chants. "Thus have I heard." The Buddha's voice reverberated, Since time immemorial, all sentient beings have been entangled in the cycle of life and death. Due to ignorance of the eternal true heart, the pure and luminous essence, entangled in myriad delusions. This thought is insincere, hence there is a cycle, a continuous cycle. Chapter 48, Dragon Soul. A low hum resonated as a radiant halo spun behind Qin Mu, casting brilliant light that shot forth in all directions, even dispersing the eerie mist that lingered. The sound of thuds echoed continuously as Qin Mu surveyed his surroundings, witnessing numerous desiccated corpses plummeting from the air, creating a scene so densely populated with remains that there was scarcely room to place a foot. In addition to the dry corpses, there were also a number of skeletons. Their flesh long vanished, leaving only the bones, which were draped in flowing garments resembling official attire. As the fog that surrounded him dissipated, clarity returned. Yet, the haunting melody persisted, albeit at a distance, still imbued with an exquisite melancholy that resonated with profound sorrow. Qin Mu withdrew his vital energy, and the figure of the Buddha behind him gradually faded. How could there be so many corpses concealed within this grand hall? These bodies do not appear to belong to ordinary individuals. Qin Mu scrutinized the scene, a frown creasing his brow. The sheer number of corpses was alarming, and their preservation was decidedly unnatural. It is worth noting that the remains of the Flood Dragon King outside had already decomposed, leaving only a skeletal frame. How could the bodies within this hall have endured the passage of time unscathed? One possibility arises. These corpses may have entered after the cataclysm of the Great Ruins. They, like myself and the Fox Spirit, must have discovered the path leading to the Flood Dragon Palace and subsequently ventured into this hall. A shiver ran down his spine as he gazed ahead, where dense mist still obscured the depths of the hall. Something within that fog had claimed their lives, transforming them into this ghastly state. His scalp prickled with apprehension, and he tightened his grip on the meditation staff. The abandoned Zen staff, indeed a treasure capable of exchanging for an entire city, had just absorbed his vital energy, unleashing astonishing power. This venture with the staff was at the behest of Granny Si, who was deeply concerned for his safety. Besides the staff, she had transformed into various forms to provide covert protection. Granny must have been terribly worried these past few days. A sense of guilt washed over Qin Mu. Yet he quickly rallied his spirits, casting his gaze around. The source of the fog should lie within this very hall, and danger lurked here as well. What manner of creature had claimed the lives of those adventurers? At that moment, the mist from the depths of the hall surged towards him, enveloping his ankles before gradually rising higher. The corpses on the ground, shrouded in the mist, began to move slowly, rising in eerie postures. As the fog ascended, it eventually enveloped Qin Mu's head, and within the mist, the corpses began to float, becoming increasingly obscured as the fog thickened, rendering them indistinguishable. What malevolent entity was stirring trouble? The Zen staff. Holding the staff firmly, Qin Mu advanced forward, traversing over 10 paces. The haunting melody drew near once more. He raised the staff and struck it down heavily. A brilliant light emanated, and the sound of the Buddha resonated as a majestic figure of the Buddha reappeared behind him, radiating light that dispelled the fog, causing the corpses to tumble once again to the ground. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the hall, sending shivers down their spines. Yet, this voice uttered but a single sentence, leaving Qin Mu and the little fox in doubt of their own senses. At last, Qin Mu beheld the source of the mist. At the heart of the Dragon Palace stood an ice sculpture, from which the fog emanated. He approached, and there within the ice lay a juvenile dragon, quietly resting. A broken sword embedded in its chest, piercing through its heart. Between the towering dragon pillars of the grand hall, a colossal azure dragon glided languidly through the air, as if it possessed no corporeal form, effortlessly passing through the pillars. The song resonated from the mouth of this azure dragon, whose gaze remained fixated on the frozen juvenile dragon, unwavering from the beginning to the end. Its eyes were filled with love and sorrow, and the melody echoed with a profound melancholy, as if lamenting the distance between itself and its child. This was a dragon's soul, the essence of a dragon. It could very well be the Dragon King of the Yangtze River, or perhaps his consort. She was a mother, and the ice-encased juvenile dragon was undoubtedly her offspring. She must have faced a calamitous upheaval, a great disaster, leading to her child's tragic fate, inflicted with a fatal wound from the sword. Her love for her child was boundless, encasing it in ice while she perished in the catastrophe. Yet, her spirit continued to wander within this grand hall, guarding her beloved child, softly humming the lullabies of the dragon kin, hoping to awaken her progeny. "Hey, little bald donkey, look over here." Suddenly, the voice echoed again, Qin Mu hastily turned towards the sound, only to discover another block of dark ice concealed behind the one encasing the juvenile dragon. The two blocks were interconnected. One of his hands leaned on a black banner, while the other delved into the second block of dark ice, grasping a turquoise orb the size of an egg. The azure orb remained an enigma, yet within it coiled a diminutive azure dragon. Could it be that this orb had ensnared the elderly gentleman in ice? Qin Mu blinked and approached, scrutinizing the frozen elder. To his astonishment, he discerned an anomaly. As he moved, the elder's eyes shifted in tandem. The voice he had heard earlier indeed belonged to him. A chill ran down Qin Mu's spine as he turned to survey the numerous desiccated corpses strewn about the hall, suddenly contemplating a chilling possibility. This elder encased in ice was likely the first to discover the Dragon Palace of Yongjiang. Upon finding the orb within the mysterious ice, he must have attempted to seize it, only to be trapped by its freezing power. He had presumably endured in this state for quite some time. The reason for his survival, it seemed, lay in the black banner he wielded, which he had employed to slay those warriors who ventured into the palace, absorbing their essence and blood. Thus, the fallen warriors now appeared as mere mummies. The elder, imprisoned in ice for an indeterminate duration, could hardly wield any of his former strength. However, as Qin Mu had entered the Dragon Palace with the Shichi Luo Zen staff, its protective properties had shielded him from the bizarre power of the Black Banner, allowing him to escape a dire fate. It was indeed the Shichi Luo of the old monk from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. No wonder it could withstand the enigmatic forces of the mist. Though the elder could not part his lips, his throat vibrated as he spoke. "You are not the old monk from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. How is it that you possess his staff?" Qin Mu replied candidly, "This was won by my junior after defeating him." "Won?" The old man chuckled. "How could that old bald donkey ever concede defeat?" "How old are you?" he inquired. "I will turn 12 this autumn," Qin Mu replied. The elder in purple robes praised. "At 12, you are capable of defeating the disciples of that old bald donkey. Truly remarkable." Qin Mu blinked and asked, "Why are you imprisoned here in ice, senior?" The elder coughed and said, "To make a long story short, I was traveling with my disciples through the great ruins when I inadvertently discovered this place. I encountered numerous desiccated corpses and learned that it was this dragon pearl causing havoc, slaying everyone who entered and draining the life essence of these warriors, leaving them as mere mummies. This dragon pearl absorbs the vitality of others to sustain the life of a young dragon encased in ice. As a practitioner of the Tao, it is my duty to confront such calamities. Thus, I intended to seize the dragon pearl to prevent it from wreaking further havoc on future generations. However, I underestimated my opponent and did not realize that this pearl was the dragon goddess treasure, which ultimately ensnared me in this icy prison. None of my disciples managed to escape. All were drained of their life essence to extend the life of this young dragon. The fox spirit, hidden in Qin Mu's embrace, cautiously raised her head and whispered, "Young Master Mu, do you believe his tale?" Qin Mu hesitated. His suspicions were in stark contrast to the elder's narrative. The elder's story depicted a mother dragon rescuing her offspring by using the dragon pearl to harm others, siphoning their vitality for the young dragon's survival, while he portrayed himself as a champion of justice, ensnared by the treachery of the dragon pearl. In contrast, Qin Mu's conjecture suggested that the elder was imprisoned by the dragon column and had resorted to dark practices to prolong his own life by devouring the life essence of those who ventured here. It must be said that both the speculation and the tale of the old man hold a certain plausibility. Yet, which one is the truth? Qin Mu surveyed his surroundings. Noticing the encroaching mist, he immediately activated the Shi Bai Luo Zen staff, striking the ground with great force. Thus have I heard. The Buddha's shadow reappeared behind him, resonating with a profound chant. Since time immemorial, all sentient beings have been caught in the cycle of birth and death, arising from ignorance of the ever-abiding true mind, the pure and luminous essence, and are ensnared by various delusions. These thoughts are illusory, hence the cycle persists. The teachings of the Grand Thunder Sound Temple indeed possess substantial depth. The old man encased in ice expressed his admiration. "What do you wish to be called, esteemed elder?" Qin Mu inquired, dispelling the mist. The old man replied, "I am Gulin Wan, the Prince of Yankang, holding the title of Protector with a first-rank official status. If you can rescue me, upon reaching Yankang, I shall ensure you revel in boundless riches and glory." Chapter 49. A Heart of Integrity. Qin Mu pondered for a moment. The leader of the Lijiang sect, Mu Beifeng, held a second-rank position, while this elder, Gulin Wan, held a first-rank status, undoubtedly making him more formidable. The elder's words rang true. He turned to Ling'er, who appeared puzzled. How can you be so certain he speaks the truth? The mist was exhaled by the dragon soul. Qin Mu pointed towards the spectral figure of the dragon mother gliding through the hall. He observed that wherever the dragon soul traversed, the mist thickened, and in the wake of the mist, withered corpses began to rise. Seemingly sensing Qin Mu's location and drifting towards him, Ling'er also discerned this. Once the mist exhaled by the dragon mother's soul dissipated, the corpses would collapse, motionless. Yet, when the mist enveloped them once more, the corpses would revive, attempting to attack those who dared to enter this realm. These withered corpses stand as guardians of this grand hall, protecting it from the theft of the dragon pearl, ensuring the healing of the young dragon remains undisturbed. The origins of these corpses, I fear, are as the old man described, the malevolence of the dragon pearl, which drains the life essence of any martial artist who dares to intrude into this dragon palace. Using their vitality to extend the life of the young dragon trapped in ice, Qin Mu pondered, Senior Gu, though my heart yearns to assist, my strength is but meager. I fear I may be willing yet powerless. Gu Liwan chuckled softly. Indeed, you lack the strength to dispel the ice of the dragon pearl, but I possess it. If you heed my commands, you can facilitate my escape. Once freed, I shall grant you whatever it is you desire. His words dripped with arrogance, indicative of the high status of the crown prince's protector. Though I am ensnared by the ice, my cultivation remains intact. This frost cannot extinguish my life. Gu Liwan continued. I shall expend my final reserves of power to move this sword at my waist outside the ice. You must wield it to sever the spirit of the dragon mother. Once her spirit is vanquished, the dragon pearl shall no longer bind me. Upon my release, I shall bestow this dragon pearl upon you. Qin Mu was taken aback, exclaiming, Sever the spirit of the dragon mother? Senior, I have only just reached the spirit embryo realm. I am but a trivial martial artist. How could I possibly slay the dragon mother's spirit? Gu Liwan retorted with a cold laugh. You indeed cannot. But once you wield my sword, you shall be capable. This sword is no ordinary weapon, nor is it the inferior blade you carry on your back. It is a first-grade sword bestowed by the court, forged from the finest treasures by the most skilled artisans across the realm under the Yankang dynasty. In the kingdom of Yankang, there exist only 16 prestigious official ranks, and correspondingly, merely 16 swords, each bearing its own name. The sword in my possession is known as the Xiaobao sword. Qin Mu hesitated and inquired, How does this sword compare to the staff I hold? Gu Liwan scoffed, replying, The old monk Shichi Luo is undoubtedly remarkable, and the great Thunder Sound Temple is among the rare eminent sects in the world. However, the treasures forged by a single sect cannot be equated with those crafted by the might of an entire nation. Within the kingdom of Yankang, there are still 2 or 3 such illustrious sects akin to the great Thunder Sound Temple. A tremor coursed through Qin Mu's heart, accompanied by a sense of confusion. As he queried, Since you possess such a treasure, why did you not vanquish the dragon mother's soul yourself? Gu Liwan fell silent for a moment before responding. I initially did not grasp the gravity of the situation. Upon encountering the dragon pearl, I intended to eliminate this threat for future generations, but in a moment of carelessness, I fell victim to it. By the time I realized I could not escape the icy confinement, it was already too late. Once encased in ice, I could only preserve my essence, ensuring I did not perish from the mystical frost, and attempting to wield this sword has become increasingly arduous. Do you know how many years I have been sealed here? He sighed. A full 200 years. For 2 centuries, I have remained in this state. And to sustain my life until now is indeed a remarkable feat. Qin Mu felt a surge of sympathy, exclaiming, 200 years of icy imprisonment, had it been me, I would have surely gone mad. Your endurance until this moment is truly extraordinary. Gu Liwan sighed. Fortunately, you have arrived. With the last remnants of my essence, I will send the Xiaobao sword forth from the mystical ice. You must slay the dragon mother's soul and liberate me from this predicament. Qin Mu nodded solemnly, declaring, I shall do my utmost. Gu Liwan summoned the remnants of his vitality, and to his astonishment, his sword at the waist gradually shifted within the ice, albeit at a sluggish pace. After the passage of over an hour, the hilt of the Xiaobao sword finally emerged from the icy prison, exhibiting signs of fatigue. Gu Liwan rasped, My energy is waning rapidly. Young one, you must swiftly vanquish the dragon mother. Qin Mu complied, unleashing strands of energy as thick as his arm, which coiled around the hilt. With a resonant clang, the Xiaobao sword was drawn from its sheath, instantly radiating a blinding brilliance. Both Qin Mu and Ling'er winced, as if the sword's light had seared their eyes, but after a brief moment, their vision returned to clarity, allowing them to discern their surroundings. What are you doing? Gu Ling'er observed Qin Mu's clumsy attempts to wield the sword as he swung it at the spirit of the Dragon Mother. Yet his strikes missed time and again. Amused yet exasperated, he inquired, "What sort of swordplay is this? Who taught you the art of sword control? Who instructed you in swordsmanship?" Qin Mu halted, his face flushed with embarrassment, admitting, "I do not know how to control a sword, nor have I ever studied swordsmanship." Gu Ling'er, nearly exasperated to the point of bloodshed, felt a throbbing headache and retorted, "If you cannot control a sword, nor possess any sword techniques, why then do you carry a sword bag?" With a sense of shame, Qin Mu replied, "The sword bag is quite heavy. I carry it as a form of training." Gu Ling'er felt a surge of frustration, almost wishing to leap from the ice in disbelief. "Very well. I shall impart to you the techniques of sword control and swordsmanship. Once you have mastered them, you shall be capable of slaying the Dragon Mother." Qin Mu shook his head resolutely, declaring, "I will not learn." Gu Ling'er was seething with rage, his 3 corpses ready to leap out in fury. Had he not been sealed by the Xianbing, he would have already emerged to deliver a sound thrashing to that insufferable brat. His grandmother had mentioned that someone would teach him superior swordsmanship, but if he learned from others, that individual would no longer instruct him. Gu Ling'er chuckled, exclaiming, "Superior swordsmanship? Do you not realize that the finest swordsmanship in the world hails from the kingdom of Yankang? The national master has scoured all the martial arts, convening the greatest sword masters to collaboratively forge a new technique. The wisdom of these esteemed masters, amalgamated into a singular art, surely surpasses the methods painstakingly developed by the so-called founders of various sections. Those self-proclaimed sword schools merely bask in the shadows of their ancestors, complacently believing themselves to be invincible, unaware that they have long been left far behind." Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the undeniable truth in his words, rendered speechless. In light of the recent events concerning the Lijiang sword sect, he harbored little fondness for the Yankang national master. However, he could not help but admire the grandeur of his vision. To possess such audacity, to dismiss sectarian biases and unite sword masters from across the realm in a collaborative pursuit of excellence, such a person was indeed worthy of admiration. "I shall not learn." Qin Mu shook his head resolutely. Gu Ling'er felt an overwhelming urge to shatter the Xianbing and drag him out for a good beating. Despite his best efforts to persuade, Qin Mu remained obstinate, truly deserving of a thrashing. After a brief moment, Gu Ling'er suddenly smiled, saying, "Very well. I shall not impart to you the art of swordplay, but instead, I will teach you the technique of sword control. The art of sword control is not merely a sword technique. Once you master it, it will not hinder your study of other sword styles." Qin Mu's heart stirred, and he reluctantly nodded. "It appears you are not an uncarvable piece of wood, as you can discern good from bad. This sword control technique is known as the Danxin Ju, which teaches you how to manipulate the sword, rather than imparting swordsmanship." Gu Ling'er's spirit jolted, and she inquired, "What is Danxin?" Dan signifies crimson, representing flawless jade, the elusive elixir of transformation. Danxin embodies a heart of sincerity, an unblemished and exquisitely translucent spirit, pure and untainted by any distractions. This sword control technique emphasizes the purity of the heart, possessing a childlike innocence. With such a heart, one can command the sword, achieving unimpeded success. Among all the methods of sword control in the world, none can surpass this. The first step in cultivating the Danxin is to ignite the heart as a flame. With the furnace located in the fields, the heart's fire refines true essence, while the furnace cultivates the land. The spark of fire is planted between the ridges. Let the solar deity rise for 10 days, as the blazing sun's holy fire ignites the heart. Qin Mu quickly committed the essence of the Danxin Ju to memory, though it contained incantations. Without a master to elucidate its mysteries, he would struggle to grasp the path of cultivation. Gu Ling'er recited the entire Danxin Ju, then meticulously explained its profound intricacies word by word, causing Qin Mu's heart to flutter restlessly like a spirit monkey, eager and anxious. After a considerable time, Gu Ling'er concluded her explanation, saying, "You should first practice, and then proceed to control the sword. In no more than 10 days, or as few as 2, you shall be able to wield the sword using your qi, commanding the Xiaobao sword to slay the soul of the Dragon Mother. That little fox in your arms has also benefited from your grace, having learned the finest sword control technique in the world. Consider it a fortunate opportunity." Chapter 50. The little fox spirit Qin Mu expressed his heartfelt gratitude, bowing deeply as he said, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I will remember it well." Gu Ling'er smiled and replied, "If you truly understand gratitude, then hasten your cultivation to vanquish the Dragon Mother's soul. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask me." Qin Mu immediately activated the Danqing technique, which requires one to envision the dantian as a fertile field, tilling it with a metaphorical plow and sowing the seeds of fire. Subsequently, 10 suns must rise above the dantian to nourish these seeds, allowing them to flourish and transform into a blazing furnace of sacred fire. Only after achieving a modest level of success can one be said to have initially formed the Danqing. Once the Danqing reaches a preliminary stage, one can manipulate the sword with their thoughts, allowing the sword to respond as the heart desires. While this may sound straightforward, the execution is profoundly challenging. Attaining the sacred fire is no simple feat, and refining the Danqing is even more arduous. Thus it is categorized into 9 transformations. If Qin Mu could master the first transformation, he would wield the sword with far greater prowess than before, making it entirely feasible to pursue the Dragon Mother's soul. "Remarkable. Your foundation is quite impressive," Gu Ling'er exclaimed in surprise. In a mere moment, Qin Mu had already begun to till his dantian and sow the seeds of fire, with 10 suns simultaneously emerging to nurture them. This indicated that Qin Mu's cultivation was exceptionally profound. For an ordinary warrior, the simultaneous emergence of 10 suns would be a daunting task, often necessitating the constant use of miraculous elixirs to replenish their vital energy, thus enabling the cultivation of sufficient fire seeds. Yet, Qin Mu astonishingly required no such elixirs. As he energetically filled his dantian with fire seeds, with his vital energy manifesting as 10 radiant suns illuminating the dantian. Such a level of cultivation among warriors in the spirit embryo realm is indeed exceedingly rare. With his terrifying speed of cultivation, he might not need 10 days or even 2. By tomorrow, he could achieve the first transformation of the Danqing, slaying the Dragon Mother's soul and rescuing me. Gu Ling'er's eyes flickered. Such an extraordinary young genius, she truly did not wish to see him perish so soon. She reflected, however, "The Great Ruins is a forsaken land. Not only the people living here, but even the smallest insect is deemed guilty and must meet its demise. Moreover, I am starving. I have not consumed anything in over 50 years." The time Qin Mu took to master the first transformation of the Danqing was even shorter than he had anticipated. Night had fallen, and the sky outside gradually brightened, with light streaming through the surging river, illuminating the underwater dragon palace. Qin Mu rose, a flicker of thought igniting within him, and suddenly his vital energy entwined with the Xiaobao sword. With a swift whoosh, it pierced through layers of mist. Moving with the swiftness of light and electricity, the sound of the Xiaobao sword slicing through the air resounded continuously, and in an instant, Qin Mu commanded this treasured sword to strike 100 times, dazzling the onlookers. Although he lacked proficiency in swordsmanship and performed merely a simple thrust, his skill surpassed even that of the Qianqiu lineage of the Lijiang sect. This Danqing is truly remarkable. Qin Mu once again bowed deeply to Gu Ling'er, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for imparting your teachings. I shall never forget this favor." Gu Ling'er laughed heartily, saying, "You possess exceptional talent, which is why you could comprehend and cultivate the first transformation of the Danqing in such a brief period. The little fox by your side has not kept pace with your rapid advancement. Quickly, take to the skies with your sword and slay the Dragon Mother." He was filled with joy, for his escape was imminent. Even such a formidable expert as he could not help but feel a twinge of uncertainty. Torn between gain and loss, this young man had saved him, and with such remarkable talent, he found it difficult to resolve to eliminate him. At that moment, Qin Mu turned and walked away, brandishing the Xiaobao sword as he made his way towards the entrance of the Dragon Palace, his figure vanishing into the dense mist. Gu Ling'er's furious voice echoed behind him, sharply exclaiming, "You wretched boy, you are so fickle. I have imparted my skills to you and bestowed upon you the sword. Why do you not slay the Dragon Mother?" Outside the palace, Qin Mu's voice grew increasingly distant. "Senior, it is true that the Dragon Mother has used the Dragon Pearl to slay many martial artists who entered this place. But the Dragon Pearl merely transforms them into desiccated corpses, soulless automatons. Yet, within the Dragon Palace, there are numerous remains that did not fall victim to the Dragon Pearl. They did not become mummified, but rather turned into mere skeletons." Gu Ling'er was momentarily taken aback. "You insolent brat, when did you uncover this?" "I discerned it the moment I entered the Dragon Palace," Qin Mu replied. Gu Ling'er gritted his teeth, coldly retorting, are you truly only 12 years old? Can a 12-year-old youth perceive such things? Can he comprehend these matters and remain unperturbed while employing strategy? I will only turn 12 this autumn. Presently, I am merely 11. Qin Mu's voice gradually diminished, becoming inaudible. At that instant, a chorus of furious curses erupted from within the dragon palace, their resounding voices reaching the ears of the already distant Qin Mu and Ling'er. Ling'er peered out from his embrace, perplexed, and inquired, "Young Master Mu, how did you know he harbored ill intentions?" Qin Mu remarked, "When we first arrived, I used my Zen staff to dispel the mist, and numerous desiccated corpses plummeted from the sky. Did you notice that, apart from these dry bodies, there were also many skeletal remains?" Ling'er nodded, acknowledging her observation. Some of the bones had been crushed under the weight of the fallen corpses, their skeletal frames still clad in garments, specifically, official attire. Qin Mu continued. Gu Liwan stated that he brought many disciples to the Grand Market for training, where they stumbled upon this submerged dragon palace. His disciples fell victim to the dragon pearl. Yet one would expect that such a demise would drain their life force, reducing them to dry corpses rather than mere skeletons. If they were not slain by the dragon pearl, how did they meet their end? Ling'er suddenly comprehended and exclaimed. Gu Liwan wielded a black banner in his other hand, which was quite sinister. His encasement in ice was a process. He must have used the black banner to eliminate his disciples. While sealed by the dragon pearl within the mysterious ice, he was unable to extricate himself. Fully aware that he would be trapped here for an extended period, the intrigues of the officialdom are relentless, despite being called disciples. They were all officials of the Yankang Kingdom, lacking any genuine teacher-student bond. These individuals might not notify the court of his plight. After all, vacating the position of a prince's protector would be beneficial to everyone. Ling'er recalled that at that moment she had been clinging to Qin Mu's pant leg, trembling with fear, while he had urged her to adjust her tail. Initially, she believed that the thoughts of the dry corpses had disturbed the Zen staff, causing it to resonate incessantly. However, the corpses had long since perished and possessed no consciousness. I initially mistook the errant thoughts for those of the dragon mother's spirit. However, it was peculiar that when I approached Gu Liwan, the staff fell silent, indicating that it was not the dragon mother's musings, but rather the distractions of Gu Liwan. Qin Mu remarked that the staff ceased its clamor because Gu Liwan had shed his distractions and had made his decision. Since we had forsaken the staff's protection, he could not consume us. Thus, it would be prudent for him to leverage our assistance to escape. Fox's spirit stared in astonishment, and after a moment, the little fox exclaimed, "Young Master Mu, are you truly only 12 years old? You are but 12 after the autumn." Qin Mu chuckled innocently, "Indeed. I am but 12. Then you must be a fox spirit as well." Fox spirit responded with excitement. "You are undoubtedly a fox that has transformed, and a remarkably clever one at that." Qin Mu lamented, "You have no idea of the tribulations of my childhood. I was constantly deceived by a cadre of elders. Before I ventured out to hunt, my grandmother tricked me into collecting eggs from a hen's nest, only to discover it was a dragon hen that chased me mercilessly. I could hardly withstand its wrath. Meanwhile, my grandmother stealthily snuck over to gather the eggs. Before long, they circumnavigated the pond and exited the Dragon King's temple." Qin Mu hesitated, on the verge of speaking, when suddenly, a cold chuckle echoed from the thatched cottage. "Bathing? Cultivating? Are you seeking to replenish Yin with Yang, or vice versa, grandmother?" Qin Mu exclaimed in surprise and delight. "How is it that you are here?" Chapter 51, The Master's Consort. "How could I possibly be here?" Old Lady Si emerged from the thatched cottage, her voice choked with emotion. "I have toiled tirelessly to raise you to this point, and yet you silently ran off with that vixen, leaving me all alone. And you dare ask how I came to be here? You have grown wings and abandoned your old grandmother for the siren. What do you wish for, little vixen?" Qin Mu quickly replied with a smile. "Grandmother, you misunderstand. I chanced upon Ling'er, who spoke of the Dragon Palace in Yongjiang, so I went to have a look. I became so engrossed in comprehending the true dragon that I inadvertently stayed for a few days. Not just 2 days, but 4. Wait, you mean to say you comprehended the true dragon?" Old Lady Si exclaimed in astonishment. "Did the little vixen not absorb your essence?" Ling'er, blushing and somewhat fearful, hid behind Qin Mu. He summoned his vital energy and said with a smile, "Grandmother, please observe." A deep dragon's roar resonated as Qin Mu's vital energy surged forth, transforming into a magnificent dragon entwining around him. The dragon's claws fused with his arms, and as Qin Mu moved, he unleashed a punch that echoed with a thunderous boom, reverberating like thunder itself. Azure Dragon Vital Energy. Old Lady Si was utterly astonished. She knew that Master Ma had not imparted the Mahayana Sutra to Qin Mu, and without a suitable cultivation method for the 8 styles of thunder sound, it seemed impossible for him to achieve any significant mastery, regardless of how profound his vital energy might be. Yet now, Qin Mu had actually unleashed the thunderous sound, his punch akin to a roaring storm, almost conjuring actual lightning. The most astonishing aspect was not merely this feat, but the manifestation of Azure Dragon Vital Energy. Qin Mu had just witnessed the Azure Dragon coiling around him, a manifestation of the unique Azure Dragon essence inherent to the 4 great spiritual bodies. This marked the 3rd attribute of his overwhelming essence. As he observed the interplay of water and fire, his dominating essence had already embodied the properties of both elements, corresponding to the essence of Xuanwu and Zhuke. Now, he had also acquired the lightning attribute of the Azure Dragon essence. As Qin Mu retracted his aura, the Azure Dragon, formed from his essence, gracefully slipped into his body, vibrant and lifelike, resembling a true divine dragon. His heart swelled with both astonishment and joy. He had not anticipated the ability to unleash the sound of thunder. The young monk Mingxin's execution of the 8 styles of thunder sound had filled him with envy. Although Qin Mu could also produce thunder with the magic god's great power seal, it consumed a considerable amount of energy. The 8 styles of thunder sound, on the other hand, required less energy and combined with the overbearing body's 3 Dan arts, which were more suited for cultivation during battle. His essence was nearly inexhaustible in combat. Manifesting the thunder sound would significantly enhance his strength. He recounted his experiences in the Dragon Palace, entrancing Granny Si with his tale. Upon hearing about the skeletal figures in official attire and the mummified corpses, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. 2 distinct causes of death, quite peculiar, she remarked. You must exercise caution as you venture forth. When Qin Mu spoke of the young dragon sealed by the Dragon Pearl's mysterious ice and Gu Liwan, Granny Si clapped her hands with a smile. That old rascal Gu Liwan is indeed enigmatic. Those skeletal figures in official garb must have met their demise at his hands, consumed by him. In the realm of bureaucracy, one is often devoured without a trace. How did you manage to deceive him? Fox Spirit listened in admiration, for the old woman had never laid eyes upon the matter yet, relying solely on hearsay. Made a judgment akin to that of Qin Mu. Could she also be a fox spirit? Qin Mu imparted his Danqingju, then produced the Xiaobao sword. Granny Si examined it with awe, exclaiming, Indeed, the Xiaobao sword is a rare treasure in this world. The state of Yankang forged 16 first-grade swords with the utmost national effort, among which were the Xiaobao sword, Taobao sword, Taifu sword, Xiaofu sword, Taisher sword, Xiaoshi sword, Sisi sword, Biaoqi sword, Siwang sword, Junwang sword, Guogong sword, Taiwei sword, Sikong sword, and Tyan sword, each bestowed upon the crown prince, Xiaobao, Taobao, Taifu, Xiaofu, Taisher, Xiaoshi, and the esteemed military ranks of Biaoqi General, Siwang, Junwang, Guogong, Taiwei, Sikong, and Tyan's General. Although the Xiaobao sword may not compare to the first-grade swords, it would undoubtedly suffice as the treasured emblem of other sections. Is it truly so valuable? Qin Mu exclaimed in astonishment. How does this sword measure against the Shichi Luozen staff? Granny Si replied, They are roughly equal. The difference is minimal. The Shichi Luozen staff possesses the blessing of the Tathagata, while the Xiaobao sword, as a first-grade official's sword, inherits the fortune of the Yankang state, wielding formidable power. Qin Mu inquired. He claims that the swordsmanship of Yankang is the finest in the world. I have not studied it, having only learned the Danqingju for sword control. Is this the right course of action? Not studying was indeed wise. The swordsmanship of the Yankang state is undoubtedly commendable, but Gu Liwan was once of my demonic path, and her swordsmanship may not reach the level of the Yankang state's master. Swordsmanship is contingent upon the individual. Even the finest techniques can falter under poor instruction, revealing numerous flaws. You see, the young monk Mingxin has also cultivated the thunder sound 8 styles, yet due to his master's inadequate instruction, he has been left with a critical flaw in his throat. With a tone of earnestness, Granny Si advised, therefore, when studying swordsmanship, one must choose the finest master. A half-hearted instructor is utterly unacceptable. Qin Mu was puzzled. After all, Gu Linwan held the esteemed position of a first-rank official in the kingdom of Yankan. Serving as the crown prince's protector, could she truly be a mediocre teacher? The little fox declared, I shall spare your life. Fox Spirit Ling'er, feeling ashamed, lowered her head and confessed, I cannot recognize characters. Granny Si, taken aback, chuckled. Well, you are indeed an honest fox spirit. Given that you did not harm Muir and allowed him to seize a fortuitous opportunity, I shall not deceive you. If you were to cultivate according to my annotations, you would undoubtedly fall into madness and meet a tragically horrific end. After all, you have entangled yourself with my child. Ling'er shivered at the thought. Realizing that Muir had spoken true, the elders of her village were indeed seasoned tricksters, cunning old foxes. Before long, they arrived at the village of Old Can. Qin Mu paused in surprise, for he noticed that, beside Old Can village, an entirely new settlement had appeared without his prior knowledge. This village was evidently newly constructed, far larger than Old Can village, and exuded an air of grandeur, with its elaborate buildings and pavilions reflecting a sense of opulence. In contrast, the homes of Old Can village were simple mud walls with thatched roofs, often leaking during rainstorms, forcing Qin Mu to hold a basin to catch the raindrops within his dwelling. This sudden emergence of a neighboring village made Old Can village appear rather shabby. Granny Si's expression abruptly darkened, and she fell silent as she led Qin Mu towards Old Can village. The new village is situated by the roadside at the entrance, where peculiar individuals emerge from within, both young and old, male and female. As Elder Si passes each person, they bow respectfully, uttering Madam. Even the elderly, with their silver hair, bend to pay their respects, addressing her with utmost humility. Elder Si's expression grows increasingly grave, and without uttering a word, she grasps Qin Mu's hand and proceeds toward the village of the elderly. Throughout their journey, Qin Mu hears countless madam calls, leaving him in bewildered astonishment. Upon reaching the village entrance, the village chief and the apothecary are sipping tea, while a young lad sits across from them, leisurely enjoying his drink, accompanied by an elder standing nearby. Madam, the elder bows in greeting. The young lad raises his head, his voice unexpectedly aged, and leisurely remarks, You meet the ancestor yet fail to inquire about her well-being? Elder Si's body stiffens, halting her steps as she bows and respectfully replies, Greetings, ancestor. The law elder glances at Qin Mu, a smile spreading across his face, his eyes nearly squinting with mirth, and inquires, Madam, is this your esteemed son? The law elder's knowing demeanor irritates Elder Si. The apothecary, with a gentle smile, adds, The good friend of the Heavenly Demon Sect has been here for a few days. Yet you have not crossed paths. He is reluctant to leave. Elder Si furrows her brow, and the village chief softly asserts, Since you have entered the gates of our village, you are now one of us. The matters concerning you shall be shared by the villagers. The young lad across from him sips his tea and remarks with a smile, Brother Dao, you remain as imposing as ever. Concerning the leader of my teachings, the revered leader's consort, and the sacred texts, the remnants of the old village wish to endure, yet fear they may not withstand the burden. Chapter 52. Securing a fair price. The village chief raised an eyebrow and remarked, If the fish perish, the net shall surely break. The Heavenly Demon Sect might suffer tremendous losses as well. Why must we persistently press on, if our frail and elderly selves lead to significant depletion of your sect's vitality? The esteemed Minister Yankang would undoubtedly rejoice, seizing the opportunity to incorporate the Heavenly Demon Sect into his domain. What say you? The young patriarch nodded, replying, Indeed. Minister Yankang has been relentlessly seeking an opportunity to subdue our sect and compel us to submit to the imperial court. However, the loss of our sacred texts and the murder of our holy leader is akin to our annihilation. Should you persist in this obstinate path, I fear the humble village you guard may soon collide with our sacred sect. Unfurl the banners. The elder enforcer by his side bowed respectfully, saying, As you command, Patriarch. Unfurl the banners. The leaders of the 360 halls promptly produced great banners, which they unfurled with a resounding flourish, the banners billowing majestically in the wind. Qin Mu gazed upon the scene, witnessing the banners grow ever wider and larger, each one spanning an area of considerable dimensions. Reel in the banners, commanded the young patriarch. The elder enforcer proclaimed loudly, Reel in the banners. One by one, the great banners were drawn back, their vibrant surfaces vanishing, revealing behind them tens of thousands of adept practitioners, each standing tall and resolute as if they were spears, silent yet exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. The village chief sighed, acknowledging the transmission banners of the Heavenly Demon Sect truly live up to their reputation. With each unfurling and reeling in of the banners, countless adept practitioners can directly enter the grand market. It is no wonder Minister Yankang is so eager to subdue the Heavenly Demon Sect. If he were to acquire such supernatural powers from the Celestial Demon Sect, the army of the Yankang Kingdom would sweep across the land, unifying all nations. The youthful patriarch sighed, saying, "Without the sect leader, our holy sect has become a mere collection of scattered sand." Over the past 40 years, the plight of the Celestial Demon Sect has grown increasingly dire. I fear the Yankang Kingdom sorcerers are on the verge of taking action against us. Like you, I have grown old. There are few days left for us to hope for. Now, all I wish for is to select a remarkably gifted new sect leader. The village chief's eyes flickered as he inquired. Thus, the best candidate to replace the old sect leader would be the sect leader's wife, who killed him on their wedding night. He glanced at Granny Si, feeling somewhat troubled. "I have heard that this sect leader's wife was responsible for the death of your esteemed sect leader, Li Tianqing. Why should she be considered for the new sect leader instead of avenging the old sect leader? Is it not a tremendous disgrace for your sect to have suffered such a loss?" The youthful patriarch's eyes gleamed with clarity as he responded with a smile. "My friend, do not forget that we are the demon sect. We cannot rely on conventional reasoning. The new sect leader's act of slaying the old sect leader demonstrates her greater capability, and thus, she must be supported." The village chief's expression became peculiar, while Qin Mu and the apothecary beside him wore equally strange looks. "Is it true that the Celestial Demon Sect abides by such a rule?" the apothecary asked Granny Si. She nodded woodenly in affirmation. Unable to hold back, the apothecary remarked, "Since such a rule exists, why did you not remain in the Celestial Demon Sect as the new sect leader after killing the old one?" Granny Si replied with a heavy heart. "Having slain him, I feel unworthy to remain in the Celestial Demon Sect. Staying there would only deepen my inner turmoil." The pharmacist still found certain aspects difficult to comprehend. In his view, the fact that the Heavenly Demon Sect had endured a painstaking 40-year wait to avenge the death of their leader was already perplexing. Yet, the notion that Granny Si was evading them was even more baffling. The village chief smiled faintly and addressed the young patriarch, saying, "If the old lady is unwilling to accompany you, you cannot take her away." The young patriarch frowned and replied, "I must take both the leader's wife and the grand heavenly demon scripture with me." The two exchanged glances. The village chief, pouring tea, stated, "If our guest refuses to depart, we shall have no choice but to eliminate the guest. The number of Heavenly Demon Sect members is overwhelming, and I shall not prepare a coffin for you. The individuals of our era are dwindling, and it truly pains my heart." The young patriarch raised the cup to his lips and drained it, then set it down and stood up, saying, "I feel the same. However, your village has very few inhabitants. I can arrange for a coffin." "Hold on." The village chief glanced at her, and Granny Si chuckled. "Do not worry. Worst case, I shall be captured by them." "Indeed, madam." The law enforcement elder bowed and gradually withdrew. Granny Si's eyes sparkled as she observed the young patriarch, who sighed. "You were once the holy maiden of our sect, possessing unparalleled talent and beauty. When Li Tianqing wished to marry you, I was, in fact, opposed to it. But you did not intervene," she replied with a smile. "Li Tianqing is my master. A master marrying a disciple is contrary to human ethics. Should our sacred sect, which prides itself on being holy, disregard human morals?" The young patriarch frowned, saying, "From the moment Li Tianqing took you as his disciple, I sensed something amiss. Spending day and night together, I feared he would become utterly infatuated with you, losing his mind in the process. Indeed, he has been captivated by you, even to the extent of abandoning his old wife, with whom he shared centuries of marital affection, to take you as his new spouse." Granny Si, with her few remaining decayed teeth, chuckled. "You knew he would be enchanted by me. Why then did you allow him to take me as his disciple?" "Master, it is you who ought to accept me as your student. If I were your disciple, such matters would not arise. I fear that spending all my days with you would lead me to be entranced by you." The young master sighed with a bittersweet smile. "When I first laid eyes on you, you were merely 13, yet my heart began to race uncontrollably. In that moment, I realized I could not take you as my disciple. I have grown old and do not wish for my illustrious reputation to be tarnished by falling for my student. I would be the subject of ridicule." He sighed again, saying, "Few have encountered your true beauty without being mesmerized. The longer one interacts with you, the deeper the enchantment." Granny Si continued to grind her teeth, half smiling as she remarked, "If that is the case, why do you still allow me to be the leader? Are you not concerned that I might bring ruin to the sacred teachings?" The young master replied, "You are the most suitable candidate. I also sense that you possess the qualities of a femme fatale, Becoming the leader might indeed lead to chaos within our sacred order. However, over these 40 years of wandering, we have encountered numerous exceptionally talented youths, yet none measure up to you. They all fall just short of becoming the leader. He sighed despondently. Once one has seen the best, all else pales in comparison. Granny Si smiled sweetly. But I can return to you a leader, along with the sacred text, the grand cultivation of heavenly demons. The young master's expression shifted slightly. Return to us a leader? What do you mean by that? In the village of Canlao, Qin Mu, the village chief, and the apothecary watched intently as Granny Si conversed animatedly with the leader of the demonic sect. Their cheerful banter was quite unexpected. Had they reached an agreement? The crowd exchanged peculiar glances, with the crippled man expressing his skepticism and smiling broadly, inquiring, "When will the battle commence?" No need for a confrontation, Granny Si replied with a gentle smile. Old Ma. Mu'er claims that his dominant body Qi has acquired the attributes of the Azure Dragon. Why not assess whether he has made any progress? Can the dominant body Qi truly emulate the essence of the Azure Dragon? Old Ma was taken aback and beckoned. Mu'er, step forward for a demonstration. Qin Mu hurried over. The apothecary, observing the duel between the two, sidled up to Granny Si and whispered, "Did you sell Mu'er?" Granny Si blinked, her expression turning serious. "What makes you say that? Would I ever betray Mu'er? How much did you sell him for?" The crippled man inquired, curiosity piqued. To the young leader of the demonic sect, Granny Si sighed, her demeanor deflating. "For now, merely a nominal title. I shall also provide the sacred text of the demonic sect, the grand cultivation of the celestial demon. We will assess his growth upon reaching adulthood. If his progress is promising, he will officially become the holy leader. What do you think of this arrangement?" The crippled man's eyes lit up, his breath quickening. "Such a fortunate opportunity. Granny, why didn't you come to me sooner? Sell me instead." Granny Si chuckled. "If you wish to become the holy leader of the celestial demon sect, it's quite simple. Just take a trip to the neighboring village. Meet with the masters of the 360 halls of the celestial demon sect, along with the 12 guardians, the left and right protectors, the 4 great kings, and the 8 overseers, not to mention securing an audience with the demonic patriarch." The crippled man's complexion resembled that of desolate earth as he inquired, "Must Mu venture to the neighboring village to become the young master of a demon sect?" Granny Si sighed, expressing her helplessness. They must first verify the goods. Without such assurance, how could they entrust him with the position of young master of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Chapter 53. A display of power. Are you suggesting that you will impart the sect's sacred scripture, the grand nurturing Heavenly Demon Classic, to Mu'er? The crippled man asked. Granny Si nodded gently, stating, "He surpasses me in skill. The creation Heavenly Demon technique is but one of the divine arts within the grand nurturing Heavenly Demon Classic. I have employed it for skinning and crafting garments, which seems somewhat sinister. Yet, I never contemplated using the creation Heavenly Demon technique to counter the radiant yang soul aerial refinement of the 8 thunder sounds. He, however, has conceived such an idea." The apothecary nodded in agreement. Indeed, the creation Heavenly Demon technique, which seals the soul, is a masterstroke against the radiant yang soul aerial refinement. Granny Si chuckled. Thus, should he master the grand nurturing Heavenly Demon Classic, he may very well elevate the teachings of the demon sect, possibly creating things we could never have envisioned. The mute gestured animatedly, while the deaf man shook his head, saying, "We must not reveal it to him. If we do, the thrill will be lost." A chorus of knowing laughter erupted among the elderly, filling them with joy. In the village of Canlao, the sound of thunder resonated, as Qin Mu and Master Ma intertwined in combat, each unleashing the technique of the 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder against one another. The thunder rumbled, deafeningly loud, as their fists clashed with a muted grunt, causing them to stagger backward. Qin Mu's footwork resembled that of a divine dragon coiling, though it appeared he was retreating. He was, in fact, gathering strength. In mere moments, Qin Mu's power reached its zenith. His body surged forward like an enraged dragon emerging from the abyss, charging at Master Ma. The young rascal, having altered the stealthy footwork I imparted, expressed the astonishment of the cripple. He discerned that Qin Mu's recently employed technique resembled a coiling dragon, contracting its form, poised for action. Though it appeared as retreat, it was, in truth, a cunning advance. Fraught with peril, his stealthy footwork was unparalleled in finesse. However, the cripple, accustomed to his ways, had little interest in enhancing its potency. Being fond of petty thievery and underhanded tactics, the cripple's footwork was primarily employed for theft and escape, not for offensive maneuvers. which were not the forte of the stealthy leg technique. Qin Mu merely made slight modifications, subconsciously infusing it with the essence of the divine dragon. His movements embodying a dragon's grace, undulating like a serpent. A series of thunderous impacts erupted as Qin Mu and Master Ma exchanged a single strike. Yet the resounding clamor reached an astonishing count of 45, quite peculiar indeed. Qin Mu was sent tumbling, his body airborne, flowing like a dragon, dissipating Master Ma's force, and landing with assured poise. Master Ma remained unchanged, eliciting admiration from the cripple. "Mu'er, have you grasped the essence of this move?" Master Ma inquired. Qin Mu, his expression one of astonishment, exclaimed, "Your punch differs from mine. My strength is imbued with 45 dragons, all of the same kind, while yours encompasses 45 distinct divine dragons, each possessing unique power." "You have truly comprehended it," Master Ma replied, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. In the Great Thundersound Temple, there exists 100 celestial dragon reliefs, known as the 100 Dragons diagram. It was crafted by the original Tathagata, depicting 100 types of celestial dragons he encountered, serving as a guide for future disciples to cultivate the 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder technique. When I practiced this technique, I did not behold true dragons, but rather these exquisite reliefs. The 9 dragons harnessing the winds and thunder comprises 45 distinct dragon energies, necessitating the use of 45 unique dragon diagrams. However, the Great Thundersound Temple possesses 100 such diagrams. Do you comprehend the implications of this? A jolt coursed through Qin Mu, prompting him to exclaim, "Every time you unleash the 9 dragons harnessing the winds and thunder, the dragon energy encapsulated in your fist differs from before." Master Ma nodded in affirmation. This technique, though seemingly a mere simple punch, conceals countless transformations. These variations lie within the latent power of the fist, rendering them imperceptible to the eye. Pay close attention, Mu'er. With a single arm, Master Ma struck forth, unleashing a punch that resonated with the sound of a dragon's roar, followed by a thunderous clap. A dragon-shaped aura surged forth, a furious dragon emerging as if breaking free from the abyss, intent on devouring all in its path. Then, 2 additional dragon roars echoed as twin dragons burst forth from his fist, intertwining and spiraling forward. With a third roar, 3 forms of dragon energy surged forth, fierce and dominating, capable of shattering stone and splitting rock. In this single punch, Master Ma unleashed 45 dragon-shaped energies, each as vivid and lifelike as a true dragon. His strike ascended toward the heavens, and suddenly, the sky above the village of Canlao was adorned with 45 azure dragons, accompanied by the tumult of thunder and the flashing of lightning, soaring into the clouds. Qin Mu looked up to witness a cloud fragmenting abruptly, vanishing into thin air. As the cloud shattered, a human head plummeted from the remnants, landing at Qin Mu's feet. Startled, he focused his gaze to discover it was the head of a monk, inexplicably concealed within the cloud. Could it be that some malevolent creature had slain this monk and carried his head into the sky? Qin Mu was deep in contemplation when a series of thuds echoed through the air, followed by the descent of 2 arms and 2 legs, along with a body that landed outside the village. This was not the work of demons. A tremor coursed through Qin Mu's heart. It was the monk concealed within the clouds. The villagers, including the mute, the deaf, and the butcher, seemed utterly unfazed, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Even Master Ma appeared oblivious to the fact that he had just annihilated a monk. He merely raised his gaze towards the demonic leader outside the village, a display of defiance meant to intimidate the many formidable figures of the demonic sect. In the neighboring village, the young patriarch was visibly stirred, remarking, "The martial prowess of the Great Thundersound Temple is indeed remarkable. Though it still falls short of the old Tathagata, I now recognize the one-armed figure. He is a discarded disciple of the Great Thundersound Temple, the revered king of horses. He rose to fame after a legendary battle that expelled him from the temple, yet he has unexpectedly taken refuge here. This humble village should not be underestimated." The law-enforcing elder glanced at the body that had fallen from the sky and said, "This is a monk from the Great Thundersound Temple, slain by the king of horses. It is curious how a monk from such a temple would appear here." The young patriarch chuckled. "They are likely here to keep watch over the king of horses. This is a trivial matter. The Tathagata has grown old and no longer ventures out. However, that young man's martial skills are quite intriguing and of considerable caliber. Despite having never studied the great vehicle scriptures of the Tathagata, He has managed to fully unleash the power of the 8 styles of thunder sound. Qin Mu suppressed his lingering doubts. The 45 azure dragons he had just witnessed were not only diverse in form, but also varied in their very species, leaving him utterly astounded. Suddenly, Master Ma once again unleashed the technique of 9 dragons commanding wind and thunder, summoning forth 45 distinct azure dragons in the sky. Thunder rumbled and winds howled, soaring high into the heavens. With each powerful punch, Master Ma generated an increasing multitude of dragon-shaped fist energies in midair, densely populating a radius of 100 miles with swirling azure dragons. These dragons formed a magnificent formation in the sky, their bodies entwined, creating a colossal dragon coil. With their heads facing outward, letting out a thunderous roar. The roar of myriad dragons echoed, shaking the very earth. This was no mere demonstration of the profound essence of 9 dragons commanding wind and thunder to Qin Mu. It was a blatant display of power, a show of strength directed at the great ruins, the Heavenly Demon Sect, and those with ulterior motives against the village of the infirm. Qin Mu was left in awe, as were the others from the village, who nodded in admiration. The members of the Heavenly Demon Sect from the neighboring village also appeared visibly shaken, expressing their profound respect. The young patriarch addressed his followers, stating, from now on, should we encounter the divine King Ma alone, we must yield 3 parts. The law enforcement elder murmured, does our Heavenly Demon Sect truly need to fear this insignificant village? Fear? Not to such an extent, replied the young patriarch with a smile. They have been crippled and diminished, their abilities not what they once were. However, there are still 2 who are of equal caliber to me. One is without limbs, and the other is the blacksmith. The others surpass even our 12 sacred protectors and the 4 great kings of our sect. I dare say the saintess is likely the weakest among them. Have you seen the butcher who only possesses an upper body? If you have encountered him, he would surely have made a lasting impression, for he is known as the Heavenly Blade. The law enforcement elder was struck with disbelief, casting an incredulous glance at the butcher, murmuring, is it truly that Heavenly Blade? Has he not long since passed away? I have also heard of his demise. An elder, a defender of the faith, remarked, I have heard that he went mad, wielding a blade towards the heavens, charging into the firmament. Some claim to have seen the shadows of deities manifesting in the sky, as this lunatic attacked the gods. It is said that at that moment, the heavens were shrouded in dark clouds, the light of the blade darting through the thunderous gloom, and soon thereafter, the corpse of the Heavenly Blade fell from the sky. If this butcher is indeed the Heavenly Blade, how did he survive? The youthful patriarch responded, for a being of his caliber, even the desire for death is not easily fulfilled. The elder of law, perplexed, inquired, Patriarch, why did you acquiesce to the lady of the sect leader, allowing this young lad to become the junior leader of our sacred order? I find his strength rather unimpressive. Indeed, the youth's prowess is currently quite limited and inexperienced. Yet, who are those that surround him? The youthful patriarch smiled knowingly. The individuals at his side are formidable beyond measure. They were once titans of their time, each with their unique strengths. This lad is their offspring, and they shall impart their lifelong knowledge and insights to him. Coupled with our sect's grand cultivation of the heavenly demon scripture, he will ascend as the holy leader of our sect. Our order stands to gain immensely. The elder of law sighed in admiration. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Patriarch. But why must you still put him to the test? The Patriarch countered, what if he is a fool? Thus, a test is imperative. Inform the hall masters of the 360 chambers that they are only permitted to utilize their abilities within the spiritual embryo realm. Tomorrow, await his arrival at the chamber. Chapter 54, The 360 Chambers. In the village, Master Ma withdrew his fist and addressed Qin Mu. Have you comprehended it? Indeed, I have. Qin Mu pondered. Each form of dragon force embodies a distinct power. The sequence of dragon energies varies, leading to an array of striking techniques. Should the 100 forms of the Azure Dragon Fist be disordered, the technique of 9 dragons riding the winds and thunder would manifest in countless variations. While others may withstand my first strike, they could never employ the same technique to counter my second. Even if I unleash 100 punches or 1,000, each will possess a unique force. Master Ma rarely displayed a hint of a smile as he remarked, in the past, your dominant body vitality lacked attributes, rendering you incapable of cultivating the Great Vehicle Sutra, and I had pledged to the Great Thunder Monastery not to disseminate its teachings. However, now that your dominant body vitality has acquired the Azure Dragon attribute, I shall still refrain from imparting it to you. Yet, should you comprehend the principles of boxing, Your pursuit of the Great Vehicle Sutra becomes inconsequential. You have already grasped the essence, demeanor, momentum, energy, and spirit of the dragon. Even without having encountered the 100 Dragons diagram, you can discern its mysteries. With your dominant body's 3 Dan techniques, the might of the 8 Thunder styles shall not pale in comparison to the Great Vehicle Sutra. Qin Mu felt invigorated. It was a rare occasion for Master Ma, usually so frigid, to commend someone, and receiving his praise filled him with joy. Moreover, Master Ma's words ignited a spark of inspiration, leading him to contemplate further ideas. If the first form of the 8 Thunder styles, alone in the Eastern Sea summoning Spring Thunder, is primarily based on dragon force, could observing the mighty river cascading into the sea, accompanied by the thunderous roar of spring storms, unveil the essence of this technique? Furthermore, does the technique Fingers of Thunder, Pipa hand bear a connection to musical rhythm? Techniques such as Kwafu chasing the sun in a rush of thunder and sunlight illuminating the soul in the sky undoubtedly harbor their own paths to understanding. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, yearning to escape from home immediately, to wander the world, to observe the mysteries of the universe, and to appreciate the wonders of creation. Tomorrow, remember to rise early and pay your respects to the neighboring village, smiled Granny Si. Qin Mu, puzzled, inquired, Granny, the people from the neighboring village are from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Why do they call you the Sect Master's wife? Why have they appointed you as their leader? If you refuse, why would they still seek to harm us? Granny Si gently ruffled his hair and replied with a smile, in due time, you will understand. The following morning, Qin Mu washed up, had breakfast, and gathered some eggs when the fierce hen dragon charged at him, leading to a spirited confrontation, with neither side yielding. The hen dragon flapped its wings vigorously, wielding its feather-like swords to strike at the egg thief, and unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth. Qin Mu, enveloped by the azure dragon, executed the thunderous pluck of the pipa, successfully deflecting the razor-like feathers. Mu'er, cease the battle and visit the neighboring village, said Granny Si, approaching and driving the hen dragon away. Granny Si then escorted him to the neighboring village, where the law enforcement elder welcomed them, scrutinizing Qin Mu from head to toe. Sect Master's wife, everything is prepared. The 360 chambers await, and the young master need only traverse through them once. Granny Si blinked and remarked, to traverse 360 chambers in one go? That seems rather excessive. Gritting her teeth, she asked, may we take a rest? Of course, rest is allowed. Each room is well stocked with food and drink, beds and bedding, healing ointments, and spiritual elixirs, everything one could need. Granny Si glanced at Qin Mu, gritted her teeth again, and instructed, Mu'er, you shall visit the 360 chambers and pay your respects. Remember to address them as senior brothers and sisters. And there is no need to call them elders. Qin Mu nodded and walked towards the first room of the first wooden building, remarking with a smile, 360 rooms. I wonder how long this visit will take. Grandma, I am entering now. Granny Si, observing his retreating figure, suddenly inquired, Mu'er, do you comprehend what you will encounter once you step inside? A warmth enveloped her heart as she turned to leave. Years ago, she had found this child by the riverbank, never anticipating that the infant would one day alleviate her burdens. Upon entering the first room on the first floor, Qin Mu found it spacious, occupied by a sallow-faced man whose complexion resembled that of someone who had consumed bitter gall. With a goatee adorning his chin and an abacus in hand, he resembled a clerk tallying accounts. Senior brother, Qin Mu announced, pausing to bow respectfully. He then removed the various items he carried, his butcher's knife, bamboo staff, net, sword sheath, and the lesser guardian sword, placing them at the entrance, and said, please, senior brother. The accountant gazed in astonishment at the 11 or 12-year-old youth before him, intrigued. Do you know why you are here? Has the lady of the sect mentioned it to you? Qin Mu shifted his stance, his vitality surging with robust vigor, and replied with a grin. There is no need for Grandma to spell it out. I am well aware. With a sudden burst of energy, he lunged toward the accountant. A thunderous sound erupting from his palm, his youthful essence blazing like fire. Was it not simply a matter of traversing from the first room to the 360th? The accountant hastily raised his hand to block, only to feel a tremendous force collide with him, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing through the wooden wall behind him and tumbling into the courtyard, skidding for over 10 paces before finally regaining his balance. Astonished and infuriated, he raised his gaze towards the breach in the wall, only to see Qin Mu approaching the door, still shouldering his butcher knife and bamboo staff as he made his way to the next room. What was the point of my quarrel with the child? The accountant, now seething with rage, soon broke into a chuckle, calling out to the other wooden buildings. Be cautious, everyone. This little rascal is exceedingly clever, possessing a vitality cultivation at the spirit embryo realm that is remarkably profound, twice that of my own at that stage. Beware of capsizing in the mire. Twice as profound as you. A woman's voice chimed in, clear as silver bells, expressing astonishment. Such cultivation is indeed commendable for a young master. I wonder how his magical abilities measure up. As Qin Mu reached the next room, he creaked open the door, revealing a scholar engrossed in his scroll, nodding and shaking his head in contemplation. Senior brother, Qin Mu greeted respectfully. The scholar, displaying a wary expression, replied with a smile. Are you attempting to ambush me while I return your greeting? I shall not grant you that opportunity. What a remarkable turn of events. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a violent tremor that sent splinters of wood flying through the air as the scholar was hurled backwards, crashing into a towering tree. Upon landing, the scholar called out loudly, Be cautious. This little imp possesses formidable skills, mastering the arcane words of the demonic path that surpass even our sacred teachings. Just as his words fell, another thunderclap resounded, and an elderly tutor was flung from the wooden building, tumbling and colliding against a stone pillar. Furious and indignant as he exclaimed, Nonsense! I have been deceived, focusing solely on guarding against his demonic incantations, and nearly suffered a grievous injury to my soul from his application of the techniques of the Grand Thunder Sound Temple. Be wary, for he employs the 8 styles of thunder sound. Nonsense! Qin Mu's complexion flushed with indignation as he exited the 4th chamber. The method of the Heavenly Demon transformation requires one to target the opponent's perineum, heart, and navel, areas that are intrinsically private for women, making such an approach exceedingly difficult. Particularly the perineum, which is quite indecent. I am still young and do not comprehend these matters, thought the cowherd boy from Canlao Village, blinking his eyes. As he approached Qin Mu, he inhaled deeply, a gurgling sound resonating from within him, growing increasingly louder, resembling the croaking of a toad. To Qin Mu's astonishment, the frail body of the Heavenly Demon Church leader began to swell. What was once merely skin and bones now appeared to be bulging as he continued to draw in air, his muscles thickening beneath the skin. This technique of the repulsive golden toad follows the path of demonization, mimicking the repulsive golden toad, a rare beast that ordinarily measures the size of a basin, yet upon inflating can expand 100-fold, capable of swallowing even ferocious tigers and lions whole. Once the Heavenly Demon Church's repulsive golden toad technique is unleashed, it possesses immense strength and a particularly rich vitality. Although its enhancement may not rival that of the golden toad itself, it is certainly formidable in its own right. As the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect inhaled deeply, Qin Mu mirrored his action. However, unlike the leader's method of the cursed golden toad, Qin Mu's chest did not swell with air. Instead, his breath was formidable, nearly depleting the air surrounding him. The atmosphere around him stirred, creating a gentle breeze within the wooden structure, causing even the window frames to tremble slightly. The leader's vital energy surged violently, and upon completing his inhalation, his physique became grotesquely muscular, with sinewy muscles resembling solid rock, straining against his garments as if they might burst at any moment. He gradually grew taller, reaching an impressive height, akin to a miniature giant, while Qin Mu remained unchanged, his form as ordinary as ever. The cursed golden toad technique was unparalleled in power, capable of shattering bones with a single punch. The leader raised his hand, which expanded to the size of a large fan, glowing crimson like blood, casting a sanguine light throughout the room. With a punch that seemed to rupture the very air, he launched his attack at Qin Mu. In response, Qin Mu retaliated with a punch of his own. Their fists, one immense and the other relatively smaller, collided with a thunderous impact, causing the entire wooden building to tremble violently. The leader let out a muffled groan, stepping back as the muscles in his arm writhed as if a dragon were burrowing beneath his skin, coursing rapidly towards his heart. His expression shifted slightly as he raised his other hand to cleave at his arm, severing the dragon-like energy that threatened to invade him. He retreated another step, his arms swelling as if 2 dragons were tumultuously stirring beneath his skin, prompting him to hastily strike down once more. As he retreated from the 4th step, the wall behind him had been shattered into fragments. Upon reaching the 5th step, he found himself on the ground outside the building. He then withdrew 4 additional steps, leaning against a massive tree. Suddenly, that tree trembled violently, its trunk reduced to splinters, while its crown plummeted straight down. A flurry of wood shavings filled the air, and amidst this cascade emerged an image of 9 dragons surging forth, commanding the winds and thunder, erupting from behind the master. The dragons roared ferociously, accompanied by the crackling of lightning. He was unable to intercept the 9th layer of the might of the dragons wielding the tempest. Chapter 55. The Supreme Sword Technique. I am the Rain Master of the Holy Cult, known as the Little Rain Master. What about your sorcery? Qin Mu shook his head and replied, I do not comprehend sorcery. Can a practitioner at the spirit embryo realm learn sorcery? The woman inquired with a smile. Why not? She continued, vital energy is but a form of magical power. Mastering sorcery allows one to cast spells. The wife of our leader is an unparalleled figure in the art of sorcery. Did she not instruct you? When I was at the spirit embryo realm, I had already begun traversing the martial world, conjuring rain for the people. Whenever drought struck, the populace would summon me, hence they referred to me as the Rain Maiden. As my cultivation advanced and my reputation grew, they began to call me the Little Rain Master, and I was honored by the leader, who appointed me as the head of the Rain Hall. However, I still fall short in comparison to the leader's wife. She was chosen as the saintess, while I was not. Puzzled, Qin Mu asked, how does one combat using sorcery? The Rain Master placed her hand to her forehead and sighed. How can you be so ignorant? Since ancient times, there has existed a dichotomy between the paths of sorcery and combat. Practitioners of sorcery and martial techniques have often clashed, each side perceiving the other as heretical and striving to annihilate one another. In the present day, encounters among individuals are marked by amicability. However, in times past, should one have dared to declare their mastery of martial techniques among the practitioners of sorcery, they would have been swiftly rendered to mere fragments. The might of the sorceress art surpasses what one might presume. Qin Mu inquired curiously, is swordsmanship classified as a form of sorcery? Indeed, it is not, replied the Master of Rain, shaking her head. Swordsmanship was once categorized as a martial technique, but later, practitioners of swordsmanship came to believe themselves as the rightful path, self-designating as the sect of divine arts, deeming those who practiced martial techniques and sorcery as heretical and deserving of annihilation. Thus, the Grand Master of Yankang convened a gathering, challenging the formidable practitioners of martial arts, resulting in a devastating blow to the lineage of martial techniques. Did the lady of the sect fail to impart this knowledge to you? Furrowing his brow, Qin Mu responded, why does it seem that they are perpetually at odds with one another? Are not martial techniques, swordsmanship, and sorcery all manifestations of divine arts? Would it not be more advantageous to amalgamate the strengths of all three? The Master of Rain, caught between amusement and exasperation, stated, a single individual's vitality is finite. Where would one find the time to master all three schools to their profoundest depths? To delve into one path alone would consume a lifetime of time and intellect, making it exceedingly difficult to attain the pinnacle of mastery. Given that each practitioner follows a distinct path, rivalry becomes inevitable, leading to conflicts that could very well result in life and death. Energized by the discourse, Qin Mu exclaimed, Sister, please demonstrate your sorcery for me. I have yet to witness it. Raising her delicate hand, the Master of Rain directed her fingers downward, and with a subtle lift and tremor, mist surged forth within the room, soon giving way to a gentle rain. Qin Mu observed intently as the raindrops, upon striking the ground, began to ascend the walls, creating a mesmerizing cycle of perpetual movement. The Rain Master waved his hand, and the strands of rain became distinct, resembling the strings of a zither. With his fingers spread wide, he plucked the rain strings, and within the room, the sound of music resonated. The melody transformed the rainwater into a roaring water dragon. Surging towards Qin Mu, Qin Mu reached out, grasping the dragon by its vital point, and with a sharp crack, he shattered it. The Rain Master was taken aback, swiftly strumming the zither strings, and the rain morphed into an array of blades and spears, launching a fierce assault on Qin Mu from all directions. The speed was astonishing, and the temperature in the air plummeted, causing the rain to freeze, enhancing the lethality of the weapons. Qin Mu's fingers flicked rapidly, shattering every weapon that approached him. So this is what magic is, he remarked. Sister, does this technique also count as magic? Suddenly, flames ignited in his hands, and wielding them like blades, he executed a series of slashes, sending the Rain Master flying. The Rain Master tumbled into the courtyard, his voice a mix of shock and fury. You heretic of martial arts, mistaking combat techniques for magic. Qin Mu proceeded to the next room, where he beheld a rugged man, half kneeling, half seated, beside a rectangular sword box secured with a bronze clasp. I am the master of the sword hall, the man declared, remaining in his position. You carry a sword pouch, so you must understand swordsmanship. Today, we shall compete in swordplay. Qin Mu shook his head, replying, I have never learned swordsmanship. The sword master lifted his gaze, astonished. You have never learned swordsmanship? Why then do you carry a sword pouch? Did the sect leader's wife not teach you the ways of the sword? Qin Mu shook his head and said, Grandma said there is a person in the village who possesses the world's foremost swordsmanship, so she cannot impart the techniques of the Heavenly Demon Sect to me, for fear that he might refuse to teach. The world's foremost swordsmanship? The master of the sword hall widened his eyes, his gaze piercing and sharp, akin to two beams of sword light that struck directly at Qin Mu's heart. He sneered, Who dares to boast so brazenly? If you learn even a single move from him, I shall see how this so-called supreme sword can surpass my holy sect. Qin Mu blinked and replied, I have learned other techniques as well, such as the 8 thunder sounds, the stealing heaven divine leg, the slaughtering pig blade technique, and I have also studied spear techniques, drawing skills, and hammer techniques. The master of the sword hall gently caressed the sword case beside him and coldly stated, I only wish to see your so-called world's foremost swordsmanship. Everything else is nonsense. Grandma Si exclaimed in anger, This stubborn fool from the sword hall knows no flexibility. Muo, you should just use your knife to chop him and put an end to this fool. Qin Mu hesitated and replied, That would be unworthy of victory. Grandma Si took his hand and led him to the village entrance, where the village chief and the herbalist were still brewing tea, while the young ancestor sat opposite them, sipping. The village chief and the master of the sword hall insisted on having a duel with Mu'er. Grandma Si smiled and said, Why not share a couple of moves? The village chief frowned and shook his head, saying, In such a short time, even with my guidance, it would be difficult to surpass him. After all, the master of the sword hall has immersed himself in swordsmanship for many years and has undoubtedly made his own contributions. Asking me to impart a few moves to him and expecting him to surpass the master of the sword hall is a tall order. Fortunately, Mu'er is a dominant body. Isn't he? Grandma Si winked. The village chief's eyes twitched slightly, feeling a pang of regret that seemed to twist his insides. After all, Qin Mu was the embodiment of his unwavering conviction. He knew him well. The awakening of Qin Mu's spiritual essence had far surpassed his expectations. However, to expect Qin Mu to elevate his swordsmanship to a level capable of contending with the most exceptional masters of the Heavenly Demon Sect in such a brief span of time was indeed asking too much. Granny Si had thrust this task upon him, and he found himself unable to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, the village chief said, Mu'er, recite the Danshin formula that you learned from Gu Yuanwan to me. Qin Mu promptly recited the Danshin formula, and the village chief nodded approvingly, stating, The Grand Master of Yankang has indeed gathered the finest sword practitioners from across the land, achieving remarkable feats. The sword control technique of the Danshin formula possesses unique secrets. The young master seated across from him also expressed admiration, saying, The Grand Master of Yankang is truly a prodigy. The village chief then inquired, How did Gu Yuanwan explain the Danshin formula to you? Please share. Qin Mu recounted Gu Yuanwan's explanation, and after a moment of reflection, the village chief chuckled. Gu Yuanwan has withheld some insights. He pointed out the inaccuracies in her explanation, and Qin Mu immediately attempted the corrections. As he employed his qi to manipulate the sword, he found it considerably easier and swifter, feeling a surge of admiration in his heart. The young master's eyes sparkled, and he remarked, Gu Yuanwan didn't withhold knowledge. Rather, her comprehension is limited, far inferior to yours. You grasp the profound intricacies of the Danshin formula after a single hearing. While she has spent a lifetime practicing, yet still falters. Your understanding is commendable, he praised. The village chief regarded Qin Mu and spoke with a measured calmness. I shall not teach you the intricacies of swordsmanship. Instead, I will impart to you a singular, straightforward motion, the thrust. Thrust? Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. The act of thrusting seemed far from simple. Employing one's vital energy to propel the sword forward appeared self-evident, requiring no instruction. However, the village chief elucidated. Utilizing a sword for a thrust is not as effortless as one might presume, although you lack formal swordsmanship. Mastering this one motion will place you among the few who can surpass the swordplay experts of the Ling'er realm. The village chief continued. Take an ordinary sword and attempt to pierce the pillar of the butcher shop using your vital energy. Qin Mu activated the Danshin technique, summoning a sword from the scabbard on his back, and aimed it at the butcher shop's pillar. With a decisive thrust, he struck. Thud! The village chief's expression stiffened, and he coughed lightly, instructing, Now, try piercing this stone. The young master, both astonished and amused, suppressed a laugh to avoid offending. I almost forgot. This lad possesses an extraordinary depth of vital energy cultivation, yet his swordsmanship is abysmal. However, his vital energy is remarkably potent, amplifying his strength significantly. The village chief, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, coughed again to mask his discomfort and suggested, "Now, attempt to pierce your butcher's knife." A sharp clang echoed as Qin Mu failed to penetrate the knife. "It is perhaps fortunate that you did not succeed, for otherwise, I would be at a loss on how to guide you." The village chief mused, secretly relieved. He then gently probed, "When you executed this thrust, what sensations did you experience?" As Qin Mu pondered deeply, a sudden illumination sparked in his eyes. He sensed that his vitality was still insufficiently robust. When wielding his sword with his vital energy, the tip would encounter resistance, rendering his vitality difficult to sustain. Akin to possessing immense strength, yet striking with mere strands of hair. The strands of vital energy were too supple, incapable of bearing the entirety of his power. Chapter 56. The stab. The young ancestral master wore an odd expression. Could Qin Mu's vitality, as thick as his arm, truly be referred to as strands of vital energy? Were there such formidable strands? Moreover, what did it mean for one's vitality to be insufficiently strong? He had never witnessed anyone at the spirit embryo realm possessing such a magnificent cultivation of vital energy. This village youth had pierced through a wooden pillar as thick as a water barrel with a single thrust of his sword, and with another stroke. He had penetrated a mountain rock 2 feet thick. The power contained within those strands of vital energy had surpassed that of countless sword cultivators of the spirit embryo realm. The village chief smiled faintly, guiding Qin Mu. "Precisely. You have yet to master the most fundamental action within swordplay, the stab. What if you could concentrate all your strength into that single motion? What if you could unleash the entirety of your power?" Qin Mu found it hard to believe and shook his head. Wielding the sword with vital energy merely employs the strands. "They are too soft to possibly harness all my strength." "It is indeed achievable," the village chief replied leisurely. "You must regard the sword as an extension of yourself, just like your own hand. Now, raise your hand and envision a sword grasped within it, your index and middle fingers resting upon the blade. As you thrust your hand forward, allow the sword to follow suit, to treat it as a part of his own body." Qin Mu, perplexed, felt the robust strands of vital energy enveloping the treasured sword once more. He held his right hand in a delicate posture, with his thumb pressing against his ring and little fingers, while his index and middle fingers extended as if caressing the blade. With a swift thrust, he pierced forward. And with a sharp hiss, the sword, propelled by his vital energy, sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. A mix of astonishment and joy washed over him. Previously, when he wielded the sword through his energy, it could harness at most a fraction of his strength. Yet now he sensed the sword's power had doubled. The youthful master chuckled, proclaiming, "This technique is known as the sword grasping method, the foundational stance of swordsmanship. You have already pierced through stone without employing the sword technique. It seems your vital energy is indeed more formidable than when I was your age." The village chief shook his head, stating, "However, your efforts remain insufficient. Relying solely on the sword-grasping method cannot surpass a master who has immersed himself in the way of the sword for decades. Mua, let your vital energy surge from your palm and attempt once more." Heeding the advice, Qin Mu entwined the sword with strands of vital energy from his palm, invigorating it, and thrust forward once again. To his astonishment, this strike unleashed a whirlwind, the blade whistling within the tempest, a most jarring sound. The youthful master's eyes twitched as he immediately recognized that the power of this strike had increased by about 10%. The frail elder before him had imparted merely 2 words of guidance, yet Qin Mu had experienced such a significant enhancement. It was truly awe-inspiring. The village chief urged, "The strands of vital energy are not merely entwined around the sword, but rather take root within it. The sword is an extension of your body. Just as your vital energy is part of you, both constitute your very being. Try again." The vital energy of Qin Mu merged with the sharp sword, permeating into its very essence, and he instantaneously felt as though he had acquired an additional hand. As he thrust the sword forth, he sensed his strength surging forth like a deluge finding its outlet, with 70 to 80% of his power coalescing within the sword, aimed towards the village. The wind howled ominously through the village, and suddenly, the wooden post upon which the butcher often stood shattered with a resounding crack. Qin Mu stood in astonishment. His sword had never even grazed the post, yet the sheer force of the sword's wind had cleaved it in twain. The young master marveled. This frail elder had evoked astonishing potential within Qin Mu with mere words, demonstrating profound mastery of swordsmanship. Yet it was still insufficient. The village chief remarked, "Your power has yet to be fully realized. Although your strength is channeled into the sword, what of your spiritual embryo? Where lies its strength? The spiritual embryo must also wield the sword." Thrust once more. Qin Mu steadied his focus, and within his divine abode, the spiritual embryo moved in concert with him, directing a thrust forward. Still lacking. Where is the essence of the heart technique? The essence of the heart is not merely about forging a heartfelt core. It demands that your heartfelt essence be embedded within the sword. Plant your essence within the sword. Still not enough. Start anew. Planting the heart's essence within the sword is the essence of the heart technique. Your legs connect you to the earth, the source of your strength. Employ the leg techniques taught by the cripple to draw power from the ground. And your eyes? Where is the heavenly vision imparted by the blind? Let your sword possess sight as well. You have learned from Master Ma, honing your muscles to be as mighty as a dragon, and having witnessed the true dragon. Why does your sword lack the grandeur of the dragon's might, the overwhelming force of Master Ma's fist? Qin Mu practiced his sword thrusts repeatedly, while the village chief's expectations escalated. Initially, he was merely required to harness his own strength, but soon he was tasked with channeling his vital energy. Then the power of his spiritual essence, and eventually he was instructed to incorporate the leg of the crippled mastermind to his swordplay, making the challenges increasingly formidable. In a mere moment, he had executed countless thrusts, yet the village chief remained unsatisfied, urging him to continue his practice. Onlookers, including Granny Si and the cripple, observed Qin Mu's sword training with astonishment. They beheld him wielding the sword with his vital energy, each thrust emitting a sharp, urgent whistle, followed by a tempestuous wind that swept through the surroundings, causing the banners of the blacksmith shop, herbal garden, and butcher's stall to flutter wildly. With each thrust, the ground bore the marks of his sword, a testament to the force of his strikes. Granny Si, filled with incredulity, muttered to herself, in such a short span, "The village chief has transformed Muo into a master of swordsmanship. This is simply astonishing." As her words faded, Qin Mu hurled the butcher's knife into the air, commanding the sword with his vital energy, thrusting it forth with lightning speed. When the sharp blade met the butcher's knife, it pierced through the cold iron, the blade emerging from the back of the knife. Both the butcher's knife and the fine sword fell to the ground, and Qin Mu stood in astonishment, unable to fathom the remarkable progress he had made in such a brief time. The most fundamental action in swordsmanship, the thrust, could wield such formidable power. The village chief felt a tremor of surprise in his heart. Qin Mu's swift mastery of the thrusting technique exceeded his expectations. "Moor, you may now go and meet the master of the sword hall." But wait, the young patriarch opposite swiftly raised his hand, and a wooden stick floated over from the woods. With a flick of his finger, the young patriarch deftly whittled the stick, transforming it in the blink of an eye into a 3-foot-long wooden sword, which he then handed to Qin Mu, saying, "Use this sword to meet him. Do not wield a true sword." Qin Mu accepted the wooden sword and glanced at Granny Si. She replied, "The master of the sword hall has sealed away his other divine repositories, retaining only the spirit embryo repository. His current cultivation is at the spirit embryo realm. If you use a true sword, you might kill him. Go now." After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mu removed his sword pouch, leaving his treasured sword at the village entrance, and entered the wooden building of the neighboring village, intent on meeting the master of the sword gate. Qin Mu shook his head, saying, "I have not learned any sword techniques. The village chief only taught me a single move." The master of the sword gate frowned, coldly retorting, "I will grant you time. Go and learn. Return to me once you have mastered a sword technique." Qin Mu hesitated. "Your sect's patriarch instructed me to meet you with a wooden sword, forbidding the use of a true sword for fear of striking you down." Absurd. The master of the sword gate erupted with fury, an aura of fierce intensity enveloping the air, mingling with the resonant clangor of metal clashing, as though countless sharp swords were engaged in a fierce battle. It was the scent of iron and blood intertwined, a mingling of rust and gore that could only stem from the slaughter of countless lives. The clasp of his sword case automatically unlatched, the long box opened, and the treasured sword sang out, joyfully soaring from the sword case. He shares a profound connection with the sword. When he rejoices, the sword rejoices. When he is incensed, the sword too feels wrath. Should he wish to soar, the sword will carry him aloft. Should he yearn to slay, the sword shall fulfill that desire. He is the esteemed master of the sword hall, an ardent sword aficionado. At present, He harbors murderous intent. The sword within its scabbard leaps forth, and in an instant, the room is ablaze with scintillating sword light. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mu wields his energy to command the sword, forming the sword gesture as he lunges forward. The light of the sword erupts from the scabbard, followed by a delicate chime, as the sword light shatters into a myriad of fragments. With a resounding crash, the towering figure of the sword hall master crashes through the wall behind him, hurtling like a bolt of lightning, and collides violently with the wooden structure opposite. A wooden sword embedded in his chest. Are you all right? Qin Mu waves at him. The sword hall master, in a daze, shakes his head. Though his body has not sustained severe injury, his spirit has been deeply wounded. Chapter 57. The courtesan master Qin Mu blinks. Sister, I am merely 11 years old, and I shall turn 12 this autumn. Your words elude my understanding. The woman's expression stiffens, then she chuckles softly. I mistook you for those vile men outside, intending to beguile you. Yet I forgot that you are still young and unaware of matters between men and women. I am the courtesan master of the holy sect, residing in the realm of ephemeral pleasures, accustomed to the arts of romance. I initially planned to use my charms to make you falter, but your youth, combined with your ability to best so many masters, commands my admiration. In this room, let us not compare our swordsmanship or martial arts. Rather, let us contest our agility. She produces a rouge box, gently opening it, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. This is my favorite cardamom rouge. Let us stain our fingers with the rouge. And then in this chamber, we shall compete in agility. We shall only smear the rouge upon each other's faces, and the one with the most rouge marks shall be deemed the loser. How? Qin Mu nodded, a sweet smile gracing his lips. All right, sister, you shall allow me. Such sweet words. The brothel mistress's heart soared with joy as she cast him a sidelong glance. With a deft touch, she stained her delicate fingers with rouge, and then handed the rouge box to Qin Mu, who followed suit, adorning his own fingers in crimson. Suddenly, the brothel mistress glided forward, her movements as fluid as a serpent. Her vital energy transformed into a great snake's tail, which swiftly coiled around Qin Mu's legs. Stunned, he recognized this technique. He had encountered it before on the arena stage of the temple, where he had faced a girl who employed the same serpentine style. That girl had transformed her energy into a great snake, entwining him as she danced around him, only to be brutally defeated by his thousand-handed Buddha technique, leaving her with bruises. Could that girl have been a disciple of this mistress? Qin Mu exerted his legs with force, breaking free from her grasp before she could fully ensnare him. The mistress let out a light laugh, then gracefully ascended the wall, her serpent tail wrapping around the beam above. Her finger techniques were exquisitely intricate, launching an assault upon Qin Mu. Her arms moved like agile serpents, bending effortlessly, and her 10 fingers resembled 10 cunning snakes. Strangely, her jade-like fingers could elongate and shorten at will, her arms mimicking the same unsettling transformation. Then, Qin Mu beheld an even more bizarre sight. The brothel mistress's body elongated and slimmed, becoming as supple as if it were devoid of bones. Hanging from the ceiling like a woman-shaped python, Qin Mu shifted his footwork, gliding across the ground like a dragon or a serpent, while the brothel mistress, too, navigated the ceiling with ease, her head downward and feet upward, persistently launching her attacks at him. Suddenly, Qin Mu erupted with energy. Enveloped by a serpentine green dragon that entwined around him, the dragon extended its claws, gripping the wooden wall as Qin Mu's agile form darted across the walls and ceiling with remarkable swiftness. He forsook defense for offense, unleashing the thousand-handed Buddha technique in a frenzied assault against the brothel's matron. In the confined space of the room, the two figures moved with the swiftness of the wind and the lightning, traversing up and down, left and right, as if the walls and ceiling were mere ground beneath their feet. It was as if a dragon and a serpent were locked in a fierce battle, entwined in a mesmerizing dance, an extraordinary sight to behold. Suddenly, the matron felt a gentle caress on her face from Qin Mu, leaving 4 distinct fingerprints that ignited a sense of agitation within her. In an instant, Qin Mu's palm sprang open, unleashing a thunderous explosion that left her disoriented and in a daze. By the time she regained her senses, her face was adorned with a vivid display of rouge. No more, no more, the matron exclaimed as she slid down from the ceiling, waving her hand. I concede. You've ruined my makeup. Your movements are too peculiar. Your steps are elusive, making it impossible for me to catch up or ensnare you. Qin Mu descended gracefully, chuckling, Sister, I appreciate your magnanimity. The matron, taken by the youthful charm of his rosy lips and pearly teeth, could not resist planting a kiss on his cheek, playfully declaring, "Let me leave you with a couple of marks of rouge. This way, my defeat is not entirely in vain." Qin Mu's face flushed crimson, his heart racing like a startled deer as he drunkenly exited the room. The matron laughed heartily. "Had I known this would be the key to defeating you, I would have kissed you long ago. Should you ever find yourself in need, simply seek out any brothel and inform the women there that you are looking for Fu Qingyan, and you shall find me." Qin Mu stood quietly at the door of the next room for a moment, allowing his mind to return to a state of normalcy. He wiped the imprint of lips from his face and entered the room, pondering. No wonder the old blind man said that women are transformed from fairies. A mere kiss nearly drew my heart away. Inside the room was a female butcher, her face bearing a fierce countenance, more vicious than a butcher. Wielding a cleaver and sharpening it with a hissing sound, a bone splinter clenched between her teeth. As Qin Mu stepped into the room, the female butcher wordlessly lunged at him with her knife, the blade flashing like lightning, unleashing a tempest within the small space. Each strike was a merciless and brutal technique aimed at disembowelment. Qin Mu hastily drew his knife to defend himself, the clashing sounds resonating like pearls falling onto a jade plate. The two momentarily separated, turning to face each other. The butcher spun her knives in her hands, excitement gleaming in her eyes, and exclaimed, "Splendid knife technique." Qin Mu adjusted his grip on the butcher's knife, mirroring her stance, and cautiously remarked, "Dear sister, with both of us holding our knives in reverse, the next move will undoubtedly be a lethal strike. After all, the blade is devoid of compassion. Instead, let us use our hands as knives and keep it to a gentle touch." The female butcher tossed her cleaver aside, embedding it into the wall, and chuckled, "Indeed. Holding a knife in reverse is for the purpose of killing. Should I slay you, the master's wife would surely be enraged and would seek my life in return. Let us engage barehanded." With that, the butcher's palms trembled, revealing razor-sharp edges of white tiger vitality, her hands darting through the air with a swift motion, slicing through the atmosphere with a hissing sound as she lunged at Qin Mu. "Young man, your fiery blade may falter. It cannot match the sharpness of the white tiger's essence." Qin Mu's gaze flickered as the flames danced across his palm, extending down to his forearm, resembling a reverse grip on a blade. He executed the third stance of the pig slaughtering technique, drawing the knife from concealment. The two fighters were nearly entwined, their bodies brushing against one another as they shifted their footing, drawing closer to launch their strikes. They relied not on sight, but on the palpable force emanating from each other's bodies to sense movements, responding either with defenses or counterattacks. The reverse grip was designed for closeness, emphasizing short-range combat. With minimal blade movement, rapid execution, and cunning angles, this represented the pinnacle of combat techniques, regardless of whether one practiced magical arts or divine powers. Any expert in martial techniques who could close into such proximity would be doomed. Qin Mu's muscles quivered incessantly, 640 muscle fibers surging beneath his skin, providing him with unparalleled explosive force over the shortest distance. In mere moments, both he and the female butcher were drenched in perspiration. Within such a brief span, mobilizing so many muscles, calculating the trajectory of the opponent's movements, anticipating the most perilous strikes, and delivering lethal blows was akin to a fierce battle, a monumental drain on their energies. Suddenly, Qin Mu transformed his hand into a blade, thrusting it into the opening of the female butcher's defense. He stepped forward, raising his knife, and severed her greasy apron completely. The female butcher took a step back, dissipating the white tiger's vital energy from her hands, removing the now split apron, and tossing it aside with a hearty laugh. "I concede, you have triumphed. Your knife skills are commendable. If you cannot traverse all 360 rooms, perhaps you might join me. Slaughtering pigs could earn a living." Qin Mu harbored a certain fondness for the plump woman, smiling as he remarked, "I am also skilled in alchemy. I need not resort to slaughtering pigs, for I could also serve as a benevolent physician." The female butcher, spitting out a toothpick, scoffed. "A physician? If you happen to mismanage a patient's care and they perish, the anguished family will leave you destitute. It is far better to butcher pigs. A surefire way to profit. Join me in this endeavor, and I assure you a life of comfort and abundance." Qin Mu felt overwhelmed, hastily retreating, stammering, "That's a fair point, indeed, but I am still quite young, master." He nodded in acknowledgement. The butcheress, Bai Yao, descended the stairs and entered the courtyard. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Looking up, they beheld a wall of the wooden building burst open, and the snake-catching master tumbled headfirst, his skull striking the ground, embedding him into the earth, shattering the meticulously laid stones of the courtyard. Bai Yao rushed forward, preparing to extricate the snake-catching master from his predicament, when another loud bang reverberated, and a figure, flailing wildly, soared from the shattered wall, colliding with the opposite side. With yet another thunderous sound, the fortune-telling master was ejected from the wall, and before he could touch the ground, a sinister chant resonated from within the building, Bodhi, Bodhi, Samaya. A violent tremor followed. As the merchant master was propelled out next, Bai Yao successfully freed the snake-catching master, glancing upward in astonishment, murmuring, "It seems Master Mu has completed his warm-up and is now fully engaged." Chapter 58, The Young Master. The courtyard grew increasingly crowded with an assortment of peculiar individuals, each from diverse trades, all gazing upward in anticipation. The once sturdy wooden building now appeared riddled with damage, on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, the wooden hall master was struck down, leading to the catastrophic crumbling of the entire structure. Amidst the splintering timber, Qin Mu, enveloped by the azure dragon, propelled fragments of wood towards himself as he advanced towards the second wooden edifice. The resounding thuds echoed, thump, 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 as the structure trembled, akin to a colossal beast battering its walls. The fate of this building did not differ significantly from that of the first. Its walls erupted under the relentless assault, casting figures into the air. Qin Mu's pace quickened, evidently absorbing combat experience and enhancing his martial awareness. Whether wielding a sword, delivering punches and kicks, employing blade techniques, or utilizing hammers and firearms, he vanquished the leaders guarding each chamber. With a thunderous crash, the second wooden structure collapsed, sending clouds of dust swirling. Qin Mu then proceeded towards the third building. As night descended, the village of the Heavenly Demon Sect was illuminated by oil-filled stone basins atop pillars, ablaze with fire. The village radiated like daylight, while the surrounding darkness loomed ominously, swallowing the light that ventured beyond. Within this fiery glow stood over 300 leaders of the Heavenly Demon Sect, gazing upwards at the final wooden structure. The Heavenly Demon Village had constructed 9 wooden buildings, each housing 40 leaders guarding 40 chambers. Now, Qin Mu had reached the 9th building, poised to conquer its pinnacle. "Has young Master Mu not rested for a day and a night?" murmured the brothel leader. "He has been battling since dawn, only pausing for lunch and dinner, seemingly engaged in combat the entire time." The Wind Master nodded, stating, "Daybreak approaches, and he is nearing the summit of the 9th building." His energy and vitality were astonishingly abundant, seemingly without any depletion, and his physical prowess was formidable indeed. However, the individuals atop the 9th floor were far from easy adversaries. The 4 at the pinnacle were the stalwarts among the 360 hall masters: Qinglong, Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Baihu. These 4 halls, corresponding to the 4 elemental spirits, were led by exceptionally talented individuals, meticulously selected for their prowess. The 4 halls of Qinglong, Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Baihu represented the highest combat capabilities within the 360 halls, while other hall masters excelled in their respective domains. These 4 solely focused on martial strength. Throughout the history of the Tiangong sect, the majority of the esteemed protectors hailed from these 4 halls, with several sect leaders emerging from their ranks as well. Qin Mu now entered the chamber belonging to the master of the Baihu Hall, whose vitality was renowned for its sharpness and indomitability. The former sect leader, Li Tianqing, met a tragic fate on his wedding night, and after the sect leader's wife vanished with the sacred scriptures of the sect, the 4 hall masters were nurtured as potential successors. The founder of the sect personally guided them, hoping they would grow to a level where they could govern the sect, albeit without the expectation that they would expand its influence, but rather to prevent it from being consumed by the kingdom of Yankang. Although the 4 hall masters had not entirely fulfilled the founder's aspirations, their strength had seen remarkable advancement. At this moment, even though the master of the Baihu Hall had sealed her other divine repositories and only activated her spiritual embryo repository, she remained an unprecedentedly formidable opponent for Qin Mu. Her strands of vitality were nearly imperceptible. Upon entering the room, Qin Mu found himself ensnared by the myriad strands of vitality emanating from the Baihu master, intricately woven throughout the corners of the chamber, rendering his movements exceedingly difficult. Her body moved with an ethereal grace akin to a beguiling specter in the vast desolation, supple as if devoid of bones, gliding effortlessly through the confines of the room. With each flick of her fingertips, strands of vital energy manifested like swords, extending outward, resembling her fingernails, yet transforming into supple blades of varying lengths, mercilessly targeting Qin Mu. This woman, with the stealth of a feline and the poise of a tiger, traversed the limited space with remarkable agility, as if treading upon solid ground, undeterred by the walls or ceiling. The battle was excruciating. Qin Mu wielded a butcher's knife to sever the nearly imperceptible threads of vital energy within the room. However, each thread proved remarkably resilient, making their severance a formidable task. The White Tiger Hall Master deftly deployed these threads, laying them out with ease, rendering Qin Mu defenseless against their onslaught. Meanwhile, she maneuvered through the room with unparalleled fluidity. Utilizing both hands and feet, standing atop her own threads of vital energy, as if flying through the air. She wielded vital energy as her sword, the soft blades curving to various angles, capable of twisting into intricate patterns, showcasing an impressive mastery of swordplay. Qin Mu sustained continuous injuries, forced to be wary of both the threads and her perilous energy swords, fighting with great difficulty. Neither the techniques of Master Ma's fist nor the limping leg techniques could be properly executed, and the butcher's knife techniques were rendered ineffective due to the overwhelming obstacles she presented. Ultimately, Qin Mu thrust forth with a sword. And though the wooden blade was cleaved in twain by the White Tiger Hall Master's threads, it still found its mark upon her chest, pinning her against the wall. The impact shattered the wall, sending the White Tiger Hall Master soaring from the wooden structure. Qin Mu raised his knife, severing the threads of vital energy within the room. Retrieving the medicinal supplies to tend to his wounds, applying salves to his injuries, he seated himself, regulating his breath, and slowly consumed the sustenance provided in the room. Once the pain in his body subsided somewhat and his strength was partially restored, he broke several wooden planks and fashioned them into wooden swords with a butcher's knife. Strapping these wooden swords to his back, he finally rose and proceeded to the next chamber. Among the 360 rooms, he had conquered 357, leaving only the final 3. His physical endurance and willpower had reached the limits of what he could bear, his mind buzzing as if a multitude of voices clamored incessantly within. He had never felt such exhaustion, yearning to lie down and succumb to sleep. Even his spiritual essence lacked its former vitality, appearing listless and weary. He was no longer sustained by sheer will. Rather, he fought on instinctively, driven by an innate compulsion. One conviction resided in his heart. He must not allow these people to take away his beloved caretaker, Granny Si. His parents had given him life, but it was Granny Si who had saved him, nurturing him with utmost care. She was his mother, his dearest kin. As he approached the next room, the leader of the Qinglong Hall noticed Qin Mu's arrival and furrowed his brow slightly. "Young Master Mu, you appear to be in an unusual state. There is no need for haste. Take a moment to rest." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Mu raised his hand and thrust a sword forward. The wooden sword darted towards the leader's chest with lightning speed, sending the man flying. Qin Mu turned away, moving mechanically, his feet trudging toward the next room. Bang! The wooden wall of that room exploded as the leader of the Xuanwu Hall blocked Qin Mu's wooden sword with the Xuanwu shield. Yet he could not withstand the terrifying force imbued within the strike, and was hurled away. Qin Mu slowly exited the room, his steps burdened with an overwhelming heaviness. Making his way to the next chamber. "Young Master Mu, I can wait until you have rested." Suddenly, with a swift thrust of his sword, Qin Mu sent the Lord of the Vermilion Bird Hall flying. Was it over? Qin Mu stood momentarily stunned, then felt an unexpected weakness wash over him. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He heard the clucking of the hen dragon from the village, a sound it made after laying its eggs. Exhausted beyond measure, the young man soon drifted into a deep slumber, during which his spiritual fetus voraciously absorbed the golden light from his divine repository, succumbing to silence as well. Time slipped away as Qin Mu slept, awakening in a daze to the distant voices of the village chief and the apothecary, their words echoing as if from an immense distance. "There is not much to worry about, just too fatigued." He fell back into a profound slumber. He roused several times, catching glimpses of Granny Si, and occasionally the young master of the demonic sect. Countless faces swirled around him. Yet he found himself devoid of energy to speak, surrendering once more to sleep. When Qin Mu finally awakened again, he felt every muscle in his body aching. Yet his spirit was invigorated. The wounds on his body had scabbed over, beginning to heal, likely due to the apothecary's ministrations. He propped himself up, surveying his surroundings, realizing he was still in the room where he had vanquished the Lord of the Vermilion Bird. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, devoid of sound. "My spiritual fetus has fallen asleep again." Qin Mu examined himself and found no significant issues aside from the dormancy of his spiritual fetus. Gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, he rose slowly, using the staircase for support as he descended, each step igniting a tearing sensation in his muscles. As he finally managed to make his way to the first floor and stepped out of the wooden building, he lifted his gaze and was suddenly taken aback. The village of Qin Mu was teeming with people, most of whom were familiar faces. He had encountered the leaders of the 360 halls before, and now they all stood amidst the crowd. In addition to these hall leaders, there were also unfamiliar faces, giants towering over 10 feet tall, venerable elders with flowing white hair, and the solemn left and right protectors, along with the 4 great heavenly kings and 8 chief inspectors. Whether seated or standing, they all awaited in silence, not uttering a single sound. Upon seeing Qin Mu emerge from the wooden building, one after another, they rose to their feet, their gazes uniformly fixed upon him, their expressions grave. At the entrance of the village stood the youthful ancestral master of the demonic sect, accompanied by the village chief, the apothecary, Mr. Ma, and Granny Si, who also cast her complex gaze upon Qin Mu. Suddenly, 4 venerable elders bowed deeply, their voices booming and resonant, the 4 great heavenly kings of the holy sect. Salute the young master. Qin Mu was momentarily stunned, feeling at a loss. Then, several voices echoed in unison. The left and right protectors of the holy sect. Salute the young master. The 8 chief inspectors of the holy sect. Salute the young master. The 12 protecting elders of the holy sect. Salute the young master. Following this, an even more thunderous chorus arose, as the voices of the 360 hall leaders rang out in unison, deafening and overwhelming. The 360 hall leaders of the holy sect. Salute the young master. Qin Mu had never witnessed such a spectacle before. His heart raced in confusion as he cast a desperate glance towards the village chief, Granny Si, and the others. Yet, the village chief and Granny Si remained at a distance, merely observing the scene unfold. In the village of Canlao, the young herdsman steadied his mind, exuding an air of composure as he slowly raised his hands and calmly addressed the gathering. You may rise. Chapter 59. The Third Awakening at the entrance of Canlao Village. The village chief, Master Ma, the deaf man, and the blind man stood transfixed, gazing at the grand ceremony taking place in the neighboring village. Their hearts stirred with a mix of emotions, for who could have anticipated that the formidable Qin Mu sect, renowned as the preeminent sect of the demonic path, would host their future leader in this remote, impoverished locale? A young master who had yet to reach the tender age of 12? Witnessing this event felt akin to observing a legendary tale unfold. Even the bright sunlight appeared to take on a surreal quality. Suddenly, Granny Si was overcome with tears. Choking out, "He will leave us." "This is a good thing, Granny," the gentle pharmacist replied with a warm smile. "Every young bird must eventually grow, spread its wings, and explore the vast world beyond. They must brave the storms of life and leave home to confront the perils that lie outside. We cannot keep him by our side forever, among us old and frail." The blind man, his expression serene, remarked with tranquility. The legend begins the moment he takes his first step beyond the village. The mute smiled, gesturing animatedly, while the deaf man chuckled. "You are absolutely right. The future of the shepherd will undoubtedly be far more vibrant and colorful than ours." As the river surged along its banks, a fleet of resplendent and opulent vessels glided gracefully to the riverbank, where numerous villagers of Qin Mu village gradually departed from their homes. Some leaped into the void, while others boarded the grand ships to leave. Some transformed into mystical beasts, vanishing into the depths of the forest, and others ascended as flames. Yet more slipped away beneath the water's surface. "Farewell, young master." A woman waved at him before she fell backward into the river, dissolving into a cascade of water that flowed downstream. Qin Mu waved back, uncertain of their intentions, whether they were benevolent or malevolent. He merely recognized that he had unwittingly become their young master. Surely, upon his emergence from the great ruins, he would encounter them once more. For 40 years, my holy sect had infiltrated the great ruins, seeking the whereabouts of the sect master's consort, and now, at long last, my mission bore fruit. Taoist friends, sect master's consort. You must be aware that my holy sect has remained dormant for 40 years, devoid of the sect master to maintain order, lacking a steadfast leader. Now, our sect teeters on the brink of peril. The youthful patriarch also rose to take his leave. Addressing the village chief and elder Si, the selection of a young master is but a temporary measure to stabilize the hearts of the people. Yet such stability will not endure for long. The national master of Yankang casts a covetous eye upon our sect, intent on subduing and appropriating us for his own purposes. While I yet draw breath, I might prolong our existence for a few more years. Thus, upon the young master reaching maturity, he must venture forth from the great ruins to officially assume the mantle of sect master. The village chief glanced at Elder Si, who nodded in agreement, saying, "Rest assured, Patriarch, having slain one sect master, I shall undoubtedly return to you another. He will ascend to the sect upon reaching adulthood, wielding power as you have wished." The youthful patriarch summoned the elder enforcer, bowed respectfully to the assembly, and turned to stride toward the river. The pair, one old and one young, donned humble garments and straw sandals, leaning on their staffs as they gracefully traversed the waters. With a raincoat and a hat, a small boat, a fathom of fishing line, and a hook, a spirited song, and a flask of wine, one person fished alone amidst the autumn river. "Patriarch of the demonic sect, we have both grown old. I wonder if we shall ever meet again. Farewell," he sang loudly. 800 old men, burdened with idle sorrow, this life fulfilled, I shall rest. After death, soaring high into the skies, clouds will drift and waters will flow. The blind man praised, "Truly, the patriarch of the demonic sect is untroubled by life and death, believing this life to be complete, and after passing, he will smile down upon the ever-changing world from the heavens." The village chief remarked leisurely, "This is the essence of a grandmaster. Blind one, you are not far from such a state of mind." Yet, the deaf man chuckled, "The blind merely spouts poetry, nonsensical and irrelevant, neither resonating with emotion nor scenery. However, the patriarch's verses reflect both sentiment and circumstance, exuding a certain grandeur." The blind man stammered, "You know nothing of poetry, only of mere existence." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Qin Mu, too, wore a smile as he observed these optimistic souls. Though each bore some form of disability, their spirits remained remarkably resilient and whole. "My kin." Suddenly, he felt a surge of power emanating from his brow. Qin Mu's heart stirred, and he hastily turned inward to inspect his spiritual embryo. He was momentarily taken aback. "My spiritual embryo has awakened once more." It had already awakened thrice. The first was a fusion with his consciousness. The second occurred during his observations of the forge and waters, when it fell into silence, only to awaken again. After enduring the trials of 360 rooms, he once again absorbed the divine light from the sacred repository, only to fall into another period of silence. Yet, this time, the duration of his stillness was notably prolonged, lasting until now, when he finally awakened. What transformation would this awakening bring to him? The crowd exchanged peculiar glances as Qin Mu recounted the tale of his spirit embryo's third awakening. The expressions of the village chief, the herbalist, and old Master Ma grew increasingly strange, while other spirit embryos required but a single awakening. Why did Qin Mu's spirit embryo repeatedly engage in prolonged silence before awakening anew? Could the four great spirit bodies also experience 3 awakenings? Qin Mu inquired. The others exchanged looks, shaking their heads in unison, before turning their gaze toward the village chief. The village chief felt a surge of confusion. It was one thing for Qin Mu to awaken once, but the repeated awakenings, now a third, left him utterly baffled. It must be the overlord body, he mused. Clearing his throat, he attributed his lack of understanding to this phenomenon, stating nonchalantly, "You all are rather uninformed. What is the name of the overlord body's technique?" "It is the overlord 3 Dan art." "What are the 3 Dan?" "The first awakening corresponds to the first Dan, the second awakening to the second Dan, and the third awakening to the third Dan. Now that Mu has experienced a third awakening, it signifies that he has made some progress in the overlord 3 Dan art." "Mu, do not let pride consume you." Qin Mu promptly nodded, assuring, "I will certainly not be prideful." The herbalist, with a wry smile, remarked, "What if Mu were to awaken a 4th time? Would it not be the 4th Dan?" The village chief, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, could hardly contain his desire to pounce on him and deliver a few sharp reprimands. However, the pharmacist was not entirely mistaken. What if this young man's spirit embryo truly awakens to the 4th degree? How would he manage to cover up such a deception? "Ahem, Muir, what distinctions do you perceive with your spirit embryo at the 3rd awakening?" The village chief deftly shifted the topic and inquired. Qin Mu meticulously contemplated his spirit embryo, finding it seemingly unchanged from before. The only notable difference was that the golden ocean within the spirit embryo's divine sanctuary had significantly diminished in richness. The golden sea had become quite sparse, and the golden light within it no longer appeared to generate automatically, as the spirit embryo absorbed some, it diminished further. Qin Mu summoned his vital energy, and his spirit embryo responded in kind, at times entwined with Azure Dragon, at times treading upon the back of a black tortoise adorned with a great serpent, and at times sprouting dual wings. His vital energy flowed in accordance with his intentions, no longer necessitating the observation of water, fire, or dragons. Qin Mu conveyed this revelation to the assembly, leaving the village chief and others exchanging bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the nature of this transformation. This is indeed fortuitous. The village chief exhaled a breath of stale air, declaring, "The third awakening of the dominant body-spirit embryo allows for seamless transitions between various attributes, enabling one to effortlessly unleash a myriad of formidable techniques during combat. This is the exquisite utility of the dominant body S3 elixirs." The air flowed in and out like smoke, his mind clear and serene. The world around him a harmonious void, akin to crystal. Beneath the waterfall of Tsune Valley, a youthful, somewhat inexperienced recitation echoed from the thatched cottage. Peering through the window, one could see a boy of approximately 14 or 15 years holding a scroll in one hand, pacing the room while immersed in study. A snow-white fox gazing intently at him. This boy was none other than Qin Mu, and the white fox was Fox Spirit Air, the great demon of Tsune Valley. Before long, the breath of the fox spirit lingered elongated, exhaling 2 wisps of white vapor that danced beneath her nostrils, rising and falling in a rhythmic cadence. With each inhalation and exhalation, her vitality grew ever more profound, reaching an extraordinary level of purity as her breath resembled smoke. The river below often became obstructed at its bends by ice, accumulating to form formidable ice dams, causing the water level to rise perilously. When the ice walls could no longer bear the weight, a cataclysmic flood would ensue, sweeping down the river, claiming countless lives of both humans and otherworldly beasts. In recent days, the blind woman, Granny C, and the limping ones had journeyed downstream, seeking the dammed lake. Absent from the village, Qin Mu ventured out to find Ling'er, to elucidate the scriptures to her. Over the span of 2 years, his stature had nearly matched that of the blind woman. Yet he still fell short of the imposing figure of the apothecary. Suddenly, a roar erupted from outside, shaking the very mountains and forests. Qin Mu closed the tome and placed it upon the shelf, while the white fox, startled by the cacophony, awakened. Together, they stepped outside to witness a colossal beast charging towards the thatched cottage, measuring over 10 zhang in length. This beast, adorned with bony plates, thundered forth with the ferocity of a tempest, its head resembling that of a dragon, its legs akin to those of an elephant, exhibiting immense strength. It was a dragon elephant, a hybrid of dragon and elephant. Yet upon its back sat a pitch-black demon ape, robust and towering, wielding a 12-ring Zen staff, commanding the dragon elephant as it surged menacingly towards the cottage. In a swift motion, Ling'er leaped before Qin Mu, inhaled deeply, and pursed her lips to unleash a forceful breath. A tempest roared forth, hurtling towards the dragon elephant and the demon ape. With a flick of her tail, Ling'er intensified the gale, transforming it into a whirlwind that engulfed the dragon elephant and its rider, lifting them high into the sky. The formidable demon ape leaped into the air, springing from the back of the dragon elephant, grasping the Zen staff with both hands, which began to swell in size. With a thunderous roar, the demon ape descended like a small mountain, driving the staff forcefully into the earth. A tempest of ferocious winds erupted in all directions, shattering the little fox's tornado spell. The demon ape wrenched the staff from the ground and soared through the air, swinging the staff menacingly towards the fox spirit. A resounding crash echoed as Qin Mu raised his hand to intercept the blow meant for the fox spirit. At that moment, the fox spirit deftly evaded, opening her mouth to unleash a gale that twisted into a curved blade over 10 feet long. 6 or 7 such blades flew through the air, not aimed at the demon ape, but rather directed towards Qin Mu. It seemed as though Qin Mu had anticipated this. He seized the Zen staff, lifting the demon ape along with it, and smashing it down forcefully. With his other hand, he flicked his fingers in rapid succession, creating 6 explosive sounds that shattered the blades conjured by the fox spirit's vitality. Suddenly, the dragon elephant exerted its strength, seizing the opportunity while Qin Mu was engaged with the demon ape and the fox spirit, charging towards him with a thunderous crash that sent Qin Mu sprawling. The dragon elephant lifted Qin Mu from the ground, preparing to strike again. However, Qin Mu deftly altered his leg technique, kicking aside the elephant's trunk, delivering a barrage of blows to its face that sent the massive creature flying. Little rascal, down. The demon ape, with its imposing physique entwined by the azure dragon, pressed Qin Mu down into the earth with a mighty hand. The demon ape roared, raising its thick, powerful legs to stomp down on Qin Mu with ferocity. The limping thief's leg technique shattered the peaks of Mount Sumeru. As Qin Mu struck down to the ground, swiftly rolled over, he rose to one leg, his body parallel to the earth, while the other leg braced against the colossal foot of the demon ape. The technique he employed was akin to shattering the peaks of Mount Sumeru, albeit the execution was somewhat erratic and lacked precision. Its potency remained astonishing. The demon ape let out a muffled grunt, staggering backward, before seizing the tail of the dragon elephant and swinging the immense beast toward Qin Mu with ferocity. Simultaneously, Fox Ling'er, with her tail in motion, summoned a fierce wind, unleashing a flurry of curved blades that sliced through the air like a whirlwind, aimed directly at Qin Mu. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds filled the air, causing Qin Mu's heart to stir. He hastily evaded the onslaught from both Fox Ling'er and the demon ape, turning toward the source of the noise. There, he beheld a group of approximately 100 armored men and women leaping through the forest, hastening upstream along the river. A few among them noticed Qin Mu and paused momentarily, casting glances in his direction. One man scrutinized Qin Mu, the demon ape, and the white fox, his expression one of surprise as he exclaimed, "Hunters? Do not meddle. We must depart swiftly." Another whispered urgently, "The boat is approaching. We must establish a formation on the river before it arrives. Is that wise? If we are spotted, the news could turn against us." The group, propelled by an unseen force, sped away, vanishing into the thicket. Qin Mu pondered, speaking softly, "These individuals do not appear to be from the great market. They seem intent on ambushing someone upstream. That man earlier seemed intent on silencing us, not exactly virtuous. Ling'er, big fellow. Observe how those of us who are honest and straightforward often suffer, easily falling prey to those who would seek to eliminate us." The little white fox nodded repeatedly, deeply in agreement, while the magic ape curled its lip in disdain, exclaiming, "Believe? Nonsense." Just as Qin Mu was about to speak, a dragon elephant charged towards him, sending him flying. Enraged, the magic ape pinned the dragon elephant to the ground and unleashed a fierce beating, declaring, "Enough, understand?" The dragon elephant cried out in anguish. And though Qin Mu initially contemplated giving it a thrashing as well, he reconsidered upon witnessing the magic ape's merciless assault that left the creature battered and unrecognizable. This dragon elephant, a beast from the neighboring valley of the central palace, ruled over a territory of its own, boasting extraordinary brute strength. It had a long-standing enmity with the magic ape, resulting in frequent skirmishes, as the dragon elephant often ventured to steal prey from the magic ape. However, ever since Qin Mu became the lord of the central palace's gorge and began instructing the magic ape in its training, the dragon elephant had ceased to pose a threat. The magic ape, having exacted revenge multiple times, ultimately compelled the dragon elephant to surrender, subsequently treating it as a mount, which was quite imposing. Yet, the dragon elephant was somewhat dim-witted, lacking the cleverness of the magic ape and the little fox. Qin Mu's gaze flickered as he suddenly leaped into the air, ascending the waterfall to reach the mountain ridge. Beyond the ridge lay the surging river, adjacent to the steep cliffs below. At that moment, Qin Mu spotted a houseboat navigating upstream, cutting through the ice with remarkable speed. It was astonishing to witness such velocity against the current and amidst floating ice. The magic ape, the fox spirit, and the dragon elephant climbed up beside him. The magic ape uprooted a pine tree, stripped it of its needles, and presented it to the little fox. The fox spirit promptly shook her head, to which the magic ape insisted, "Eat, grow strong." The fox spirit smiled, replying, "I do not eat this." The magic ape then offered the pine needles to the dragon elephant, urging, "Eat, grow strong." The dragon elephant shook its head, while the demon ape pressed down on its skull, delivering another brutal beating and angrily commanded, "Eat." With tears glistening in its eyes, the dragon elephant silently consumed the pine needles. Only then did the demon ape express satisfaction, plopping down to leisurely munch on the same pine needles. Unable to restrain herself, Fox Ling'er interjected, "Big fellow, do you not know? The dragon elephant does not subsist on vegetation. It feasts on flesh, following its dragon nature rather than its elephant form." The dragon elephant, touched beyond words, nodded repeatedly. The demon ape scoffed, proclaiming, "Vegetarian, muscular. I am vegetarian, muscular." The dragon elephant's tears flowed freely as it continued to eat the pine needles. As the large vessel drew nearer, Qin Mu immediately discerned that it was teeming with armored warriors. Above, a grand canopy billowed, beneath which sat a young general, seated with an imposing presence. On the expansive deck, several artists were engrossed in their work, each positioned before a tall bronze mirror. Nearby, several soldiers dressed like shepherds were incessantly opening iron cages, releasing golden eagles into the air. Qin Mu discreetly activated his divine eye, and to his astonishment, he saw vivid scenes reflected in the bronze mirrors, lush green mountains and flowing waters, ever-changing before his gaze. Suddenly, the piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the air. Looking up, Qin Mu spotted a golden eagle soaring overhead. A realization struck him. The images within the mirrors were those witnessed by the golden eagles. What kind of sorcery is this? It transforms the eagle's vision into the reflections in the mirrors. Indeed, the artists were delineating the geography of the Surge River. By releasing the golden eagles into the heights, they observed the terrain surrounding the Surge River, which was then captured by the mirrors, allowing the artists to render these landscapes and waterways onto their canvases. Navigating upstream in this manner allows for the comprehensive mapping of the topography of the Yongjiang River. Who are these individuals? What compels them to create a geographical map of Yongjiang? What intentions do they harbor for this cartographic endeavor? Qin Mu blinked, somewhat perplexed. At that moment, a soldier hastily approached beneath the canopy, kneeling on one knee, and clasped his fists, saying, "General Qin, there are individuals on the shore observing us." The young general beneath the canopy raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards Qin Mu. A jolt ran through Qin Mu as the general's piercing gaze seemed to emanate two extraordinarily brilliant beams of light, rendering his vision utterly blank. Huli Ling'er and the demon ape gasped, quickly covering their eyes, while Long Xiang remained obliviously engrossed in devouring pine needles, unaware of the unusual occurrence. Merely ordinary villagers by the riverbank. The Qin general closed his eyes, feigning slumber, and remarked, "Even my gaze cannot withstand such scrutiny. If there is no threat, we need not concern ourselves with them." "Yes, General." The soldier hesitated momentarily before continuing. 7 months ago, the general received the emperor's order to raid the residence of Yen Zheng, the Minister of Rights. Yen enjoys a reputation of integrity both in court and among the populace, often advocating for smaller factions, and hails from the esteemed Hucking Sword sect, holding a prominent position. The general's raid led to his imprisonment in the Celestial Dungeon, and the emperor decreed his execution, which the general oversaw. "I fear our journey may not be peaceful, as Yan's remaining followers may seek to retaliate against us." The Qin general scoffed. It was the emperor who ordered the raid, and it was also the emperor who commanded Yan Zheng's execution. What concern is it of mine? With utmost seriousness, he sought fame through deceit, even going so far as to accuse the Grand Master of treason, demanding the emperor to execute him forthwith. Such audacity is truly unprecedented. In pursuit of a mere sliver of reputation, he dared to sow discord between the emperor and the Grand Master, plotting insidiously. His fate is well-deserved. If he is not to be executed, then who should? He rubbed his temples and sighed, stating, "The emperor has commanded me to confiscate his estate and oversee his execution, not only because I am a disciple of the Grand Master, whom he personally nurtured, but also to convey to the court and the populace that the emperor holds the Grand Master in high esteem, dissuading those treacherous ministers from their nefarious designs." Alas, some individuals fail to grasp the political landscape and the emperor's intentions, leading to their own demise. A soldier remarked, however, "This time we fear there may be those seeking to enhance their own reputations who will ambush us." General Qin waved dismissively, replying calmly, "I intend to draw out the remnants of Yen Zheng's faction, seizing the opportunity to eradicate these traitorous scoundrels in one fell swoop." He rose, walking to the bow of the ship, gazing at the surging river carrying drifting ice downstream, and the towering cliffs on either side. He continued with an air of calm, "The Grand Master has entrusted me with the task of entering the great market to map the geography of the surging river. For the sake of our nation's future, to incorporate the great market into our realm. These treacherous rebels fail to appreciate the Grand Master's benevolent intentions and dare to plot my demise, thus threatening the stability of our kingdom, which is truly a fate they have brought upon themselves." At that moment, a young gentleman emerged from the cabin. He was not overweight, merely possessing a slightly rounded face, with a hint of red at his brow, holding a folding fan, and he chuckled. Such a person, who dares to carry the mantle of integrity and loyalty, truly elicits both laughter and tears. It would be best if such so-called loyalists and paragons of virtue were to vanish entirely. General Qin promptly turned to pay his respects, saying, "Seventh young master, The seventh young master raised his gaze to the mountains, where the shadows of Qin Mu and the demon ape fell, perfectly enveloping the sailing vessel. General Qin, I have heard that the natives in the great ruins are forsaken by the gods. Is this statement accurate? Inquired the seventh young master. Chapter 61. The ice tide. That statement is both true and not true, General Qin replied with a smile. The origins of the great ruins are shrouded in mystery. However, when our Yankang Kingdom was founded, we received a divine oracle stating that the great ruins were a land abandoned by the gods, instructing that those forsaken by the gods must remain within the great ruins and not venture out. Should any forsaken individual attempt to leave, they are to be killed without mercy. It is said that similar oracles were issued to other nations besides Yankang. Yet, it is not solely the natives of the great ruins who inhabit this place. There are also desperate and malevolent individuals who seek refuge in the great ruins. In my view, these individuals pose an even greater danger than the forsaken natives. The seventh young master, intrigued, remarked, I observed caravans entering and exiting the great ruins at the border. Why does our Yankang Kingdom engage in trade with the forsaken people there? Ah, young master. You may not be aware that, despite its barrenness, the great ruins are rich in resources, teeming with treasures of nature. We require only the most trivial items, oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, to exchange for these precious resources and rare furs. Why would we not indulge in such an arrangement? General Qin explained. Over the years, trade at the border with the great ruins has yielded an unimaginable fortune, supplementing our military needs, thereby strengthening our Yankang Kingdom, far surpassing that of other nations. The seventh young master questioned, but what if a forsaken individual from the great ruins were to infiltrate our borders? Would that not be disastrous? In the bygone era, alongside the oracle, several treasures were passed down, known as the viewing mirrors, which were suspended at the formidable passes leading to Yankang. Any forsaken denizen of the great ruins would be revealed by these mirrors. The national seer speculated that the forsaken might possess a lineage distinct from ours, however. Upon examining their bodies, he found no apparent differences. General Qin chuckled, remarking that each year, many spellbound individuals attempting to flee into Yankang were captured at those mighty passes. Some met their demise on the spot, while others were dispatched to the mines, where surviving a year or two was deemed fortunate. As the grand vessel gradually receded into the distance, Qin Mu stood upon the precipice, exclaiming in admiration for a certain individual's remarkable prowess and keen vision, which undoubtedly justified his rise to the rank of general at such a tender age. He pondered the creation of the geographical map of the Yongjiang River and questioned whether the kingdom of Yankang intended to wage war against the great ruins. A sense of curiosity enveloped him. After all, the great ruins were notoriously barren, fraught with peril, and succumbed to darkness with the setting sun. He held little optimism regarding Yankang's military endeavors in that desolate land. Should Yankang send but a handful of soldiers, they would be insufficient to withstand the monstrous beast of the great ruins. Yet, should they send a multitude, where would those soldiers find refuge when night descended? The myriad dangers of the great ruins rendered it nearly impossible for anyone to claim dominion over them, and Yankang was no exception. An invasion by Yankang would only lead to a calamitous downfall. Suddenly, the demon ape rose, seizing the dragon elephant, letting out a tremendous roar before leaping onto its back, prompting the dragon elephant to gallop furiously. Yankang had already embarked on the endeavor of surveying the Yongjiang geography. Should they fortuitously uncover the map hidden within the central palace, it would undoubtedly bolster their strength immensely. Qin Mu's expression oscillated between gloom and brightness as he contemplated these developments. Although it is regrettable to destroy the map, he has indelibly etched the geography of the vast market into his mind, ensuring it will not be forgotten. Before long, the river's surface suddenly turned a pale crimson. Qin Mu paused, glancing upstream, only to see that the incoming water was even more blood-red than that downstream. Young master, there are corpses in the river, Ling'er exclaimed in alarm. Qin Mu also spotted the body, but chose not to raise an alarm. He looked upstream, where even more corpses were drifting toward him. Beneath the surface lurked great fish and aquatic beasts, thrashing about and splashing water as they feasted on the remains, creating a scene of chaotic revelry. Qin Mu activated his divine eye and discerned the visage of a head bobbing uncertainly in the water. His body trembled slightly as he recognized that these bodies belonged to the travelers who had previously passed through Xian Valley. The river surged, the blood staining its waters a deeper red, even tainting the floating ice. This was not merely the work of 100 or so corpses. The river was vast, spanning over 10 miles with a torrential current, The blood of a mere 100 individuals could not possibly suffuse the river so. Qin Mu's expression froze as he witnessed the tide of corpses cascading down from upstream. It was not just a tide of bodies. It was a gruesome amalgamation of over 1,000 corpses intermingled with chunks of floating ice, forming a chilling spectacle. These individuals were likely the formidable ones who had ambushed the general, a multitude divided into groups, intending to set a trap upstream, only to be mercilessly slain by that very general. The formation of this ice corpse tide indicated that their deaths had occurred almost simultaneously. They had perished in concert, cut down by either the general or the powerful beings aboard the warship. Qin Mu steadied himself, for this was the first time he had witnessed such a harrowing scene. One more horrific than the village massacre he had encountered in his youth while accompanying Granny Si to assist with childbirth in a neighboring village. Truly a scene of utter devastation. The young general of Yankang is formidable and ruthless, should Yankang's iron cavalry arrive at the great market. The upheaval inflicted upon this wild expanse would be unimaginable. Qin Mu shook his head, dispelling the unease that lingered within him, and advised Ling'er, for the time being, refrain from indulging in wine, and urge your sisters to remain composed and avoid venturing outside. Ling'er nodded repeatedly. Although she was a demon, the scene before her was enough to instill fear. Having spoken, Qin Mu leaped down the cliff and hastened along the riverbank, eventually stepping onto the river itself. The corpses piled upon the ice floes accumulated, dragging more ice along their path as they surged downstream. Qin Mu swiftly caught up with the tide of frozen bodies, which grew increasingly substantial, the ice blocks colliding with one another, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds, while the corpses were crushed into dismembered limbs, floating upon the ice. He traversed several dozen miles along the river, where the floating ice had formed into icebergs, each adorned with remnants of the deceased, creating a scene both chilling and grotesque. The ice tide and icebergs became heavier and taller, moving sluggishly, obstructing the relentless flow of the river, causing the water level behind to rise ever higher. Qin Mu furrowed his brow. The current remained direct, but upon reaching the oasis where Wu Nu resided, the river would change its course. The ice would be unable to pass through, creating a dammed lake, leading to an ever-increasing accumulation of water and ice, ultimately reaching heights of 100 zhang. When the ice tide and icebergs could no longer withstand the pressure, they would collapse, unleashing a catastrophic deluge that would sweep away everything in its path, indiscriminately devouring both man and beast. Many villages in the great market were built along the riverbanks for ease of access, and should the flood erupt, countless settlements would be imperiled. The elderly matriarch and her companions were still clearing the river downstream, likely unaware that a dammed lake was about to form here. Only the village chief remained, hindered by his mobility. Who else could assist me in addressing the ice tide? Qin Mu pondered desperately as the ice tide surged past the dilapidated village, the ice blocks colliding with a crackling sound. With his strength, he was utterly incapable of resolving the ice tide. At the village entrance, the chief stared vacantly, suddenly widening his eyes at the sight of Qin Mu and the ice tide passing before him. Shaking his head with a chuckle, this mischievous lad is up to his antics again. Due to the blockage caused by the ice tide, the river water was nearly lapping at his feet. At that moment, from the site of his severed leg, vital energy surged forth, transforming into two legs that stepped into the air, allowing him to sit and gaze at Qin Mu from a distance. These legs, formed from his vital energy, appeared indistinguishable from real limbs. Once his energy dissipated, they would vanish as well. A thought struck him. I must seek out Lady Wu. On the river surface, Qin Mu's eyes lit up. He immediately quickened his pace, leaping from ice floe to ice floe, bounding onto an iceberg, and then with a mighty leap, propelled himself forward, leaving the ice tide far behind. He raced swiftly, and after a short while, arrived at the oasis in the heart of the river. The oasis resembled a solitary island, upon which stood a temple that contained the ancient entity, Lady Wu. In just a few strides, Qin Mu reached the oasis and charged towards the dilapidated temple, bursting inside. Within, a little girl with 3 braids idly swung her feet, waiting for prey to present itself. Upon seeing Qin Mu storm in, the expression of enmity flared between them. However, the little girl promptly leapt down from the Buddha's hand and scurried behind the statue, glaring at Qin Mu with hostile eyes. Lady Wu, I harbor no ill intentions. Qin Mu exclaimed, the ice tide is about to arrive here, and I require your assistance to shatter it. The young girl emerged from behind the statue, leaping onto the hand of the Buddha with a disinterested demeanor, replying, I have no interest in that. The ice tide comes every year, and with the Buddha's protection, it shall not reach me. Qin Mu's gaze flickered as he declared, "I can sever your chains and liberate you from your plight." The girl's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again as she shook her head, saying, "If your elders were here, they might be able to break the chains, but you cannot." With renewed vigor, Qin Mu unleashed his energy, brandishing the saber of the guardian behind him, and aimed a decisive strike. A resounding crash echoed as a deep fissure appeared in one of the chains binding the great Buddha. Strangely, the crack began to heal on its own. Undeterred, Qin Mu summoned his energy once more, swinging his sword down again. The sound of successive, sharp clangs resonated, and soon, one chain was forcibly severed. Lady Wu stared in astonishment, her heart a mix of shock and delight. But at that moment, the copper Buddha suddenly opened its eyes, its voice booming like thunder. "Wretched being, do you dare to disrupt my cultivation and tarnish my merit?" With a cold laugh, Qin Mu turned to strike at the other chains. "You are but a copper statue. What merit do you possess? Your merit lies in suppressing the Witch of Wu here. Even as she feasts upon the flesh of the living before your very eyes, you remain indifferent. If you possess true virtue, it would have long been tarnished." The great Buddha trembled, and the blood patterns upon its bronze form erupted with radiant light, illuminated by the gilded exterior, transforming it into a resplendent figure of golden brilliance. It intoned in a deep, reverberating voice, "Do you comprehend the devastation that would ensue if you were to release her? How many lives would she consume? How many souls would she annihilate? I am aware only of the countless corpses she conceals behind you, using you as a vessel for her malevolence. Yet I have witnessed no benevolent act from you." With a cold smile, Qin Mu severed the second chain, declaring, "Outside lies the icy tide, which erupts several times a year. What have you done? That is true merit, not merely sitting in a temple to suppress a demon. Especially when you enable her to feast upon humanity. Should you shatter the icy tide and rescue the common folk, then you would earn genuine merit." The Buddha statue glowed with radiant gold. Its hands moved as though it were coming to life. The Witch of Wu, stricken with terror, cried out, "This old bald donkey is an evil Buddha, seeking to annihilate me. Hurry." Qin Mu dashed forth, his step swift as he exited the temple, wielding the Xiaobao sword to cleave through the chains binding the temple. The malevolence of sentient beings must be purged by a great deluge to shed their wickedness. This is the consequence of their own actions. A thunderous roar echoed as the bronze Buddha rose, its head breaking through the ancient temple, its voice resounding like thunder. "You, wicked heretic, dare to disrupt the teachings of the Buddha. You are a malevolent obstruction, irredeemable and obstinate." The chains restraining the bronze Buddha and the Witch of Wu seemed to come alive, rushing toward Qin Mu with a fierce gust. "Your teachings of Buddhism are rooted in the notion of rescuing oneself before aiding others, rather than offering help solely for the sake of others, which reeks of hypocrisy." Qin Mu leaped gracefully, evading the entanglement of a chain, and wielded the Xiaobao sword to sever the final chain, proclaiming, "In your past, when you suppressed the Wu woman, had you eliminated her, it could have been deemed a merit of yours. Yet, you chose to subdue her, allowing her to wreak havoc. Her acts of carnage are her own sins, and the deeper her transgressions, the greater your supposed merits in subduing her? Nonsense. The lives consumed by the Wu woman are a burden upon your conscience." With a clash, the Xiaobao sword collided with the chain, reverberating with an immense force that sent the treasured blade spiraling away. Qin Mu let out a muffled groan, retreating a step to evade two serpentine chains that slithered behind him, and coldly remarked, "You sit in your temple while outside, the floods rage relentlessly. Not only do you refrain from aiding, but you also obstruct my efforts to save others, all the while dreaming of merits. Let me tell you, the elders of my village confront the icy tides each year, rescuing both the wandering populace and the myriad creatures, preserving countless lives. If merits could lead to Buddhahood, each of them would have long ascended to the status of a golden Buddha, rather than remaining mere clay statues." Absurd. The towering bronze Buddha lifted its foot, crashing down with a thunderous sound as it emerged from the dilapidated temple, palms pressed together. The clang of metal against metal resonated, and in an instant, a radiant light enveloped the scene, sending Qin Mu hurtling backwards. His entire being trembled violently. While suspended in midair, the chains lunged towards him. Qin Mu deftly leapt upon the chains, racing along their lengths, and with his vital energy, he directed the Xiaobao sword towards the final chain that bound the Wu woman. The chains, akin to colossal serpents, intertwined in the air, incessantly assaulting Qin Mu, a mesmerizing spectacle that left the eyes bewildered. The bronze Buddha, unmistakably crafted from yellow brass, exhibits an astonishing fluidity that defies comprehension. Previously, the bronze Buddha could not distinguish between Qin Mu and Wu Yin. Upon uttering an incantation, it would respond automatically, reciting the sacred words of Buddhism to refine Wu Yin. However, as Qin Mu now attempts to release Wu Yin, the bronze Buddha reveals a different demeanor, actively launching an assault against him. Thick chains intertwine repeatedly, and Qin Mu finds himself stepping onto one of these chains to evade the onslaught of the others. The power transmitted through the chains from the bronze Buddha intensifies gradually, the friction between the chains creating vibrations that destabilize his footing, leaving his legs numb and sore. His control over the Xiaobao sword falters, precision waning in comparison to before. The strength of the bronze Buddha grows increasingly formidable, as though it harbors boundless power within. Now awakening bit by bit. Elder Si and the crippled ones have previously mentioned this enigmatic bronze Buddha, with Elder Si recounting her failed attempt to eliminate Wu Yin, thwarted by the Buddha's intervention. Despite her immense prowess, her inability to vanquish Wu Yin signifies the terrifying potential of the bronze Buddha when its power fully awakens. And now, that power stirs gradually. Even the slightest awakening surpasses Qin Mu's capacity for resistance. At this moment, a cataclysmic roar reverberates through the air as the ice tide surges downstream. Finally arriving at this location, towering icebergs, reaching heights of several dozen zhang, crash upon the river's surface, propelled by the rushing currents. Directly in front of the oasis and behind Qin Mu, the ice tide mercilessly crushes everything in its path. The corpses upon the ice have been obliterated, leaving behind only the relentless, rolling icebergs intent on annihilating all. The bronze Buddha seemed to sense the impending danger, disregarding Qin Mu, as it spread its arms wide to push against the surging tide of ice. To Qin Mu's astonishment, a massive golden bell, composed of radiant light, formed at the periphery of the oasis, enveloping it in a protective embrace. Countless chunks of ice crashed against the golden bell before the tide could reach it, producing thunderous sounds as they shattered. Each collision sent ripples of golden light radiating outward, creating a breathtaking spectacle from Qin Mu's vantage point. As the tide of ice surged forth, the cacophony resembled an orchestra of thunder, a relentless roar punctuated by the resonant chimes of the bell. The forces of nature clashed violently with the Buddha's divine powers, shaking the very earth. The oasis trembled, teetering on the brink of submersion. Meanwhile, the advancing tide of ice was held at bay by the oasis and the golden bell, rising higher as the flanking ice flowed downstream, leaving only the area adjacent to the oasis increasingly cluttered with floating ice, threatening to overflow. Suddenly, chains rattled and surged towards Qin Mu, revealing the bronze Buddha's remaining strength. The chains slithered like serpents, relentlessly pursuing him. Simultaneously, the bronze Buddha moved, creating a rhythmic clanking of metal as its palms struck the walls of the golden bell, reinforcing its structure. The chains, entangled around the Buddha, danced in the air with each movement, assailing Qin Mu. In the chaos, the transformed girl, Wu Nu, known as Xian Qing'er, stumbled and fell to the ground, her face bruised and battered, evoking a sense of pity. As Qin Mu stepped upon the chains, he immediately sensed a significant reduction in the formidable power of the great Buddha, which no longer instilled terror. Seizing the opportunity, he wielded the sword of protection, cleaving through the final chain with a resounding clang. Wu Nu stood momentarily stunned, raising her arm to reveal two golden rings at her wrist, from which hung the severed chains, her heart a tumult of surprise and joy. Gold rings adorned her ankles as well, dragging behind them two broken chains. "Do not dawdle. We must flee," Qin Mu shouted, springing forward. Alighting upon her, the colossal demon, encased in skeletal armor, charged forth, the golden rings and chains trailing behind. As it propelled itself towards the oasis with astonishing speed, its numerous legs propelled it into the air, its elongated body moving in unison, hurtling towards the bell wall of the golden bell. "Abomination, you are my merit. Do you dare to escape?" The bronze Buddha turned, its brass hand reaching out as if to grasp, causing the golden rings and chains on Wu Nu to rattle ominously. Pulling back as if to reunite with the severed chains of the Buddha, a chill ran down Wu Nu's spine as the chains tugged her downwards, their force immense, compelling her to retreat. Despite her 100 legs straining forward with all their might, she was relentlessly dragged backward. Qin Mu was poised to channel his energy to sever the golden rings binding Wu Nu, when suddenly a razor-thin beam of light sliced through the golden bell, darting past the bronze Buddha's eyes. With a furious roar, the Buddha's palm reached toward its own visage. Wu Nu felt an unexpected lightness wash over her, without hesitation. She dashed forward, leaping free from the confines of the golden bell, her feet skimming over the river's surface as she sped away. Behind them, the resonant roar of the bronze Buddha echoed incessantly. Suddenly, the golden bell shattered, and a colossal tide of ice surged forth, engulfing both the oasis and the bronze Buddha. In an instant, the ancient temple was obliterated, and the entire oasis was flattened. I have no quarrel with you. The bronze Buddha, incensed, had not yet completed his utterance when both he and the oasis were swept beneath the waters by the icy tide. Chapter 63. Tin, Tai, Gui, 100 miles away. The river twisted and turned, circumventing a mountain and flowing through a canyon, where the ice tide encountered an obstruction, accumulating increasingly until it ultimately dammed the river. Stop! Wu woman. The 100-legged skeletal centipede, carrying Qin Mu, soared through the air like a dragon, swiftly advancing. Upon hearing the command, it alighted upon the peak of the canyon's left bank, sneering, "Why should I heed your words, you insolent brat?" Qin Mu leaped from its back, perplexed. "I rescued you from peril. Naturally, you should assist me in breaking the ice dam as a gesture of gratitude." The Wu woman swayed her form, transforming into the ethereal Qing air, her limbs dragging chains as she danced around Qin Mu, jingling the iron links. After circling him a few times, she leaned closer, giggling. "You expect me to repay you for your help? Have you forgotten? Last time, I suffered immensely because of you, nearly perishing at the hands of that old, bald donkey. You even pilfered my treasures accumulated over the years. I ought to devour you first." Qin Mu chuckled, "Yet you wouldn't dare." Suddenly, the Wu woman's neck elongated to several feet, encircling Qin Mu multiple times until they were nearly face to face. With a cold sneer, she declared, "Dare? There is no old bald donkey to assist you now. Why would I hesitate? I reside in the village of the aged and infirm, where my household comprises 9 adults, each capable of extinguishing your life with ease." Qin Mu smiled and remarked, "No matter how you disguise yourself or how far you flee, they will effortlessly track you down, swiftly bring about your demise, and instill in you a profound regret for your very existence in this world." The girl, Wu, shivered several times, her neck retracting. Yet she soon transformed back into a charming figure reminiscent of snow and ice. With a playful shake of her golden rings and chains, she exclaimed, "I fear your elders. But that does not necessitate my assistance. The old bald donkey speaks truth. Should you rescue me, I shall indulge in malevolence, feast upon humanity, and wreak havoc upon the innocent. Why should I aid you in saving others? I shall take my leave." She turned to depart, the chains clanking loudly. Suddenly, Qin Mu interjected, "Wu, the Buddhist saying of laying down the butcher's knife to become a Buddha is rather superficial, lacking discernment between good and evil, and thus unworthy of belief. However, should you assist me in calming the landslide lake and saving countless lives downstream, that deed will be your merit, far surpassing that of the bronze Buddha." Wu paused, twisting her head back with curiosity. Qin Mu continued, "By aiding me in saving lives, your merits will eclipse those of the bronze Buddha that suppresses you 100-fold. When next you encounter that bronze figure, will it still have the audacity to subdue you?" Wu tilted her head, pondered for a moment, and then chuckled, "You make a valid point. I shall assist you." "Huh. The old bald donkey feigns righteousness, citing my past misdeeds while justly suppressing me, claiming that the torrents of this river will cleanse my sins. I conveyed to him that I devour without discernment between good and evil, for I am merely hungry and in need of sustenance, much like how humans consume rice, chicken, and vegetables when they feel hunger." He gazed at the obstructed river below and remarked that I held no emotional connection with those I consumed, thus treating them as mere food, just as one has no attachment to vegetables and rice when they are consumed. The thief, in his baldness, accused me of fallacious reasoning and sought to suppress me. His actions were commendable, hence, I feasted upon humans within his temple, leaving him devoid of merit. However, should my own merits surpass his, I wonder how he could still have the audacity to suppress me. The ice within this river channel is excessive. Had my spiritual weapon still been with me, I could have pierced through it, yet the thief has taken my spiritual weapon away. With determination, Qin Mu summoned the Xiaobao sword, wielding it with his energy, and struck at the icy tide blocking the gorge below, exclaiming, "Wu Envy, come to my aid. Is this the sword that severs chains?" Wu Envy's eyes gleamed with recognition, and she immediately revealed her true form. Her 100 legs moved in unison as she leapt from the cliff. Qin Mu followed suit, landing upon her back. The skeletal centipede soared through the air, its many legs propelling it forward, carrying Qin Mu directly towards the congested icy tide. "Strike!" Qin Mu shouted, and the Xiaobao sword met the icy tide with force. Simultaneously, Wu Envy opened her mouth, unleashing a terrifying surge of demonic energy that surged wildly into the Xiaobao sword. The sword suddenly expanded, reaching a length of 100 zhong, descending upon the icy tide. The icy tide continued to rise, with drifting ice being propelled by the incoming river water onto the ice dam, causing it to grow taller. If this accumulation persists, it will inevitably result in a cataclysm for the beings along both banks of the river. The Lesser Guardian sword cleaved through the air with an almost ethereal grace, creating visible walls of pressure that sliced through the atmosphere. Moments later, this colossal sword descended upon the icy dam, severing it as effortlessly as one would slice through tofu. A sense of dread washed over Wu as her complexion paled. She was poised to take flight, yet it was already too late. The dam, overwhelmed by the surging river, collapsed abruptly, unleashing a torrent of ice fragments propelled toward them by the relentless waters. This scene bore the unmistakable mark of impending doom. Before the fallen ice could engulf them, a fierce wind bore down, forcing them from the sky. Wu exerted every ounce of strength to escape, but the cascading dam and the tumultuous waters caught up with them. With a cacophony of shattering ice, Qin Mu felt a sharp sting on his cheek as a shard grazed him, drawing blood. Despite his formidable vitality and exceptional defenses, which allowed him to withstand the brutal blows of a raging beast without injury, the swiftness of the ice proved perilous enough to harm him. One could only imagine the dire consequences had the ice dam completely crushed him. Wu, carrying him, sped away, with ice fragments and tumultuous waves rushing past them. Suddenly, the tempest, accompanied by shards of ice and monstrous waves, struck with ferocity, sending both man and creature hurtling through the air. A pair of dull thuds echoed from the opposite cliff, followed by a cascade of debris as Qin Mu and Wu found themselves pressed against the rocky face. Ensconced within the cliffside, one forming a cross, the other aligning in a sequence reminiscent of a traditional Chinese character. Then, a piercing sound of a sword slicing through the air reached Qin Mu's ears, and he recognized the ominous intent behind it. Reacting swiftly, he spread his legs apart just in time to avoid the Lesser Guardian's sword, which nearly embedded itself in his thigh. With a long sigh of relief, Qin Mu transformed into a character of great significance, the sword of the Guardian still lingering half a foot from his body. Beside him, the formidable demon erupted into hearty laughter, prompting Qin Mu to join in, their mirth echoing through the vast canyon. Below them, the river roared and surged, as this peculiar duo deftly averted a looming crisis. Moments later, Qin Mu and Wu En, who had taken on the ethereal form of the celestial Ling'er, reclined against the precipice. They leaned back, propping themselves on their hands, gazing up at the azure sky adorned with drifting clouds, their hearts enveloped in tranquility. "Who is that bronze Buddha?" Qin Mu inquired. "From the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple," Wu En replied, her feet playfully shaking the golden rings upon them. "It is a sanctuary for beings of otherworldly nature, akin to myself." It is said that the founder of the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple initially entered the Buddhist fold as a disciple of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. However, he later defected, establishing the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple and self-styling as the Lesser Tathagata. Rumor has it that, driven out by the Tathagata of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, he sought refuge in the vast expanse, relocating his temple there. The successive leaders of the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple have all been demons like me, yet they refer to themselves as the Lesser Tathagata. It was this generation's Lesser Tathagata who imprisoned me within the ancient temple. You severed his chains and liberated me. Ah, there shall be rewards for your efforts. The Lesser Thunder Sound Temple? The Lesser Tathagata? Qin Mu pondered, bewildered. This Lesser Thunder Sound Temple resides within the vast expanse? Indeed. Wu En affirmed. It is not uncommon to encounter demon monks. The monks of the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple are notoriously vindictive, harboring grudges without fail, especially against their own Lesser Tathagata. Wu En chuckled lightly. Given that old rogue's temperament, he will undoubtedly come seeking retribution. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted, declaring with great indignation, "As human beings, how could you consort with man-eating demons? It seems today we, as masters and disciples, are destined to vanquish evil and uphold righteousness." Qin Mu turned to behold several Taoist priests approaching, a mix of men and women, including an elder and several youthful figures. The elder Taoist exuded an air of stern authority, while the younger ones displayed expressions of exhilaration, evidently seasoned warriors who had ventured into the great ruins for their trials. Esteemed Taoists, I have just resolved a crisis with this demon and pacified the landslide lake, thereby saving countless lives downstream, Qin Mu stated solemnly as he rose. This demon has rescued innumerable souls. It is not. Silence, traitor. The elder Taoist interrupted vehemently. To collude with a demon is to be complicit in its wickedness, and such treachery is unforgivable. Today, we shall eradicate you both. Fellow disciples, form the formation to exorcise this evil. I am hungry. A little girl beside Qin Mu licked her lips and addressed him. Some beings are worse than demons. With a sense of disillusionment, Qin Mu leapt into the river below. His voice resonating. Wen, I shall release you today. You are free. He plunged into the waters, riding the waves as he departed. From the gorge above came chilling cries of anguish as Wen revealed her true form, unleashing a savage rampage. Before long, the demon had feasted to its satisfaction, took flight, and soared into the clouds, disappearing from sight. Young cowherd, we shall meet again, echoed Wen's voice from within the swirling demon cloud as it drifted away in pursuit of Qin Mu. Chapter 64. A staff provokes a nation. As the spring river gradually warmed. It had been over 10 days since Qin Mu and the Wu maiden had broken through the ice dam. The riverbanks were now adorned with lush willows, and the air was filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, with no trace of ice left. In the midst of the river, Qin Mu suddenly halted his stride, yet his body did not sink into the water. Instead, he stood upon its surface, radiating ripples beneath his feet that cascaded outward, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. He skillfully wielded the Xuanwu vital energy to manipulate the water, allowing him to stand effortlessly on the surface as if walking on solid ground. Mastering the nuances of water control through Xuanwu vital energy, he executed it with remarkable ease. A sharp sound akin to a sword slicing through the air resonated as Qin Mu pointed his sword at the river's heart. With movements both upward and downward, he employed the most rudimentary techniques. Although the village elder had imparted no formal swordsmanship to him, he had encouraged Qin Mu to practice the simplest actions repeatedly, day after day. By the riverbank, the blind man stood motionless, leaning on his cane, resembling a statue. The sound of the wind intensified over the river. With each strike of his sword, Qin Mu stirred up waves, transforming the basic sword movements taught by the elder into astonishing displays of power. As he practiced relentlessly, the tumultuous waves grew fiercer and more urgent. With a thrust of his sword, the river split open for several zhang, plunging to a depth of over a yard, causing the great fish and river beasts below to shy away in fear. With a flick of his sword, the river surged skyward, cascading down in a torrential downpour. And with another sweep, the waters coiled outward like a dragon, slanting through the air. Though the technique was merely the simplest form of using vital energy to control the sword in Qin Mu's hands, its potency was fearsome. He had devoted over 2 years to perfecting these fundamental movements, and they had long since become second nature to him. Yet, the village chief still refrained from imparting the complete set of techniques. Suddenly, the blind man's ears perked up, and he called out, "Mu'er, halt! A boat is approaching." Qin Mu sheathed his sword, placing the Xiaobao sword into the scabbard on his back, and looked up to see a large vessel drifting down the river from upstream. A jolt ran through him. This was the very ship tasked with drafting the geographical map of the Yongjiang River. He stepped aside to clear the waterway for the vessel's passage. The boat, propelled by the current, surged forward with remarkable speed and soon reached his vicinity. A voice of admiration rang out from the ship. The river flows still, a remarkable display of skill and profound vitality. Following the sound, Qin Mu beheld General Qin standing at the bow of the ship, accompanied by a slightly chubby youth wielding a folding fan, who was gazing intently at him. The sight of the immense Xianbing, mysterious ice, sent a chill through Qin Mu's heart. Within the ice, a dragon pearl hung suspended, gripped by a hand. This was all he could discern, as the vessel's hull obscured the objects beneath the ice. Nevertheless, he understood the origin of the Xianbing and the hand it contained. It was evident that this general and his entourage had uncovered the dragon palace at the riverbed while surveying the Yongjiang geography and had subsequently discovered Gulinwan and the young dragon sealed within the dragon pearl. At this moment, the young dragon was likely encased in the Xianbing as well. It was likely that the general had not slain the soul of the dragon mother, but had instead preserved it, maintaining the Xianbing in its frozen state. His intention was undoubtedly to protect the young dragon within. Should the Xianbing melt, the young dragon would perish. He must be preparing to bring the ice of the abyss to the kingdom of Yankang, seeking the expertise of a skilled healer for the young dragon. Which is why he did not rescue Gulinwan. It is that youth standing atop the mountain alongside the demon ape. The chubby-faced boy exclaimed in surprise. I never expected his vital energy to be this robust, even stronger than my own. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the ice. Gulinwan declared, I can sense my Xiaobao sword. General Qin Feiyue, halt the ship. My Xiaobao sword is nearby, and that deceitful little rascal is also in the vicinity. The vessel came to a stop, and General Qin's gaze fell upon Qin Mu, asking, Did you steal the Xiaobao sword of the crown prince? Qin Mu replied, He wanted to eat me. So I took his sword. Since you managed to extricate him from the dragon palace, could you also retrieve the scabbard for me? A sword is incomplete without its sheath. Qin Feiyue's eyes flickered, responding, Give it to you? This is a sword of the court. It cannot be bestowed upon you. Please return the Xiaobao sword to the court. Qin Mu shook his head, puzzled. Why should I return something I acquired through my own abilities? The chubby-faced boy, recognized as the seventh young master, chuckled at this, saying, This lad certainly has a way with words. Qin Feiyue snorted coldly, stating indifferently, Deceiving court officials and attempting to seize their treasures. Do you comprehend the gravity of such a crime? There is no court in the great market. Qin Mu questioned in confusion. In a lawless place, who can condemn me? You speak with such confidence. It seems you have some backing. Qin Feiyue turned his gaze towards the riverbank, his pupils constricting sharply as he solemnly inquired, I am Qin Feiyue, a disciple of the Yankang Kingdom's master, and the fourth-rank loyal marshal general of Yankang. How shall I address the esteemed elder by the riverbank? The blind man leaned on his bamboo staff and chuckled. What more can one call a blind man? Just an old cripple. Qin Feiyue's expression darkened as she surveyed her surroundings. Upon catching sight of the village of Canlao, she smiled and said, 3 years ago, the governor of Wumiafu in the southern region of Yankang, Mu Beifeng, led numerous skilled members of the Lijiang sword sect into the great market, reportedly seeking revenge. Subsequently, someone discovered the bodies of him and the experts from the Lijiang sword sect in the river. I personally examined the corpses of Mu Beifeng and others. They had been slain by gunfire, yet the weapon used was not a gun, but a bamboo staff. Senior, do you also wield a bamboo staff? The blind man, holding his staff, smiled and replied, What else would a blind man use? This staff serves as my guide, preventing me from stumbling over hard stones due to my blindness. Qin Feiyue, sensing the underlying meaning in his words, grew increasingly certain of her suspicions. She coldly remarked, Senior, Mu Beifeng must have perished nearby, correct? Did you witness anything at that time? The blind man replied despondently, I am blind. What could I possibly see? Young general, you jest. I have indeed heard of Mu Beifeng's name, and to learn of his tragic demise brings me great sorrow. The cries of the apes on both banks never cease, causing the tears of heroes to dampen their sleeves. Such heartache, how lamentable. He raised his bamboo staff and pointed toward the river's surface. The great river churned violently, suddenly convulsing with tremendous force, causing waves to surge over 10 feet high on both banks. The massive waves tore through the air, rocking the ship precariously, leaving the soldiers aboard swaying unsteadily as they struggled to maintain their balance. Beneath the surface of the river, a sudden surge of water parted to reveal the immense spine of a colossal beast, its dark azure hue reminiscent of an island emerging in the heart of the river. The turbulent waters quaked, and even this titanic creature was shaken from its depths, soaring into the air before crashing back into the water with a thunderous splash. Qin Mu immediately noticed that the beast was ensnared by chains, the other end tethered to a swift vessel, presumably benefiting from the creature's tremendous strength. Curiously, while the waters around churned violently, the surface beneath Qin Mu remained eerily calm, devoid of any ripples. The seventh young master hastily steadied himself against the ship's railing, lest he tumble into the river, and could not help but exclaim, Old senior, it is a case of heroes shedding tears before achieving success. You are mistaken. Qin Mu interjected. What this young master means is that if you perish here, it would indeed be a case of dying before the mission is accomplished. However, since you are still alive, your cries are merely the incessant calls of apes. Should you insist on probing further, you may well meet your end. The old blind man, despite his appearance, was quite learned. The old man beamed with pride, chuckling. Ah, my dear Muir understands me well. If it were those scoundrels, the cripple and the deaf, they would surely mock my sentiments. Qin Feiyue's eyelids twitched. The blind man's formidable prowess exceeded his expectations. Just moments ago, the old man merely tapped the turbulent waters. Had he struck with intent, it was likely the entire river's surface would have been lifted. Gu Liwan, encased in the mysterious ice, fell silent, clearly having discerned the blind man's formidable strength from his mere gesture. If she insisted on wielding her sword, she might very well meet her demise here. We shall leave the sword of the protector here for now. Let's set sail. With a single command from Qin Feiyue, a soldier promptly produced a horn, its sound resonating with a deep, thunderous echo. The underwater behemoth, stirred by the call, began to thrash about, causing the river's waters to surge dramatically, rising like a towering wave, far exceeding the surrounding riverbanks, propelling the grand vessel downstream with ferocious speed. General Qin, did you not just inquire about the identity of the one who brought the blind Mu Beifeng to his demise? Why depart without ascertaining the outcome? A few palace maidens clustered around the seventh young master, who managed to poke his head through their midst. His curiosity piqued. Young master, I have already uncovered the truth, replied the general with a cold smirk. Mu Beifeng met his end at the hands of that very blind man, once a formidable gun god. He now lives in obscurity in this humble village. What terrifying entity might be residing alongside him? I cannot quell this village alone. I must summon reinforcements. His armor clattered ominously, his gaze sharp as blades. Across the vast realm, all lands belong to the sovereign. Along the shores, all subjects belong to the king. This great marketplace is also the domain of the court, not a lawless territory. Mu Beifeng was an official of the court. How could he perish at the hands of commoners? This village must be subdued and eradicated to uphold the majesty of our nation, to assert the might of our forces, and to let the emperor's authority descend upon this great marketplace. Such formidable bravado. Qin Feiyue's eyes twitched violently as the figure of the crippled man vanished, only to reappear at his back. The manner in which this limping figure had eluded his sight and then materialized so closely was utterly unfathomable to him. Cold sweat streamed down Qin Feiyue's forehead as his hand instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword at his waist, yet he dared not make a single move. Your tone is rather imposing. Does the national master know of this? The limping man bent down and examined the various geographical maps of Yongjiang on the ship, chuckling. The national master sent you to create these maps with the intention of waging war against my Dessous? TSK, this little dragon seems rather pitiful. Oh? Gu Linwan, why the sour expression? I've taken your sword sheath. This banner of yours is quite impressive. I shall take it as well. And this young lad, your piece of jade is exquisite, and the fan is delightful. Bah! What a misfortune to discover you are but a girl. Suddenly, Qin Feiyue caught a glimpse of a flaw and swiftly turned to draw her sword, yet the limping man had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 65. The Fragrance of Peonies. Oh no, my fourth-rank official seal. Qin Feiyue's expression changed dramatically as he hastily reached for his waist. The seal was gone, causing beads of cold sweat to pour down his forehead. The loss of an official seal was a grave matter, but as a disciple of the national master, he could suppress this incident. What terrified him more was that he had not even sensed when the limping man had made his move to steal the seal. If the limping man had not stolen the seal, but rather chosen to stab him in the back, he couldn't help but shudder. The seventh young master's cheeks flushed crimson as he clutched his chest, surrounded by numerous palace maids, creating an impenetrable barrier. Moments earlier, the limping man had stealthily pilfered a few treasures from him, only realizing he was a girl when the limping man snatched away the chest wrap that covered him. For a thief, encountering a woman while stealing was the gravest taboo, which allowed Qin Feiyue to seize the opportunity, forcing the limping man to flee. This limping man was none other than the notorious thief who infiltrated the imperial palace to steal the emperor's disc, the infamous thief of the heavens. Qin Feiyue suppressed the astonishment that surged within her. Seeing that the seventh young master was unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "My lord, you were startled. It is my inadequacy." Meanwhile, Gu Li, encased in the frigid ice, was equally astounded. How could this cripple stealthily pilfer the sheath of the Xiaobao sword from right beside him? Not only the sword sheath, but the black banner in his other hand had also been taken by the cripple, frozen within the icy grasp. He realized the immense hardness and coldness of the ice that had ensnared even a master like him, rendering him powerless to escape. In the past, Qin Mu had deceived him, exhausting his vital energy before he could finally relinquish the sword's hilt from the ice. Yet this cripple, seemingly undeterred by the ice, had effortlessly snatched away both his black banner and sword sheath as if possessing a supernatural touch. This cripple had once infiltrated the inner palace, strolling into the imperial treasury before countless formidable figures of the court, effortlessly bypassing numerous traps and deadly formations, seizing the imperial disk without a soul able to thwart him. Qin Mu remarked. Fortunately, the National Master intervened and severed one of his divine legs, yet even the National Master could not detain him. He vanished with the imperial disk, leaving no trace behind. Gu Li, filled with dread, fell silent for a moment before speaking. Even with a missing leg, he still possesses such deftness? Is it a divine leg or a divine hand? Suddenly, a mournful cry of a colossal beast echoed from the front of the ship. Qin Mu's heart raced, and she hurried to the bow, her pupils constricting involuntarily. There, before her, a spider web loomed, spanning across the ship and completely ensnaring the river's surface for miles on end. The colossal beast collided with the spider's web, thrashing in vain to extricate itself. Then, the river parted, revealing an immense spider emerging slowly from the depths, dragging the beast into its web, incessantly spewing silk, before sinking its fangs into the creature's flesh. Despite the valiant efforts of the numerous soldiers aboard, who wielded their swords with fierce determination and even resorted to supernatural powers, they could not repel the gigantic spider. Nor could they sever the web. In no time, the beast was reduced to a mere husk. Qin Mu trembled, his hand gripping the sword, quaking with anxiety. He longed to slay the monstrous spider, yet found himself paralyzed with fear. His gaze fell upon a modest figure by the riverbank, a healer bearing a basket of herbs. Clad in simple green attire, yet bearing a visage that was grotesque and distorted. The healer beckoned, and the massive spider began to retract its web, crawling along a silk thread towards him, shrinking progressively until it transformed into a diminutive creature that slipped into the healer's basket. With the obstruction of the web removed, the ship resumed its journey downstream. Qin Mu faintly heard a voice whispering in his ear, "Inform the National Master. Do not entertain nefarious thoughts about the grand ruins, lest you provoke us, the old and decrepit." Gu Liwan, encased in the icy depths, trembled as she murmured, "It is the Poison King." As the ship glided for 2 or 3 miles, a soldier suddenly exclaimed, "General Qin, there is someone on the river." Qin Mu gritted his teeth, his countenance darkening as he coldly declared, "What malevolent creature dares to obstruct my vessel? Do they think I am made of clay? Ram it down." Just as he uttered these words, his eyes fell upon a figure on the river's surface. Only the upper half of the individual remained, the lower half severed by an unknown assailant. The peculiar figure stood atop the rocky outcrop in the heart of the river, wielding 2 eerie blades. Suddenly, the glint of the swords rent the heavens asunder, a sound reverberating like thunder. Qin Mu looked up, witnessing the ominous aura of the blades parting the clouds above. Then, that blinding light descended, cleaving towards the ship. The tumultuous waters of the river surged aside, splitting the river in twain as if severed by the very stroke of the sword. 7 Stars Divine Vault, activate! Qin Mu bellowed, unleashing the dormant powers within him. The terrifying essence erupted, manifesting as 2 colossal dragons that surged towards the side of the ship, propelling it 100 feet sideways. The radiant blades skimmed past the vessel, cleaving upstream, fracturing the river for over 10 miles until it finally converged behind the enigmatic figure. It is far less amusing to contend with the disciple of the National Master. It is the National Master himself who presents a true challenge. The strange man on the rocky outcrop sheathed his blades, bracing himself against the stone, and with a forceful leap, vanished into the sky. Qin Mu struggled to steady his trembling legs, calling out, "Steady the ship, steady." His voice quivered to the point he could scarcely discern his own words, compelling him to sit and regain his composure amidst the chaos of his thoughts. Gu Liwan, trembling with even greater fear, stammered, "The heavenly blade. That blade which once dared to defy the heavens and perished at the hands of the gods. Yet it still lives." Qin Mu's expression fluctuated between shades of worry and perplexity. How could such an inconspicuous village in the great ruins harbor such an assembly of ancient entities? The sharpshooter, the celestial blade, the master thief, the poison king. Apart from these few individuals, what other terrifying entities inhabit that village? He gazed upon the geographical map of Yangtang, the one he had painstakingly crafted during his journey, still safe aboard the vessel. Thankfully, those ruthless fiends had not destroyed the map. But wait, a sudden realization struck him. Their failure to obliterate the geographical chart was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a disdain for its significance. These ancient beings were so self-assured that they believed even if he were to abscond with the map, the National Master would never dare to invade the Great Market. Why did they spare our lives? The disguised seventh young master inquired. With disdain, Qin Mu replied, "They find us unworthy of their malice, likely because our abilities are exceedingly meager." A bitter sensation enveloped him. As a disciple of the national master, he had always held himself in high regard, and his reputation in both court and society was exceedingly prominent. Little did he anticipate that a mere excursion into the great market would confront him with such formidable presences, shattering his previous arrogance into oblivion. Initially, he had retained a semblance of pride when encountering the blind man. Though shaken, his spirit remained unyielded. However, subsequent encounters with the elusive cripple, the treacherous apothecary, and the merciless butcher had utterly vanquished his pride and dignity, leaving only trepidation in their wake. Nothing could impede the national master, nor could anything instill fear in him. Reflecting on his mentor, the national master Yankang, his unease dissipated, his gaze resolute as he murmured, "The old-timers of the great market, attempting to challenge the inevitable, will only find themselves shattered to pieces." As the grand vessel glided downstream, Qin Mu suddenly paused, her gaze fixed ahead. Once, there had been a lush oasis, crowned by an ancient temple, but now, astonishingly, the oasis had vanished. With a sharp exclamation, Qin Mu's eyes sparkled with intensity as she peered into the water, her heart sinking. The oasis remained, yet it had been leveled by an immense force, the ancient temple now submerged beneath the depths. Steeling herself, she urged her warriors to channel their energy and navigate the vessel away from this perilous location. Shortly after their departure, the river's surface ruptured, and a colossal bronze Buddha, bound by chains, ascended slowly from the depths. Despite its substantial weight, it appeared as if it bore no burden at all, its feet resting upon the water's surface. The formidable strength of the elder beings from the village was unexpectedly daunting. The bronze Buddha gazed toward the direction of the elder village, then, with a powerful stomp, surged toward the riverbank, dashing away with fervor. "They seek to usurp my merits. This matter cannot be resolved so easily." Meanwhile, the national master of Yankang stirred restlessly, intent on entering the great ruins. "Thus, I shall observe from the sidelines, allowing them to exhaust each other, while I of Thunder Sound Temple shall reap the benefits of their conflict." Outside the elder village, Qin Mu encountered a limping man who tossed him an object. Qin Mu caught it, revealing a scabbard that perfectly matched his treasured sword. Stunned, he was about to inquire about its origin when the limping man abruptly pressed another item into his arms. Qin Mu drew it forth, discovering a creamy white garment adorned with pink peonies, measuring about a foot wide and flowing like a ribbon, imbued with a fragrant essence. "Grandfather Lame, what is this?" Qin Mu questioned, puzzled. The smile on the face of the limping man was stiff as he said, "Keep the sweat towel for wiping your brow." How unfortunate, truly unfortunate. How could I have stumbled upon such an item? A single touch brings 3 years of misfortune. Chapter 66. Ritual for the River God. Qin Mu was perplexed. How could touching a sweat towel bring bad luck and misfortune for 3 years? However, the towel was remarkably soft, gliding smoothly to the touch, naturally imbued with a pleasant fragrance. It was indeed an excellent choice for wiping sweat, likely crafted from an exotic silk, quite valuable and rare to encounter in the marketplace. Qin Mu tucked the towel into his bosom, playing with the Xiaobao sword and its scabbard, his heart brimming with delight. The upper half of the scabbard was adorned in gold, embellished with jade and pearls, while the mouth of the scabbard was intricately carved into the form of a dragonfish, the opening where the sword would emerge. The lower half of the scabbard, in a silver-gray hue, bore no decorations or carvings, while the tail of the scabbard was sculpted in the shape of the dragonfish's tail, also in gold. With a gentle motion, Qin Mu drew the sword from the dragon's mouth, feeling a wave of exhilaration. This scabbard was indeed a remarkable artifact, capable of manifesting the dragonfish, Qin Mu's heart soared, and he channeled his energy once more into the scabbard, summoning the dragonfish to once again release the Xiaobao sword. He repeatedly drew and sheathed the sword, each time reinserting it into the dragon's mouth, watching as the dragonfish and scabbard melded once more. After indulging in this delightful play, the blind man beside him could no longer contain himself and said, "Mu'er, enough of this. Your grandmother has brought several livestock for you to tend. These cows must be taken to Xianglong City for sale tomorrow." As he left the village, he noticed the village chief, the herbalist, and the mute gathered together, deep in discussion. The crippled man sat to one side, dismantling a black banner. He tossed the banner fabric to Master Ma to use as a curtain for his carpentry shop, while the pole of the banner was given to Granny C to drive away the chickens. The following day, Qin Mu harnessed the ox cart, and Granny Si cheerfully remarked, "Muer, you should come along this time." Qin Mu was both startled and elated, promptly shouldering the Xiaobao sword and equipping himself with a pig-slaughtering knife, a bamboo staff, and an iron hammer before leaping onto the ox cart. The blind man ambled over leisurely, taking his seat beside Granny Si, one on either side of the cart. The cart was laden with iron tools crafted by a mute, alongside several bundles of exotic beast pelts acquired from hunting, and 2 sheep tethered by their hooves among the cargo. 3 robust yellow oxen were harnessed at the front, their strength palpable, with another trio secured at the rear. The youth cracked the whip, and the yellow oxen blinked innocently, proceeding towards the village's outskirts. This marked his inaugural journey to the city, stirring a wave of excitement within him, as if his very being were poised to take flight, oblivious to the innocent gazes of the yellow oxen and the goats. Xianglong City lay a great distance from Old Qin Village, nearly 1,000 miles away, rendering the trip a significant event. However, the desolate terrain of the vast market made for a challenging journey. One must first traverse the waterways before covering over 10 miles of land to reach Xianglong City. Qin Mu guided the cart to the banks of the Yongjiang River, where he beheld the crippled man constructing a large bamboo raft. He cautiously maneuvered the ox cart onto the raft, and upon untying the ropes, the bamboo raft began to drift downstream, its pace gradually quickening. Even at such a speed, it would take 4 to 5 days to arrive at Xianglong City. After floating for over 40 miles, the blind man tapped the water's surface with his bamboo staff, and the raft immediately veered towards the shore. Qin Mu was perplexed by the meaning of it all. He lifted his gaze toward the riverbank and noticed that it was the direction of the Grandma Temple. A multitude of villagers from various hamlets had gathered there, many of them herding ox carts and horse-drawn carriages, all waiting by the river. The river was treacherous, with swift currents and inhabited by water monsters and ferocious fish. Consequently, the villagers often chose to journey to Xianglong City on the same day, allowing for mutual assistance in numbers. The riverbank was crowded with bamboo rafts, and in the distance, more rafts were approaching. Before long, 100 or so bamboo rafts were assembled here. A blind man took out several incense sticks, ignited them against the wind, and inserted them into the riverbank. Other villagers stepped forward, each placing their own incense sticks along the bank, creating a fragrant mist that wafted toward the heart of the river with the gentle breeze. Suddenly, someone raised a resonant call, prompting others to join in a spirited song by the riverbank. This was a river song, dedicated to the river god, with the maidens roaming the 9 rivers. The winds stir as the waters swell. Aboard the water chariot with lotus canopies, guiding 2 dragons in a dance, ascending Kunlun, gazing afar, my heart soars with boundless spirit. As dusk approaches, I yearn for home, only to find myself adrift on the shores of longing. Suddenly, the surface of the water parted, and colossal creatures emerged from the depths. These immense aquatic beasts had greenish backs and 4 massive flippers resembling fish fins. Their heads were fish-like yet adorned with elongated snouts resembling spears. The heads of these creatures rose, resembling small hills, as their snouts approached the incense on the riverbank. With a powerful inhale, the incense sticks burned rapidly, and the smoke wafted into the nostrils of the colossal beasts. With their eyes closed, they lingered for a moment, then opened their mouths to expel large smoke rings, seemingly relishing the experience. The villagers by the river seized the opportunity to guide their cattle carts onto the elongated azure backs of the colossal beasts. Observing this, Qin Mu hastily maneuvered his cart onto the back of one such giant creature. Granny Si produced a sizable chunk of meat, which she had prepared in advance, and tossed it into the water. The beast devoured the offering, emitting a resonant, elongated roar before propelling itself downstream with its 4 flippers, bearing the cattle cart and its 3 passengers. Behind them, the other azure-backed giants echoed with their lengthy calls, a symphony of sounds rising and falling in chorus with the villagers' melodic chants, as the majestic creatures transported them upstream. This extraordinary entity of the river was known as the Jiangfu, a revered spirit among the riverside villagers who cherished fragrant smoke and had a particular fondness for beef. But most of all, they relished songs that extolled their magnificence. Those living by the river merely needed to ignite a few incense sticks to summon these creatures, offering beef in exchange for a swift journey downstream. Should the Jiangfu grow hungry along the way, it was essential to toss in more beef. Otherwise, they might unceremoniously cast the travelers into the water. Qin Mu marveled at the spectacle. The Jiangfu moved with remarkable speed, and coupled with the current, they surged through the waves, the gusts of wind invigorating, even outpacing galloping horses on the shore. calculating the creature's velocity. Qin Mu surmised that they would likely reach the distant city of Xianglong before nightfall. Amid the rolling waves of the river, the calls of the Jiangfu ebbed and flowed. The verdant mountains on both banks undulated in harmony, sunlight streaming down, casting shimmering golden ripples upon the water, reminiscent of dancing golden serpents. As Qin Mu gazed into the distance, he felt an unparalleled expansiveness within his heart and mind, as if the vastness of the golden river, green mountains, and blue sky had all been encapsulated within his very being. This is a land of enchantment, inhabited by extraordinary people and magnificent river beasts. Although to those from the outside world, this place may seem like a realm of rugged mountains and treacherous waters, inhabited by shrewd and obstinate folk, to Qin Mu, it is unequivocally his homeland. As twilight descends and the sun sinks in the west, Qin Mu observes a quaint dock emerging along the riverbank, where the river beasts gradually slow their pace, gliding toward the mooring. Old Granny C rises with a smile, exclaiming, "We are nearing Xianglong City, Muir. Let us disembark and hasten our entry into the city." The ox cart travels for 2 or 3 miles, ascending a gentle hill, and ahead lies a winding descent. Qin Mu leaps from the cart, intending to steady the great yellow ox to prevent it from slipping away, when suddenly, a tremor jolts through him, leaving him mesmerized by the sight before him. At the foot of the hill, a grand thoroughfare stretches forth, leading to an ancient and majestic city. The city walls are adorned with stout stone pillars, each exceeding 30 feet in height and standing around 160 or 70 feet tall. Each pillar is entwined with golden dragons, intricately carved and sheathed in gold leaf, shimmering brilliantly in the light. The city's towers are designed in the shape of dragon heads, the city gate resembling a dragon's mouth, while the eaves of the towers curve like dragon horns, exuding both ferocity and an imposing presence. Xianglong City is one of the few prosperous places in the vast wilderness. Resources are scarce within the wilderness, with essentials like oil, salt, and vinegar being valuable commodities that must be procured from beyond. Yet, not everyone can venture into the outside world. Only flourishing places like Xianglong City attract merchants from afar, who bring with them goods from the outside while trading for the rare treasures of the wilderness to sell beyond its borders. The dragon pillars here far surpass the stone statues in our village. Qin Mu sincerely marvels, if we could bring one of these back, it would surely command respect at the entrance of our village. The old woman cast a glance at him, saying, "If it were possible to seize it, I would have done so long ago. Unless you can rally the village elders, it is unlikely to be taken. Hurry, as darkness approaches, we must enter the city soon." The wheels rattled as Qin Mu drove the ox cart into the city, his curiosity piqued by the sights around him. Every element of Long City was a source of fascination. The streets bustled with vehicles and throngs of people. He had never encountered such a multitude in his lifetime. Among them, numerous young women, adorned in vibrant attire, stood at the windows of the buildings, enthusiastically beckoning him to join them, calling out for him to come and play. The city's inhabitants were truly warm-hearted. Qin Mu, brimming with excitement, waved at the girls and shouted, "Once I finish selling my goods, I will come to play with you." "Sisters." The blind man chuckled helplessly, replying, "Muir, those up above are wayward girls. They do not genuinely wish to play with you. Should you ascend, you would be stripped bare and left with nothing. Even your marrow would be drained." Qin Mu was taken aback. "Wayward? Grandfather, they seem to be standing quite steadily, not appearing to be wayward at all. Could they possibly be like the enchanting Wu Nu? She wanted to engage in some scandalous activities with me, but I did not acquiesce." Chapter 67. The city that never sleeps. The blind man was at a loss for how to explain to Qin Mu, only managing a dry laugh as he said, "This city is also known as the City of Eternal Light. Even at night, it is ablaze with illumination, attracting commerce from villages within a radius of several thousand miles." "Muir, grandmother, I shall part ways with you for now. Grandmother, do you have any pocket money?" He leaned on his bamboo staff, a broad smile on his face, extending a hand. Old Lady C pretended not to see. The blind man reached out to grasp the beast hides on the cart, chuckling, "Young herdsman, lend me 2 hides. Once I win at gambling, I shall repay you double." Qin Mu replied with a smile, "Old sir, feel free to take them. They are of no worth to be returned. Do not give him anything." Granny C exclaimed in anger, "This old fool comes here every time to the gambling den, and each time he loses significantly. 2 exotic beast skins could buy us a good supply of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, much better than throwing them into the water. At least throwing them in the water would produce a couple of splashes. The blind man hastily draped the two hides over himself and dashed off, disappearing into the crowd. Granny Si, furious, stamped her foot. Qin Mu, puzzled, inquired, "Granny, what is a gambling den?" Granny Si, fuming, retorted, "You were just about to engage with fallen women. And now you want to visit a gambling den? Qin Mu, you are not learning well." Qin Mu, bewildered, replied, "Granny, do not be angry. I shall not associate with them. By the way, Granny, are there brothels in this city?" The brothel master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Fu Qingyun, said that wherever there are brothels, one might find her. Granny Si shot him a glare and sneered. "Now you intend to frequent brothels? That lewd fox, Fu Qingyun, is someone you should keep your distance from." Qin Mu, confused, thought to himself, how did his intention to find someone in a brothel transform into merely visiting such establishments? Moreover, what exactly is a brothel? Arriving in the city, he noticed the numerous rules, so many prohibitions everywhere. The young man sighed inwardly. An old man and a young boy drove the ox cart to the marketplace, where the atmosphere was even more vibrant. An array of goods dazzled the eyes. And various races donned peculiar attire, leaving Qin Mu in a state of bewilderment. Soon, Granny Si sold the iron tools and furs from the ox cart, exchanging them for some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. The merchant appeared to be from outside, his accent somewhat distinctive, claiming to hail from the kingdom of Yankang. Although Granny Si was a woman, she was accustomed to handling matters with a bold demeanor and was not particularly adept at haggling, resulting in her selling the mute-crafted ironware at a meager price, and the exotic beast furs fetched little more. The merchant, possessing a sense of conscience, felt he had taken advantage of Granny Si and Qin Mu, and thus bestowed upon them a small pouch of dragon coins, numbering around 100. These coins, minted within the dragon-embedded city, bore a depiction of a dragon pillar, akin to the dragon columns at each corner of the city. Qin Mu sensed an unusual formation imbued within the coins, suggesting they were crafted using a unique technique to prevent counterfeiting. The duo then sold the cattle and sheep, which seemed to be aware of their fate, shedding tears as they bit onto Qin Mu's garments, reluctant to let go. Qin Mu hesitated, and Granny Si whispered, "They are all bad beings." Startled, Qin Mu realized that these cattle and sheep were indeed human, transformed by Granny Si's celestial demon transformation art. They were a band of robbers. Granny Si's voice was soft as silk. "Do you remember when you were young and I took you to the neighboring village to assist a woman in childbirth? Upon our arrival, we found the entire village decimated. For years, I have been searching for traces of these robbers, and only recently have I finally located them." A wave of shock washed over Qin Mu as he tore his garments, allowing the merchant to lead away the cattle and sheep. Whether their fate awaited slaughter or labor in the fields, he felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought, yet he could not fault Granny Si for her actions. The Grand Market is a realm where the law of the jungle prevails. Although Granny Si's approach to justice may be deemed extreme, it is certainly preferable to inaction. He felt a flicker of emotion. The incident from years past had left a profound impact on him. To his surprise, after a decade, Granny Si still remembered the event and harbored intentions of avenging those who had tragically perished in that village. They purchased fine fabrics and exquisite wines, delivering them to the inn where they were staying. Suddenly, Granny Si halted, captivated by a shop selling rouge and powder, unable to move her feet. "What splendid treasures! Only such delicate powders can complement my unparalleled beauty," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, her mouth agape, provoking a chorus of giggles from a group of young maidens. Oblivious to their laughter, Granny Si bought an assortment of cosmetics, nearly depleting her funds. Noticing Qin Mu standing aside, laden with various boxes, she felt a pang of guilt. After rummaging through her coin pouch for a moment, she produced the last dragon coin and slipped it into Qin Mu's pocket, gently saying, "Muer, treat yourself well. Go purchase something you fancy. But first, don't leave. Help me carry these cosmetics to the inn." Upon delivering the items to the inn, the proprietor greeted Qin Mu with utmost respect, stating that the accommodations had been prepared for them long ago. Qin Mu scrutinized the innkeeper with suspicion, his heart racing, as the man winked at him and whispered, "Your subordinate pays respects to the young master." The Heavenly Demon Sect has its fingers in many pies, with its 360 halls even running an inn in dragon-embroidered city. Steadying himself, Qin Mu entered the guest room, and Granny Si immediately urged him to venture out, saying, "It is rare for you to go out. Make sure to enjoy yourself. By the way, be frugal with that dragon coin." As Qin Mu stepped out with a dragon coin in hand, the brilliantly illuminated dragon city at night appeared even more enchanting. A multitude of vendors and people from various villages had gathered, offering an array of peculiar items. The streets were teeming with crowds, a veritable sea of humanity. Among them were the residents of Heavenly Village, a father and daughter passing through this prosperous locale, not in pursuit of fame or fortune, but rather seeking a valiant suitor for their daughter, who had just reached the age of marriage but had yet to be promised to a family. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu paused, bemused as he glanced towards the arena, which was overflowing with spectators. What could one dragon coin possibly procure? His musings were interrupted by a vendor's call proclaiming, "Priceless treasures, just 3-1." Following the sound, he discovered a bustling alley filled with an assortment of oddities, predominantly comprised of broken bricks and dilapidated tiles. Could these indeed be the so-called priceless treasures? Why were such treasures priced so modestly? Astounded, Qin Mu discreetly activated his divine vision, gazing intently, only to shake his head in disbelief. Indeed, these were nothing but worthless debris. Much of it scavenged from the ruins of the great market, devoid of any spiritual essence, far inferior to treasures like spiritual weapons. Not to mention, at 3-1, they were hardly worth considering, let alone accepting as gifts. Yet, in front of these stalls stood numerous martial artists, sifting through the items, hopeful of unearthing a genuine gem. As Qin Mu perused each stall, a flicker of interest ignited within him. He did indeed spot some intriguing pieces, including fragments of weaponry that caught his eye. These shards emitted a faint glow, suggesting they were remnants of spiritual weapons, possessing some value. He stepped forward to inquire, unable to suppress his astonishment. The fragments of spiritual weapons were astonishingly priced at dozens of dragon coins. Surely, this must be a deception? Qin Mu continued to scrutinize the scene and noticed that one stall had several earthen jars laid upon a sheepskin, most of which were either missing their lids or had broken edges. However, through the lens of his divine eye, he perceived that the ethereal light emanating from these jars was remarkably intense, far surpassing that of the spiritual weapon fragments, even more vibrant than those he had previously sold. "How much for the jars?" Qin Mu approached and asked. 3-1 each, replied the stall owner. Qin Mu, feeling somewhat bashful, produced a single dragon coin from his pocket and said, "I only possess 1 dragon coin. Could you sell them all to me?" The stall owner, both astonished and delighted, quickly snatched the dragon coin, wrapped the broken jars in the sheepskin, and thrust them into Qin Mu's hands with a grin, saying, "They're all yours." "Fool," muttered several nearby stall owners with quiet laughter. 1 dragon coin equals 1,001. How could he not know that? Clutching the dragon coin tightly, the stall owner insisted, "Young sir, you must not renege on this deal." Now understanding the true value of the dragon coin, Qin Mu chuckled heartily. "Since we have reached an agreement, I shall not retract my words. These jars for 1 dragon coin strike me as a fair bargain." The stall owner sighed in relief and was about to depart when suddenly a clear voice rang out. "Hold on. Young sir, how much for these jars?" Qin Mu looked up to see several elegantly dressed gentlemen accompanying a particularly lavishly attired youth. The young man was strikingly handsome, with bright eyes and rosy lips, his face possessing a hint of baby fat, making him appear somewhat delicate compared to Qin Mu. He gazed at the sheepskin in Qin Mu's hands with great interest. "A practitioner of divine arts?" a vendor exclaimed in surprise. Qin Mu responded, "You are that portly young master fecky from the ship of Yankang Kingdom." The young man, taken aback by the remark, quickly recognized Qin Mu and, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, retorted, "Who is the portly young master fecky?" Qin Mu, finding little interest in the portly young master, turned his gaze to the several individuals behind him. These figures exuded an extraordinary aura, with vital energy visibly flowing around them. Among them, one was entwined by a green dragon, its head towering above his own, its eyes sparkling with vigilance as it surveyed the surroundings. This individual was evidently a manifestation of the green dragon spirit, having unlocked the 6 Harmonies divine vault, a practitioner capable of revealing vital energy at will. Though Qin Mu possessed a robust vital energy that could manifest under duress, that was only during combat when the energy surged and mingled with his blood, allowing others to perceive it. In contrast, a practitioner could unveil their vital energy at any moment, concealing a divine ability within, should they encounter an ambush. This ability could be unleashed instantaneously to counter the threat. Qin Mu had once heard from Granny C that a spirit embryo realm practitioner was merely a warrior, while those who cultivated to the 5 elements realm attained the status of a master, mastering the transformations of the 5 elements and evolving martial techniques into divine abilities. Breaking through the 6 Harmonies divine vault marked one as a practitioner capable of wielding divine abilities. Although the Dragon City was sizable and home to many practitioners, having one follow closely behind was quite remarkable. Naturally, these jars had to be sold. After some contemplation, Qin Mu declared 100 dragon coins each. Initially, he feared his offer was exorbitant, yet to his surprise, the portly young master Feiki smiled amiably and nodded. A bargain, it's a deal. In your collection of earthenware, there are a total of 36 vessels, amounting to 3,600 dragon coins. Ding Qianhu, please proceed with the settlement. A figure behind him bowed slightly and responded affirmatively, then stepped forward to settle the accounts with Qin Mu. The vendors and passers-by in the alley were left in a state of astonishment, their breaths quickening with excitement. The man who had just sold the earthenware to Qin Mu exhibited signs of nervousness, his eyelids fluttering and his head spinning, torn between the urge to seize back the vessels and the fear of doing so. Chapter 68. Piercing through the street. Although dragon coins are not particularly large, 3,600 of them constitute a considerable sum, weighing over 10 pounds in total. Qin Mu nonchalantly hung the coin pouch on the handle of his butcher's knife, quietly admiring the generosity of the portly young Master Qi. Young Master Qi's eyes sparkled as they fell upon the butcher's knife at Qin Mu's back, and he remarked with a grin, "If you are willing to part with that blade, I could offer you a more favorable price." Qin Mu shook his head, saying, "This knife surpasses the earthenware by far. I shall not sell it. Indeed, the material of your knife alone is worth more than the earthen vessels." Young Master Qi handed the vessels to a subordinate beside him and continued with a smile. "These vessels are crafted by a practitioner of the Sixth Harmony realm, comprising 36 spiritual weapons known as the 36 celestial star vessels, capable of forming the Heavenly Demon refining array. Though they may be somewhat damaged, their power remains intact. I have no use for them myself. I merely intend to take them out of the great market to sell to the noble and aristocratic families, thus turning a profit. I have seen the 36 celestial star vessels before, which is why I recognize them. Your discerning eye is remarkable. Could it be that you have encountered them previously?" Behind him, a subordinate cleared his throat and cautioned, "Young master, the white dragon fish garment is not entirely safe." The seventh young master, visibly displeased, remarked, "You are exceedingly meddlesome. There is no joy in such outings." With that, he shook his head and departed. Qin Mu understood that he was closely associated with Qin Feiyue, who held him in high regard, suggesting his significant standing. It was only natural for these attendants to shield him from danger. Just as he was about to leave, the vendor from whom he had purchased the clay pot suddenly seized the corner of his garment, exclaiming, "Do not walk away. Those clay pots are worth over 3,000 dragon coins, yet you wish to acquire one with but a single coin. You must compensate me." With that, he lunged for the money pouch at Qin Mu's back. Qin Mu frowned, a sudden chill creeping up his spine as he sensed impending peril. A figure in the alley approached him with remarkable speed, their sleeves fluttering, revealing a peculiar weapon that resembled two curved blades conjoined at the hilt, both ends elegantly arched and exceptionally sharp. The assailant's palm faced downward, yet the strange weapon did not fall. Instead, it whirled menacingly, aiming for Qin Mu's throat with alarming swiftness. Drawing upon his inner vitality, Qin Mu propelled himself backward, evading the vendor's grasp just as he had retreated beyond an arm's length. The glint of the blade flickered dangerously as the assailant shadowed him closely, the palm firmly gripping the unusual knife, which danced deftly in the air. Qin Mu glanced hurriedly, noticing a fine thread connecting the weapon to the assailant's palm, a manifestation of Qi, wielding the blade with finesse. This individual was indeed a martial artist. The martial artist's technique was exceedingly enigmatic, their movements as slippery as an eel, cutting through the narrow alley with alarming precision. The bright blade descended in a graceful arc, its strength no less formidable. Meanwhile, Qin Mu observed the eagerness of others in the alley, who were rising to their feet. Clearly, the allure of the bag filled with dragon coins had incited their greed. With over 3,000 dragon coins, it represented a substantial fortune, enough to awaken the covetous and murderous thoughts within one's heart. Swift resolution was imperative. Qin Mu abruptly halted, an immense surge of vitality coursing into his fists. He shifted his stance, channeling his energy through his arms, and with a calculated breath, formed his fingers into fists. At the moment his fist was about to collide with the warrior's strange blade, his fingers suddenly shot forth like a powerful bowstring snapping. The second form of the Thunder Sound 8 techniques, the thunderous pluck of the pipa. As his first finger launched, its force cleaved through the air with a piercing shriek, deflecting the rapidly spinning blade. The second finger followed, severing the strands of energy emitted from the warrior's grasp. With the third finger, he struck the warrior's palm, eliciting a muffled groan as flesh and blood were obliterated, creating a gaping wound. Each of Qin Mu's fingers was imbued with an unparalleled vigor. Though his energy might not rival that of the white tigers, it was indeed profoundly robust, delivering astonishing physical power. 3 fingers unleashed dismantled the warrior's onslaught. And then he retracted his fingers into a fist, delivering a powerful blow to the warrior's chest. The force of the strike bent the warrior's body, sending his legs buckling backward. Like a solitary tempest over the eastern sea, Qin Mu harnessed his momentum, rushing towards the warrior before he could descend. Terror flickered in the warrior's eyes, yet suspended in midair, he was unable to defend himself. At that moment, 2 other warriors flanking the alley, witnessing Qin Mu's advance, were momentarily dazzled, and without hesitation, they surged toward him, ready to attack. Boom, boom, boom. Before the 2 martial artists could unleash their first strike, they found themselves on the receiving end of Qin Mu's increasingly colossal fist. It was as if they were brutally struck by a wild dragon, their heads thrown back violently, embedding their skulls into the wall, while their bodies dangled helplessly below. The wall bore the brunt of the impact, revealing a web of spider-like cracks. The martial artist who had been struck in the chest by Qin Mu's powerful blow suffered yet another devastating hit, this punch even more ferocious than the last, propelling him backward at an accelerated pace. He was hurled through the air for the 3rd time, hurtling toward the 7th young master. A few practitioners furrowed their brows, prepared to intervene, but the 7th young master chuckled, saying, "No need, let us simply step aside." As they sidestepped, Qin Mu swiftly positioned himself behind the martial artist, unleashing a flurry of punches and palms with the ferocity of a tempest. His strikes were a harmonious blend of hardness and softness, culminating in a final punch that sent the martial artist crashing out of the alley with a resounding thud, embedding him into the wall opposite. The wall shattered beneath the weight of the martial artist, who became ensnared within it, his legs and arms limp, rendered immobile. Behind Qin Mu, a dozen other martial artists found their heads lodged into the wall, their bodies suspended, flailing helplessly, unable to extricate themselves. What remarkable skill! The practitioners marveled in admiration. One of them quietly remarked, "Young master, this individual moves with the force of a mighty tide, a tempest cleaving the heavens, employing an exceedingly formidable combat technique. If he were to transcend his limits, he would attain a divine prowess." The 7th young master expressed his astonishment. He utilizes combat techniques? The pinnacle of martial arts. The young master nodded gently and said, "I have heard tales of the past. The national master once engaged in discourse with formidable warriors of the martial arts lineage, vanquishing countless titans of combat. From that moment on, martial techniques could no longer be compared to divine powers and were deemed heretical. Many of these heretics fled into the great ruins. Could he be a disciple of one of those outcasts?" Another attendant murmured, "Xianglong City is not Yankang. Here, it is a chaotic blend of individuals, teeming with desperate and vicious characters. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution. This youth likely has remnants of those bygone days behind him. Young master, let us hasten to meet the general." Qin Mu refrained from delivering a lethal blow. When he acted earlier, he had restrained much of his strength. Nonetheless, incapacitating over a dozen martial artists was sufficiently formidable and, of course, posed no challenge for him. He had previously engaged in fierce battles with Master Ma and others in the village, as well as with the demon ape and fox Ling'er outside the village, exerting his full prowess each time. The young man, however, did not dwell on such matters. Instead, he procured exquisite silks and satins along the way, instructing someone to deliver them to the inn, as he intended to prepare several sets of clothing for Master Ma and the village chief. The blind man was nowhere to be seen. It was a rare opportunity, and he wished to broaden his horizons. Qin Mu withdrew 100 dragon coins, securely stowing the remaining funds, and then ventured out of the inn to explore. The night in Xianglong City was extraordinarily lively, truly a feast for the senses. With contests of skill, bouts, theatrical performances, lion dances, and vendettas unfolding before him. Enraptured by the sights, he unwittingly wandered to the heart of Xianglong City, where the architecture grew ever more imposing and majestic, adorned with many ancient structures, remnants of a time before darkness enveloped the great ruins. Temples and shrines that were indeed remarkable. Qin Mu activated the celestial eye, gazing in wonder at the ancient architecture around him. To others, The deities represented mere ordinary idols, yet to him, they radiated as resplendent divinities. He meticulously observed each figure, feeling neither fear nor irreverence, but rather a profound admiration for the artistry of the divine sculptors. The dragon-embellished city was established atop a colossal relic, and the stone statues were crafted by the hands of gods and demons from a distant era. Through the exquisite carving techniques, Qin Mu discerned an ethereal craftsmanship that transported him into a realm of breathtaking transcendence. From these statues, it seemed one could glean numerous martial arts techniques. As Qin Mu expressed his awe, a middle-aged man approached, grinning as he said, "Young lad from the countryside, do you wish to earn some money? I have a lucrative opportunity for you. The city lord's mansion is recruiting challengers. Win a single match, and you shall be rewarded with 100 dragon coins." Qin Mu merely shook his head. The middle-aged man then sought out others, eventually finding a youthful individual who eagerly accompanied him into the city lord's mansion. What intentions does the lord of dragon-embellished city harbor? Qin Mu pondered in confusion. At that moment, a booming voice echoed through the air. Since the death of the Heavenly Demon Sect leader, Li Tianxing, the sect leader's wife has been elusive, rarely seen. Who would have thought she would grace our dragon-embellished city with her presence? Madam, your arrival brings great honor to our humble abode. The voice was resounding and powerful, clearly emanating from a figure of immense cultivation. Qin Mu felt his eardrums vibrate violently, and several passers-by on the street collapsed, overwhelmed by the force of the sound. Qin Mu was astonished. The sect leader's wife? Could it be the matron? The city lord was exceedingly polite. A melodious voice resonated, enchanting beyond compare. Upon hearing it, Qin Mu felt a parching thirst, as if countless inner demons had leapt forth from his heart, dancing and singing joyously. The pedestrians in the streets suddenly appeared intoxicated, flailing their limbs with uproarious laughter, their faces contorted and their expressions frenzied. After a brief moment, they returned to their senses, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Chapter 69. A harmonious convergence. The heavens above were adorned with a cascade of celestial splendor, resplendent and vibrant. Amidst the fluttering petals, a beautiful woman descended gracefully, treading upon the blossoms. As she stepped down, petals danced through the air, and one fell before Qin Mu, producing a melodious chime. He reached out, yet the petal dissolved like snowflakes in the wind. Was it the manifestation of vital energy? Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback as he beheld the visage of the enchanting woman descending from the sky, his heart suddenly racing with fervor. He had learned to draw and write from a deaf teacher whose unparalleled strokes could capture the world's beauty. Yet even such artistry would struggle to depict the grace and allure of this woman. Upon seeing her, Qin Mu finally comprehended the essence of unparalleled elegance, and he couldn't help but recall a verse from the ancient text that the deaf teacher had imparted to him. Her appearance was a harmonious blend of grace and poise, with shoulders delicately sculpted and a waist that seemed to be woven from the finest silk. Her elongated neck and exquisite countenance glimmered with a radiant purity. She possessed an innate charm, untouched by artifice, her hair elegantly styled, and her brows gracefully arched. Her lips, a vivid crimson, framed pearly teeth, while her bright eyes sparkled with intelligence, accentuated by dimples that hinted at her allure. Her striking figure exuded a tranquil elegance, embodying a gentle and captivating demeanor that transcended mere words. Her attire was a marvel of uniqueness, reflecting an ethereal beauty. Draped in resplendent robes, adorned with precious jewels, she wore a crown of gold and jade, embellished with luminous pearls that sparkled like stars against her radiant form. As I tread the path of distant journeys, trailing the delicate hem of misty gauze, it seems that only this ancient ode could encapsulate her graceful bearing and exquisite beauty. This woman is so breathtakingly beautiful that she transcends the ordinary. Even the most skilled artist would find it impossible to render her visage, let alone capture the essence of her charm and elegance. Is she truly the old crone? Could it be that the crone has slain such a stunning woman and now dons her skin? A shiver runs down Qin Mu's spine, leading him to unsettling thoughts. Hey, you herdsman. The girl's petite feet nearly dangled above Qin Mu's head, her toes playfully curling and swaying. Her eyes, crescent-shaped like the moon, sparkled as she beckoned. Herdsman, come up here. The view is far and clear. Qin Mu leapt onto the temple eaves and sat beside her, instantly recognizing a familiar fragrance emanating from her, which left him puzzled. The girl had 2 strands of hair framing her cheeks, making her face resemble a sunflower seed. her bright eyes and radiant smile bending into crescents as she cheerfully inquired, "Am I fat?" Qin Mu nodded, responding candidly. "The hair on either side of your face is styled to make it appear slimmer, but when pushed aside, it still looks quite plump." Irritated, the girl kicked him lightly with her bare foot, having removed her shoes and resting them beside her, indignantly declaring, "A round face is simply a matter of birth. I can't help it." Both of them rested their feet under the temple eaves, with Qin Mu propping himself up, still feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity with the girl beside him, her scent lingering in his mind, leaving him in deep contemplation. In the oblique foreground, the gates of the dragon-embroidered city lord's residence swung open abruptly, and a formidable procession of over 100 individuals emerged. Each possessed an overwhelming aura, exuding an air of distinction and grandeur, all renowned practitioners of formidable abilities within the illustrious dragon-embroidered city. At the forefront stood a towering man, robust and imposing, with fierce eyes and a broad frame, striding with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, emanating a palpable and awe-inspiring presence. His facial hair flared outwards, and though not conventionally handsome, he exuded a certain rugged masculinity. Behind him, the faint silhouette of a divine demon manifested, a fearsome 8-armed deity wielding 8 distinct artifacts, presumably a manifestation of primal energy, radiating extraordinary power. The wife of the demon cult leader had seized the sacred scripture, the great nurturing demon sutra, from the demon cult, evading the relentless pursuit of the esteemed elders and the revered ancestors, and had vanished into the vast expanse. The lord of the dragon-embroidered city laughed heartily, expressing his relief. "I had worried for the safety of my lady, pondering day and night, yet here she stands, unharmed, allowing me to breathe easy. After 40 years of her discreetness, I surmise she has thoroughly mastered the great nurturing demon sutra. With her return, she must surely feel unperturbed by the elders and ancestors of the demon cult, yes?" The lady of the demon cult smiled gracefully, engaging in light-hearted banter with the lord of the dragon-embroidered city, as if they were long-time acquaintances. However, the lord dared not draw too close and extended an invitation. "My lady, I coincidentally have a banquet prepared to honor esteemed guests. Upon hearing of your esteemed arrival, I hurried over, lest my guests be kept waiting. Might you grace us with your presence for a brief gathering at my humble abode?" The elegant woman chuckled softly. "Very well. I too wish to meet the Lord's distinguished guests. I shall impose upon you. Your presence is no imposition, I assure you. Please, follow me." The formidable 8 manifestation divine art of the Lord of the dragon-embroidered city is indeed a remarkable skill. Beside Qin Mu, the girl whispered, "It is said that the Lord of Xianglong City, Fu Yundi, has attained the realm of life and death, successfully breaking through the barriers of the divine repository of life and death. He is one of the few masters in the great ruins." Qin Mu glanced at Fu Yundi, acknowledging the extraordinary nature of his 8 aspects of celestial deity technique. He mused that should it be unleashed, it would indeed manifest the 8 aspects of the celestial deity, allowing him to perceive all directions and strike at foes from every angle. "Indeed, it is a formidable skill," he remarked. The girl, intrigued, inquired, "As for you, cowherd, what remarkable technique do you practice?" "The 3 Dan techniques of the dominant body," Qin Mu replied. "I am called Qin Mu. May I ask your name?" She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. "I am called Yuxiao." "Yuxiao, as in the one blessed with the essence of heaven and earth?" Qin Mu asked. The girl, taken aback, exclaimed, "How did you know my surname is Ling?" "Ling Yuxiao? Such a melodious name," Qin Mu praised. "If only your face were a tad slimmer, it would truly suit this name." Yuxiao, annoyed, kicked him playfully, donned her shoes, and leapt down from the temple eaves, declaring, "I shan't speak to you any longer." Puzzled, Qin Mu retorted, "You said you would ignore me. Why should I follow you then?" "Petty." Yuxiao waved her hand, grinning, "I have a way to enter the Lord's manor. It is quite lively there at the moment. Let us go and have some fun. Do you not wish to see what the titans of the great ruins are up to and what they are saying?" A spark of curiosity ignited within Qin Mu as he jumped down from the temple eaves and hurried to catch up with her. "How do you plan to enter the Lord's manor?" he asked, intrigued. "Of course, we shall enter boldly and openly." Ling Yuxiao led the way, approaching the gates of the city lord's mansion. For formidable guardians stood at the entrance, who, upon seeing the two, neither questioned them nor impeded their passage into the mansion. Qin Mu, astonished, whispered, "Sister, are you the daughter of the lord of Xianglong City?" He fancied such a notion. Ling Yuxiao spat dismissively and retorted, My father's standing is far greater than his. I can enter or exit the Lord's mansion of Shanglong as I please. Ahead lay the Zhenjiang Tower, where Fu Yundi was hosting guests. As Qin Mu gazed forward, his eyes were first drawn to a vast lake, its azure waters shimmering gently, with pearls the size of acorns scattered throughout, casting a soft glow that illuminated the surface. By the lakeside stood numerous maidservants, holding lanterns, motionless as they cast a luminous sheen upon the tranquil waters of the mansion's lake. The Zhenjiang Tower was perched on a hillside beside the lake, resembling a soaring swan. From afar, the tower gleamed resplendently, exuding an air of sudden wealth, as if the Lord of Xianglong wished to adorn the Zhenjiang Tower entirely in gold leaf, a true testament to extravagant excess. Within the tower, several dancers twirled gracefully at its center, their sleeves swirling, skirts flowing, accompanied by the melodious strains of stringed instruments and rhythmic drums, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. In the heart of the lake, a platform emerged, square and vast, spanning 100 feet in width, supported by an immensely thick column. Above, a dozen lanterns floated, illuminating the platform with a daylight brilliance. The sounds of explosive clashes resonated from the platform, as two young combatants engaged in a fierce duel. Qin Mu paused, captivated, revealing a look of astonishment. Both youths displayed remarkable strength and extraordinary prowess. Among the youths, one was the very boy who had been lured into the Lord's mansion by a middle-aged man with 100 dragon coins on the street. He seemed to possess the white tiger spiritual body, with the essence of the white tiger manifesting in a state of bronze and gold. His skin radiated both golden and ancient bronze hues, the gold shimmering brilliantly, while the bronze appeared deep and rich. When struck by his opponent, the sounds that erupted were reminiscent of the resonant clangs of a bronze Buddha in motion, even sparking bursts of fire. To refine one's body to such an extent using the essence of the white tiger was an extraordinary feat. No wonder he dared to enter the Lord's mansion for a challenge. His opponent, not much older than he, appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, yet his strikes were remarkably ruthless. He wielded 8 swords, one in each hand, not with true hands, but through the manipulation of his essence, controlling all 8 blades simultaneously. The eightfold celestial technique. Qin Mu murmured. This boy's rendition of the eightfold celestial technique differed from that of Fu Yundi, the Lord of Dragon-Embedded City, who had already manifested a wondrous phenomenon, with 8 celestial beings standing behind him. This youth's technique had yet to reach such heights, though his mastery of essence bore a lineage akin to that of Fu Yundi. Ling Yuxiu remarked, he is Fu Yundi's son, named Tingyu. He is, in a way, a pitiful figure, having lost his mother at a young age, raised solely by Fu Yundi. Suddenly, Fu Tingyu plunged his twin swords into his opponent's eyes, then twisted them forcefully, shattering the opponent's gaze. Despite his adversary possessing formidable white tiger essence that had tempered his body to be as resilient as steel, he had not fortified his eyes. With his vision lost, the opponent let out a chilling scream of agony. However, Fu Tingyu did not immediately slay his opponent, nor did he cease his assault. Instead, he relentlessly struck at the blind youth, severing his fingers one by one, his eyes gleaming with a perverse excitement. Qin Mu furrowed his brow and turned to Ling Yuxiu, inquiring if he was merely a pitiful wretch abandoned by his mother. Ling Yuxiu was taken aback and quickly grasped his hand, guiding him toward the Zhenjiang Tower, cheerfully exclaiming, I find myself a bit hungry. Let us indulge in some delightful cuisine. As a guest here, I must not concern myself too much. Chapter 70. Demons and Monsters. As Qin Mu was led by her hand, he could not help but notice the girl's soft and smooth touch, stirring something within him. Yet, Fu Tingyu's cruelty left him profoundly unsettled. The child born to the city lord's wife was surely Fu Tingyu himself. Qin Mu had been nourished by his mother's milk, thus intertwining their fates. Inside the Zhenjiang Tower, a vibrant atmosphere enveloped them as they entered, where dancers twirled gracefully, their fingers slicing through the air, producing a melodious tinkling sound, a manifestation of their vitality. Each lift of the head and stamp of the foot resonated with rhythm. While dancing elegantly, they also conjured enchanting melodies, leaving Qin Mu in awe. On either side of the hall, numerous tables were occupied by distinguished individuals seated on the floor, reveling in wine and merriment. Some admired the performances, while others gazed toward the lake platform, captivated by the ongoing duel. The scene on the platform was tragically horrific, with the iron-boned youth reduced to a grotesque state, yet no one in the hall intervened to halt the brutality. Ling Yuxiu led Qin Mu directly to a table, seating themselves with an air of ease and no sense of reservation. In the Zhenjiang Tower, a gathering of formidable individuals from various regions assembled, each exuding an impressive presence. Upon the arrival of the youthful pair, astonishment rippled through the crowd, yet no inquiries were voiced. In their hearts, they speculated that these exquisite beings must be disciples of some esteemed master, drawn to this occasion to partake in the spectacle and broaden their horizons. Before them lay an array of rare delicacies and sumptuous dishes, a cornucopia of exotic fruits and savory meats, artfully prepared and tantalizingly fragrant, which tempted Qin Mu's appetite. Having been urged by the elder woman to tend to the livestock and procure supplies, he had yet to dine and felt the pangs of hunger keenly. As he sampled the food before him, his eyes sparkled with delight. The flavors were so exquisite that they seemed to melt upon his tongue, compelling him to savor the culinary delights with fervor. Conversely, Ling Yuxiu expressed a hint of hunger but only took a few bites before pausing, observing him with amusement as he devoured the dishes voraciously. At the adjacent table sat the enchanting wife of the sect leader, who too regarded Qin Mu and the young lady with intrigue. Qin Mu pondered whether she was indeed the elder woman he knew. In addition to her, another figure occasionally cast glances in Qin Mu's direction. Sensing the scrutiny, he lifted his gaze and was momentarily taken aback. It was none other than the young general, Qin Feyue, clad in armor, who had not shed his battle garb even for the banquet. A familiar face from their encounters on the river surge. Surprised, Qin Mu returned his attention to the feast before him. Ling Yuxiu giggled and remarked, "That young general has been watching you intently. Does he recognize you?" Swallowing his mouthful, Qin Mu reflected for a moment before replying, "We have crossed paths on 2 occasions. He was accompanied by a rather rotund young master, though I wonder where he has wandered off to." Ling Yuxiu, feigning annoyance, playfully pinched his arm. Qin Mu was perplexed by the girl's anger, thinking to himself, "This girl is truly peculiar, and so is General Qin Feyue. When she pinched me, he nearly jumped up but managed to restrain himself. It is I who was pinched, not him. Why should he feel pain?" Suddenly, an elder spoke. "City Lord, is that your son outside? He possesses remarkable skills. I have long heard that young Master Tingwei is the most formidable warrior among the younger generation of Xianglong City, and indeed, he appears extraordinary." Fu Yundi replied with a smile, "Elder Baishan, you flatter him. The boy has merely learned some rudimentary techniques and is a source of amusement." Elder Baishan chuckled, saying, "Not at all. I have heard that young Master Tingwei is the foremost warrior within 1,000 miles. Last year, he faced 352 challenges and vanquished 352 warriors from various regions, none of whom escaped his grasp. To possess such combat prowess at such a young age is truly remarkable." Qin Mu raised an eyebrow, continuing to focus on his meal. Fu Yundi quickly added, "The opponents my son defeated were merely the outcasts of the great ruins. Had they been warriors from afar, he would have shown them mercy." Elder Baishan remarked, "Even among the outcasts, there are strong individuals. Young Master Tingwei's abilities are indeed impressive." After expressing his admiration, Fu Yundi chuckled, "My son is an honest person who never coerces others into duels. He simply invites these outcasts from the great ruins to spar, offering them monetary rewards. Yet, as the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. These outcasts continue to challenge him, ultimately losing their lives. Remarkably, my son has never spent a single one of those 100 dragon coins. He truly knows how to live." Having spoken, he burst into hearty laughter, prompting those around him to join in merriment. At that moment, however, an elderly man with a dark complexion abruptly ceased his smiling, his voice booming like thunder, overpowering the laughter of the crowd. "Madam Sect Leader, the great celestial demon scripture has been studied for many years. Might you enlighten us today?" This gaunt, black-faced elder sat across from Qin Mu, his appearance resembling that of scorched charcoal, his eyes devoid of spirit. Yet, his voice resounded loudly. His words instantly drew the attention of everyone in the room to the captivating figure of the sect leader's wife seated beside Qin Mu. Qin Mu hastily set down his ivory chopsticks, remaining motionless, his mouth tightly closed, unable to resist the urge to discreetly chew the food in his mouth. After swallowing, the youth hesitated for a moment but could not contain himself, swiftly picking up his chopsticks again to shove a slice of salt-ed-lung fish into his mouth. The charcoal-like elder, incensed, glared at Qin Mu and admonished, "Stop eating." The sect leader's wife chuckled softly, "Ah, it is Elder He. Why must you be so angry?" The city lord has invited us here to dine. What harm is there in eating? City lord, would you not agree? Fu Yundi coughed lightly, smiling. This grand gathering is also a banquet. I invite everyone to savor the delicacies of our dragon inlay city. For it is only right that the host and guests enjoy themselves. The sect leader's wife let out a light laugh, delicately plucking a vibrant red fruit and placing it in her mouth, leisurely wiping her slender hands. She then watched with great interest as Qin Mu continued to devour his meal. Ling Yuxiu was equally astonished, utterly unprepared for the sight of Qin Mu managing to eat so heartily in such a situation. Not long after, Qin Mu found himself moderately sated. He contemplated for a moment before retrieving an oil paper package from his bosom, extracting the dry rations within. He then carefully selected some of the soft and delectable food from the table, placing it into the paper package with great caution. The dark, charcoal-like figure of the Black Elder could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "You little rascal, are you planning to hoard food that you cannot finish?" A gentle light flickered in the eyes of the master's wife, seemingly touched by his actions, as she smiled and remarked, "You are indeed a filial person. The more I observe you, the more I find you pleasing." The Black Elder, waiting for Qin Mu to finish packing the food, coldly asked, "Are you full now?" Qin Mu replied honestly, "Moderately so." The Black Elder, feeling exasperated, let out a cold snort, causing the 100 or so window panes of the Zhenjiang Tower to rattle. Qin Mu couldn't help but express his admiration, saying, "Senior, your cultivation is truly formidable. I could never achieve such prowess." The Black Elder's temples throbbed with suppressed rage as he chose to remain silent, biding his time until Qin Mu had finished his meal. The ever-smiling master's wife also set down her ivory chopsticks, ceasing her consumption. The Black Elder exhaled a deep breath he had been holding for quite some time and coldly stated, "Now that you are all sufficiently fed, can we discuss the matter at hand?" The onlookers in the hall, their gazes sharp and discerning, turned their attention to the master's wife. She smiled, radiating charm, illuminating the room even further as she said, "Black Elder, even if I were to grant you the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture, do you truly believe you could walk out of Dragon-embedded City alive? It is likely that the city lord would be the first to seek your demise. And I dare say, those present would not allow you to leave the great ruins unscathed either." The dark sovereign rose to his feet, his aura suddenly transforming into an inky blackness that coalesced in the air behind his head, manifesting as a fearsome four-armed demon. With a cold gaze, he surveyed the surroundings and declared, "If the sacred texts of the demon sect fall into my hands, they are mine. Who dares to covet them, lest they fear my wrath?" The assembly within the hall remained silent, exchanging knowing glances. The sect master's wife chuckled softly and remarked, "We have esteemed guests from the kingdom of Yankang here, as well as a concealed figure of great renown. Which of them do you think you could vanquish? This young general hails from Yankang, does he not?" Her finger pointed directly at Qin Feyue, who smiled and replied, "I have long heard of the national master, the foremost figure under the divine. I presume his disciple is equally extraordinary." Qin Feyue inclined his head slightly and said, "I am General Qin Feyue, indeed. My master is the national master of Yankang. However, I am not here for the sect master's wife or the grand teachings of the great demon sect. Though the sect master's wife is renowned as the most beautiful in the world and the great demon sutra is reputed to be the path to divinity, my master remains indifferent to such matters." His words carried an inherent pride. As the foremost disciple of the national master, he regarded all martial arts, even those that promised godhood, with disdain. Suddenly, a voice scoffed, "This is the great void, not Yankang. Whether the national master cares is of no consequence to us." Qin Feyue's eyes glinted with menace as he turned to locate the source of the voice. The speaker, a burly man with a thick beard, lounged opposite him, his attire disheveled. He sat casually on the floor, one hand reaching for food, while the other rummaged in his garments, soon producing a pitch-black sphere, which he casually flicked away, sending it soaring into the unknown. Qin Feyue furrowed his brow, revealing a look of disdain. The rabble of the great market was indeed crude, not worth his ire. Once the national master's army arrived, all demons and monsters would surely bow in submission. He cast another glance at the girl beside Qin Mu, feeling quite uneasy and distressed. How could the seventh princess be mingling with a youth from the remnant village? Just moments ago, she had pinched him, which seemed rather too intimate. If this were to spread, what would become of the royal family's reputation? Chapter 71. I shall slay a man regaining his composure. Qin Yuanwei addressed the Black Elder. The grand cultivation of the heavenly demons does not pique the national master's interest. With his eyes cast down, the Black Elder chuckled darkly. If the national master is disinterested, might General Qin harbor any curiosity? A chill ran through Qin Yuanwei. He understood that no matter what he said, he could not dispel this villain's suspicion towards him. An elder seated below, with white brows raised slightly, spoke. I am old and have little time left. Thus I am eager to witness the legendary grand cultivation of the heavenly demons that is said to bestow godhood or demonic power. I implore the Lady of the Sect and the Black Elder to accommodate this request. With a graceful smile, the Lady of the Sect, her beautiful eyes sparkling, inquired, is there anyone else who wishes to witness the grand cultivation of the heavenly demons? A yellow-faced woman under Fu Yundi's command chimed in with a smile. If the lady does not mind, I too would like to glimpse this mystical tome that grants godhood or demonic prowess. The Lady of the Sect turned to Fu Yundi. And what of the city lord? Fu Yundi laughed heartily. Dear lady, please do not take offense. It is not that I harbor any designs on the grand cultivation of the heavenly demons. Rather, I wish to observe the so-called mystical arts of achieving godhood or demonic power, merely for mutual verification. I bear no malice towards the lady, rather, I harbor a certain tenderness for her predicament. The Heavenly Demon Sect has pursued her relentlessly, displaying unbridled ferocity, and she stands alone against this overwhelming tide. I yearn to alleviate her burdens. Qin Mu blinked, his gaze sweeping across the formidable figures present. Within the Zhenjiang Tower, every individual expressed an interest in the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture, yet this very interest rendered them hesitant to act against the sect leader's wife. For if they were to wrest the scripture from her, they would inevitably become the target of collective ire. The sect leader's wife, exuding grace, suddenly let out a soft laugh, her delicate hand unfurling to reveal a jade box. Within it lay the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture, sealed by the talismans of successive demon leaders. The atmosphere within the Zhenjiang Tower grew palpably tense, and Qin Mu felt a wave of formidable, ominous presences locking onto him, causing Ling Yuxiu to emit a muffled sound. These auras were not directed at them, but rather at the lady beside them. However, due to their proximity, both Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu found themselves unwittingly ensnared in this perilous web. The sect leader's wife, undeterred, opened the jade box, and a harmonious melody seemed to emanate from within. Then, a thread, akin to a sinuous serpent, slithered from the box, rising gracefully into the air. It was indeed the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture. The Black Sovereign paused, his staff hesitating, and resolutely implored, might I request that you conceal it, esteemed lady? Qin Mu's expression turned peculiar as he leaned closer to inspect the jade box, a sense of uncanny bewilderment filling his heart. What lay within the jade box was not the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture, it was unmistakably the very ball of thread that Granny Si often carried in her basket. He recalled the ball of thread, which Granny Si had placed in the basket, intertwined with a jade hairpin, now resting within the box. In his childhood, while Granny Si sewed, she would nestle him in the basket. On one occasion, Qin Mu could not restrain himself and filled the basket with a heap of excrement, rendering the great Heavenly Demon Sutra foul and odorous. Truly, she was Granny Si. The youth found himself caught between laughter and tears, pondering why she did not linger in the inn, only to realize it was to adorn herself so exquisitely for the sake of flaunting and seeking amusement. Countless characters coalesced into a circle, layers upon layers enveloping one another, their numbers unfathomable. When reduced to the utmost, they ceased to appear as text, instead resembling a single thread. This was the revered scripture of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the great Heavenly Demon Sutra. The artifacts were indeed genuine. Surely, you all can have no doubt. The Lady of the Sect leader closed the jade box, sealing it once more with the talismans of generations of demon leaders, and with a smile, remarked, however, should you wish to gaze upon it, you must consider carefully. To witness the sacred scripture of the Heavenly Demon Sect is to become its enemy. The pursuit of the Heavenly Demon Sect would not be aimed at me, but rather at each of you here today, all destined to perish. Who among you will claim the jade box? The faces of the assembly paled, uncertainty gripping their hearts. The box lay before them, yet none dared to seize it. Qin Yuanwei's expression fluctuated between light and shadow. While others feared the Heavenly Demon Sect, he did not. No matter how formidable the sect, it could not contend with the entirety of Yankang Kingdom. Yet, if he were to take the box, he would likely become the target of all, and whether he could escape the city lord's manor alive was uncertain. The others shared similar sentiments. Even Fu Yundi wavered, caught in indecision. The lady of the sect observed the expressions of the crowd with great interest, relishing the sight of a formidable figure in distress. This brought her a peculiar delight. The hall was enveloped in silence, when suddenly, Qin Mu stretched lazily and stood up, exclaiming, "I am quite full. Thank you, Miss Yuxiao, for bringing me here for such a delightful meal. Lord of the city, is there a fee for dining with you?" His words shattered the silence, infusing the atmosphere with cheer once more. The crowd turned to him, their expressions a blend of amusement and incredulity. It was evident that this lad, clearly a country bumpkin, had little experience with the world and had come here merely to indulge himself, even daring to inquire if Fu Yundi charged for the meal. Fu Yundi coughed lightly to dispel the awkwardness and replied, "Since you are here as a guest, and although you were not formally invited, I shall not charge you for your meal." Qin Mu beamed with a radiant smile and responded, "If the Lord does not charge me, I cannot let it be. I do not possess much wealth. Would 100 dragon coins suffice? Please wait a moment. I shall go procure some funds by eliminating someone and return to settle the debt." He ambled over to the platform, where he gazed at the youth across from him. The platform was stained with the blood of the forsaken youth who had perished at the hands of Fu Tingwei, while a slave disposed of the boy's corpse into the lake, subsequently fetching water to cleanse the platform. The lake teemed with large fish that stirred the waters, greedily devouring the remnants of the youth. Qin Mu remained grounded, his eyes fixed upon the boy opposite him. Fu Tingwei, of a similar age, bore a more menacing countenance, unmistakably marked by the countless lives he had taken. This youth scrutinized Qin Mu, his gaze radiating a feral intensity. Within the Zhenjiang Tower, an unexpected hush enveloped the atmosphere. Within these walls resided renowned masters, endowed with formidable powers and vast knowledge, yet none anticipated that Qin Mu would dare to engage in combat with the illustrious Fu Tingwei, a figure widely regarded as the foremost practitioner of the spirit embryo realm, merely to acquire 100 dragon coins to settle Fu Yundi's dining expenses. Such audacity was astounding. The elder of all virtues sighed, remarking that a youth with such boldness rarely survives to adulthood, as most meet their demise at this tender age. Fu Yundi smiled and said, "The great nurturing demon scriptures have yet to reveal who shall claim them. Encountering such an unexpected spectacle is quite delightful. Perhaps we should first observe this unfolding drama, and once it concludes, we can decide the fate of the great nurturing demon scriptures. What say you, esteemed lady of the sect leader?" The sect leader's wife, with a gentle smile, replied, "As a delicate woman, what opinions could I possibly hold?" On the platform in the lake, a middle-aged man approached, carrying a tray upon which rested a pouch of coins. Fu Tingwei raised an eyebrow and stated, "Within this pouch are 100 dragon coins. If you defeat me, they are yours." However, in the past 3 years, no fewer than 1,000 challengers have attempted this, and none have succeeded in claiming the coins. Qin Mu pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Are you the foremost martial artist of the dragon-inlaid city?" Fu Tingwei, with a proud smile, nodded affirmatively, declaring, "I am the acknowledged champion. Within a radius of over 1,000 miles from dragon-inlaid city, I reign supreme among all martial artists. The number of opponents I have vanquished is countless. They perished in duels, not through the influence of my father's reputation. None have survived after being bested by me." Qin Mu gently nodded and asked, "Do you wield weapons?" Fu Tingwei, with hands clasped behind his back, replied with a smile, "You may wield weapons if you wish. I am indifferent. I wish to wield my weapon at any moment." A resonant clang echoed as the cleaver soared into Qin Mu's grasp. His mastery was not merely the result of refining his qi into threads, but rather a profound resonance, his vital energy harmonizing with the blade, akin to two magnets drawn irresistibly together. The tumultuous flow of his vital energy intensified, growing ever more tempestuous, reminiscent of the moment he delivered that fateful strike against the colossal serpent. The angrier he became, the more violent his energy surged, the resonance deepened, rendering the blade increasingly sharp. Yet, Qin Mu's demeanor remained impeccably composed, a facade of tranquility concealing the tempest within. Chapter 72. Kill the young master to repay the meal fee. The butcher's madness seemed to transfer to him along with the cleaver's technique. Indeed, the butcher's knife was inherently frenzied, wielded with the fervor of his own emotions. "You wield a knife?" Fu Tingwei chuckled derisively upon seeing the board-sized blade in his hand. As Qin Mu moved, The blade's luminescence erupted outward with explosive force, akin to a surging ocean, waves of slashing light cascading towards Fu Tingwei. Fu Tingwei remained unperturbed, his hands still clasped behind his back, a cold smirk adorning his face. The sound of metallic clashes rang out as a silver flash continuously collided with the cleaver. This silver flash was a diminutive sword, merely 3 inches in length. This tiny blade darted to and fro with the swiftness of lightning, tethered by a thread of vital energy, skillfully maneuvering around young Master Tingwei, elusive and unpredictable. Subsequently, 7 more tiny swords emerged, intercepting Qin Mu's tempestuous onslaught, thwarting his attempts to penetrate their defenses. His swords were spiritual weapons, capable of varying in length and size, yet now, in their 3-inch form, they proved more challenging to defend against, easier to manipulate, and decidedly more agile. Infusing vitality into the 3-inch sword enhances its strength and potency. He wields 8 3-inch blades, deftly maneuvered through the 8-fold celestial divine technique, rendering him elusive and nearly impossible to defend against. As the foremost warrior of Longqing, his reputation is indeed well-deserved. He has endured countless battles, vanquishing innumerable foes, exuding an aura of ferocity that even the most formidable spirits find daunting. However, Qin Mu's blade grows increasingly heavy, each swing imbued with greater force, cutting through the air with a tempestuous clamor, rendering his small swords more challenging to withstand. His swordsmanship, imparted directly from the Lord of Longqing, is exceptionally refined. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched so many formidable warriors without encountering defeat. Though his technique can counter Qin Mu's strikes, the force transmitted through the blade gradually exceeds his capacity to endure. This indicates that Qin Mu's vitality is far more robust, and the earlier ability to defend was due to Qin Mu not yet fully harnessing his energy. As Qin Mu's strikes multiply, so does the potency of his vitality. Fu Tianyu's face reddens to the point of resembling a bleeding wound, overwhelmed by the sheer force emanating from Qin Mu's blade, causing the range of his 8 small swords to diminish. The pace of their strikes quickens, and their footwork accelerates, spiraling and weaving around each other at a dizzying speed in the center of the platform. Suddenly, Qin Mu's body presses against Fu Tianyu's. A jolt of alarm courses through Fu Tianyu. His scalp prickles. An imminent lethal technique? He understands that being so close to a practitioner of such techniques signifies an impending fatal strike. This is dire. Within the confines of Zhenjiang Tower, Fu Yundi's countenance shifted dramatically as he immediately rose and soared toward the platform on the lake. Simultaneously, every muscle and sinew of Qin Mu's body pulsated violently, reminiscent of venomous dragons and enormous pythons intertwining, bestowing upon him unparalleled strength. The undulating muscles and sinews enabled him to perceive every movement of his opponent, every shift of power and direction, each gesture and reaction from the adversary mirrored within his mind. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Mu's eyes, the lethal technique of the pig butchering knife. He unleashed the blade with ferocity, the sound akin to thunderous chariots. Alone, he approached the imperial palace, grasping the sovereign's head. His muscles quivered as the pig butchering knife transitioned from his right hand to his left, wielded in reverse grip. He stepped forward, lifting the blade, its edge leading while his hand trailed behind, slicing upward from between the 2 small swords, aiming from beneath the young Master Tingwei. The act of raising the knife was deceptively simple, akin to eviscerating a pig, the butcher's art. Concurrently, the 2 small swords lunged toward Qin Mu's eyes. With a flick of his right hand, his fingers pierced but deflected the swords away. A deafening roar erupted from behind him at Zhenjiang Tower, as an earth-shattering sound reverberated. The entire structure suddenly split apart, cleaved in 2 by an indescribable force. The high edifice shattered, plunging into the lake, waves surging and extinguishing countless lanterns held by maidens on the shore, inciting a cacophony of screams. Fu Yundi stood amidst the ruins of Zhenjiang Tower, his face ashen, gritting his teeth, with a trace of blood visible at the corner of his mouth. In a moment of desperation, he rushed to rescue his son, but before he could leave the building, he was intercepted by the wife of the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In his haste, he bore the brunt of her attack and was severely injured. While his own wounds were trivial, the failure to save his son weighed heavily on him. Opposite him, the sect leader's wife elegantly gathered her flowing hair, a serene smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "City Lord, your direct involvement in the duel between the younger generation seems rather unconventional, does it not? Fortunately, I intervened in time, preventing you from making a grave mistake. A flicker of menace crossed his eye as he retorted, deservedly so. I acted in haste, and I regret any embarrassment caused to you all. On the platform in the lake, Qin Mu sheathed his knife and stood tall. My blade is known as the slaughter knife. His muscles, once tense, gradually relaxed as he calmly added, Young Master Tingwei, you are quite remarkable. You have managed to injure 2 of my fingers. Before him, a crimson line appeared on Fu Tingyue's abdomen, ascending higher and higher until it reached his throat, then his nose, and finally his brow. In a gruesome spectacle, his chest ruptured, cleaving him in 2, blood splattering across the ground. Qin Mu strode towards the stunned middle-aged man, seizing a pouch of coins from the tray. The man's complexion turned ashen as he suddenly grasped Qin Mu's hand, exclaiming, You have killed young Master Tingwei. With a swift motion, Qin Mu raised his hand and severed the man's head from his body, then turned to shake the blood from his slaughter knife, cleansing it with a flick before sheathing it and making his way towards the collapsed Zhenjiang Tower. Behind him, a thud echoed as the middle-aged man's corpse plummeted into the lake, followed by a cacophony of splashes as the fish beneath the surface voraciously feasted upon the remains. Vying for a share of the feast, Qin Mu waded through the waters to the now leveled Zhenjiang Tower. He raised his gaze towards the pallid-faced Fu Yundi, then glanced around at the astonished and bewildered faces surrounding him. The youth displayed a sincere smile and extended the purse of coins in his hand towards Fu Yundi, saying, City Lord, here are 100 dragon coins, my meal expenses. Fu Yundi's eyelid twitched, yet he refrained from reaching out. I am not accustomed to being in debt. Since I have partaken of the city lord's hospitality, even if you refuse to accept it, I must still offer it. Though we, the forsaken people of the great market, may be impoverished, we still possess a modicum of pride. Qin Mu beamed with radiant joy, loosening his grip, causing the purse to fall to the ground. Coins spilled forth, scattering chaotically, some rolling through the cracks into the lake. He took a few steps back, turned, and departed, treading upon the waves, laughing heartily, heroes abound, drunkenly toasting. Should your son be slain, I shall repay the meal. Delightful, delightful. Ling Yuxiu blinked her bright eyes, wishing to call out to him, but after a moment's contemplation, she restrained herself. After all, she was a guest of the city lord's residence. Although a distinguished guest, Qin Mu had led her into the city lord's domain. Now that Qin Mu had publicly slain the city lord's son, it was indeed difficult for her to have any further entanglements with him. The lady of the sect stepped in front of Fu Yundi, obstructing his gaze towards Qin Mu, and smiled. Since none of you dare to claim the great Demon scriptures, I shall take it upon myself to collect it. Farewell. With that, her figure flickered and vanished from sight. Trying to escape, the black elder bellowed, rushing out, followed by the yellow-faced woman and the white-browed elder, all pursuing the lady of the sect. Fu Yundi hesitated for a moment and summoned a practitioner from the lord's mansion, urgently instructing, follow that youth and eliminate him to avenge Yuer. Furthermore, ensure that Yuer receives a grand burial. Having spoken, he swiftly pursued the direction of the matron of the sect. In comparison to the vengeance for his son, the Dution Mo scripture held greater significance. Ling Yuxiu quietly rose to her feet, intending to stealthily exit the ruins of Zhenjiang Tower, when suddenly, the imposing figure of Qin Feiyue appeared behind her. Your Highness, please cease this folly, Qin Feiyue said, her gaze profound. The army of the national teacher is drawing near. Ling Yuxiu, disheartened, murmured, I have yet to fully enjoy myself this time. Qin Feiyue's expression softened as she gently replied, if the 7th princess takes a liking to that young man, once the great ruins merge into the territory of Yankang, he may be summoned to the palace and bestowed with the title of Grand Supervisor, allowing him to frequently accompany the 7th princess. Chapter 73. The assassination in Flower Street. The night in Xianglong City was destined to be extraordinarily lively. Someone is following me. As Qin Mu stepped out of the Lord's mansion, he immediately sensed the presence of a pursuer. The practitioners from the Lord's mansion showed no intent to conceal their actions, evidently believing it unnecessary to hide their tracks from a minor martial artist like Qin Mu, brazenly following him instead. At that moment, flower carts paraded through Xianglong City. Merchants within the city had adorned these carts, towering several meters high, crafted into the shapes of magnificent beasts and various deities, while dancers gracefully performed atop them. The dancers were adorned in resplendent attire, their garments reflecting the statuesque styles of various villages. As Qin Mu strolled along the floral street, it felt as though he had entered a realm where deities and demons danced in chaotic harmony. The street was alive with cacophony, a deafening clamor reverberating through the air, teeming with throngs of people pressed against one another. Flanking the thoroughfare were not only lanterns hanging from above, but also towering stone pillars crowned with basins filled with flammable oil, which blazed fiercely. Among the revelers were performers on stilts, elevated to heights of over 10 zhang, each stride allowing them to cover 6 or 7 zhang with ease. One such warrior brandished a torch in one hand while grasping an oil gourd in the other. After inhaling the fiery oil, he expelled flames from the torch, creating serpentine fire that extended several zhang in length. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, yet it bore an untamed wildness reminiscent of a grand bazaar. As Qin Mu navigated through the crowd, he suddenly became aware of an astonishing brilliance above him. Unbeknownst to him, the sky was intricately woven with fine threads that intertwined and expanded, transforming into magnificent silver dragons that soared swiftly above the floral street. These silver dragons, composed of countless characters, emitted thunderous and arcane sounds as they glided, their meanings obscure and profound. Boom, boom. The air trembled with violent concussions, accompanied by blinding radiance that surged upward, colliding with the darkness hovering over Dragon City. The brilliance was immediately absorbed by the shadows, leaving not a trace of disturbance, as if the terrifying shockwaves had vanished into the abyss. Meanwhile, the crowd below erupted in cheers, blissfully unaware that what they beheld was not mere fireworks, but a fierce confrontation between formidable beings. Had the shockwaves not ascended into the darkness above, the unsuspecting populace below would have faced untold casualties. The silver dragon darted back and forth, its radiant light intermittently revealing several terrifying figures, akin to deities or demons. Among them were the Lord of Dragon City, Fu Yundi, the Black Sovereign, and a yellow-faced woman, all engaged in a fierce aerial confrontation. Qin Mu swiftly maneuvered through the crowd. This was no sanctuary. Although the shockwaves from the battle of these formidable beings erupted skyward, what if they were to descend? It would undoubtedly result in a river of blood, transforming countless souls into lifeless corpses. The air above Dragon City reverberated with thunderous roars, echoing rapidly from east to west, darting like lightning. Behind him, the practitioners from the Lord's mansion pursued relentlessly, and despite Qin Mu's agile navigation through the throng, he could not shake them off. Tonight's circumstances were indeed peculiar. Yet I have stirred trouble, unable to suppress my murderous intent, resulting in the death of the Lord's son. I must hasten to inform my grandmother and the blind grandfather